Chapter 1. The Beast Tamer Talent. In the year 2150, on the planet Blue Star, young Master Lin, your examination report has arrived. You have attained a level 2 in beast taming. You are now eligible to become a distinguished beast tamer. Guodong, recognized as the most esteemed beast taming examiner within the United Nations of the Thousand Kingdoms, spoke with an authority that could shape the destiny of any aspiring tamer. Beside him, Lin Xiao, who had been holding her breath, instantly transformed her tense expression into one of joy, her beautiful eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she patted Lin Xiao's shoulder. Little brother, you have truly become a distinguished beast tamer. If our parents were to know, they would surely be overjoyed for you. As Lin Xiao observed the radiant happiness on his sister's face, he could not help but wear a wry smile, muttering softly, Level 2. I fail to see where the honor lies. The minimum enrollment standard for the Beast Tamer Academy is Level 3, and he had not even met that threshold. What honor is there in this? Especially when he witnessed his sister's lovely face beaming with joy, Lin Xiao felt even more at a loss. It is worth mentioning that Lin Xiao had been residing on this Earth-like Blue Star for 18 years. Blue Star bears a striking resemblance to Earth, with the sole distinction being the arrival of the Dark Dimension over a century ago, heralding an invasion by otherworldly beasts. Periodically, vast numbers of these creatures plummet from the Dark Dimension like raindrops, a phenomenon referred to as Heaven's Fall. Upon their descent, these beasts wreak havoc, seeking to annihilate humanity and create conditions conducive for the migration of higher life forms from the Dark Dimension. In response, the world united to form the United Nations of the Thousand Kingdoms, dedicated to training beast tamers and initiating a protracted battle for Earth that has spanned over a century. Although the Lin family is affluent and influential, with both of Lin Xiao's parents holding high positions within the United Nations, they are unfortunately devoid of any beast tamers. No one in the family has managed to achieve that status. To remedy this, Lin Xiao's parents adopted Lin Xiao, hoping she would become a beast tamer. However, this aspiration ultimately fell short. Yet, Lin Xiao did not disappoint the Lin family. At the tender age of 21. She ascended to the position of deputy director at the Institute of Genetic Engineering. Now, the Lin family boasts a distinguished Level 2 beast tamer in Lin Xiao. Beast tamers are categorized into 9 levels, with only those who reach Level 3 capable of commanding attribute divine beasts. Moreover, a higher ranking in beast tamers translates to greater proficiency in controlling these divine creatures, and those who attain Level 5 or above can even assimilate their powers. Assimilation refers to the process of merging the divine beast strength with one's own, enabling a dual combat capability of immense power. To illustrate, the level of a beast tamer can be likened to intelligence. A Level 5 tamer possesses an IQ of 120, categorizing them as highly intelligent. Conversely, Lin Xiao's Level 2 status could be viewed as indicative of intellectual deficiencies, bluntly put, a lack of mental acuity. Director Lin, while your brother's beast taming skills may not be high, he is at least a beast tamer. Your Lin family is prosperous and prominent, yet it has lacked a beast tamer, and now this gap can finally be filled, Guodong remarked with a smile. At that moment, Lin Xiao was particularly elated, declaring, Mr. Gua is correct regardless of the level. This marks the first beast tamer in 5 generations of the Lin family. Lin Xiao was filled with joy, for the Lin family had long been the subject of ridicule due to their lack of beast tamers. They were often mocked as a family of mere mortals, unworthy of wielding such power. However, the situation had changed with the emergence of Lin Xiao, which elevated their status beyond that of a mundane family. In stark contrast to Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao was engulfed in despondency, feeling as if he had swallowed a bitter pill. After residing in this world for 18 years, he had harbored dreams of becoming the most formidable beast tamer in history, capable of commanding the elements. Yet now, he found himself contemplating the most humiliating alternative. Upon noticing Lin Xiao's dejected demeanor, Lin Xiao sincerely placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not fret, little brother. I shall pull some strings to secure your admission to the Beast Tamer Academy. Lin Xiao could only respond with a resigned silence. Are you worried about not meeting the standards? Fear not. With our strong connections, you have nothing to fear. Our parents and I will support you. Lin Xiao assured him with a confident pat on her chest. Lin Xiao remained silent, burdened by an inner turmoil. Sighing heavily, Lin Xiao rose and lamented his predicament. A second-tier beast tamer? Am I truly such a fool? Observing Lin Xiao's crestfallen expression, Guodong was taken aback. What troubles young Master Lin? He inquired. Lin Ener chuckled. He is probably lamenting his privileged background. After all, being admitted to the Beast Tamer Academy with only second-tier credentials is quite unique for our Lin family. Ha ha ha. Guodong chuckled awkwardly, masking his true feelings. Internally, he scoffed at the notion of privilege. If it weren't for the Lin family's influence, he wouldn't be here testing this individual. With such limited capabilities, he would likely become the target of ridicule at the academy. Returning to his room, Lin Xiao lay on his bed, torn between the decision to attend the Beast Tamer Academy. Entering through a back door, due to familial connections, would surely invite scorn and derision. After all, it was akin to a person with cognitive impairments gaining admission to prestigious universities through favoritism. However, to decline would surely disappoint his family. Yet, attending raised another significant concern. This dilemma harkened back to an incident 2 years prior. Lin Xiao had ventured out alone and found himself under attack by a ferocious beast, narrowly escaping with his life. It was the ethereal Lan Weiwei, wielding the power of the Thunder Beast King, the purple Thunder Tiger, who had rescued him from the brink of death. The ranks of divine beasts were classified into 8 tiers: primary, intermediate, advanced, beast king, catastrophe, frenzy, destruction, and divine. The same classification applied to the ferocious beasts. The battle that ensued was fierce, compelling Lan Weiwei to utilize her assimilation ability. Despite her prowess in controlling a Beast King-level divine beast, she sustained injuries. A venomous stinger from a catastrophe-level beast pierced her chest, inflicting grievous harm. The toxin required extraction, leading to a rather ludicrous and chaotic scene. Lin Xiao found himself pressed against Lan Weiwei's chest, laboring for 3 arduous hours to extract the poison, his mouth contorted in the process. Afterward, Lan Weiwei declared that if she remained unmarried within the next 2 years, Lin Xiao would be obligated to wed her or face dire consequences. At that moment, Lin Xiao, perhaps under some peculiar compulsion, agreed to her demand, even though she was 2 years his senior. That moment, Lin Xiao was merely offering her comfort, yet she took it to heart. Perhaps it was because he embodied the very type she fancied. After all, fate is an unpredictable force. If Lan Weiwei were still unmarried, the outcome would be all too apparent. Logically, it would be absurd for a mundane like Lin Xiao to marry a beastmaster of unparalleled prowess, one capable of commanding powers that could scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Yet, Lin Xiao found it difficult to summon any joy, feeling an unsettling sensation. Was this the path to becoming a dependent? Not that he was entirely opposed to such a notion after all. Being able to rely on someone is indeed a skill. However, herein lies the dilemma. Marrying a woman capable of merging with a beast of royal stature could lead to dire consequences in the event of a quarrel. She would transform into a true tigress, or perhaps a thunderous beast. With his modest physique, the question of whether he could withstand her wrath loomed large. After all, she was a girl who could single-handedly defeat numerous exotic creatures after her assimilation, even holding her own against calamity-level beasts. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Xiao shuddered. Never mind. He mused, every journey has its path, and one step at a time would suffice. Congratulations to the host for completing the Beastmaster Assessment Dinosaur Island system activated suddenly. An unusual voice echoed in his mind, causing Lin Xiao to jolt upright. This, Chapter 2, Dinosaur Island. As the voice resonated in his mind, Lin Xiao immediately felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Rolling up his sleeve, he discovered a glowing dragon head tattoo adorning his wrist. It was a tattoo of a dinosaur's head. Before Lin Xiao could fully examine it, the glow intensified suddenly. He felt as though he were being forcefully pulled into a black hole, followed by a prolonged free fall lasting over a minute. With a scream, Lin Xiao landed on the ground, bewildered as to why he hadn't met a more dire fate upon impact. When he opened his eyes, he found himself on a small island surrounded by the sea. The island basked in warm sunlight, reminiscent of a serene spring day. It was not large, only about the size of 10 football fields, and was blanketed with lush ferns and towering coniferous trees. Aside from the gentle breeze of the sea, there were no other sounds. Before Lin Xiao could grasp what had transpired, a holographic projection appeared before him. Congratulations! You are now the master of Dinosaur Island. You have acquired 3 initial privileges: permanent rights to Dinosaur Island, automatic connection of dinosaurs, to the Island Master, permanent rights to research attributes and assimilation abilities. As a series of voices echoed in his mind, Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. Dinosaur Island? Was he expected to raise dinosaurs on this island? The implications of these privileges suggested he could even bestow attributes and assimilate, with automatic connectivity to boot. Haha, I knew it. After 18 years here, how could I not bring back a piece of Earth's heritage? Lin Xiao laughed heartily, but soon grew serious, inquiring, what about the dinosaurs? Initial random dinosaur selection. Would you like to proceed with the random option? Random, Lin Xiao replied. Please select a random type: carnivorous dinosaur or herbivorous dinosaur. Note, herbivorous dinosaurs can consume the plants of Dinosaur Island, while carnivorous dinosaurs require substantial amounts of meat for sustenance. It is advisable to choose a random herbivorous dinosaur for the first selection. Lin Xiao then clicked on the herbivorous dinosaur option. Congratulations on acquiring the rare attribute herbivorous dragon, the Demon Horn Dragon. Demon Horn Dragon. Quality low. Skill: Fearless Charge unlocks upon reaching intermediate quality. Attribute: Metal unlocks upon reaching intermediate quality. Upgrade: Intermediate Beast Core. Assimilation: None, requires 2,000 reputation points for research. Note, each upgrade of the dinosaur grants 1,000 reputation points, which can be used to randomly summon dinosaurs and synthesize attributes. For further details, please refer to the marketplace. As the information about the Demon Horn Dragon emerged, a colossal creature nearly 4 meters in length and approximately 1.8 meters in height vividly materialized before Lin Xiao's eyes. Its head displayed 2 outward curving horns reminiscent of a demon's ram horns, complemented by 2 sharp dragon horns protruding directly forward. Upon its appearance, the massive body of the Demon Horn Dragon immediately crouched at Lin Xiao's feet, gently nudging him with its head. Due to the automatic connection, the moment the Demon Horn Dragon manifested, it regarded Lin Xiao as its master. Without considering attribute enhancements, this creature alone could potentially vanquish all divine beasts at this stage. Lin Xiao grinned foolishly as he patted the dragon's large head, daydreaming about his future glory. So what if he was merely a level 2 beast tamer? With this creature by his side, he could effortlessly surpass the ostentatious divine beasts. Moreover, the fact that both his attributes and assimilation could be developed allowed him to bypass the beast tamer rank altogether. This was the extent of his extraordinary luck. However, to enhance the combat prowess of the Demon Horn Dragon, upgrading it to an intermediate beast core was imperative. The market price for a standard intermediate beast core hovered around 10,000 alliance coins, a sum ample enough to sustain a family of 4 for an entire year within the Thousand Nations Alliance. Contemplating this, Lin Xiao tapped the dinosaur head tattoo on his arm. With a rush of wind, he was instantly transported back to his bedroom, subsequently making his way to the living room. At that moment, Guodong had already departed, leaving only Lin Xiao seated on the sofa, her legs elegantly crossed. One hand cradled a coffee cup, while the other scrolled through her phone. When she focused, Lin Xiao was undeniably beautiful, with her high red ponytail and a pair of silver rimless glasses. She delicately sipped her coffee, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Upon noticing Lin Xiao's arrival, she set down her coffee and inquired, "Have you made up your mind about attending the Beast Tamer Academy?" "Of course, why wouldn't I?" Lin Xiao replied. You didn't seem this enthusiastic just now," Lin Xiao remarked, somewhat taken aback. "Circumstances have changed," Lin Xiao smiled lightly. "Ah, now that's the spirit of my brother." Lin Xiao beamed with joy, thrilled that her brother was about to become a beast tamer, elevating the Lin family beyond mere mundane status. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "Sister, I'm in need of some funds." "How much?" Lin Xiao resumed, sipping her coffee. 20,000, Lin Xiao requested, adding an extra 10,000 just to be safe. Lin Xiao retrieved a silver card from her pocket. 50,000. "Wow, sister, you are truly generous." Lin Xiao accepted the silver card, not missing the chance to flatter her. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Lin Xiao felt a slight blush creep onto her delicate face. Flattery aside, tomorrow marks the commencement of the Beast Tamer Academy. Since you intend to attend, we shall set off then. Very well, Lin Xiao replied with a smile, donning a black trench coat before heading out to the exotic beast market to procure a mid-level beast core. The exotic beast market is a favored gathering spot for scavengers. However, these scavengers are not the conventional sort. They seek out beast cores. Following every cataclysmic battle known as the Skyfall War, the cities of the Thousand Nations Alliance are inundated with the carcasses of exotic beasts. The Thousand Nations Alliance lacks the military resources to manage the cleanup, hence the emergence of scavengers, akin to vultures circling in the sky. Whenever a carcass is discovered, they swarm in, dismantling the beast for meat, but their primary focus remains on the beast cores. Securing even one core could ensure a year of financial stability. Lin Xiao resides in the heart of the Thousand Nations Alliance in Millennium City. This locale is renowned for its safety. Remarkably, even during the most devastating Skyfall War a decade ago, Millennium City remained untouched, underscoring its high level of security. Upon Lin Xiao's arrival at the exotic beast market, the atmosphere buzzed with its customary vibrancy. The bustling pedestrian street featured hundreds of stalls and shops, all predominantly selling items related to exotic beasts. Lin Xiao considered visiting a specialty store, yet their exorbitant prices deterred him. After wandering for several minutes without success, he pondered whether to venture into a specialty store. As he contemplated his options, he spotted a mid-level beast core not far ahead. The last mid-level beast core available. 6,000 for a complete package. A vendor with pointed ears and a gaunt visage shouted from his stall. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, tightening his trench coat as he approached the vendor. Chapter 3. Never back down in this lifetime. 6,000 for a beast core is indeed a bargain at the street vendor in a specialty store. It would cost no less than 17 or 18,000. Why is it so exorbitantly priced at the specialty store? The reason lies in the fact that the beast core is encased in a tough exterior, and any internal fractures are exceedingly difficult to detect. Until it is opened, no one can ascertain whether it's a gain or a loss. Thus, the street vendor offers such a low price, while the specialty store employs appraisers to ensure the cores are intact. Lin Xiao did not believe that he would be so unfortunate. Approaching the street stall, he gazed at the sole beast core displayed. It was roughly the size of an adult's palm, resembling an irregular oval stone, adorned with faint cracks that made it challenging to discern its quality. Just as Lin Xiao hesitated, he felt a sudden, subtle sting from the dinosaur head tattoo on his wrist. Could it be that this tattoo possessed the ability to gauge the integrity of the core? Young man, this is the last beast core available for 6,000. What do you say? The vendor cast a glance at Lin Xiao, who, by his attire and demeanor, resembled a gullible fool, having dealt in beast cores for many years. The vendor was adept at reading people. This core had been unsold for 7 or 8 days, likely due to its visible cracks, which led potential buyers to assume it was defective. With such evident damage on the surface, you can't be certain the core is intact. Can you lower the price a bit? Although Lin Xiao appeared to be 18, he had lived more than 20 years in his previous life and was unwilling to be taken for a ride. You see, 6,000 is already quite reasonable, and it's merely the surface that is damaged. The interior is assuredly intact. If you really want it, I can let it go for 5,000. The vendor reduced the price by 1,000, knowing that if the core were indeed flawed, it would be worthless. If a gullible buyer was willing to purchase it, 5,000 would be pure profit. Lin Xiao feigned hesitation. All right. He reached out to grasp the core. However, just as his hand extended, another fair, delicate hand reached out simultaneously, accompanied by a voice, "I'll take it for 6,000. The elegant hand grasped the core, and Lin Xiao's hand inadvertently landed atop hers. In that fleeting moment of contact, he felt a delicate, smooth sensation, akin to an electric shock. Surprised, he looked up to find a girl standing beside him. She appeared to be 17 or 18, radiating youthful beauty, tall and striking, yet exuding an air of cold aloofness. The most striking feature was the 5-stripe badge on her chest, indicating she was a level 5 beast tamer. With a sharp motion, the girl flicked Lin Xiao's hand away and noticed that he bore no badge of a beast tamer nor any beast-holding device. Concluding that he was either not a beast tamer or merely an ordinary person, she regarded him with disdain, never showing kindness to non-tamers, regardless of their demeanor. Her frosty expression soured immediately. "You filthy creature, what do you think you're putting your dirty hands?" Initially impressed by her beauty, Lin Xiao now felt a surge of revulsion at her words. "Who are you calling a filthy creature? Why do you need your eyes? Didn't you see that I took it first? How disgusting." The girl pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her hands and face, her expression sharp and caustic. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's temper flared. "How can you, a woman, speak such filth? Haven't your parents taught you manners? Do I need to show courtesy to a mere muggle? It seems you are asking for a beating," the girl retorted, her temper foul, as she placed her hand on the Beast Tamer's device on her wrist. The Beast Tamer's device, colloquially known as the Beast Pocket, can store and release divine beasts, assimilate them, and analyze information about exotic creatures. It bore some resemblance to Lin Xiao's dinosaur head tattoo, though Lin Xiao's space was larger and more powerful. "Huh, asking for a beating?" Lin Xiao replied, flexing his wrist. "Oh, dear ancestors, please don't fight here. If the patrol team discovers this, I will also suffer," the vendor exclaimed, startled by the confrontation. Noticing the patrol team maintaining order not far ahead, the girl finally lowered her hand and declared, "I will take this exotic beast core for 6,000. "Very well," the vendor replied without hesitation, preparing to pack it up. 7,000, Lin Xiao stated calmly. The vendor froze momentarily upon hearing this, then immediately smiled. "How about this? To keep it fair, you two can bid. Whoever offers the highest gets it." 8,000, the girl asserted without hesitation. 10,000, Lin Xiao replied, still expressionless. The girl stared in astonishment at this young man of similar age who dared to bid 10,000. Was he truly so extravagant? 11,000, she countered, somewhat reluctantly. 13,000, Lin Xiao continued to smile as he raised his bid. The vendor stood by, utterly dumbfounded. "Goodness, who is this deity that has descended today to bless me with such fortune?" A broken mid-tier exotic beast core, which could have been sold for 5,000, was now reaching 13,000. 14,000. The girl appeared increasingly irate. What was wrong with this guy? How could a mere muggle possess such wealth? 15,000. Lin Xiao followed suit. At this moment, the girl was grinding her teeth in frustration. She only had 15,000 alliance coins in her pocket, and could not spare a single extra coin. "Go on, keep bidding," Lin Xiao urged with a smile, as if he could see the 6 words written on her face. "I only have 15. The girl's expression fluctuated. If she continued to bid, she would certainly not be able to afford it. However, seeing this arrogant muggle, she decided to bid once more, at least to make him lose money. Clenching her teeth, she declared 16,000. The vendor was now grinning from ear to ear, thinking, "Oh my, I want to have to work for the next 2 years. It's yours." Lin Xiao shrugged. The girl's face turned a deep shade of anger. He had stopped bidding? "Haha, 16,000 is great. This lovely lady. Let me package it for you," the vendor said, quickly pulling out a box to place the exotic beast core inside. "Package my foot. I don't want it anymore." The girl's lips trembled with rage as she shot Lin Xiao a fierce glare, as if to say, "Don't let me cross paths with you again." Lin Xiao, unabashed, raised a gesture of international friendship. He had never backed down in his life. "Ah, dear lady, this is quite unreasonable." The vendor gazed bewildered at the girl who stormed away in indignation. When Lin Xiao observed the girl vanish from sight, he turned his attention back to the vendor. "I would like to make a purchase." "Very well," the vendor replied, his spirits lifted as he prepared the items. "That will be 15,000. 15,000? Lin Xiao paused, taken aback. "I initially offered 5,000. How do we arrive at 15? The vendor was momentarily stunned. The swift shift in negotiation was astonishing. But, just a moment ago, what was said moments ago is irrelevant. 5,000 is the offer. If you won't sell, then I shall take my leave," Lin Xiao declared, preparing to turn away. "Wait, how can you do this?" The vendor was left speechless, glancing in the direction the lady had departed, only to find she was long gone. With no other recourse, the vendor sighed in resignation. All right, 5,000 it is. Let's proceed." He mused that this was far more exhilarating than any roller coaster ride he had experienced. Lin Xiao paid the sum, a grin spreading across his face as he confidently strode away with the exotic beast core, leaving the vendor in a daze. Chapter 4. a narrow path for rivals upon returning home, Lin Xiao hurriedly retreated to his room, fervently engaging with the core of an otherworldly beast. With a hammer, saw, an axe, indeed, nearly every tool at his disposal, he labored diligently until he finally succeeded in prying open the core. As anticipated, a softly glowing white core lay intact upon the table. It was evident that as long as this core was in good condition, the dragon head tattoo on his hand would illuminate, offering a far more economical alternative than purchasing from specialty stores. Holding the core, Lin Xiao tapped his dragon head tattoo, and in an instant, he was transported to Dinosaur Island. At that moment, the demon horn dragon seemed to have had its fill, lounging in the shade while basking in the sea breeze, lost in a deep slumber. Suddenly, as if sensing the familiar scent of its master, the dragon sprang to life, bounding toward Lin Xiao with the exuberance of a child weighing a ton. It playfully licked Lin Xiao's head with its tongue, a gesture of affection. All right. See what I have brought for you," Lin Xiao said, his face beaming with tenderness as he stroked the dragon's large head before producing the core of the otherworldly beast. The core appeared to possess an innate allure for the dinosaur. Without hesitation, the demon-horned dragon devoured it whole. In that very instant, the dragon's formerly bare body erupted with intricately textured, jet-black scales. The twin horns atop its head elongated and sharpened, complementing its sleek, dark exterior with a metallic sheen. This transformation evoked memories of the mechanical Triceratops from Transformers, albeit in a smaller form. However, the metallic aspect was not golden. It appeared that further financial investment was required to achieve a golden legendary upgrade. As the information regarding the demon-horned dragon materialized before him, Lin Xiao's smile widened, though a sense of resignation accompanied it. Cultivating a divine beast, indeed, demanded a substantial financial commitment. The price for a high-grade beast core soared to 100,000, and that was for subpar merchandise. In specialty stores, prices began at a minimum of 200,000. Lin Xiao valiantly suppressed the urge to splurge. Not to mention, despite being of intermediate grade, the current demon horn dragon already possessed a metallic form, rendering it superior to many fifth-level beast tamers. Of course, the level of a beast tamer could be enhanced through specialized training and assessments at the Beast Tamer Academy. Upon exiting Dinosaur Island, the sky had darkened considerably, and Lin Xiao had prepared dinner, calling for Lin Xiao to join her. The spacious living room felt rather desolate, with only Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao seated at the square table. Due to the perpetual vigilance required by the United Nations against celestial falls, their parents were seldom home throughout the year. After all, the creatures from the Dark Dimension did not abide by any rules of engagement, and one could never predict when a celestial fall might occur. Thus, in Lin Xiao's memory, his parents felt like distant figures. Only his sister has consistently cared for him. Lin Xiao not only possesses remarkable beauty, but also excels in culinary arts. As the final dish was served, Lin Xiao sat down, ready to indulge. Lin Xiao picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of braised pork into Lin Xiao's bowl, stating, "I will return to the Research Institute tomorrow and won't be able to accompany you to the academy." "It's fine. You are often quite busy. Take care of your health," Lin Xiao replied, while savoring his meal. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's casual concern, Lin Xiao smiled gently and said, "I have already notified the Beast Tamer Academy this afternoon. There will be someone designated to receive you, considering you are entering through special channels. Without protection, it will be easy for you to be bullied. Actually, there is no need for that. Who would dare provoke me? They would have to be prepared for 1,000 transparent holes." Lin Xiao grinned. "What?" Lin Xiao adjusted her glasses, seemingly thinking she had misheard. "Cough, it's nothing," Lin Xiao shrugged off. "The person who will receive you is named Qin Peng. When you meet him, address him as Uncle Qin. He is the director of the Beast Tamer Academy. His daughter, Qin Ruodong, is a level 5 beast tamer. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also quite respected among the freshmen. With her looking out for you, I can rest easy." Upon hearing about the stunning level 5 beast tamer, Lin Xiao suddenly paused with his chopsticks. "It can't be that person, right?" He shook his head, dismissing the thought. "It can't be so coincidental. After all, there are many level 5 beast tamers in the academy. I can't be that unlucky." After the meal, as per his routine, Lin Xiao washed the dishes before heading to his room to rest. The next morning, as the sun began to rise, Lin Xiao was awakened by the alarm clock. He swiftly got out of bed, took a shower, changed clothes, and had breakfast in one go. However, by this time, Lin Xiao had already left for the Research Institute, leaving Lin Xiao to take the subway to report on his own. The Beast Tamer Academy was not located in Millennium City, but in Elronia City, which was merely 10 stops away, not too far. While Lin Xiao was still on the subway, at the exit of Elronia City's subway station, a father and daughter were already waiting. The man, around 40 years old, was impeccably dressed in a suit, handsome in appearance, and likely a charming figure in his younger days. The girl, strikingly beautiful yet somewhat naive, held high a sign that read Lin Xiao. "Dad, why'd I have to hold this? It's so embarrassing," she blushed, clearly unwilling. "Just hang in there. The time is almost here." The man glanced at his watch and replied, "Who exactly is this Lin Xiao to warrant such a grand reception from the director? Could he possibly be a genius beast tamer?" The girl seemed quite curious about this stranger she had yet to meet. "No, his parents and sister have connections, which is why he was granted an exception to enter the academy," the man explained. "An exception? He can't possibly be below level 3, can he?" At this, the girl lowered the sign, feeling disheartened. "What is going on? I thought he was some extraordinary genius, making me, a talented girl, stand here waiting with this sign. Turns out he is just a good-for-nothing who entered through the back door. He is merely at the 2nd level, yet one must not underestimate him. His family is replete with high-ranking officials, wielding considerable power, to the extent that even I must regard him with a measure of reverence," spoke the man. "This father and daughter duo are none other than Qin Peng and Qin Ruodo, of high-ranking officials. A good-for-nothing is still a good-for-nothing, relying on familial connections to gain admission to the Beast Tamer Academy. Surely, he cannot be anything more than an oversized infant. Father, how can someone like this attend the Beast Tamer Academy? Isn't that merely a hindrance?" The girl appeared somewhat agitated, as she has always held a deep admiration for those with genuine prowess. In her eyes, mere muggles and good-for-nothings are devoid of any reason for existence. "Hurry! The subway is arriving at the station. Raise the sign," Qin Peng urged hastily. Qin Ruodong, unwilling to defy her father's command, reluctantly lifted the sign. Then, she beheld a young man clad in a black trench coat, not particularly handsome but undeniably refined, approaching. Lin Xiao too noticed the girl holding the sign and walked over with a smile. Yet, as he drew nearer, "It's you!" Lin Xiao and Qin Ruodong exclaimed almost in unison. Truly, what a narrow road for adversaries. Chapter 5, Advanced Beasts. The three-headed savage beast. The moment the two individuals met, it was as if bitter enemies had crossed paths, igniting an intense animosity. Qin Ruodong could hardly forget the muggle who had played her for a fool the previous day, and to her astonishment, she encountered him once more today. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, wore a grim expression, lamenting his misfortune. Qin Peng observed the sparks flying between the two with a mix of surprise and confusion, inquiring, "Have you met before?" "Not at all. He is a renowned second-generation official, with connections that even reach the Beast Tamer Academy. I hardly possess the qualifications to meet him," Qin Ruodong retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, but remained unperturbed. Qin Peng chuckled awkwardly and remarked, "Lin, please don't take offense. This girl has quite the temperament." Lin Xiao acknowledged him with a gentle smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Director of Education at the Academy, and you may call me Uncle Qin. This is my daughter, Qin Ruodong," Qin Peng said with a smile. "Hello, Uncle Qin," Lin Xiao greeted him courteously. "All right, no need to linger. It's the beginning of the school year. Let us return to the Academy," Qin Peng stated, making his way toward a nearby business vehicle. Lin Xiao followed suit and entered the vehicle. As the car leisurely cruised along the road, Qin Peng suddenly said, "Lin, once we arrive at the school, let Ruodong show you around to help you familiarize yourself with the campus. Should you encounter any issues or face bullying, you may seek her assistance." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao glanced at the girl in the passenger seat, who wore a look of disdain and chose not to respond. "Ruodong, do take good care of Lin," Qin Peng advised his daughter. "Rest assured, Dad, I will certainly provide him with special care," Qin Ruodong emphasized the word care with a noticeable inflection. Who is she, after all? A prodigy in the new student class of the Beast Tamer Academy. Why should she be tasked with looking after a second-generation official who thrived on ancestral privilege? Once they reached the school, she would ensure this pampered child of privilege understood that in a realm where geniuses congregated, the inept had no place. And he would soon depart on his own accord. Actually, that won't be necessary. I believe in the new student class. No one can match my prowess, Lin Xiao casually remarked. Qin Peng was taken aback by his words. Incredulity etched across his face. A level 2 beast tamer? What a jest. Even a mere level 3 could easily outclass him. Yet, Qin Peng kept his thoughts to himself, merely smiling. Boasting without restraint. Do you think the Beast Tamer Academy is your backyard? Don't come crying for your mother when the time comes. Qin Ruodong shot back without hesitation. Lin Xiao, however, would not stoop to engage with this sharp-tongued girl. As the esteemed Lord of Dinosaur Island, he had no reason to be intimidated by anyone. After a half-hour journey, Lin Xiao arrived at the Beast Tamer Academy. This magnificent institution sprawled across the border of Alonia City, occupying an area equivalent to 4 football fields, nurturing warriors for humanity in an unending stream. Since the distribution of beast taming devices commenced in the afternoon, Qin Peng suggested that Qin Ruodong guide Lin Xiao around to help him acclimate to his surroundings. Curiously, the initially reluctant Qin Ruodong suddenly adopted a different demeanor, eager to show Lin Xiao around. Lin Xiao sensed that this unusual behavior might harbor ulterior motives. Lin, allow me to take you to a splendid place. I am certain you shall enjoy it, Qin Ruodong remarked, her tone shifting as she gazed at Lin Xiao. Very well, Lin Xiao replied casually. Subsequently, Qin Ruodong led Lin Xiao around the academy, directing their path toward the back mountains. Are we not to tour the academy? We haven't even entered the main gate. Where are we headed? Lin Xiao inquired, observing the path ahead where Qin Ruodong walked. You shall know when we arrive, Qin Ruodong replied nonchalantly. Before long, the pair reached the dense forest located behind the academy. Lin Xiao halted abruptly, questioning, are we to enter? Indeed, there are treasures within this forest, which I usually do not disclose to others. Come on, Qin Ruodong replied dismissively, continuing onward. Lin Xiao remained silent, intrigued to discover what this venomous scorpion girl was truly up to. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, they ventured deep into the woods. A growing sense of unease enveloped Lin Xiao, prompting him to turn and remark, what is there to see amidst this carpet of withered branches and leaves? Just then, he realized that Qin Ruodong, who had been beside him, had vanished. An illusion? Lin Xiao's expression darkened. This illusion was a capability of the beast controlling device, capable of projecting a miniature replica to create a decoy, often employed in combat to divert the attention of aberrant beasts for escape. He never anticipated that this girl would use it against him. Meanwhile, outside the dense forest, Qin Ruodong deactivated the beast-controlling device, a smile gracing her lips. In this woodland lies a formidable aberrant beast, Lin. I am eager to witness how you will emerge in tears. This forest was known as the Trial Forest, and the aberrant beast within had been captured by the Academy, fitted with a restraining device that greatly diminished its power, preventing it from leaving the forest. Specifically designed to showcase to new students. Her intention was to make this boy realize that aberrant beasts held no regard for his privileged status as a scion. She suspected that upon encountering a genuine aberrant beast, he would be rolling on the ground, wailing for his mother. But would it truly unfold this way? At this moment, Lin Xiao scanned his surroundings, and suddenly, from the distant thicket came a rustling sound. With a thunderous roar, a 3-headed giant beast, enveloped in a swirling yellowish gas, leapt forth, emitting a deafening growl. Its size was comparable to that of Sedan, resembling a black bear with 3 heads. Lin Xiao's expression darkened. Damn it, venomous scorpion girl, was it really necessary to go this far over a mere aberrant beast core? 3-headed savage beast, quality, advanced skill, shockwave strike attribute, earth status, weakened as the information about the 3-headed savage beast materialized in a holographic projection before Lin Xiao's eyes. He mused, an advanced aberrant beast, albeit a weakened one? Very well. Let me assess the combat prowess of this devilish horned dragon. In Lin Xiao's lexicon, there existed no notion of retreat, just as he was in need of an advanced aberrant beast core. He intended to claim the core of this three-headed savage beast for himself. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao suddenly raised his wrist. Roar! With a resounding roar, a demon-like Triceratops, its form imbued with a metallic sheen, was unleashed, causing the very earth to tremble. Lin Xiao, with a twinkle of anticipation in his eyes, cast a knowing glance toward the three ferocious beasts. These beasts, seemingly confined for an eternity, were filled with rage, and upon beholding humanity, they charged towards Lin Xiao without hesitation. Unfazed, Lin Xiao remained steadfast, invoking the divine beast's ability. In an instant, the demon's horns of the Triceratops were enveloped in a golden aura, as its hooves fiercely clawed at the ground before it charged forward with unbridled ferocity. The collision of the two colossal creatures produced a shockwave that fractured the earth beneath them. It must be noted that the metallic Triceratops possessed an exceptionally formidable attack power. With a single, fearless charge, its sharp horns pierced through the bodies of the three beasts. Blood spattered as the beasts, despite their injuries, raised their sharp claws in a desperate attempt to strike, creating sparks as they scraped against the demon Triceratops's hide. Yet astonishingly, it did not falter. Chapter 6. Unbelievably strong in the initial confrontation, the three-headed beast was already at a disadvantage, as it was unable to breach the defenses of its opponent, sealing its fate as an inferior contender. Although the three-headed beast was classified as a high-level exotic creature, its combat prowess was significantly diminished by the restraining device, rendering it at best a mid-tier fighter. In terms of size, it was inherently outmatched by the demon horned dragon, leading to a one-sided battle. The primary reason for this disparity was the sheer strength of the demon horned dragon. Its all-metal encased body was virtually indestructible, complemented by its piercing horns that delivered devastating power. Yet, one cannot overlook the survival instinct of the three-headed beast. With a heart-wrenching roar, it summoned all its strength, propelling itself forcefully against the demon horned dragon, momentarily pushing it away. Subsequently, a whirlwind of earthy yellow gas enveloped its form, which then erupted with tremendous force. With a resounding boom, it unleashed a shockwave attack. The ground fractured like a spider's web under the violent tremors, while Lin Xiao, standing at a considerable distance, remained unfazed, his black cloak billowing dramatically in the gusts. This was not an act. After all, he had witnessed grand spectacles before. 2 years ago, he had observed the cataclysmic clash between Lan Weiwei and a calamity-level beast, rendering this skirmish a mere triviality. Meanwhile, the demon horned dragon, having been thrown off balance by the shockwave, quickly regained its footing, pawing at the ground with indignation and snorting clouds of white steam. Realizing that the three-headed beast was now on its last legs, Lin Xiao discerned that another strike would likely seal its fate. The demon horned dragon obeyed its master's command, unleashing a low growl before charging forward. With a second crushing blow, the massive form of the three-headed beast was sent sprawling several meters away, crashing into the nearby underbrush. At this moment, the three-headed beast lay on the ground, its three heads weakly resting, panting heavily, each adorned with gaping wounds inflicted by the demon horned dragon. Before long, it succumbed to its injuries due to excessive blood loss. Lin Xiao smiled gently as he approached the demon horned dragon, patting its colossal head in praise. Well done. The demon horned dragon responded with a low snort, resembling a horse basking in commendation, before it was promptly returned to Dinosaur Island. Lin Xiao then noticed an irregular oval stone protruding from the torn abdomen of the three-headed beast. This was precisely the high-level exotic core he sought. Without hesitation, he extracted the warm core and tossed it into Dinosaur Island. Although the skeletal remains of this high-level exotic beast were also of interest to him, he had no intention of extracting bones. Furthermore, such remains were abundantly available in the exotic beast market, typically at a modest price, thus rendering it unnecessary. One could only imagine the expression on the Academy's face upon discovering that a high-level exotic beast intended for exhibition had been slain. Lin Xiao adjusted his black cloak and, appearing nonchalant, strolled leisurely toward the exit. Meanwhile, outside, Qin Ruodong anxiously checked the time, her expression one of exasperation. It had already been 20 minutes. Could it be that this fellow has met his demise? If so, what would become of her? Would she not be held accountable? Surely not. Even the most foolish of individuals would instinctively retreat upon sensing danger. Alas, how can there exist such utterly inept individuals in this world? Frustrated, Qin Ruodong stamped her foot, realizing that she had no choice but to venture in and seek him out. As she stepped deeper into the darkness, a young figure emerged, strolling forth with a calm demeanor. The sight of this youth momentarily stunned Qin Ruodong. Why was he not fleeing in tears? Observing the young man's gentle smile, she instinctively inquired, "Are you all right?" To her question, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, responding, "What would be the matter? Didn't you discover anything while inside?" Qin Ruodong pressed. "Such as?" Lin Xiao replied. "For instance, a beast with 3 heads," she suggested. "I saw nothing of the sort," Lin Xiao stated, before turning away and striding off without further engagement. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Qin Ruodong was left dumbfounded. It was impossible. The location she had led him to was indeed the lair of the 3-headed beast. How could he have encountered nothing? Alternatively, perhaps he had been so frightened that he had fled in a panic, only to emerge pretending to be composed? Yes, that must be it. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Qin Ruodong hastened to catch up, exclaiming, "Lin Xiao, you can keep up the act," but however, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Xiao suddenly pivoted and delivered a swift slap across her face. The sound of the slap echoed sharply, devoid of any hesitation, landing squarely on Qin Ruodong's cheek. The blow was delivered without an ounce of mercy, causing her to stagger and leaving a vivid red imprint of 5 fingers on her fair complexion. This unforeseen event transpired so swiftly that Qin Ruodong could hardly process it, staring at Lin Xiao in disbelief. She was a prodigious beast tamer at the academy, one who had never been harmed by another soul in her entire life. Yet here she was assaulted? "Lin Xiao, you struck me?" She felt as if she were trapped in a surreal dream, covering her face in disbelief. Lin Xiao's gaze, piercing and cold, fixed upon Qin Ruodong as he spoke in an icy tone. "Qin Ruodong, do you find this amusing? Do you derive pleasure from making me look foolish before you? I cannot comprehend how you can be so petty. I hope you remember this slap. Should there be a next time, it shall not be merely a slap." With that, Lin Xiao turned and walked away, leaving Qin Ruodong standing there, as if in a dream. For a fleeting moment, she sensed an almost tangible aura of danger emanating from him, as if she might truly face her demise at any moment. What on earth was wrong with this ordinary fellow? Qin Ruodong felt as though she might lose her mind. She had been struck by someone who didn't even possess divine beasts. The thought ignited a fierce anger within her. "Lin Xiao, do you think I fear you just because your parents are influential? You, an ordinary person, dare to lay a hand on me." Yet her furious shouts did not compel Lin Xiao to halt his steps. Qin Ruodong was nearly driven to the brink of madness, her eyes brimming with resentment. It seemed the only resolution was to enlist the aid of several beast tamers from the academy who pursued her to teach this oblivious offspring of privilege a lesson. As Lin Xiao exited the dense forest, he was utterly at a loss regarding Qin Ruodong. Had it not been for the warm regard of Uncle Qin, the matter would not have been so trivial. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Lin Xiao reached the entrance of the academy, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from his sister, Lin Xiao. "Hello, little brother, how are you? Is everything going smoothly?" Lin Xiao inquired. "Smoothly, exceedingly smoothly," Lin Xiao replied with a smile. "That's wonderful. By the way, our parents are returning tonight to celebrate your achievement," Lin Xiao said joyfully. "Celebrate? What is there to celebrate for a mere second-tier beast tamer?" Lin Xiao responded, momentarily speechless. "You know our parents. They have waited for so many years. Now that you have finally become a beast tamer, how could we not celebrate? They even plan to host a banquet at home." Lin Xiao laughed. Lin Xiao. "Great. It seems this news is destined to be broadcasted to the world, that the Lin family has produced a second-tier beast tamer." Chapter 7. After a phone call with Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao wore a look of helplessness. However, this was a situation he could not escape. His parents had long dreamed of having a beast tamer in the family. Now that one had finally emerged, they were naturally overjoyed. After wandering around the academy a few times, Lin Xiao truly witnessed the formidable nature of the Beast Tamer Academy. Everywhere he looked, he saw beast tamers adorned with 4th and 5th level badges. Those bearing these badges were freshmen from the outer academy, as new students were required to undergo a talent assessment for better classification. Meanwhile, the senior students from the inner academy, who had been enrolled for 3 years, wore a different kind of badge, the Divine Beast Badge. This badge, crafted from precious metals in the shape of a beast's head, featured stars beneath it, indicating the level of divine beasts summoned by the Beast Tamer. There were a total of 8 stars, corresponding to the 8 grades of divine beasts, ranging from beginner to divine. He had once seen Lan Weiwei's badge, which displayed a beast's head along with 4 brilliant stars, marking her as a beast tamer of the Beast King level. Generally, those who wore the Divine Beast Badge were revered as true beast tamers, holding a prestigious status and belonging to an elite class of the Chosen Ones. After Lin Xiao had strolled around, he received a call from Qin Peng, which led him to wonder if Qin Ruodong had complained to his father. After all, he had indeed slapped her quite hard. However, upon arriving at the director's office, it seemed not to be as he had imagined. At that moment, Qin Peng sat in the office, and upon seeing Lin Xiao enter, he immediately smiled and said, "Lin, how are you finding the school environment?" "Pretty good," Lin Xiao nodded. "I called you here to inform you that you need not participate in the talent assessment and beast tamer equipment distribution this afternoon. I have already prepared everything for you," Qin Peng said, as he retrieved a 3rd-level beast tamer badge from his drawer. On the table lay an accessory resembling a wrist guard, which was a beast tamer tool. This was indeed fortunate. It spared him the embarrassment of being assessed as a 2nd-level tamer, which would reveal to the entire academy that Lin Xiao had gained admission through dubious means. Qin Peng had been quite thoughtful in this regard. "Put on the beast tamer tool and see if it fits," Qin Peng chuckled. Lin Xiao donned the tool around his wrist, conveniently covering his dragon tattoo. "This beast tamer tool has many functions. You can explore its features when you have the time," Qin Peng encouraged. Lin Xiao toyed with the tool, but found little interest. It was likely to be of little use to him, merely a decorative piece. "Thank you, Uncle Qin," Lin Xiao politely expressed his gratitude. "Haha, no need for formalities. Please wait here in the office for a moment. I have to attend to some matters. Once the assessment outside is complete, you will officially enroll," Qin Peng replied. Lin Xiao nodded, watching Qin Peng leave, and then sat in the office, waiting. Before he knew it, Lin Xiao dozed off, and when he awoke, the clock indicated it was already 1 in the afternoon. The noise from outside roused him. Sitting in Qin Peng's office, he could see the bustling square through the window. At that moment, the square was filled with approximately 200 to 300 people, the first batch of students enrolling that day. They were diligently conducting talent assessments, while Lin Xiao leisurely sat inside, observing the proceedings. The assessor, a middle-aged man with sparse stubble, was none other than Guidong, who was responsible for Lin Xiao's evaluation. The assessment process was rather monotonous, nearly lulling Lin Xiao to sleep. After approximately 2 hours, the evaluation concluded. It must be said that the elimination rate was truly high. Out of 200 to 300 participants, only about 40 remained. At this moment, Lin Xiao departed from the office and strolled towards the group of over 40 individuals, taking his place at the end of the line. Just then, a young man standing beside Lin Xiao cast a curious glance in his direction and said, "Hey, fellow student, I didn't see you during the assessment just now." "I arrived early and was assessed beforehand," Lin Xiao replied casually, having noticed that the young man also wore a 3rd-level badge. "Oh, it can be done that way?" The young man exclaimed in surprise, then extended his hand, saying, "Hello, I am Lu Yong." "Lin Xiao," he replied, shaking Lu Yong's hand. "Lin, from now on, we shall be fellow students in the same cohort. Let's look out for each other," Lu Yong said with a grin. "Sure, I appreciate that," Lin Xiao responded with a faint smile. Perhaps this is akin to sheep huddling together for warmth. After all, Lin Xiao observed that among the 40 individuals present, over half were 4th-level beast tamers, with 3 exceptional students having reached the 5th level. In contrast, there were only a handful at the 3rd level. "Welcome to the Beast Tamer Academy. I presume you have all familiarized yourselves, to some extent, with the rules and regulations of the academy prior to your arrival. I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. Designated beast tamers will guide you in becoming acquainted with the academy and the exotic beasts, Guidon proclaimed with his usual arrogance. As the most authoritative beast assessment master in the United Nations of countries, he commanded respect, except when in the presence of Lin Xiao, where he would feign humility. Hey, Qin Ruodong is about to arrive. She is our class representative for the newcomers. And she is quite beautiful, Lu Yong remarked quietly, his eyes glimmering with admiration. Hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled faintly, thinking that she might not appear as lovely now, considering the mark on her face would not easily fade. Just as Lu Yong was lost in his infatuation, two figures suddenly approached from a distance. It was indeed Qin Ruodong, sporting a baseball cap, with her long hair cascading down to cover part of her left cheek. Clearly, she was attempting to conceal the imprint on her face. Accompanying her was a striking young man in his 20s, exuding an air of distinction and confidence. Most notably, he bore a 3-star beast head emblem on his chest, signifying that he was a senior beast tamer. The moment he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of numerous infatuated girls in the vicinity. After all, this handsome young man was a senior beast tamer, a formidable warrior who had battled genuine exotic beasts, naturally garnering the admiration of many young women. As Qin Ruodong arrived, her cool, aloof gaze scanned the group of over 40 students. Except for a brief pause on a few 5th-level students, she scarcely acknowledged those at the 3rd and 4th levels. Certainly, there exists one exception, and that is Lin Xiao, who had struck her with a slap. His once aloof gaze instantly turned malevolent. Yet Lin Xiao remained, as ever, the epitome of refinement and grace, adorned with a seemingly innocuous smile. Qin Ruodong discreetly whispered a few words into the ear of the young man, and it was precisely those words that caused the haughty senior beast tamer to fix his gaze intently upon Lin Xiao, who stood at the edge of the crowd. Under the scrutiny of the eminent beast tamer, Lin Xiao remained composed, unperturbed in the slightest. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Ning, a senior beast tamer from the Inner Academy. I have heard that among you, there are a few who have entered through the back door. I do not concern myself with your status outside. Once you arrive at the Beast Tamer Academy, your true nature cannot be concealed. I implore those who have taken the clandestine route to step forward, so I may extend to you special consideration, for after all, the magical beast will show no mercy. The man named Ning Yi spoke, his gaze fixated on Lin Xiao, almost as if singling him out. Beside him, Qin Ruodong wore a smile that betrayed a sense of schadenfreude. Chapter 8, Shock. Has the high-level behemoth been slain? Ning Yi's words were clearly directed at Lin Xiao. After all, among the multitude present, he was the sole individual who had entered through the back door. Yet, Lin Xiao maintained his genteel smile. In his eyes, a high-level beast tamer was hardly remarkable. If he so desired, he could achieve that status within a single day, especially since he currently possessed a core from a high-level beast. It seemed to have no intention of stepping forward. The day after tomorrow, we shall venture into the divine beast forest to select our beasts. I wonder how you will conceal yourself then. Ning Yi cast a prolonged glance at Lin Xiao, his scrutiny unmistakable. Are there others among us who have taken a back door? Goodness, is that not akin to courting death? Those who enter through the back door are merely level 2 tamers or below. During the team allocation, would that not hinder us? Who on earth is so shameless? At that moment, the crowd erupted into a flurry of whispers, each person casting furtive glances at one another. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Ruodong's smile widened. Lin Xiao had struck her, and she would repay him 100-fold. When the time came, it would be intriguing to see how he would continue to navigate the Beast Tamer Academy. Now, I shall escort you to the trial forest, where you will encounter true high-level beasts, Ning Yi declared, raising his hand to quell the uproar. We are about to behold living beasts. I wonder what they look like. It is said they are formidable, and only high-level tamers can contend with them. The excitement was palpable. This would be my first encounter. Many were undeniably exhilarated. Lin, we are on the brink of seeing high-level beasts. Are you not thrilled? I visited the wasteland once and saw a mid-level beast with my own eyes, but I have yet to witness a high-level one. Lu Yong's eyes gleamed with fervor as he turned to Lin Xiao. Indeed, it is thrilling. Lin Xiao replied with a smile. I too am quite excited. I must capture this moment. Such an opportunity is rare. Liu Yong seemed to have his camera at the ready. Lin Xiao shook his head in resignation. It seemed this new friend would be disappointed, as the three formidable beasts had already been reduced to mere pulp. Let us proceed, Ning Yi called out, slightly raising his hand. The 40 or so individuals trembled with excitement. After all, it had been over 20 years since the last significant celestial descent. Though there had been sporadic incidents of falling disasters during those years, they were of a mundane wolf-level nature. Upon occurrence, the United Nations would promptly dispatch tamers for eradication. It was rare for ordinary people to witness such events, particularly within the safety zones. Disaster levels are classified into 5 tiers: wolf, tiger, ghost, dragon, and divine. The higher the level, the more catastrophic the disaster, especially those ranked ghost and above, which could lead to apocalyptic devastation. Under Ning Yi's leadership, the group of over 40 marched grandly toward the trial forest. At that moment, Qin Ruodong was equally eager to discover what had befallen the high-level beast. Had it perhaps been asleep when she led Lin Xiao inside, oblivious to his presence? Otherwise, how could one possibly emerge as if nothing had happened? When a group of over 40 arrived at the trial forest, Ning Yi halted the procession, stating, "Everyone, the creature we are dealing with is a high-grade beast known as the three-headed savage. Although it is restrained by suppressors, its combat prowess remains formidable. When we encounter it, do not panic. Follow my commands, and I shall ensure your safety." Upon hearing Ning Yi's words, the group nodded in agreement, closely trailing behind him. As Ning Yi advanced, he gently touched the beast tamer's device. A resounding wolf howl echoed, and a massive wolf radiating blue arcs of electricity materialized before them. The wolf stood as tall as a person, adorned with alternating silver and blue stripes, baring its teeth and exuding an overwhelming presence. The high-grade divine beast, Gale Wolf. No one expected that Senior Ning Yi's divine beast would be one of the wind attribute. Many in the group erupted in excitement. Simultaneously, Qin Ruodong, who had enrolled a year earlier, also delicately touched her beast tamer's device. In an instant, a snow-white snow leopard, seemingly sculpted from ice and snow, leapt forth, emitting a low growl from its throat. As the snow leopard appeared, the temperature around them noticeably plummeted. A mid-grade ice attribute divine beast, the Xianbing leopard. The class leader is quite impressive indeed. She is truly a talented freshman, with a divine beast of such strength. Many were once again filled with awe. At that moment, Qin Ruodong appeared to revel in the envious gazes of those around her, raising her delicate hand to stroke the Xianbing leopard's head. The Xianbing leopard seemed to comprehend its master's sentiments, its eyes glowing with a white luminescence, fixating intently on Lin Xiao, emitting a low growl. With the protection of these two divine beasts, the anxious hearts of the group began to settle. They continued to follow Ning Yi forward. However, after a few minutes, Ning Yi's brow furrowed. Something felt amiss. By this point, the three-headed savage should have emerged. Even Qin Ruodong beside him felt puzzled. What could be the matter? Senior, where's the high-grade beast? One bold student eagerly inquired. No need to rush. It should be nearby, Ning Yi replied, his expression darkening slightly. Could it be that the beast is hiding in some obscure corner, asleep? With this thought, Ning Yi raised his hand. Gale Wolf, search for the beast's location. The Gale Wolf, responding to its master's command, immediately began to sprint at an astonishing speed. However, in that instant, a frantic scream erupted from the crowd. Ning Yi's face paled, shifting from dark to white. What happened? Were we attacked? Beside him, Qin Ruodong promptly directed the Xianbing leopard towards the source of the scream. The beast. At that moment, a girl around 16 or 17 years old collapsed to the ground, her face drained of color, trembling as she pointed at a nearby thicket, struggling to articulate her fears. When Ning Yi and Qin Ruodong, accompanied by their divine beasts, reached the thicket, the sight before them rendered them utterly speechless. The colossal three-headed beast now lay lifeless amidst the dense underbrush, the earth saturated with its blood. Judging by the state of decay, it had perished merely a few hours prior. What on earth? Ning Yi stood frozen in disbelief. As Qin Ruodong approached, She beheld the creature riddled with gaping wounds. To inflict such puncture injuries, the force that vanquished this three-headed beast must possess immense power. In that instant, a shiver ran down Qin Ruotong's spine, and she instinctively cast her gaze towards the calm figure of Lin Xiao within the crowd. Sensing her scrutiny, Lin Xiao returned her gaze with a genteel yet chilling smile. Their eyes locked, and an involuntary chill coursed through Qin Ruotong's body. This formidable beast had been thriving just this morning, with its demise occurring only a few hours ago. Did that not imply that it coincided precisely with the moment she had brought Lin Xiao into this place? The implications were horrifying. A cold dread enveloped Qin Ruotong. Could it be that this individual was responsible for the death of the three-headed beast? Chapter 9. Choosing neither, a gentle breeze swept through, caressing the faces of all present, accompanied by a chilling draft that sent shivers down their spines. The gruesome demise of the three-headed beast was particularly unsettling. It was evident that during a fierce struggle, it had been pierced multiple times by a force far superior, ultimately succumbing to excessive blood loss. Windwolf, stay alert. The previously silent gathering was stirred as Ning Yi, sensing impending danger, bellowed with authority. The Windwolf swiftly dashed to the forefront, baring its teeth and scanning the surroundings with vigilance. My heavens, an advanced beast has been slain? Lu Yong, the newcomer who had previously greeted Lin Xiao, stood frozen, camera in hand, bewildered by the unfolding scene. What on earth can I capture now? It's dead? The 40-odd spectators stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Only Lin Xiao, the architect of this chaos, wore a faint smile, exuding an air of nonchalance. This unsettling spectacle did not escape Qin Ruotong's keen gaze. She meticulously calculated the timing of the three-headed beast's demise, which coincided perfectly with Lin Xiao's entry into the trial forest. This could only imply one thing. Lin Xiao was inextricably linked to the beast's death. Several hours prior, he was the only one who had ventured in, and since then, no other creatures had entered the trial forest. The more she pondered, the more a sense of dread enveloped her. She realized she could not fathom the depths of this individual she had dismissed as mundane. The news of the three-headed beast's death swiftly reached the Beast Tamer Academy through Ning Yi. In less than 10 minutes, 4 or 5 forensic experts clad in protective gear, accompanied by several senior officials from the academy, hurried into the trial forest. They cordoned off the area with a meticulous display of authority. The forensic specialists commenced their dissection of the three-headed beast. Approximately half an hour later, one of the forensic experts removed his mask and approached a senior official. The vice president of the Academy's external department, Zhang Li, a 60-year-old man with a shock of white hair, retained a robust physique. His face bore a terrifying scar that stretched from his left eye down to the right side of his neck, exuding an imposing presence. This vice president was no ordinary individual. He had personally witnessed the cataclysmic celestial fall war that nearly obliterated the Earth 2 decades ago. Vice President, the autopsy results are in. The three-headed beast suffered 8 fatal puncture wounds. The severity of the lacerations suggests they were inflicted by a beast of metallic properties. Furthermore, its core has been extracted. The forensic expert handed the examination report to Zhang Li. Taking the report, Zhang Li stroked his chin, thoughtfully, curious. There are only 2 or 3 individuals in the external department possessing metallic beasts, and their creatures are canines, incapable of inflicting such penetrating injuries. Who could be responsible for this? Zhang Li appeared deeply shaken, although he skillfully concealed his astonishment. It was clear that the trial forest lay beneath the very noses of the external department. Despite the advanced beast being weakened, it would still pose a significant challenge for an ordinary intermediate divine beast to slay it. Vice Dean, I strongly recommend sealing off the trial forest. Additionally, we should conduct thorough inspections of each class in the outer academy and review the surveillance footage to ascertain who has entered during this period. At that moment, Ning Yi approached and spoke up. Upon hearing the mention of reviewing the footage and conducting individual inquiries, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that his identity as the island master of Dinosaur Island was about to be exposed? Was this not playing with fire? Given his unique circumstances, he could easily find himself subjected to dissection for research purposes. Meanwhile, Qin Ruodong, who had been closely observing Lin Xiao, felt an escalating sense of anxiety. After all, she had taken a new student into the trial forest without permission, which was a clear violation of the rules. Even though her father was the director of education, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. Let us keep this matter discreet for now. Allow the new student to return, and summon them again when we head to the Divine Beast Forest the day after tomorrow, Zhongli commanded with composure, seemingly aiming to clarify the situation here during this interim. Yes, Ning nodded in agreement before gesturing for the more than 40 new students to depart. Each of them had arrived with high hopes, only to leave disappointed, having anticipated a glimpse of advanced exotic beasts but instead encountering a corpse. Lin Xiao fervently wished that this incident would remain under wraps. Otherwise, it could lead to significant complications. Of course, he was not one to shy away from trouble. As the students gradually exited the trial forest, Qin Ruodong, who had been trailing Lin Xiao, hastened to catch up. "Lin Xiao, was it you?" she questioned as she confronted him. Upon hearing her inquiry, Lin Xiao turned back. "Indeed, it was I." The moment those words left his lips, Qin Ruodong trembled, as if she had just heard the most absurd joke. How could someone who had never even set foot in the Divine Beast Forest possess the capability to slay an advanced exotic beast that even she feared? Was that even conceivable? "Lin Xiao, are you jesting?" Qin Ruodong found it impossible to believe. "If you do not believe me, why do you bother asking? And by the way, are we even acquainted? You seem to overestimate your significance. You have no idea who you were conversing with." At that moment, Lin Xiao's demeanor shifted dramatically, his confidence towering above all other talented individuals. His words left Qin Ruodong momentarily speechless as she stood there, unable to react. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted, and a youthful figure approached Lin Xiao with a leisurely pace. "Is it you who struck Ruodong?" The newcomer was none other than Ning, exuding an air of arrogance. Gazing at the unfriendly expression on his face, Lin Xiao offered a faint smile. "Yes, it was I who did. Senior, this is the person who, relying on his parents' connections within the Thousand Nations Alliance, has become insufferably arrogant. Just look at what he did to my face. It's still slightly swollen," Qin Ruodong lamented, covering her still slightly reddened cheek. "Speak up, kid. How shall we settle this slap? Will you kneel and slap yourself 10 times in apology, or shall Ruodong return the favor personally?" Although Ning, he was in the inner courtyard, he was undoubtedly one of Qin Ruodong's most fervent admirers. Now that the girl he cherished had been wronged, how could he possibly let it slide? Seeking retribution for his goddess could significantly enhance his standing in her eyes. "What if I choose neither?" Lin Xiao maintained a demeanor of refined elegance, responding with a smile. "Haha, fine. It is strictly forbidden to engage in combat within the academy, so I shall refrain from striking you here. However, in the Divine Beast Forest the day after tomorrow, your fortune may not be as favorable." Ning Yi's gaze turned slightly frosty as he replied. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiao suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "Very well, we shall meet in the Divine Beast Forest." Taken aback by Lin Xiao's audacity to confront him directly, Ning Yi found himself momentarily stunned. Even Qin Ruodong was startled by Lin Xiao's boldness. Before either could react, Lin Xiao had already departed. Chapter 10. Gaining Power. Assimilation. Lin Xiao had never been fond of trouble, especially when it arrived uninvited. However, he was not one to shy away from challenges. Qin Ruodong, with her temper akin to that of a spoiled heiress, had been relentless ever since he had seized a mid-tier beast core from her. If he wished to navigate his time at the Beast Tamer Academy smoothly, he needed to resolve this issue with Qin Ruodong. Additionally, there was the troublesome Ning Yi. If these two were not dealt with, they would buzz around Lin Xiao like persistent flies. As a transmigrator, Lin Xiao was all too familiar with the dynamics of campus bullying. Typically, his approach to such situations was to confront them head-on. Cowardice? That was not in his nature. Nevertheless, he had to acknowledge the gravity of this particular circumstance. Ning, he was a senior beast tamer from the Inner Academy, summoning a Gale Wolf. It appeared he had faced genuine beasts in combat, possessing experience and strength far surpassing that of the weak advanced beasts. Engaging Ning Yi with a mid-tier demon horn dragon, while it boasted a formidable metallic defense due to its corporeal form, would be unwise. The demon horn dragon, although immensely powerful in both defense and offense, was severely hampered by its cumbersome weight, sacrificing speed in the process. Thus, an upgrade was imperative, at the very least, elevating the Demon Horn Dragon to match Ning Yi's caliber. Crucially, assimilation was the key. For Ning Yi to ascend to the rank of Senior Beast Tamer, mastery of assimilation was essential. Within the confines of the Beast Tamer Academy, those who had not acquired this ability could never hope to progress to the Inner Academy. Therefore, Lin Xiao not only needed to elevate the Demon Horn Dragon to an advanced level, but also to research assimilation skills on Dinosaur Island. In doing so, he could arm himself like Iron Man, utilizing the metallic nature of his beast to counter Ning Yi's speed. Glancing at the clock, Lin Xiao noted it was still early afternoon, around 4 o'clock. It appeared he had sufficient time to visit the beast market in Alonia City. Furthermore, due to an unexpected emergency during the trials, classes for new students had been temporarily dismissed. Wasting no time, Lin Xiao hurriedly boarded the subway to the beast market. He was in need of one final component for the upgrade, the bones of an advanced beast. After an hour's travel, he arrived at the beast market and made a beeline for the specialty shop. A complete set of advanced beast bones was priced at a mere 1,000 alliance coins. A remarkably reasonable sum. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao paid with his card, completing the transaction in one swift motion. Once he placed the advanced beast bones into Dinosaur Island, Lin Xiao exited the shop and retreated to a secluded corner, where he promptly teleported to Dinosaur Island. The familiar island basked in the gentle sunlight. At that moment, the Demon Horn Dragon exuded an air of majesty, its entirely metallic body and fearsome horns radiating a formidable lethal power. Upon seeing Lin Xiao enter, it emitted a series of snorts and bounded towards him eagerly. It seemed that this mighty creature deserved a name. After all, calling it merely the Demon Horn Dragon felt rather cumbersome. Considering its endearing snorts during battle, Little Snort seemed more fitting. From this day forth, you shall be known as Little Snort. Lin Xiao affectionately patted the creature's head, smiling as he spoke. The Demon Horn seemed particularly fond of its name, immediately circling around Lin Xiao, exuding joy akin to that of a 3-ton behemoth. Lin Xiao, with utmost caution, maneuvered the small creature and carefully lifted its foot to crush the shell of the advanced beast core. He was not apprehensive about damaging the inner core, for the hardness of the advanced beast core was several dozen times that of the intermediate variety. With a crisp crack resounding, the shell shattered, revealing a core that shimmered with a radiant white light. Lin Xiao placed the advanced beast core beside the bones. In an instant, it appeared that the small creature, the advanced core, and the bones were undergoing a chemical reaction as they absorbed the core and bones into its body. Congratulations, Island Master, on completing the Divine Beast upgrade. Reward: 1,000 reputation points. Total reputation: 2,000. Demon Horn Dragon. Quality: advanced skills. Fearless charge. Strong magnetic storm. Attribute: metal upgrade. Beast King level Beast Core. Beast King level Beast Bones. Beast King Blood. Assimilation. None. With the familiar message appearing, Lin Xiao smiled faintly. Upon reaching the advanced level, he had been granted a new skill: Strong Magnetic Storm. He was curious about how it would manifest. However, he was in no rush. There would be ample opportunities for experimentation, and he should first focus on achieving assimilation. With that thought, Lin Xiao tapped on the dinosaur's head. In an instant, a virtual interface emerged, representing the shop system of Dinosaur Island. Several lines of text appeared, including Assimilation Research, Carnivorous Dinosaur Random, Herbivorous Dinosaur Random, Attribute Synthesis, among other operational interfaces. Yet, all of these required reputation points. With only 2,000 reputation points, Lin Xiao could only afford the assimilation. He raised his hand and selected Assimilation Research. Congratulations, Island Master. You have acquired the assimilation ability of the Demon Horn Dragon. Reputation points: 0, as the voice echoed. The information regarding the Demon Horn was updated. Assimilation. Preparation complete. With a grin, Lin Xiao felt a sense of perfection. He had now acquired virtually all the capabilities typically possessed by conventional beast tamers. Exiting the Dinosaur Island space, Lin Xiao tightened the black coat he wore, feeling the spring breeze invigorate him. His confidence in walking increased. After all, possessing a high-level divine beast and the ability to assimilate signified that his combat prowess could easily surpass that of ordinary advanced beast tamers. As he emerged from the alley, Lin Xiao intended to return to Millennium City. At this hour, his parents should likely be back as well. It had been a long time since he last saw them, and the anticipation filled him with excitement. Surely, if his parents were aware of his current capabilities, they would be overjoyed. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, he noticed an unexpected surge of armed forces pouring onto the street, heading toward the outskirts of Alonia City. This sight left Lin Xiao momentarily bewildered. Was that Lin Tongxue? As he pondered the situation, a voice suddenly called out to him. Turning around, he saw Lu Yong, a fellow third-tier beast tamer, approaching. Lu, what brings you here? Lin Xiao inquired with curiosity. I reside in this vicinity as well. How fortunate to encounter you here, Lu Yong remarked as he turned towards Lin Xiao. Oh, I merely came for a stroll, Lin Xiao replied, casting a glance at the armed forces. What has transpired in Heroine City? Why has there been such a sudden influx of military presence? You're unaware? A calamity has befallen the outskirts of Heroine City, classified as a level wolf disaster. It is rumored that several beast kings have emerged. The Alliance of 1,000 Nations has urgently dispatched beast tamers for eradication efforts. And Heroine City is soon to be placed under martial law, Lu Yong explained slowly. A calamity? Beast kings? Lin Xiao's eyes ignited with fervor. Indeed, Lu Yong continued, a grin spreading across his face. Lin, would you care to join me? If we do not encounter high-level beasts today, witnessing the Beast Kings would certainly be a tremendous opportunity. Hee, that is precisely my intention, Lin Xiao replied with a broad smile. Chapter 11. The Descent from Heaven. The emergence of a catastrophic beast, just as the demon horn dragon was elevated to a higher level, calamity struck. Lin Xiao and Lu Yong swiftly reached a consensus and took the subway directly to the outskirts of Alonia City. Lin, with this descent, I suspect the coalition of nations will dispatch beast king-level beast tamers, Lu Yong remarked as he sat beside Lin Xiao. Do you know who the beast king-level war god of Alonia City is? Beast king-level war god? Lin Xiao murmured. That individual is the pride of Alonia City. A prodigious beast tamer from the Academy's inner sanctum. Despite being a beast king-level tamer, she can contend with catastrophic beasts. I hear she is currently preparing materials to ascend to the level of catastrophic beast tamer, Lu Yong said, his excitement palpable. A smile crept onto Lin Xiao's face. It appeared that only one person could possess such titles. That person was his savior, the one who had once rescued him from the jaws of a beast. Lan Weiwei. Lin Xiao blurted out. Ah, you know her, Lin? Lu Yong was taken aback. It was not merely a matter of knowing Lan Weiwei. Had it not been for her, Lin Xiao would likely have become mere dust by now. As the subway arrived at the outskirts station, Lin Xiao and Lu Yong disembarked. Just as they exited the city, roar. At that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly heard a thunderous roar emanating from the wilderness beyond the city. The sound was deafening, as if it could pierce through eardrums. Indeed, it was a beast king-level beast. Lu Yong's face was a canvas of shock. Lin Xiao, momentarily stunned by the roar, furrowed his brow. Why did that roar sound so familiar? In an instant, he was transported back 2 years. Yes, that roar belonged to the venomous dragon lizard. This was no mere beast king-level creature. It was clearly the roar of a catastrophic-level beast. The intelligence was erroneous. This was definitely not a beast king. Lin Xiao stated gravely. Impossible. The reports from Alonia City indicated it was a beast king. Lu Yong exclaimed, bewildered. Let us get closer and find out, Lin Xiao replied, swiftly making his way into the wilderness. Lin, are you insane? Even a low-level beast could kill us. Come back. Lu Yong was drenched in cold sweat, terrified by Lin Xiao's recklessness. However, Lin Xiao had no intention of turning back. He yearned to ascertain whether it was indeed the catastrophic-level beast that had once nearly claimed his life. If so, the level of disaster would not merely be that of a wolf, but rather that of a tiger. Lu Yong was nearly beside himself. This guy truly feared nothing. At that moment, Lin Xiao sprinted deeper into the wilderness. It was then that he spotted, 200 meters away, a colossal beast confronting a group of beast tamers. This creature bore a resemblance to a Komodo dragon, yet its size far surpassed that of a tank, being 3 to 4 times larger. Its scaled body shimmered with a green luminescence, and a long, sharp tail dripped with venom. Lin Xiao quickly began to analyze the information regarding this beast. Venomous dragon lizard, quality, catastrophe skills, toxic spray, toxic tail spike, toxic ray, attribute, poison status, healthy indeed. As the information appeared, Lin Xiao's gaze gradually turned cold. This creature was the very one that had almost claimed his life 2 years ago. To his astonishment, it still lived after all this time. While Lin Xiao concealed himself beside some fallen, withered trees, his attention was suddenly drawn to a few beast tamers ahead. These tamers were all high-ranking, but leading them was a woman, dressed in a beast tamer uniform, with a white shirt underneath. Her ample bosom and slender waist complemented her long legs adorned with boots. She was a stunning beauty with both looks and figure at their peak. This woman was none other than Lan Weiwei, someone Lin Xiao was quite familiar with. Can you fools in the intelligence department be a bit more diligent? This is a beast of the king level. It's a catastrophe-level beast. You idiots, hurry and dispatch reinforcements. At that moment, Lan Weiwei, standing firm against the venomous dragon lizard, appeared remarkably composed. She even scolded the intelligence department through her beast-taming device for their errors. My apologies. We received faulty information. Reinforcements are being dispatched now, came the apologetic voice from the intelligence department. Make it quick. Honestly, I cannot contend with it, Lan Weiwei said, her tone filled with helplessness. Indeed, she had nearly lost her life to the tail spike of this venomous dragon lizard back then. Had it not been for that little rascal who helped extract the poison from her chest, she might not have lived to tell the tale. As she glanced at this old friend from 2 years ago, her thoughts drifted. She wondered how that young man, whom she had saved back then, was faring now. In the midst of Lan Weiwei's contemplation, the venomous dragon lizard fixed its beady green eyes intently on the woman before it. It seemed to recognize her, its scales bristling as it emitted a low, menacing growl. Captain, this beast looks like it's about to attack. What should we do? A high-ranking beast tamer, controlling a fire attribute octopus spider, asked, bracing for action. The other tamers were equally drenched in cold sweat. The tamer's divine beasts were not solely limited to animal forms. Some gigantic mutated insects and plants, once imbued with attributes, displayed tremendous size and combat prowess. Hold your ground until reinforcements arrive, Lan Weiwei commanded, her voice resolute as she gestured with elegance. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens, a purple thunder tiger was unleashed, accompanied by a crackling sound of lightning. The purple thunder tiger, enveloped in violet thunder, boasted a physique comparable to that of a tank. Lin Xiao casually tapped on the information. Purple thunder tiger, quality, beast king skills, thunder spear, heavenly thunder strike attribute, thunder status. Healthy. As Lin Xiao beheld the information regarding the purple thunder tiger, he was inexplicably moved. It felt as if time had reverted to 2 years prior. Yet, the boy from 2 years ago was no longer the frail youth he once was. Suddenly, the venomous dragon lizard appeared to be somewhat frenzied, charging forward with its heavy limbs. With a roar, its gaping maw unleashed a vast cloud of toxic mist that swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Any area that came into contact with a noxious vapor was entirely corroded. Scatter! Blue Weiwei sensed impending danger and immediately raised her hand. The 4 beast tamers, cursing under their breath, hastily retreated. They had indeed drawn the short straw today, initially expecting to confront merely a few Beast King-level creatures. With a formidable beast tamer like Blue Weiwei, a paragon of strength beneath the calamity level, they believed they would have no issues. Yet, who could have anticipated that they were faced with a calamity-level beast? Lin Xiao, observing the venomous dragon lizard spring into action, also rose abruptly, unable to contain the tumult of emotions within him. It seemed he harbored a profound animosity towards this creature. For 2 years prior, he had been utterly terrified by it. Chapter 12. Heavy Casualties. The toxic dragon lizard, a calamity-grade beast, possesses a terrifying combat prowess that ranks among the top 5. Particularly formidable are its poison-based attacks, which few divine beasts can withstand. The moment the toxic dragon lizard launches its assault, It delineates a toxic domain within a radius of 500 square meters. A vast expanse of poisonous mist envelopes the area, rendering it lethal to the touch. This predicament has left the beast tamers, led by Lan Weiwei, in a state of considerable distress. Not only is the toxic domain inaccessible, but it also obscures the movements of the toxic dragon lizard, akin to a smoke bomb. Damn it, the intelligence department has failed us once again. This endangers our lives, exclaimed the beast tamer controlling the octopus wolf spider, his face a mask of fury. Despite being an experienced beast tamer, he had never faced a calamity-grade beast before, and fear was palpable in his heart. Enough grumbling. Follow the captain's orders. Another beast tamer commanded, directing a wind elemental giant scythe mantis to prepare for action. First, we must disperse and employ ranged attacks to restrain it. Lan Weiwei, having prior experience battling the toxic dragon lizard, knew that proximity was perilous. In her previous encounter, she had been compelled to use assimilation, believing that a close-range strike would ensure its defeat, only to be met with a painful sting. Assimilation is a skill that allows beast tamers to effectively imbue their own attributes and strength with that of divine beasts. However, it serves merely to protect the tamer's fragile body and cannot replace the primary combat capabilities of the divine beasts. The first rule in the code of beast tamer states that they may only resort to assimilation for survival or self-preservation if their divine beast is slain or incapacitated. After Lan Weiwei commanded the retreat, the four beast tamers swiftly maneuvered their respective divine beasts. Some unleashed flames, while others summoned frost for ranged assaults. Among them, one controlled the fire elemental octopus wolf spider, two commanded ice elemental ice breath turtles, and a last wielded the wind elemental giant scythe mantis. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of the octopus wolf spider and the other two ice elemental divine beasts attacking reverberated through the air. A torrent of flames mingled with frost surged into the toxic mist. The thunderous cacophony was deafening, and even Lin Xiao, situated at a distance, felt the earth quaking beneath him. However, Lin Xiao refrained from recklessly charging forward, fully aware of his capabilities. After all, the toxic dragon lizard was far from the feeble, advanced three-headed beast. Following the barrage of attacks, the toxic mist showed no signs of weakening. Rather, it continued to expand and contract, as if it were breathing. Dongji, Lan Weiwei was the first to sense the impending peril and shouted out an urgent warning. Buzz! As the toxic dragon lizard inhaled and exhaled, a green beam of light suddenly shot forth from the toxic mist. Assimilation, observing the swiftly approaching light. The beast tamer controlling the octopus wolf spider immediately activated assimilation. In an instant, the entire body was enveloped by a layer of fiery armor. However, this infernal armor proved inadequate against the piercing, venomous rays unleashed by a calamity-level beast. The esteemed beast tamer was swiftly pierced through, succumbing to a chilling fate. Such strength! With a thud, the tamer collapsed after uttering his final words, and the accompanying eight-legged wolf spider vanished, pulled into the beast-controlling device. Whenever a beast tamer meets their demise, the divine beasts under their command are forcibly retracted into their respective devices. The noxious mist was so dense that visibility was severely compromised, leaving another tamer, who commanded a giant scythe mantis, pale with dread. Observing the fallen tamer, Lan Weiwei furrowed her brows, suddenly raising her hand, Thunder Spear. With her command, the purple thunder tiger let out a furious roar, gathering a sphere of crackling purple lightning within its jaws. In an instant, as the sphere departed from the tiger's mouth, it transformed into a spear entwined with violet thunder, surging into the toxic haze. With a resounding boom, the spear pierced through the mist, creating a massive opening through which the injured venomous dragon lizard could be distinctly seen. Has it been harmed? Lin Xiao, watching from a distance with keen interest, was equally astounded. Lan Weiwei's combat prowess was indeed formidable, as she was a tamer nearing the calamity-level threshold. However, it was evident that a single thunder spear had not inflicted a fatal wound upon the venomous dragon lizard, as vast amounts of poisonous fog were absorbed by the creature. Its massive form re-emerged before the onlookers. You three, prepare yourselves. After I unleash the Thunderbolt Strike, target its poison sac, the most vulnerable point, Lan Weiwei commanded with unwavering composure. Undeterred by the loss of her comrade, upon hearing her words, the three other tamers readied themselves. With a swift motion of her arm, Lan Weiwei summoned the Thunderbolt Strike. The purple thunder tiger leaped forth, its fur crackling with a symphony of violet electricity. As the stored lightning reached critical mass, the tiger surged forward, pouncing toward the venomous dragon lizard. With a cacophony of thunderous strikes, multiple bolts of purple lightning descended upon the creature's head, leaving charred craters in the ground beneath it. Yet, the dragon lizard's skin was as hard as iron. It merely staggered back, shaking its head in defiance. Now's the chance. Attack! The three eager tamers urged their divine beasts forward. However, just as they commanded their beasts to advance, the dragon lizard's sharp tail struck out with a piercing sound, targeting one of the tamers directly. Assimilate, they shouted in unison, attempting to shield themselves. Yet, just as they activated their abilities, one tamer was struck through the brain by the venomous tail, falling lifelessly to the ground. The Beastmaster who was slain was none other than the one commanding the colossal scythe mantis. It was evident that this venomous dragon lizard was acutely aware of the scythe mantis's low defensive capabilities. Had it targeted the two Beastmasters wielding the ice-breathing turtles, the outcome might have been different. With a swift sweep of its tail, the venomous dragon lizard sent the other two Beastmasters flying several dozen meters away, crashing through numerous dead trees before finally coming to a halt. However, the severity of their injuries rendered them unconscious. With a roar, the venomous dragon lizard swiftly dispatched the three Beastmasters, seemingly proclaiming its victory as it directed a furious bellow at Lan Weiwei. This scene left Lin Xiao, who was watching from a distance, utterly astonished. Goodness, this is the terrifying might of a calamity-level beast. It appears that even high-ranking Beastmasters stand no chance against such a foe, as they would perish almost instantly upon close encounter. Only a Beast King like Lan Weiwei might be able to contend with it, but now she had no choice but to fight, for she stood alone. Chapter 13. The fierce battle against the venomous dragon lizard. Where are the reinforcements? Damn it! Lan Weiwei's expression darkened as she witnessed her four teammates swiftly dispatched. Given her prowess, she could manage to evade the venomous dragon lizard for a time. However, engaging it directly posed an immense challenge. This creature had survived for countless years, and the memory of their encounter 2 years prior haunted her. Since becoming a beast tamer, she had never faced defeat. Her only loss was at the hands of this very beast. On that fateful day, during a mission, she stumbled upon Lin Xiao, a 16-year-old boy who, despite lacking any combat ability, faced the venomous dragon lizard with remarkable composure. His indifference and nonchalance in the face of death captivated Lan Weiwei deeply. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged in to save him. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Xiao's thoughts at that moment were far less heroic. Damn it, I'm going to die. I've been alive for 16 years and never held a woman's hand. Am I really going to perish like this? Ultimately resigning himself to fate, he thought, if I'm to die, then so be it. Indeed, Lin Xiao was in a state of shock, unable to express any emotion, yet in Lan Weiwei's eyes he stood resolute, facing the venomous dragon lizard like a true man. Regaining her focus, her beautiful eyes turned icy. 2 years ago, I was defeated by you, but today, that will not be the case. As her words fell, she raised her hand. Roar! The purple thunder tiger unleashed a mighty roar that echoed through the mountains. Leaping into action, in response, the colossal venomous dragon lizard emitted a furious roar, its throat's wrinkled poison sac contracting sharply. Vast clouds of toxic mist erupted forth, colliding violently with the charging purple thunder tiger. The two titanic creatures clashed, the ground quaking beneath them as a cacophony of thunder erupted in an explosion of purple lightning intermingled with green mist, expanding in all directions. Boom! The sound resonated, a thunderous explosion filling the air. The toxic mist and lightning clashed ferociously, each creature unleashing their terrifying power. In such a high-stakes battle, there could be no room for distraction. Lan Weiwei remained utterly focused. With the experience of their previous encounter, she managed to hold her own against the venomous dragon lizard for a time. However, as the battle wore on, the disadvantage of the purple thunder tiger became increasingly apparent. The insurmountable gap in their levels was evident. The disparity between a beast king and a catastrophic beast was significant. Consequently, within a few minutes, the purple thunder tiger began to falter. No matter how many thunder spears it unleashed, the venomous dragon lizard evaded or defended itself with its hardened scales. Its poison sac remained well protected. Watching the scene from a distance, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. If reinforcements did not arrive soon, Lan Weiwei would be in dire straits. He remembered her fiery temperament from 2 years ago. She was tenacious and relentless in battle, fighting to the bitter end. Captain Lan, reinforcements will arrive in 5 minutes. Please hold on. As Blue Weiwei was fully engrossed in her battle with the venomous dragon lizard, a voice emanated from the beast tamer device. This very sound momentarily distracted her. With a sudden force, the thick tail of the venomous dragon lizard swept across, sending the purple thunder tiger flying. Time was slipping away. Less than 5 minutes remained. If help didn't arrive within a minute, she would meet her end. Assimilation. Blue Weiwei shouted angrily at the beast tamer device, while simultaneously unleashing her assimilation ability. Instantly, she was enveloped by arcs of purple lightning. In a split second, the venomous stinger of the dragon lizard came hurtling towards her with a piercing sound, drawing upon the enhanced speed from her assimilation. She deftly evaded the attack by riding the currents of purple lightning. However, once she had dodged, she could not escape a second onslaught. Just as Blue Weiwei steadied herself, a massive tail, laden with venom, swept in. With a resounding crash, she raised her arms in defense, only to be violently flung away, crashing heavily to the ground. The impact left her dazed, her arms fractured, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Thud! Thud! The venomous dragon lizard charged towards her, its tail stinger poised for a lethal strike. Cursed beast! I never imagined I would fall to this creature twice. 20 years have passed, and I have yet to experience love. Am I truly destined to perish like this? Blue Weiwei gazed at the rapidly approaching venomous dragon lizard, letting out a cry of despair. Suddenly, a distant shout caught Lin Xiao's attention, momentarily causing him to pause. That voice was so familiar. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Xiao felt a surge of dread. He anticipated that Blue Weiwei would be defeated so swiftly. Yet there was little he could do, for the calamity-level beast was overwhelmingly powerful. Had it not been for Blue Weiwei risking her life to save him, he would not be alive today. It seemed that the debt of gratitude could finally be repaid. With a determined grunt, Lin Xiao stepped forward without hesitation. Just as Blue Weiwei had once descended like an angel to pull him back from the brink of death. Now, it was his turn to act. With a triumphant snort, the demon horn dragon was summoned, landing heavily on the ground, its massive frame and all-metal scales exuding a formidable presence. Now, advanced to a higher level. The demon horn dragon was as large as a substantial delivery truck, wreathed in shimmering golden gas. Boom! 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 The demon horn dragon charged forth like a high-speed train towards the encroaching venomous dragon lizard. In a fleeting moment when Blue Weiwei had closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, she suddenly beheld the massive beast intercepting the venomous dragon lizard, driving it back with a powerful thrust. With a dull thud, the collision echoed, and the venomous dragon lizard emitted a pained cry as the sharp horns of the demon horn dragon pierced its venom sac. A deluge of viscous green venom spilled forth, releasing noxious clouds of corrosive vapor. The venomous dragon lizard, known for its fierce combat prowess, quickly regained its composure, raising its tail stinger to viciously pierce the body of the demon horn dragon. The sound of sizzling filled the air as the venomous stinger pierced the metallic body of the demon horn dragon, igniting a spark yet failing to breach its defenses. Lin Xiao approached leisurely from a distance, a subtle smile gracing his lips, confirming that his wager had been correct. This metallic form possessed the capability to withstand poison, and the sharp tail stinger proved ineffective against its metallic constitution. How fortuitous to test my new skill on you. The strong magnetic storm. With a sudden motion, Lin Xiao raised his hand. A low hum resonated as the metallic scales of the demon horned dragon quivered. Waves of potent magnetism erupted, connecting with the ground and drawing forth various metallic elements from the earth. In an instant, they coalesced into a formidable metallic storm, surging toward the venomous dragon lizard. As the strong magnetic storm enveloped it, the creature's body seemed to transform into a magnet, with a buried metallic element from the surrounding soil being summoned forth, forming a dense iron crust that significantly hindered the movements of the venomous dragon lizard. Chapter 14. Unbelievable, a powerful magnetic storm significantly impeded the speed of the venomous dragon lizard. The iron scales clinging to its body felt akin to heavy metal blocks. The venomous dragon lizard struggled desperately to shake them off, yet under the influence of the strong magnetism, any that were dislodged would immediately reattach themselves. This infuriated the creature. Charge fearlessly, Lin Xiao commanded with a wave of his hand. Xiaohing erupted in a golden brilliance, resembling a heavy tank as it charged forward once more. With a resounding thud, the venomous dragon lizard was sent staggering back several meters, numerous iron scales knocked off in the process. Lin Xiao was astonished by the sheer force. It was evident that the venomous dragon lizard was far beyond his current capabilities, a formidable opponent he could not hope to defeat. As the venomous dragon lizard seethed with rage from the impact of the demon-horned dragon, the roars of several armored vehicles could be distinctly heard from a distance. The lizard, possessing a degree of intelligence, seemed to sense the approaching human reinforcements and recognized the peril of continuing the battle. Reluctantly, it issued a series of furious roars directed at Lin Xiao before turning to flee. Xiaohing remained in place, snorting white vapor from its nostrils, equally indignant. Leaning against a nearby tree, Lan Weiwei gazed at the enormous beast glimmering with a metallic sheen in the distance, momentarily taken aback. Xiaohing, well done, come back, Lin Xiao called, and in an instant, Xiaoheng vanished, transported back to Dinosaur Island. Lin Xiao approached Lan Weiwei, a gentle smile gracing his face. Do you still recognize me? Lan Weiwei, leaning against the tree, stared blankly at the young man before her, who wore a radiant smile and was momentarily dumbfounded. After a long pause, her eyes misted slightly as she whispered, "You've grown up." Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback by her words, memories from 2 years ago flooding back. He chuckled, indeed. "I've grown. It's now my turn to protect you." Lan Weiwei's cheeks flushed at his response. 2 years prior, she had been pierced in the chest by the venomous dragon lizard stinger. It was he who had repeatedly leaned over her, extracting the poison from her body, urging her not to sleep, insisting she must survive. The thought of those moments made her heart race. "Hurry, Captain Lan is in danger," voices called from the distance. Lin Xiao glanced toward the sound, reassuring her, "Reinforcements have arrived. You will be safe." "How did you end up here? How do you possess the strength to battle the venomous dragon lizard? And what is your divine beast? I've never seen it before." Before Lan Weiwei could continue her inquiries, Lin Xiao raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "Shoo! Keep this a secret. We shall meet again." With that, Lin Xiao did not linger. Aware that as a newcomer to the Divine Beast Forest, his presence here could attract unwanted attention from the Beast Tamer Academy. He had no desire to be captured by those researchers. Despite the multitude of divine beast types, beasts, insects, and plants, he preferred to remain discreet. However, in a more than a century-long struggle between humanity and the otherworldly beasts, there has never been a beastmaster known to summon dinosaurs as divine creatures. In this realm, Lin Xiao stands out as an anomaly. "Don't go. After 2 years, you choose to flee upon our first encounter? I don't even know your name yet." Just as Lan Weiwei attempted to rise and pursue him, a sharp pain pierced her chest. Clearly, the combination of old and new wounds left her in excruciating agony. She could hardly fathom that the boy she had saved 2 years ago now possessed such formidable prowess. Truly astonishing. "Captain Lan, are you all right? Where are you hurt? Quickly, get a stretcher." 7 or 8 beastmasters and 4 medical personnel hastily arrived to provide aid. "Don't mind me, go after him. Bring him back." Lan Weiwei shouted through her pain. "Chase. Chase whom?" The beast? One beastmaster asked, momentarily confused. Not a beast. It's the person who saved me, around one. 8 meters tall, with short hair, dressed in a black trench coat, and strikingly handsome. P.S. running in that direction. Lon Weiwei urgently cried out. Captain Lon, are you hallucinating from poison? We didn't TC anyone when we arrived. A beastmaster shook his head. Impossible. I would never mistake him. I've been searching for him for 2 years. I don't even know his name. So you must go find him. Lon Weiwei issued her command once more. The group, perplexed yet reluctant to disobey her orders, dispersed to search. Several medical personnel attended to Lon Weiwei's wounds and stabilized her fractured arm. Approximately 10 minutes later, the group of beastmasters returned. Where is he? Lon Weiwei immediately inquired upon seeing them. Captain, we caught him. This rascal tried to escape. One beastmaster returned, dragging a terrified young man behind him. Upon hearing this, the pain seemed to vanish from Lon Weiwei's exquisite face as she looked up. Big brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide nearby and watch you fight. Please don't tell the Academy, or I'll be punished. Lu Yong, frightened and pale, pleaded desperately. Captain? Is it him? The beastmaster holding Lu Yong asked, bewildered. Not him, Lon Weiwei replied, her eyes filled with disappointment. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Lu Yong exclaimed, trembling in fear. This group consisted of the elite from the Beastmaster Academy, each a senior Beastmaster, and the beautiful young lady, who was revered as the pride of Alonia City, Lon Weiwei. Let him go. Lon Weiwei raised her hand. Upon hearing this, the Beastmaster finally released Lu Yong, saying, Kid, why aren't you staying in the city, running around recklessly? If we catch you again, you'll be handed over to the Academy's disciplinary office. Yes, I want to do it again. Lu Yong, nearly wetting himself in fear, hurried to escape. Wait. Lon Weiwei immediately called out to Lu Yong. Captain Lon, I truly didn't mean to, Lu Yong stammered, shaking. Accompanying you. Are there any others? The glint in Lon Weiwei's eyes revealed a chilling intensity as she cast her gaze upon Lu Yong. Lu Yong was momentarily taken aback. He shifted his eyes, realizing that he had indeed arrived with Lin. He had been caught. Should he divulge Lin's identity, it might lead to punitive repercussions. As fellow classmates, they were destined to become steadfast comrades in the future. Lu Yong, demonstrating his loyalty, declared, No, it's just me. Well, you're no longer needed. You may leave, Lon Weiwei replied, disappointment evident in her tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Yong hastily retreated, scrambling away with great urgency. Lon Weiwei was assisted by medical personnel as she returned to the armored vehicle, which then departed from the desolate forest. After several armored vehicles had left, a few minutes passed. With a gentle breeze brushing by, Lin Xiao finally dared to emerge from Dinosaur Island. Observing that the armored vehicles had all departed, he allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, then adjusted his windbreaker and sauntered leisurely towards Heroine City. Chapter 15. Warmth having escaped the treacherous wilderness. Lu Yong found himself anxiously lingering at the city gates of Alonia. He frequently cast glances towards the forest, apprehensive about any potential mischief that Lin might stir up. However, it soon became evident that Lu Yong's concerns were unfounded. Before long, Lin Xiao strolled leisurely towards the city's edge. Lin, are you all right? Lu Yong hurriedly approached him with concern. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong? Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly. That's a relief. You have no idea. I was just captured by a beast tamer, and it terrified me. They even coerced and tempted me to betray you, threatening to send me to the Academy's disciplinary office if I refused. Lu Yong animatedly recounted his recent ordeal. So you would sell me out? Lin Xiao inquired. Don't speak so lightly. Rest assured, we are classmates. Given our ranks, we are most likely to be assigned to the same team. How could I ever betray you? Lu Yong confidently patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder, displaying a sense of loyalty. That's good to hear, Lin Xiao said with a slight smile, then proceeded to walk into the city. Lu Yong quickly followed, exclaiming, Lin, did you see it up close? Was it a calamity-level beast? I heard it even injured the war god, Lon Weiwei. Indeed, it was formidable. I exchanged a few blows with it, and had reinforcements not arrived just in time to drive it back, I would have struggled to defeat it, Lin Xiao replied calmly. Lu Yong, taken aback, burst into laughter, interpreting Lin Xiao's words as jest. For Lin Xiao, who merely smiled at Lu Yong's incredulous expression without further explanation, the evening had grown quite late. After bidding farewell to Lu Yong, he boarded the subway back to Millennium City. Seated on the train, Lin Xiao felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Controlling the divine beasts in battle was indeed a strenuous endeavor. As the subway reached Millennium Station, he groggily awoke and made his way home. Lin Xiao resided in a neighborhood known as Minghu Community, an upscale villa area. This particular villa had been allocated to the Lin family by the United Nations of the Thousand Kingdoms, acknowledging their significant contributions to the alliance, thus providing them with a far superior living environment compared to others. Upon entering his home, Lin Xiao was greeted by a heartwarming scene in the living room. His parents and older sister were all present, a scenario that had once seemed unthinkable. His father, Lin Zhen, nearing 40, had a well-proportioned physique and was clad in a black suit, intently watching the evening news from a sofa. His mother, Li, although also in her 30s, maintained a youthful and beautiful appearance through diligent self-care. Since Lin Xiao's arrival in this world, his mother had been a steadfast companion, providing him with a complete childhood. In his memory, she embodied the essence of a wise and nurturing woman, deeply caring for both him and Lin Yi'er. "Ah, our esteemed beast tamer has returned," Lin Yi'er exclaimed with surprise and delight upon noticing Lin Xiao's entrance. "Sister, please do not make a fool of me." Lin Xiao helplessly shook his head. "Yi'er is correct. You are indeed our family's esteemed beastmaster. Son, how are you adjusting at school?" Lin Zhen beamed at his son, filled with pride as he entered. "Adapting quite well, I must say, with charming junior sisters, amiable senior sisters, caring senior brothers, and affectionate teachers," Lin Xiao replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi'er stifled a laugh beside him, saying, "Dad, even if Xiao Er were bullied at school, he would never admit it. However, I've already spoken to Uncle Qin. His daughter will look after him, so he won't be bullied." "Haha, that's wonderful," Lin Jin chuckled. "Sister, I must thank you." Lin Xiao's face turned dark. "You're too polite. You are our family's treasure. How could we allow you to suffer even a slight grievance?" Lin Yi'er's radiant smile remained enchanting. "Stop chatting and eat. The food is nearly cold. Xiao Er, you must be famished. Let us dine." Li set the table, and the family gathered joyfully to begin their dinner. Such occasions, where all 4 family members were present, were a rarity only to be enjoyed during festive seasons. Lin Xiao relished this warm, familial completeness. After all, in his previous life, he was an orphan, leading a chaotic existence. Yet, the familial affection he lacked in that world was now being fulfilled here. Just as the family was savoring their meal, Lin Zhen suddenly received a phone call. He rose and stepped onto the balcony to converse. Observing this, Li sighed, remarking, "Your father, even during dinner, has no time to spare." "Mom, Dad has many responsibilities. It's normal for him to be busy," Lin Yi'er interjected. After the call, Lin Zhen returned, his expression somewhat grim, taking his seat at the head of the table. Lin Xiao had caught snippets of the conversation and asked, "Dad, is it about the incident this afternoon?" "Indeed, you must have heard about it in Alonia City. That vile creature, the toxic dragon lizard, injured Lan Weiwei and fled to a military base on the outskirts, destroying numerous military facilities and killing many beast masters and ordinary citizens." As he spoke, Lin Zhen's face clouded with concern. "Now, the high-ranking officials of the United Nations are pressuring me to resolve this within 2 months. We've been trying to capture this monster for 4 to 5 years. It is not an easy task." Hearing this, Lin Xiao abruptly looked up from his meal and declared, "Dad, you need not worry. Within a month, when I encounter it again, I will assuredly slay it." Lin Yi'er nearly spat out her juice upon hearing this, exclaiming, "Brother, have you lost your mind? The toxic dragon lizard is a disaster-level beast. Even the war god Lan Weiwei cannot contend with it. I must tell you, regardless of where you encounter it, run as far as you can. Do not attempt to show off." Upon hearing Lin Yi'er's clearly anxious words, Lin Xiao merely smiled. "Xiaoya, your father does not expect you to become a heroic beast tamer. I only wish for you to safely complete your tasks at the Beast Tamer Academy. As for the mission to eradicate the aberrant beasts, that responsibility should be entrusted to those who are true beast tamers. Lin Xiao gently patted Lin Xiao's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Although he was pleased that the Lin family had produced a beast tamer, he could not help but lament the low rank of his son's abilities, which was merely at the second level. Lin Xiao would never joke with his son's life. I understand, Lin Xiao replied helplessly. By the way, since you have nothing to do tomorrow, accompany me to the war zone hospital, Lin Xiao suddenly suggested. What do we need to go to the hospital for? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. Chapter 16. Seeking a mentor? Let us pay a visit to Lan Weiwei. She is the leader of the combat team in Alonia City and the captain of the city defense squad. Given her current injuries, how can I, as the Minister of Defense, not extend my personal inquiries and condolences? Lin Xiao remarked while enjoying his meal. Startled by his words, Lin Xiao paused for a moment and asked, Dad, why must I go? I hardly know her. I understand that you are not well acquainted, but my intention is for you to take her as your mentor. This way, should any danger arise in the future, she will safeguard you, Lin Xiao said earnestly. Good heavens! The notion of apprenticeship utterly bewildered Lin Xiao, who responded, Dad, that is unnecessary. I haven't even been to the Divine Beast Forest yet. Moreover, the Beast Tamer Academy will assign me to a team, and I... Before Lin Xiao could finish his sentence, Lin Xiao raised his hand to interrupt, saying, Sure, you possess only second-tier talent. You merely masqueraded as third-tier to gain admission to the Beast Tamer Academy. You must understand that once new students venture into the Divine Beast Forest to locate their divine beasts, they will quickly engage in real combat. Although I am not a beast tamer, as the Minister of Defense, I am acutely aware of the annual casualties among new students in actual combat. The death rate stands at 30%. Do you grasp the gravity of this? Out of 100 new students, 30 lose their lives due to real combat. Upon hearing his father's words, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his father was concerned that his inadequate skills might lead to his demise in battle. This was indeed a valid concern. With his second-tier abilities, he would be unable to obtain even a property divine beast, and participating in real combat would be tantamount to a death sentence. Securing a formidable warrior as a guardian, such as Lan Weiwei, would undoubtedly ensure his safety during combat. Dad, the truth is, Lin Xiao longed to express that he had already attained the level of a senior beast tamer. However, observing his father's deeply worried demeanor, he hesitated to refuse. It seemed he would have to find an opportunity to confide in his father sincerely. Xiao, you must understand how significant you are to us. If anything were to happen to you, how could your mother and I continue living? Lin Xiao placed a reassuring hand on Lin Xiao's shoulder. I understand. Lin Xiao nodded in response. After the meal, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Lin Xiao returned to his room early to rest. Alone in his chamber, he removed the beast taming device and caressed the dragon-headed tattoo on his wrist. Deep in thought, he pondered whether he should conjure another dragon. After all, currently, his only main battle force was the demon horn dragon, though it is said that the metal attribute possesses the highest versatility among all attributes, allowing it to adapt to most battlefields and confrontations. The overall combat power is considerably diminished when attributes are combined. He required a strong, offensive dinosaur, such as the Tyrannosaurus rex, which dominated the Cretaceous period. Any carnivorous dinosaur would suffice. This would also facilitate his ability to navigate various battlefields. If, hypothetically, the creature battling against the venomous dragon lizard today had been the Tyrannosaurus rex rather than the demon horn dragon, Lin Xiao was absolutely confident that, even if he could not slay it, he would incapacitate it. After all, a Tyrannosaurus rex endowed with attribute attacks would possess explosive combat power. However, a dilemma arises. His current prestige is at 0, while a single lottery draw requires 1,000 prestige points. This implies that he must elevate the demon horn dragon to the beast king level before he can have another opportunity to make a choice. It seems he must now concern himself with the core of a beast king level extraordinary creature. Lost in such thoughts, Lin Xiao gradually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, at 7:30, Lin Xiao awoke early to freshen up. At this hour, Lily had already prepared breakfast. After finishing his meal, Lin Xiao had already departed for the research institute. Lin Xiao then took his father's car and set off towards the war zone hospital to visit Lan Weiwei. He held a genuine fondness for this girl. Her beauty and intellect, combined with her formidable strength, made her irresistible to any normal man, especially since they had known each other for quite some time. Lin Xiao was not one to engage in frivolous antics. He appreciated what he liked and dismissed what he did not. He lived his life with simplicity and integrity, a characteristic that remained unchanged across his past and present. At the war zone hospital, in a secluded patient room, Lan Weiwei sat idly at the edge of her bed, her mind wandering. Thoughts flitted through her consciousness, conjuring the image of a young man clad in a black trench coat, his features strikingly handsome. Though not particularly muscular or broad-shouldered, he emanated an aura of greatness that captivated her thoughts. Lan Weiwei herself was a straightforward individual, devoid of guile. Her affections were sincere, unaccompanied by any rationale. If she did not harbor feelings for someone, no one could impose anything upon her. Yet, this young man, 2 years her junior, had firmly captured her heart. It was as if, upon first encountering him, she sensed an uncharacteristic composure that hinted at a life rich with stories. As Lan Weiwei sat lost in reverie, a figure slowly entered the room. The newcomer was a young man in his 20s, adorned in a beast tamer's uniform, with 3 stars emblazoned on his chest, a senior beast tamer, likely one of Lan Weiwei's subordinates. "So, how is your recovery progressing, Captain?" he inquired, noticing her silence without turning back. "The Minister of Defense, Lin Xiao, along with his son, will be arriving shortly to see you," the young man added. "Oh," Lan Weiwei responded nonchalantly. Observing the expression on her face, the man awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Captain, you aren't still dwelling on yesterday's events, are you?" No formidable figure appeared to rescue you. Perhaps it was merely a hallucination induced by your poisoning. Consider this. In the entirety of Alonia City, Beast King-level tamers are exceedingly rare, and you are acquainted with most of them. It is inconceivable that someone could drive the venomous dragon lizard to such a degree of retreat from you. Come now, are you simply worrying for no reason? Off with you. Do not disturb me while I ponder my ideal man." Lan Weiwei turned her head abruptly, her expression filled with ire. Idealistic, the subordinate, taken aback, realized his error and left the ward in disgruntled silence. Just as he departed, he spotted Lin Xiao approaching with a young man, carrying a fruit basket. "Greetings, Minister Lin." The man quickly bowed. "Ah, I could hear Captain Lan's voice from afar. What has transpired? Who has offended her?" Lin Xiao inquired with curiosity. "Alas, the captain has fallen into a reverie over her ideal man. Minister, perhaps you should go and counsel her," the man suggested before saluting once more and departing down the corridor. "Ideal man? Who could this ideal man be?" Lin Xiao murmured to himself, intrigued. Chapter 17. A mix of laughter and tears. Lan Weiwei can be considered the most promising beast tamer within the Alliance of Nations. In her early years, upon entering the Beast Tamer Academy, she distinguished herself with a remarkable aptitude of level 7, earning the title of the foremost beast tamer of her time. Upon entering the Divine Beast Forest, she successfully tamed the formidable purple Thunder Tiger, renowned as one of the strongest in the Thunder category. In just a few short years, she ascended to the rank of Beast King-level Beast Tamer. Now, merely 2 years later, Lan Weiwei is advancing towards becoming a catastrophe-level Beast Tamer. It is likely that it will not be long before she achieves this status, which will undoubtedly result in a significant increase in her combat prowess, marking her as a once-in-a-century genius. As the Minister of Defense, Lin Xiao considers Lan Weiwei to be akin to his subordinate. Upon entering the hospital room, he found Lan Weiwei seated by the bedside, lost in thought. "Captain Lan, are you feeling better?" Lin Xiao inquired as he placed a basket of fruit on the table, his concern evident. "Thank you for your concern, Minister. I am well now, though my legs and hands are still somewhat uncooperative, so I cannot salute," Lan Weiwei replied, still not turning her head, her tone subdued. "Ah, no matter, just sitting is fine," Lin Xiao chuckled. Lin Xiao observed the enchanting beauty of Lan Weiwei. Even in a patient-esque attire, could not conceal her allure. He smiled gently, noting that she remained unchanged from 2 years ago, her indomitable spirit as fierce as ever. "Minister Lin, if there is nothing further, please return. I wish to be alone for a while," Lan Weiwei said, her head lowered, her legs idly swinging, betraying her boredom. I just heard from Xiao Wang about your situation. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Perhaps I can assist you. Lin Jun offered with a smile. Alas, you cannot help me. I don't even know that young man's name. Lan Weiwei sighed deeply, seemingly regretting that her greatest blunder was meeting him twice without inquiring about his name. Oh well, all right, Lin Jun responded, momentarily a loss for words, then continued. Captain Lan, I have a small favor to ask. My son has entered the Beast Tamer Academy, but his talent is lacking. Could you consider taking him on as your apprentice and guiding him? Of course, Lan Weiwei replied. Haha, thank you, Captain Lan. Shower, why don't you hurry and pay your respects to your master? Captain Lan is the pride of Heroine City. Lin Jun did not reproach Lan Weiwei for her aloofness. After all, he was well accustomed to her nature. Ahem, Captain Lan, I look forward to your guidance. I pay my respects to you. My master, Lin Xiao said awkwardly. However, this statement caused the dejected Lan Weiwei to suddenly straighten her back and whirl around. The young man, who had captured her thoughts and dreams, was now standing before her with impeccable courtesy. His elegant smile felt like a gentle spring breeze. You. Lan Weiwei gazed at Lin Xiao, her mind momentarily flooded, leaving her in utter bewilderment. Captain Lan? Lin Jun was taken aback. Minister, he is your son. Lan Weiwei exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. Yes, what of it? Lin Jun replied. Why didn't you say so sooner? Lan Weiwei was on the verge of insanity, her astonishment palpable as she stood up abruptly. The person she had been searching for over the past 2 years turned out to be the son of her superior, the boy who had once rested his head on her chest, gradually drawing the toxins from her body, had been within her sight for 2 whole years. How come I never mentioned it? I must have referred to Xiao more than once in your presence. Moreover, aren't you supposed to have mobility issues? What's going on now? Lin Jun was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the unfolding events. He is Lin Xiao. At this moment, Lan Weiwei finally learned the name of Lin Xiao. Why are you so agitated? Is there something wrong with my son? Lin Jun inquired, astonished. No issues at all. I would be honored to accept him as my disciple, Lan Weiwei replied without hesitation. Haha, that's good to hear. Just as Lin Jun burst into laughter, his phone suddenly rang. Shower, make sure to converse well with Captain Lan. You will be relying on her protection from now on. I have matters to attend to and will come back for you shortly. All right, Dad, you go ahead, Lin Xiao nodded in response. As he watched Lin Jun depart, Lin Xiao turned to Lan Weiwei with a gentle smile, saying, I told you we would meet again. Lin Xiao, why did you run away yesterday? And in just 2 years, how have you become so formidable? Lan Weiwei gazed at the young man before her, as if a multitude of words were on the tip of her tongue. What should I call you now? Captain Lan, Master, or Weiwei? Lin Xiao looked at her with a soft smile, exuding an air of calmness, as always. Just call me Weiwei, Lan Weiwei replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yesterday's situation was exceptional. I had no choice but to flee. As for my strength after 2 years, I cannot explain it either, Lin Xiao chuckled. But that doesn't make sense. Minister Lin told me the other day that you only had a secondary talent as a beast tamer. You're facing a calamity-level beast head-on? How peculiar. Lan Weiwei regarded this young man, whom she had longed for, as if he were shrouded in mystery. Weiwei, we haven't seen each other in 2 years. Please spare me the endless questions. I hardly know how to respond, Lin Xiao said with a hint of helplessness. I'm so sorry. I won't ask anymore. Lan Weiwei quickly apologized. The sight of the fearless Lan Weiwei suddenly becoming so flustered left Lin Xiao both amused and exasperated. Shower, the alliance has matters to attend to, and I must return. I'll drop you off at home on my way. There will be plenty of time for you to seek guidance from Captain Lan, Lin Jun interjected, entering at an inopportune moment. I'll head back now, Lin Xiao said. All right, take care on your way, Lan Weiwei nodded. Now that she comprehended Lin Xiao's identity, she would no longer act as frantically as she had the previous day in her quest to find him. Make sure to rest well. Lin Xiao flashed a radiant smile before following Lin Jun out of the hospital room. After watching Lin Xiao's departing figure for a while, Lan Weiwei suddenly exclaimed, Doctor, I wish to be discharged. Shower, you are to venture into the divine beast forest tomorrow. are you not? Lin Xiao inquired on the return journey. Yes, I shall go tomorrow, Lin Xiao replied. Entering the divine beast forest carries a certain degree of peril. The forest is divided into 4 distinct zones, each corresponding to the aptitude level of the beast tamers. You must choose according to your own capabilities. Do not overestimate yourself, for the beasts can be quite formidable when provoked, Lin Xiao patiently elucidated. All right, rest assured, Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. However, the selection of a divine beast is not as straightforward as it seems, particularly as there is a troublesome matter that requires resolution. Qin Ruado. Chapter 18. The Divine Beast Forest after a day of rest at home. The morning of the 3rd day dawned. Lin Xiao dutifully made his way to the Beast Tamer Academy. The school season lasts for a total of 10 days, during which new students arrive in batches to undergo talent assessments. Lin Xiao was among the first to participate on the inaugural day, with only around 40 individuals qualifying for advancement. Today marks the 2nd phase of their trials, selecting their own divine beast from the Divine Beast Forest. The creatures within this forest are essentially flora and fauna from Blue Star, transformed by the infection of the Dark Dimension. In essence, divine beasts are not significantly different from exotic beasts. The primary distinction lies in the fact that the divine beasts of Blue Star are indigenous plants and animals that have undergone mutation, while exotic beasts are invaders from other realms, triggered by the descent of darkness. Once the new students select their divine beasts, they will be assigned to teams based on their individual talents. Beast tamers are treasures of the alliance of 1,000 nations, and each one is exceedingly precious. Thus, team formations primarily consist of small groups of 4 to 5 members. Following the selection of divine beasts and team assignments, they will immediately engage in practical combat, adhering to the age-old principle of survival of the fittest. In truth, very few students manage to survive their first 3 years. On the Academy's playground, all the students who completed their talent assessments on the first day gathered. A total of 43 individuals stood in formation, resembling soldiers poised for inspection. Before them stood 8 individuals, 4 from the administration, Vice Dean Zhang Li, Director Qin Peng, Class Monitor Qin Ruodong, an inter-academy student Ning Yi, and 4 members of the Academy's combat unit. The combat unit, akin to the team led by Lan Wei Wei, is specifically tasked with addressing potential emergencies that may arise. Dear students, you were originally meant to enter the Divine Beast Forest yesterday. However, due to the demise of the high-level exotic beast, the 3-headed barbarian, 2 days ago, this has been rescheduled for today. This moment is historic for you. Upon entering the Divine Beast Forest, you will seek out your own divine beasts. Remember, these beasts are your lifeline, your companions in the battles against exotic beasts. Once you enter, find a suitable divine beast, establish a connection, and secure it within your beast-taming device before safely exiting. Do you understand? Vice Dean Zhang Li, clad in a black dean's robe, stood imposing before the new students. Understood. The 43 answered in unison. Be mindful of your own capabilities. Seek a divine beast that matches your level. Do not overreach. Let us depart. After a brief exchange, Vice Dean Zhang gestured grandly, and several jeeps slowly rolled onto the Academy's playground. The 43 new students boarded the vehicles in an orderly fashion, setting off for the Divine Beast Forest. Lin Xiao was among them. However, he found himself puzzled by the Academy's apparent lack of discussion regarding the 3-headed barbarian's death 2 days prior. Was it possible they had not determined who had entered the trial forest? This was indeed perplexing. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao chose not to dwell on it. It was perhaps better for him that the matter remained unresolved. The jeeps departed the Academy and continued their journey for half an hour. Upon arriving at a military base located on the outskirts of the city, one enters the expansive realm of the Divine Beast Forest, sprawling over 5,000 square kilometers. This enchanted forest is home to an array of extraordinary creatures, each more peculiar than the last. Some students, upon venturing within, encounter beasts of remarkable attributes and thus become key subject for the Academy's esteemed training. Others may find creatures of lesser strength, relegating them to the role of an ordinary beast tamer, leading a life of mediocrity. This environment serves as the ultimate crucible for evaluating the prowess of beast tamers. Lin, with our level 3 capabilities, we will likely only be permitted to explore the outer layer, remarked Lu Yong, observing Lin Xiao, who sat beside him, eyes closed in tranquil contemplation. The divine beast forest is stratified into 4 distinct layers: the outer, inner, deep, and central. Naturally, Lin Xiao would not gain access to the inner sanctum, confined instead to the outer layer. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao remained unfazed. After all, he possessed an entire island of dinosaurs and held little regard for the creatures dwelling within the forest. After their arrival, over 40 students disembarked. Your taming devices are activated. Should you encounter any peril, simply cry for help, and the combat unit will come to your aid. You have 3 hours. Best of luck, declared Zhang Li with authority. The students were abuzz with excitement, for this moment was the culmination of their aspirations to join the Beast Tamer Academy. Aside from Lin Xiao's nonchalant demeanor, which betrayed no emotion, the other students were exuberant, ready to plunge into the forest upon Zhang Li's command. As the throng surged forward, Lin Xiao and Lu Yong entered the outer layer at a leisurely pace. However, just as Lin Xiao was about to step into the divine beast forest, he noticed Qin Ruodong and Ning Yi standing nearby, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Ning Yi's expression was particularly hostile, even making a gesture as if to cut his throat. Meanwhile, Qin Ruodong wore a cold smirk. Unfazed, Lin Xiao returned a gesture of international goodwill towards them before turning his attention back to the forest. This encounter evidently left Ning Yi visibly displeased, as it seemed he had forged an enmity with Lin Xiao. Among the 40 students, only 7 were of level 3, while the majority were level 4, with a handful at level 5. Lin, we must part ways now that we have entered the divine beast forest. I wish you success in finding a powerful beast suited to you, Lu Yong said, giving Lin Xiao a thumbs up with a toothy grin. You too, Lin Xiao replied with a faint smile. Lu Yong then dashed off into the dense woods. Observing Lu Yong's departure, Lin Xiao took a deep breath. Now that he was here, it would be rather unreasonable not to explore. However, he anticipated little in the way of formidable beasts in the outer layer, filled instead with weaker creatures. Lin Xiao intended to casually seek out a beast to appease the situation. Wandering aimlessly through the outer layer for about half an hour, Lin Xiao encountered several creatures, such as the giant scythe mantis, the flame beetle, and the wood attribute man-eating flower. Once bound to a human, regardless of their original form, all these beasts would be classified as low-level and would require gradual enhancement. Lin Xiao felt no interest in these bizarre entities and continued onward. Roar! Bang! Just as Lin Xiao had taken a few steps, he suddenly heard the distant roar of a beast, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce struggle. This piqued Lin Xiao's curiosity. It appeared that a divine beast was engaged in combat ahead, prompting him to follow the sounds. Upon reaching an open area, he beheld a colossal wolf engulfed in flames, battling against a large, attribute-less black dog. Lin Xiao promptly utilized his beast-taming device to analyze the attributes of these 2 divine creatures. Flame Giant Wolf, quality, low-level skill. Flame Breath attribute, fire status. Healthy Mutated Black Dog, quality, low-level skill. None attribute, none status. Severely injured, though the 2 divine beasts were similar in size. One possessed the fire attribute, while the other was devoid of any. The disparity in their strengths became immediately evident. The mutated black dog had its fur singed and bore several grievous wounds, rendering it unlikely to survive. In contrast, the flame giant wolf remained vigorous and lively. Chapter 19. A little black companion, a resounding thud echoed through the air as the flame giant wolf lunged forward, pinning the large black dog beneath its weight. With its gaping maw wide open, it unleashed a torrent of searing flames directed at the dog's head. The intense heat caused the black dog to thrash wildly in a futile attempt to escape, ultimately collapsing, barely clinging to life. Howling in triumph, the flame giant wolf reveled in its victory over the black dog, letting out a fierce howl that pierced the silence. Lin Xiao observed the dying creature and shook his head, acknowledging the natural order of life where the weak succumb to the strong, feeling no sorrow for the fallen beast. After vanquishing the black dog, The flame giant wolf began to sniff around, seemingly in search of something, completely disregarding the creature lying lifeless at its feet. Suddenly, it caught a whiff of human scent and turned its gaze towards Lin Xiao, baring its teeth and emitting low growls in his direction. Though the flame giant wolf possessed considerable combat prowess, it paled in comparison to his formidable demon horn dragon. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao had only intended to casually capture a creature, and thus his focus shifted to the flame giant wolf. He activated his beast taming device, initiating the capture process. Warning: talent level mismatch. Capture unsuccessful. Please select again. Lin Xiao felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing the device's notification. How could he, of all people, be unable to capture such a worthless flame giant wolf? Cursing under his breath, he was taken aback by the device's apparent disdain. After all, he could effortlessly control a high-level demon horn dragon, yet this lowly wolf eluded him. It seemed to confirm the adage that second-tier tamers could only select from attribute-less divine beasts. With a fierce roar, the flame giant wolf charged at Lin Xiao. "What are you barking at? Get lost," he retorted, his voice laced with irritation. The wolf, provoked by the distant human, seemed poised to pounce. However, Lin Xiao placed his hand on his wrist, and the creature halted abruptly, understanding the implication of his gesture. It promptly turned tail and fled. "Humph! You're wise to retreat. Otherwise, I would have ended you," Lin Xiao mused, intending to proceed deeper into the area. Yet, as he approached the black dog, it surprisingly barked softly at him, its eyes glistening with tears. Lin Xiao was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Crying won't save you. You're beyond help," he lamented, gazing into the dog's tear-filled eyes. Just then, from the hollow tree behind the black dog, a small black puppy emerged, stumbling forward and nudging the larger dog with its head, whimpering as if urging it to rise. In that moment, Lin Xiao understood why the black dog had dared to confront the divine beast. It was fighting for the sake of the little black puppy hidden in the tree hollow. Moreover, Lin Xiao also noticed that around the tree hollow lay 3 or 4 deceased little black dogs. It appeared to be a battle fought in defense of the young. Lin Xiao slowly crouched beside the large black dog, and the small black dog, displaying a remarkable sense of awareness, immediately dashed towards him, emitting a series of playful yips. Lin Xiao gently patted the little black dog's head and said, "Little black dog, remaining here will surely lead to your demise. Would you like to accompany me? I shall not use you in battle. Consider yourself a companion to the demon horn dragon. If you are willing, simply wag your tail." No sooner had Lin Xiao spoken than the little black dog indeed wagged its tail and licked Lin Xiao's hand. "Ah, splendid," Lin Xiao remarked, lifting the little black dog into his arms, then turning his gaze towards the large black dog. "Rest assured, little one, you shall be safe with me." The large black dog seemed to comprehend Lin Xiao's words and, with a sense of peace, closed its eyes, surrendering to stillness. At that moment, Lin Xiao's beast taming device suddenly emitted a sound. "Damn it, don't provoke me into cursing. I have no intention of connecting," Lin Xiao exclaimed in frustration. "Connection successful," Lin Xiao mused. "Well, it seems I found a divine beast, a delightful little black dog. However, I do not place much importance on it. I merely regard the little black dog as an accessory to the demon horn dragon." Just as Lin Xiao took a step forward, an untimely voice resounded. "Ha ha ha! Lin Xiao, you truly astonish me. I expected you to choose a fierce tiger or lion. At the very least, they possess some combat prowess. Yet, you opt for a worthless dog, which opens my eyes indeed. It seems a trash dog is well suited to you, truly." Not far away, Ning Yi, with a look of schadenfreude, stepped forward, laughing. Lin Xiao squinted slightly at Ning, saying, "I believe you are the one resembling a dog. Your keen nose has led you here, sending your way like a true talent." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Ning Yi's expression darkened slightly. "Lin Xiao, do you recall the events of the day before yesterday?" "What did I say?" At that moment, the diminutive little black dog seemed to perceive that the figure approaching was the enemy of its master, promptly baring its underdeveloped teeth and barking vigorously. "You mutt, what are you barking about? You'll meet your end soon enough." Ning Yi scolded the little black dog angrily. "Why stoop to the level of a dog? Lin Xiao chuckled. Upon hearing this, Ning Yi's expression soured further. This mutt, despite its dire situation, retained an air of indifference. Could it be that this fellow truly feared nothing? Lin Xiao, it seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Kneel down now, look into the camera, and bow to Qin Ruodong in apology. If you do so today, I may spare you. As he spoke, Ning Yi pulled out his phone, intending to record video, likely to present to Qin Ruodong. And if not, Lin Xiao replied, still wearing a faint smile. Ha! You, a second-generation official raised in an ivory tower, are truly fearless. Do you have any idea how many beast tamers perish each year in the Beastmaster Forest due to unforeseen accidents? Should you meet your demise here, the authorities will merely attribute it to the beasts, leaving no one the wiser regarding my involvement, especially considering you are merely a second-tier beast tamer who has gained your position through dubious means. As Ning Yi spoke, he abruptly raised his hand. A howl echoed as a Gale Wolf was unleashed before them. Gale Wolf, quality, superior skills, Windblade. For symbols Gale, attribute. Wind status, healthy with such a formidable beast at his disposal. It appears you are genuinely intent on engaging me in combat. Let be known, I possess a rather volatile temperament. Provoke me, and death shall follow. Lin Xiao's gaze grew increasingly frigid as he regarded the smug expression of Ning Yi. Oh, is that so? I am truly terrified. Your hound appears rather formidable. Ning Yi retorted with a scoff. Gale Wolf, devour this wretched mutt. Upon receiving the command, the Gale Wolf transformed into a tempest, charging toward the small puppy before Lin Xiao, baring its fangs. Do not be deceived by his size, for Little Black, undaunted, barked defiantly at the approaching Gale Wolf. Little one, someone dares to bully your newly acquired subordinate. As the elder brother, how can you not come his aid? As Lin Xiao's words fell, he swiftly raised his hand. Boom! In the instant the Gale Wolf lunged forward, a demon Triceratops, exuding an immense aura of intimidation, was unleashed. It landed directly in front of Little Black, causing the very earth to tremble upon its descent. Ning Yi. Chapter 20. Troubles resolved at the moment when the Gale Wolf was about to be cornered by the approaching menace, an imposing heavy tank, larger than the Gale Wolf by at least threefold, descended with a thunderous crash. The overwhelming sense of pressure caused the frenzied Gale Wolf to abruptly halt in its tracks. This unexpected turn of events left Ning Yi utterly dumbfounded. What kind of creature is this? An advanced divine beast? He gazed at the colossal being, radiating a lustrous black metallic sheen, his words faltering. Little Hum, crush that garbage dog. Lin Xiao pointed at the Gale Wolf, returning the command verbatim. Oomph. Little Hum exhaled 2 puffs of white vapor, its hooves digging into the ground as it surged forward. Damn, this creature resembles a dinosaur. In his dazed state, Ning Yi recognized the giant beast, sending chills down his spine. The very entity he had derided as worthless was capable of summoning a dinosaur. The shock was akin to a thunderclap, leaving Ning Yi momentarily flustered. Yet, at that moment, Little Hum was already charging recklessly toward him. In a fit of urgency, Ning Yi commanded the Gale Wolf to evade while shouting, Windblade. After nimbly dodging, the Gale Wolf suddenly opened its gaping maw. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, several circular wind blades erupted from its mouth. Clang, clang, clang the wind blades, capable of effortlessly slicing through boulders, merely sparked against Little Hum's formidable black metallic scales. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed. Little Hum's metallic skin could withstand even the venomous tail spikes of the toxic dragon lizard. The Gale Wolf's wind blades were but child's play. With the wind blades failing to yield any results, Ning Yi was thoroughly bewildered. This creature is truly deceptive. At that moment, a sudden realization struck him, and he exclaimed in anger, You were the one who killed the 3-headed savage beast. Indeed correct. For that, I shall reward you with a fearless charge. Lin Xiao replied with a faint smile. The 2 sharp, demonic horns atop Little Hum's head erupted in golden radiance, enhancing its attributes as it barreled forward like a speeding locomotive. The advantage of the wind attribute lies in its swiftness, and, as a seasoned combatant, Ning Yi's reflexes were still remarkably quick. The Gale Wolf immediately evaded. Boom! With a resounding crash, Little Hum collided with several towering trees, toppling them like a row of dominoes. Centuries-old giants were reduced to mere splinters. The sheer destructive force left Ning Yi awestruck. If such a beast were to strike him, he would not emerge unscathed. However, he soon regained his composure and remarked with a chuckle, "What a pity. Though its size and destructive power are formidable, its speed is lacking. It pales in comparison to my wind attribute. Gale Wolf, for simple wind." With a fierce shout from Ning Yi, the Gale Wolf instantly accelerated, creating an illusion of multiple afterimages, splitting into 4 distinct Gale Wolves. Positioned at the cardinal directions, they simultaneously unleashed a vortex of wind blades upon Little Hum. With a resounding clang, a formidable vortex of wind blades unleashed a concentrated assault, causing sparks to erupt instantaneously. Xiao Hung found himself thwarted by the wind blades, rendered immobile. Witnessing this, Ning Yi's lips curled into a sinister grin. "Ha! Lin Xiao, to possess such a divine beast is indeed a waste. I have set my sights on your dinosaur. Should you perish, it shall belong to me." At that moment, Ning Yi's gaze was fixated on Lin Xiao's beast-taming device, as if he believed the creature had been summoned from within. "Is speed truly remarkable? I shall counter your swiftness," he declared, invoking a powerful magnetic storm. As his voice resonated, the metallic scales on Xiao Heng's skin began to quiver violently, resembling a multitude of tiny wings in relentless motion. The friction of metal generated a potent magnetic force, drawing forth iron filings from the ground. A swirling black tempest ensued, enveloping the surroundings with a growing mass of iron filings. This resulted in the Gale Wolf being encased in a thick layer of iron crust, its multiple forms dissipating and its speed drastically hindered. Ning Yi, witnessing this turn of events, was rendered utterly speechless. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao activated another skill, Fearless Charge. Observing the immobilized Gale Wolf, Xiao Hung surged forward without a second thought. With a thunderous impact, the Gale Wolf was sent hurtling through the air, its massive frame crashing through trees before landing heavily upon the ground. Encased in iron crust and subjected to Xiao Heng's furious strike, the Gale Wolf was rendered unconscious. As Ning Yi beheld his divine beast toppled, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes. It seemed that eliminating his adversary was an impossibility. Suddenly, he raised his hand. "Assimilate." With that command, his robes billowed as if caught in an invisible wind, imbued with the element of air, and he attempted to flee. "Xiao Hung," Lin Xiao called out. The vibrating scales of Xiao Hung accelerated in response. A tempest of iron crust materialized, effectively obstructing Ning Yi's escape route. Some of the iron crust even clung to Ning Yi's legs, ensnaring him as though he were trapped in quicksand. At that moment, Lin Xiao leisurely approached the frantically struggling Ning Yi. "Senior Ning, what do you think? My abilities seem quite formidable, don't they?" Lin Xiao remarked with a genteel smile. "Ning Yi, I was merely jesting. Look at you, why so serious?" Ning Yi's expression was strained, his smile appearing exceedingly forced. "Oh, merely jesting?" So in Senior Ning's eyes, jesting involves summoning a divine beast and attempting to slay me? Lin Xiao strolled a few steps beside Ning Yi, his tone light and airy. "A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Lin Xiao, no, Lin brother, we are both students of the Beast Tamer Academy. I was misled by that wretched Qin Ruodong. I did not intend to trouble you. Please, spare me." Fear was evident in Ning Yi's eyes, particularly as he beheld the overwhelming presence of the demon-horned dragon, his spirit entirely depleted of resistance. "Do you know what I despise the most? It is the inconvenience. The most effective way to resolve troubles is to eliminate those who create them." In an instant, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. From the latter's gaze, Ning Yi perceived a blatant desire for bloodshed, as though death awaited him at any moment. "Brother Lin," Ning Yi called out. Lin Xiao approached Ning Yi's side and suddenly snatched the Beast Tamer's device from Ning Yi's wrist. "What are you doing?" "Return my Beast Tamer's device," Ning Yi exclaimed in shock. Without the device, his powers of assimilation vanished in an instant. Lin Xiao toyed with the device in his hand before carelessly tossing it next to Xiao Hung. Crack! Xiao Hung promptly crushed the device beneath his foot. "Senior Ning, safe travels," Lin Xiao remarked, slightly raising his hand. Damn it, Lin Xiao, do you dare to kill me? If you do it here, the Academy will hunt you down. Ning Yi was utterly bewildered, shouting frantically. You mentioned that many beast tamers perish here every year. I will stage the scene perfectly. No one will know that I am the murderer, Lin Xiao declared before departing without hesitation. With a brutal charge from Xiaohong, a horrific gash was suddenly torn through Ning Yi's chest, leaving behind a gruesome wound. Chapter 21. No witnesses. Ning Yi stared blankly at the golden dragon horn that had pierced through his chest, his pupils slightly clouded. He turned his gaze once more towards the young man before him. At this moment, it seemed that the figure standing in front of him was no longer a mere mortal, but a true harbinger of death, wielding a scythe to reap his life. He could scarcely believe that the other party had truly dared to strike with lethal intent. Lin Xiao, you really dare to kill me, Ning Yi exclaimed, still unable to fathom the reality of his situation. Did you think I was merely bluffing? Rest assured, the pain will not linger, given this wound. You will undoubtedly perish within 30 seconds, Lin Xiao replied with a faint smile, his expression betraying little emotion, as if extinguishing Ning Yi's life was akin to squashing an insignificant insect. With a soft grunt, the dragon horn was withdrawn from Ning Yi's chest, causing him to collapse onto the ground. The gaping wound in his torso continued to ooze blood, and his vitality rapidly waned. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of regret, frustration, and despair surged through his mind. He wished to utter another word, yet as he opened his mouth, the last breath eluded him, his vision darkened, and he fell lifeless to the ground. Lin Xiao raised his hand, returning the dragon to the confines of the beast control instrument, and his gaze fell once more upon Ning Yi. This marked the first time he had taken a life since his arrival in this world. Yet to his surprise, his heart remained unperturbed. Perhaps he deserved this fate. Had Lin Xiao not had the dragon's assistance today, he might have endured unspeakable humiliation at Ning Yi's hands. Moreover, given the nature of such individuals, even if Lin Xiao were to teach him a harsh lesson today, he would still face endless harassment from him in the academy. The most effective solution was to eliminate him entirely, ensuring a lasting resolution. However, just as Lin Xiao prepared to depart, having stored the dragon away, he heard voices approaching from a distance. It seemed that those from the Beast Tamer Academy had detected something. Likely, the destruction of Ning Yi's beast control instrument had alerted Zhang Li and others stationed outside the sacred beast forest. Lin Xiao promptly vacated the scene, seeking refuge in a concealed corner while erasing all information regarding the battle from the beast control instrument. As expected, not long after he had hidden himself, Vice Dean Zhang Li, Qin Ruodong, and 4 senior beast tamers swiftly arrived on the scene. The signal from Ning Yi's beast control instrument has vanished in this vicinity. We must investigate to ascertain the situation, Zhang Li commanded upon arrival. The 4 senior beast tamers wasted no time, darting off in different directions. Lin Xiao's decision to shatter Ning Yi's beast control instrument had proven wise, for it functioned as a personal recording device. Had he not destroyed it, his act of killing Ning Yi would have been uncovered. With the instrument obliterated, there would be no evidence, and no one would suspect a secondary beast tamer like him. Just as Zhang Li had ordered the search, the accompanying Qin Ruodong suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. This immediately darkened Zhang Li's expression, prompting him to hasten towards her. Upon Zhang Li's arrival at the location of Qin Ruodong's anguished cries, he was met with the horrifying sight of Ning Yi, lifeless and sprawled in a pool of blood. Qin Ruodong, with her hand pressed against her crimson lips, stood beside Ning Yi's corpse, her entire being trembling as though she had encountered a specter. She had instructed Ning Yi to secretly follow Lin Xiao, hoping to seize an opportunity to teach that arrogant young man a lesson. Yet, here lay Ning Yi slain. Gazing at the blood-soaked ground, Qin Ruodong's mind was a blank slate, grappling with the bewildering question of how this could have happened. Why had Ning Yi met his demise? He was a senior beast master, and in the realm of divine beasts, regardless of their strength, they remained lowly until captured by humans. How could a senior beast master perish in such a place? If it had been a new student, it might have been understandable, but the death of a senior beast master was utterly ludicrous. Dean, please save him, Qin Ruodong suddenly regained her composure and cried out in desperation. Zhang Li approached Ning Yi's body, turning him over to reveal his already mutilated innards, shaking his head solemnly. He's beyond saving. Why? Senior Ning Yi was a senior beastmaster. How did he die here? Qin Ruodong stood in shock, as if the reality before her was too surreal to comprehend. I too wish to understand how he met his end, Zhang Li replied, his expression darkening. A sense of foreboding settling over him as he recalled the recent spate of bizarre occurrences. First, a senior beast was slain within the trial forest, and now a senior beastmaster lay dead. Moreover, the wounds were all grievous, penetrating injuries, an unfathomable reality indeed. In that moment of confusion, Qin Ruodong's mind conjured the image of a seemingly harmless young man, yet one who radiated a palpable intent to kill. Lin Xiao. She could scarcely believe it. It was she who had instructed Ning Yi to follow Lin Xiao, yet there was no sign of Lin Xiao in the vicinity. Before long, 4 senior beastmasters returned from nearby. Vice Dean, we did not find any attribute divine beasts in the area, one reported. Very well. There are only 20 minutes remaining in the divine beast forest, Zhang Li commanded. Immediately launch a signal flare to gather all new students in this vicinity. He sensed that the day's events were far from simple. Although fatalities among new students in the divine beast forest were not uncommon, they typically occurred during the capture of divine beasts. It was inconceivable for someone like Ning Yi, who possessed extensive combat experience as a veteran student, to meet his end here. Furthermore, Zhang Li discovered that Ning Yi's beast-taming device had been crushed by some external force, rendering it inoperative. With a whoosh, a blue signal flare ascended into the sky, bursting with a radiant display of blue luminescence. Soon, the new students, who had nearly completed their captures in the divine beast forest, received the command and began to move towards the location of the signal flare. After waiting for a considerable time, Lin Xiao finally spotted Lu Yong among the first to return. As Lu Yong had been searching the periphery for divine beasts, he was the quickest to return. Lin Xiao emerged from the underbrush, brushing off his sleeves, and followed Lu Yong closely. I must say, Lin, you appear and vanish like a ghost. Lu Yong, intending to gather at the location of the signal flare, was startled to find Lin Xiao suddenly by his side. Have you found a suitable divine beast? Lin Xiao inquired with a gentle smile. Indeed, I have. A fiery giant wolf. Impressive, isn't it? Lu Yong proudly brandished his beast-taming device. Lin Xiao, momentarily taken aback, thought to himself, goodness, this lad has managed to acquire a fiery giant wolf that I have yet to tame. He possesses quite a talent. By the way, what transpired earlier? It's not yet time for the signal flare. Lu Yong expressed a hint of confusion. I'm not certain, Lin Xiao replied casually. Chapter 22. I'm a murderer. Upon the arrival of Lin Xiao and Lu Yong at the scene, several more beast tamers gathered one after another, with a continuous influx of others returning as well. What on earth is happening? How did Senior Ning end up dead here? Lu Yong gasped in astonishment. Indeed, how could Senior Ning have died? Damn it, who could have done this? Lin Xiao also bore a look of shock. The other returning freshmen simultaneously directed their bewildered gazes toward the lifeless body of Ning Yi, each one rendered speechless. Good heavens! Senior Ning Yi was a high-level beast tamer. What could have transpired? Yes, in this divine beast forest, what creature could possibly slay a high-level beast tamer? Other students murmured among themselves, exchanging theories and speculations. At that moment, Qin Ruodong, who stood dazed beside Ning Yi's corpse, suddenly spotted Lin Xiao amidst the crowd. Her eyes, filled with resentment, instantly ignited with fury. It was him. He is the one who killed Senior Ning Yi. Qin Ruodong suddenly pointed at Lin Xiao and shouted. This unexpected accusation drew the attention of all the surrounding freshmen toward Lin Xiao. Even Zhang Li furrowed his brow, glancing in the direction Qin Ruodong pointed. Class monitor, how could Lin classmate possibly be the murderer of Senior Ning? He is merely a level 3 beast tamer. Furthermore, having just arrived at the divine beast forest, the creatures here are at most low level. Lu Yong defended Lin Xiao without him needing to speak. Nonsense. Senior Ning came to the divine beast forest specifically to find him. Now, inexplicably dead here, How could it not be related to him? Qin Ruodong clung to her accusations against Lin Xiao. Zhang Li regarded the young man, standing bewildered in the crowd, his brow furrowing slightly as he said, "Qin classmate, do not make unfounded accusations. Do you have any evidence?" "I have evidence. On the first day of school, Senior Ning Yi had a conflict with him. He must have harbored resentment and killed Senior Ning Yi." Qin Ruodong fixed her gaze on Lin Xiao, refusing to relent. In the face of Qin Ruodong's relentless assertions, Lin Xiao remained remarkably composed, replying, "Qin classmate, one may indulge in a haphazard meal, but one should not speak recklessly. How could you wrongfully accuse an innocent person?" Upon hearing Lin Xiao's specious reasoning, Qin Ruodong felt herself nearing madness, and she retorted furiously, "Vice Dean, I demand an inspection of Lin Xiao's beast-taming device." At her words, Zhang Li furrowed his brow and turned to look at Lin Xiao earnestly, seemingly recognizing a resemblance to someone he knew, and thus inquired, "Is your father Lin Jun?" "Indeed," Lin Xiao replied. Upon learning he was Lin Jun's son, Zhang Li was momentarily taken aback. Lin Jun was the Minister of the Defense Department in the United Nations of Qian Country. Such power was formidable if Lin Xiao were wrongfully accused. The repercussions from Lin Jun would undoubtedly shake the Beast Tamer Academy to its core. Qin classmate, making unfounded accusations of murder carries significant responsibility if the accused is innocent. Zhang Li cautioned. At this moment, Qin Ruodong remained convinced that this individual was indeed the one who had slain Ning Yi. Moreover, reflecting upon the events from the day before yesterday, when she took Lin Xiao to the trial forest, where the high-level exotic beast inexplicably perished, could it truly be unrelated to him? Although Qin Ruodong was uncertain about how he accomplished this, amidst the crowd, only Lin Xiao possessed a motive for murder. "I am willing to take responsibility," Qin Ruodong declared after a moment of contemplation. Lin Xiao, without hesitation, removed the beast-taming device from his hand and handed it to Zhang Li, stating, "Since classmate Qin has implicated me, I invite the Vice Dean to conduct an examination." Zhang Li accepted the beast-taming device and, after a thorough inspection, found no records of contact with Ning Yi. Furthermore, upon opening the internal space of the device, he was taken aback to discover a small black puppy, around 3 to 4 months old, gazing up at him with innocent, watery eyes. Zhang Li thought to himself, "What a remarkable creature, an attribute-less mutated black dog. This signifies a second-level talent." He smirked slightly, choosing to keep this information discreet out of respect for Lin Xiao, especially considering that his parents and sister were prominent figures within the United Nations. Even if he had entered through the back door, Zhang Li felt he had no grounds for complaint. "What do you think?" Qin Ruodong inquired urgently, as she watched Zhang Li return the device to Lin Xiao. "No," Zhang Li replied. "It's impossible." Qin Ruodong persisted obstinately. "Enough. Zhang Li's Neptinanja. A second-level talent beastmaster with a divine beast that is merely a low-combat young mutated black dog. Lin Xiao wouldn't be able to kill Ning, even if he stood still." Zhang Li naturally found such an absurd accusation hard to believe. Startled by Zhang Li's outburst, Qin Ruodong fell silent, no longer daring to continue her claims. "Take Ning Yi's body and his divine beast back for investigation. Rest assured, the Academy will thoroughly investigate today's events," Zhang Li instructed, raising his hand. Subsequently, the crowd began to disperse gradually. Lin Xiao also strode past Qin Ruodong, who clenched her fists in frustration, gritting her teeth. Once Zhang Li and the others had departed, Qin Ruodong seethed. "Lin Xiao, are you not a man? You have the audacity to kill, but lack the courage to admit it." Upon hearing her words, Lin Xiao abruptly halted. "Yes, I killed Ning Yi. I am the murderer," he proclaimed loudly. However, this only elicited looks of disbelief from those around him. "You?" Qin Ruodong was momentarily taken aback. "Classmate Qin, what use is your belief if they do not believe it?" Lin Xiao tilted his head and asked with a smile. Stunned by his words, Qin Ruodong felt deflated, as if all the air had been let out of her. Then, Lin Xiao reached out, adjusting her collar, and whispered, "Classmate Qin, to be honest, the helper you found is quite disappointing, pathetically weak and too fragile." As she observed Lin Xiao's actions and heard his words, Qin Ruodong shuddered, standing frozen in place, unable to utter a single word. Lin Xiao adjusted Qin Ruodong's collar and gently patted her shoulder, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "Classmate Qin, what a pity it is that you did not accompany Ning Yi. Otherwise, the lifeless body here would not be singular but rather a pair. Nevertheless, it matters not. You are bound to traverse the night roads eventually, and I shall bring about your demise." As Lin Xiao's refined voice, laced with a tender menace, resonated, Qin Ruodong felt as though struck by lightning, her body trembling violently. She could profoundly sense that Lin Xiao was not merely attempting to frighten her. He genuinely intended to kill her. As she lifted her gaze to meet his, a flicker of regret stirred within her heart. Regret for having crossed this demon. Observing the stunned Qin Ruodong, Lin Xiao offered a faint smile before swaggering away with Lu Yong, leaving her alone in a daze. Chapter 23 Team Allocation. The expedition into the sacred beast forest today was relatively smooth, aside from the unfortunate demise of Ning Yi. All 43 freshmen successfully located their respective sacred beasts, with no casualties reported. This, however, signifies their transformation into true warriors and formidable beast tamers. As the sole means for humanity to counter the incursions from the Dark Dimension, beast tamers hold a prestigious position within society. Throughout Blue Star, the Alliance of 1,000 Nations commands a unified governance. There are over 2,000 human cities, varying in size, evenly distributed across the globe. In the protracted struggle against the Dark Dimension lasting over a century, humanity has not only nurtured beast tamers, but has also developed numerous advanced technological weapons, which are equally effective in combating aberrant beasts. Yet, these serve merely as auxiliary support, since large-scale advanced weapons are primarily defensive in nature and lack mobility. In the early stages of the Dark Dimension's invasion, humanity attempted to deploy nuclear armaments. However, the outcome was disastrous, inflicting significant self-damage alongside the enemy. Currently, many cities worldwide remain uninhabitable due to severe nuclear contamination. From this perspective, large-scale nuclear weapons do not possess the formidable attributes of sacred beasts, capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas. Gradually, sacred beasts became the main force in the fight against aberrant creatures. Upon returning to the Beast Tamer Academy, the 43 freshmen reconvened on the playground for the final step in their enrollment process, team allocation. Once assigned to their teams, the academy would continuously provide them with tasks, primarily focused on combating aberrant beasts, with the difficulty of these assignments progressively increasing. This is a significant reason why many newcomers fail to survive until the inner academy, as some tasks during the freshman period are exceedingly challenging, resulting in high mortality rates. Lin, we will be assigned to a team shortly. I have a feeling we'll be placed together. By the way, what is your sacred beast? Lu Yong inquired, standing before Lin Xiao. Not as impressive as yours. Lin Xiao casually replied. Come now, Lin, you're being too modest. I saw how astonished the vice principal was when he inspected your beast-taming artifact. Your sacred beast must be remarkable, Lu Yong chuckled. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, contemplating that indeed, the vice principal's astonishment likely stemmed from seeing his 3 to 4 month old puppy, which could have left him bewildered. Yet, Lin Xiao also discerned that the vice principal probably recognized his father and chose not to disclose his second-tier talent, implicitly acknowledging his advantageous connections, thereby sparing him considerable trouble. Congratulations, you have all become true beast tamers. The academy will now allocate your teams. Remember, an individual's strength is limited, but the power of a team is boundless. After the allocation, you must cultivate mutual trust and synergy. Fighting for the alliance of 1,000 nations and for all humanity, the vice principal declared passionately from the podium on the playground. The students below were equally exhilarated, eagerly anticipating this day for so long. Next, those whose names I read will step forward. In the first squad, Zhang San, Wang Er. Over the next half hour, Zhang Li methodically organized the teams. Each beast tamer squad consists of 4 individuals, forming a small unit. 80 individuals make up a large squad, and 160 constitute a total unit. This is the structural hierarchy of the beast tamers. The small units follow the commands of the large squads, which in turn adhere to the directives of the total units. The total units directly respond to the summons of the Alliance of 1,000 Nations. Typically, the commander of a total unit is a Beast King level Beast Tamer, while the leader of a large squad is a senior Beast Tamer. In the 7th squad, Lin Xiao, Lu Yong, Sun Qi, and Ding Letong are mentioned by the Vice Dean, who reads from the list. Subsequently, Lin Xiao and Lu Yong, along with the other 2 youths, slowly step forward. Hello, classmate. I am Lu Yong, and this is Lin Xiao. We will be teammates from now on. Lu Yong, a warm-hearted individual, immediately greets the 2 youths beside him. Hello, I am Sun Qi. I am Ding Letong. The 2 youths, amiable in nature, shake hands with Lin Xiao and Lu Yong. The youth named Sun Qi has an ordinary appearance and a slender build, yet he seems to share a friendly disposition with Lu Yong, always wearing a smile. The other youth, Ding Letong, appears somewhat aloof, but he also seems easy to get along with. Lin, have you noticed? Our squad has no girls. Lu Yong glances at the 3 and bursts into laughter. That's even better, Lin Xiao replies. Indeed, women can be troublesome. When faced with danger, they only scream and create a fuss. It's utterly vexing. Lu Yong finds common ground with Lin Xiao on this matter. As the allocation of over 40 individuals concludes, the Vice Dean continues. You will temporarily be incorporated into the Erroneous Squad as new recruits, becoming an auxiliary team. Shortly, the squad leader and total unit leader will come to claim you. Wow, we've actually been assigned to the Erroneous Squad. Oh my, is this real? Am I dreaming? Incredible. I've always dreamed of joining the Erroneous Squad, and now my dream has come true. Ha ha, Mom, Dad, I've made it. I'm in the Erroneous Squad. At this moment, the more than 40 new recruits below are exceptionally exhilarated, seemingly more excited than winning a lottery. This leaves Lin Xiao somewhat astonished. Lu, what is so special about the Erroneous Squad? Hearing Lin Xiao's inquiry, Lu Yong, with fiery enthusiasm, replies, Lin, you don't know? The Erroneous Squad is among the top 10 total units in the Alliance of 1,000 Nations. Do you know who the squad leader is? It's Lan Weiwei. How would you not know? At these words, Lin Xiao's face displays astonishment. He finds himself in the ranks of his future YFS squad, which is quite unexpected. Lan Weiwei is the commander of the Erroneous Squad and holds multiple positions, being a star team within the Alliance of 1,000 Nations. Almost every beast tamer has heard of Lan Weiwei's illustrious name, which is indisputable, just as the 40 or so individuals below are brimming with excitement. 2 figures slowly approach from a distance. A woman adorned in the attire of a beast tamer, possessing an enchanting beauty and a flawless, exquisite figure, appeared before the crowd. Her regal aura instantly captivated the new students below, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The illustrious visitor was none other than Lan Weiwei, accompanied by a senior beast tamer. Lin Xiao recognized this beast tamer. He was the one who had saluted his father at the hospital. Upon Lan Weiwei's arrival, her autumn-like eyes immediately sought out Lin Xiao amidst the throng, bestowing upon him a gaze as gentle as flowing water. Lan Weiwei is looking at me, Lu Yong exclaimed in surprise, overwhelmed with exhilaration. Nonsense. She is clearly gazing at me, Sun Qi retorted without hesitation. Lin Xiao, too, returned Lan Weiwei's gaze with a soft smile. Chapter 24. The first mission, the Heroine team, is a formidable battalion, and under the leadership of Captain Lan Weiwei. The management of its members is exceedingly stringent. In this environment, only the strong are permitted to remain. The casualty rate within the Heroine team is notably high, as they are perpetually engaged in battle. Nevertheless, every beast tamer takes immense pride in being a part of the Heroine team, despite the arduous journey to achieve this status. At this moment, Lin Xiao and his team, classified as a new recruits unit, have been temporarily assigned to the Heroine team as a subsidiary squad. This subsidiary unit barely qualifies as a reserve, functioning more as auxiliary support. Tasks such as repelling minor incursions of low-level beasts are primarily delegated to these auxiliary members. To earn the rank of a full-fledged member, one must participate in at least 20 battles. Lin Xiao surveyed the 40 or so team members surrounding him and realized that, realistically, no more than 10 would survive to become official members. Such is the harsh reality. Greetings, beast tamers. I am Captain Lan Weiwei of the Heroine team, and this is Captain Guotong of the 2nd squad. From this moment onwards, you are under my command. Let me reiterate, there are no weaklings in the Heroine team. If anyone feels overwhelmed by the intensity of the tasks during this probationary period, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall reassign you to the logistics department for menial tasks such as dishwashing and vegetable preparation. Do you understand? Standing confidently at the podium, Lan Weiwei exuded an aura of authority, proving that her prowess was not to be underestimated, despite her gender. Yes, the 40-odd individuals below remained exhilarated. Now, proceed to the logistics department to collect your team uniforms. You will also be assigned your first mission, Lan Weiwei concluded. Offering a smile and a salute to the beaming Zhongli, Vice Dean, I have finished my address. Captain Lan, I find myself puzzled. Among this group of new recruits, there are no particularly gifted beast tamers. What prompted you to include them in your subsidiary team? Zhongli inquired, clearly taken aback by Lan Weiwei's decision. There are indeed exceptional beast tamers here. It's simply that the Vice Dean has yet to recognize them. Lan Weiwei replied with an enchanting smile. Hearing this, Zhongli paused momentarily before chuckling. Very well, I shall leave them in your capable hands. After offering a casual salute to Lan Weiwei, he gradually exited the scene. Subsequently, the 40 or so individuals, filled with elation, made their way to the logistics department to receive their exclusive uniforms for the Heroine team. At this juncture, Lan Weiwei cast another glance in Lin Xiao's direction, to which he responded with a slight wave of his hand. Given the crowd, Lan Weiwei refrained from approaching Lin Xiao directly, suppressing her urge to engage. Lin, don't bother making a greeting. The captain doesn't know you. Besides, she has been watching me, Lu Yong remarked, grinning at Lin Xiao's actions. Lin Xiao chose to ignore Lu Yong's banter and proceeded towards the logistics department. As Lin Xiao departed, Lu Yong and his companions promptly followed suit. Upon arriving at the logistics department, the four of them successfully retrieved their uniforms. The uniforms, adorned in a khaki hue, featured 2 pockets on the chest and bore an emblem depicting a lightning-struck tiger, symbolizing their affiliation with the Heroine team. However, there existed some distinctions between their attire and that of the official team members, facilitating easier identification. From this day forth, we are officially structured trainees, Lu Yong remarked, gazing at the pristine uniforms with heartfelt awe. While joining the Heroine team was a shared aspiration, embarking on missions was a different reality altogether. This signified their imminent confrontation with the monstrous beasts. At the Beastmaster Academy of the Thousand Nations Alliance, a 3-year training regimen was not enforced. Upon entering the academy, students would immediately engage in real combat. Experience in the field is the finest teacher, which elucidates the absence of dedicated mentors to guide them. Initially, the academy implemented a 3-year training program for freshmen, followed by combat. However, time proved this approach to be flawed. Although the 3 years cultivated new recruits into adept beastmasters with advanced divine beasts, they were gravely deficient in practical combat experience, rendering their combat prowess ineffective. Consequently, the losses were substantial, rendering the 3 years of costly training a lamentable waste. Thus, the Thousand Nations Alliance issued a directive mandating that freshmen participate in combat, ensuring that those who survive to become advanced beastmasters emerge remarkably strong. Ding! New mission. Proceed immediately to the eastern outskirts of Heroine City and slay the intermediate beast, the Ghost Flame Beast. Upon completion, each member of the squad will be rewarded 2,000 Alliance coins. Just as Lin Xiao and his companions donned their uniforms, their Beastmaster devices simultaneously displayed a notification. What the? Our first mission upon joining the team has arrived so soon, Lu Yong exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of surprise upon reading the message on the device. An intermediate beast? We've just captured a new divine beast, and they're all still of lower rank. This might be a bit challenging, Sun Chi remarked, equally astonished by the task at hand. Let us set off, Lin Xiao said, an expression of resignation upon his face as he regarded the new mission. This initial task upon joining is rather underwhelming. An intermediate beast is hardly a challenge for a demon horn dragon. Yet, there was little choice to obtain more advanced missions. They naturally had to commence with the lower-tier tasks. Leaving the academy, the 4 of them embarked on their inaugural expedition. After arriving at the eastern outskirts of the city in the jeep dispatched by the academy, they disembarked. Before them lay a dense forest, the trees having morphed into bizarre forms due to the influence of the dark dimension. As if imbued with life, they swayed gently with the breeze, resembling a primordial beast with a gaping maw awaiting fresh prey. Gazing into the dimly lit forest, Liu Yong and his companions couldn't help but shudder. Nevertheless, they steeled themselves and ventured into the thicket. Simultaneously, in the academy, the vice principal's office. At this moment, in Zhang Li's office, Lan Weiwei, Guotong, Qin Peng, and Qin Ruodong were all seated within the confines of the room. The projector displayed the scene of Lin Xiao and his team entering the dense forest, seemingly accompanied by a miniature reconnaissance device. Witnessing this spectacle, Lan Weiwei could no longer contain herself. She abruptly rose and inquired, "Vice Dean, what is the purpose of this presentation? Moreover, considering that Lin Xiao's team is embarking on their inaugural mission, shouldn't they be assigned the task of hunting low-level exotic beasts? Why are they immediately tasked with hunting intermediate-level beasts?" Upon hearing Lan Weiwei's words, Zhang Li's expression turned apologetic as he replied, "Captain Lan, please do not be agitated. I do not intend to target your team. Rather, there's a matter I must clarify." "What matter?" Lan Weiwei asked. "I suspect that the 3 savage beasts in the trial forest were slain by Lin Xiao and Ning Yi," Zhang Li said slowly, lifting his gaze to meet Lan Weiwei's. Chapter 25 Fight. Little Black Zhang Li's ascension to the position of vice president is a testament to his astuteness. Although he found no evidence of Lin Xiao's involvement in Ning Yi's demise within the sacred beast forest upon his return, he meticulously scrutinized the surveillance footage from outside the trial forest, replaying it numerous times. During this interval, only Lin Xiao and Qin Ruodong had entered, and the timing of the deaths of the 3 savage beasts coincided remarkably with Lin Xiao's entrance. There's a saying that when all possibilities have been eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Upon hearing Zhang Li's words, Lan Weiwei was momentarily taken aback. "Is this the reason you summoned me?" "Indeed," Zhang Li replied. "I had not anticipated that you would incorporate this batch of new students into your subordinate team. Initially, this matter bore no relevance to you, but now it does, as my suspicions pertain to your subordinate, hence my request for you to witness this together." Zhang Li sat back in his chair, resting his hands on the desk as he spoke. At this, Lan Weiwei seemed perplexed. How could Lin Xiao have killed the 3 savage beasts and Ning Yi? What had transpired? "Qin Peng, it is your daughter who has accused Lin Xiao of Ning Yi's murder, which is why I've called you here," Zhang Li stated, directing his gaze towards Qin Peng. "Vice President, this is a misunderstanding. Lin Xiao cannot possibly be the murderer of Ning Yi. It must be Ruodong who is mistaken. Ruodong, do not create trouble for me. Quickly tell the Vice President that you are in error." Qin Peng's expression darkened. He had not anticipated his daughter's relationship with Lin Xiao to be so fraught, which left him somewhat stunned. "Father, it was Lin Xiao who killed him. I am not mistaken. Although I do not know how he did it, the Vice President is here now, and when Lin Xiao encounters the exotic beasts, he will undoubtedly act. The truth will soon be revealed," Qin Ruodong asserted, her face still defiantly resolute. It seemed that her repeated failures against Lin Xiao had left her deeply unsettled. "You," Qin Peng was momentarily at a loss for words, his frustration palpable. "Enough. We shall soon ascertain whether he is the culprit. Until then, let us observe the unfolding events," Zhang Li commanded. Following this, Qin Peng and Qin Ruodong fell silent, taking their seats to watch the monitor. Lan Weiwei, too, settled down patiently, regardless of whether Lin Xiao was guilty or innocent. Anyone who dared to harm him would have to reckon with her status as a Beast King-level beast tamer. At this moment, Qin Ruodong clenched her fists. She was eager to discover by what means Lin Xiao had allegedly killed Ning. Meanwhile, as Lin Xiao ventured deeper into the dense forest, he sensed an unusual presence surrounding him. As he scanned his surroundings, he noticed a dragonfly perched on a branch behind him. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. Dragonflies typically appear between June and August, yet it was only April. Where could this dragonfly have come from? Upon realizing this, Lin Xiao revealed a faint smile, murmuring to himself, "How intriguing. Zhongli, you are quite the sly one, claiming it impossible for me to have killed Ning Yi while secretly conducting your investigations against me. Since you wish to observe, I shall demonstrate my true strength. In truth, Lin Xiao had anticipated that matters would not unfold so simply. After all, having slain 3 savage beasts, it would be quite effortless to ascertain who had ventured into the trial forest through the recorded footage. Zhang Li's silence on the matter suggested he was surreptitiously conducting his own investigation. As the saying goes, one cannot hide a fire under paper. To remain undiscovered, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Lin Xiao realized that concealing the truth any longer would serve little purpose. Since Zhongli was so eager to uncover the facts, Lin Xiao felt no reluctance to reveal them, especially after Zhongli had learned of his identity as Lin Zhen's son within the Divine Beast Forest. Even if it were discovered that he had killed the 3 savage beasts and Ning Yi, Zhongli would not dare take action against him. That was Lin Xiao's assurance. Roar! Just as Lin Xiao pondered these thoughts, a sudden beastly roar erupted directly ahead of them. Damn it! To encounter this so soon after entering. Couldn't they have given me a moment to prepare? Lu Yong's face turned pale with fear upon hearing the distant roar. Enough of the chatter. Prepare for battle. Sun Qi commanded immediately. The 3 of them simultaneously released their respective divine beasts. Lu Yong summoned a low-level fire giant wolf, while Sun Qi called forth a low-level ice attribute giant ape, and Ding Letong unleashed a low-level wind attribute leopard. Lin Xiao, why haven't you summoned your divine beast? Lu Yong inquired, looking at Lin Xiao. Are you certain you want me to release it? Lin Xiao responded. For heaven's sake, what time is it? This intermediate-level beast is formidable. We need to join forces to ensure victory. Lu Yong was nearly beside himself. Very well. Watch closely and don't blink. Lin Xiao declared before suddenly raising his hand. Xiao He. With Lin Xiao's command, a diminutive black pup was instantaneously released. Upon its appearance, the little black dog immediately entered a combat stance, crouching low, wagging its tail fervently, and baring its teeth, which, while amusing, was hardly intimidating. Lu Yong, Sun Qi, Ding Letong. The 3 stared dumbfounded at the small black dog that barely reached their calves. This Lin Xiao, are you jesting? This is what you brought to the Divine Beast Forest? Lu Yong nearly lost his mind and shouted in disbelief. My heavens! So you are the one Ning you referred to as having taken shortcuts. Sun Qi was utterly stunned. Lin Xiao, you have truly opened my eyes. Ding Letong was at a loss for words. What do you think? My little black pup is quite impressive. Isn't it? Lin Xiao crouched down to pat the little black dog on its head. Impressive? This is a disaster. Lu Yong felt as if he could weep. In the academy, within the Vice Dean's office, it was not only Lu Yong and the others who were astonished. Zhang Li and his colleagues, who were observing the footage, were equally stunned. Particularly Qin Ruodong, who gazed incredulously at the tiny pup, her mind reeling. Could it be that she had been mistaken? Was Lin Xiao truly lacking in strength? Vice Dean, I believe this situation is indeed a misunderstanding. How could this juvenile mutated black dog possibly have killed Ning Yi? Qin Peng expressed his disbelief. Don't be hasty. I initially thought the same, but the battle has yet to commence, hasn't it? Zhang Li raised his hand, signaling for patience. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the 3 of them wore expressions of deep distress, a colossal beast suddenly charged towards them from a distance. The creature, entirely crimson in hue, bore a visage reminiscent of a malevolent demon, appearing as though it had emerged from the depths of hell. Ghost Flame Beast, quality, intermediate skill, Flame Arrow, attribute, fire condition, healthy upon receiving the information about the Ghost Flame Beast. The faces of Lu Yong and his companions instantly paled. The beast's skill, a wide-ranging damage-dealing flame arrow, posed a significant threat, making it exceedingly difficult for them to safeguard themselves. Lin Xiao glanced up at the miniature detector, closely monitoring him from behind, flashed a grin, and thought it would be amusing to toy with them before revealing his true capabilities. Chapter 26. The end of the battle. Lin Xiao raised his hand and summoned Little Black, a move that took everyone by surprise. Even Lu Yong and the others wore bewildered expressions. Even if they had used underhanded means to enter, one would expect at least an adult variant of a black dog, something that could provide assistance. Instead, They were presented with a mere puppy. Was this an act of cuteness? However, at this moment, the three of them had no time to ponder this. Lin, once the battle begins, we want to have time to look after you, so you should keep your distance, Lu Yong said, displaying commendable loyalty. All right, I'll watch your performance. Call me if you need help, Lin Xiao replied, cradling the little black dog as he made his way to a nearby tree, where he settled down and began to pet the puppy. Are you asking us to call you to collect our corpses? Lu Yong muttered in disbelief. Roar! The ghost flame beast glared at Lu Yong and the others from a distance, unleashing a furious roar. In response, the trio braced themselves, despite their fear. Retreat was not an option. Flame Giant Wolf, Inferno Roar. Lu Yong initiated the attack, pointing decisively. The Flame Giant Wolf responded with a howl, charging forward while opening its massive jaws. Ha! A torrent of flames erupted forth. Bang! With a deafening thud, the fireball collided with the ghost flame beast, but only resulted in a shower of sparks. Lu Yong, disheartened, lamented, everyone, it's futile. I possess fire attributes, and that beast is also fire. I cannot inflict damage upon it. The already struggling team found their circumstances worsened by this elemental mismatch. Do not worry, I am here, Sun Qi declared, wielding ice attributes that countered fire effectively. Raising his hand, he shouted, Icefall. With a fierce roar, the ice ape pounded its chest and brought its powerful arms crashing down to the ground. Boom! The earth shattered beneath the giant's fist, unleashing a wave of icy mist that surged toward the ghost flame beast. Crack! In an instant, the ghost flame beast was encased in ice, transforming it into a frozen statue. Impressive. Haha, we can still fight, Lu Yong exclaimed, laughter spilling from his lips. However, no sooner had Lu Yong spoken than, with a resounding crash, the frozen ghost flame beast broke free from its icy confines, radiating fury and charging straight at the trio. Damn it, our levels are lower than its. Our attacks won't be effective. Sun Qi cursed, hastily retreating. Wind Scythe. Ding Ledong immediately commanded the wind attribute leopard to unleash its skill. Whoosh! As several blades of wind formed in midair, they swiftly darted towards the ghost flame beast. Sizzle! The wind blades sliced through the beast's back, leaving shallow wounds that only served to anger it further. The fiery scales atop, its head quivered as it prepared to retaliate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! In an instant, several fire arrows shot forth from the beast's crown, hurtling towards the three. Get down! Do not confront it head-on, Ding Ledong shouted urgently. The three exchanged determined nods, skillfully maneuvering their respective divine beasts to evade while launching a continuous barrage of attacks. In an instant, the three individuals engaged in a fierce back and forth with the ghost flame beast, while Lin Xiao remained seated, savoring the spectacle. In the office of the Academy's vice dean, Zhang Li and others, who had been intently observing the battle, wore furrowed brows. At such a critical juncture, Lin Xiao remained beneath the tree, casually petting his dog, exhibiting a calmness and composure that left everyone astounded. Vice Dean, they're all freshmen. If you assign them a task involving a mid-level beast, and something goes awry, how will you handle it? Lan Weiwei could no longer contain her concern and spoke up. Do not fret, Captain Lan. I have dispatched 2 mid-level beast tamers nearby. Should they be in mortal peril, I will instruct them to intervene, Zhongli replied, though he too was perplexed. Could it be that he was mistaken? Why had Lin Xiao made a move? At that moment, it was Qin Ruodong who felt a greater urgency than Zhongli. Lin Xiao's unperturbed demeanor filled her with anxiety. Lan Weiwei was acutely aware of Lin Xiao's true capabilities, capable of confronting disaster-level beasts head-on, which made the Vice Dean's doubts not entirely unfounded. However, a pressing question arose. If Lin Xiao were indeed the one who killed Ning Yi, what punishment would the Academy impose upon him? Lan Weiwei seemed preoccupied with this thought and continued, Vice Dean, if Lin Xiao is indeed the murderer, how do you intend to deal with him? Upon hearing Lan Weiwei's inquiry, Zhongli chuckled softly but refrained from responding. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. Lu Yong and his companions were on the verge of madness. Their inaugural mission to confront a mid-level beast had taken a disastrous turn, with one teammate incapacitated. Lin Xiao appeared completely detached, merely observing the chaos, without contributing in any meaningful way. Defeated, they felt as though their lives were being trifled with. Indeed, joining the Heroine team seemed akin to courting death. Sun Qi, wielding a divine beast, managed to withstand several fiery arrows, his face ashen. "Let us retreat. If we continue, we'll lose our lives," Lu Yong lamented, contemplating abandoning the mission. It seemed impossible to complete this task, which also meant they would forfeit their chance to remain in the Heroine team. Although reluctant, the distinction between preserving their lives and their ambitions was clear. "Do you think we can escape?" Ding Letong's face turned pale as he watched the ghost flame beast charging toward them. The creature was faster than before, its fiery red scales visibly blazing, a clear sign of its wrath. Zoom! With a flurry of fiery arrows speeding toward them, Lu Yong and the others found their escape routes completely blocked. "Lin, you must run. We cannot escape. It's infuriating to meet our end on our first mission," Lu Yong shouted in despair, tears welling in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao finally set his little black dog down, slowly rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Enough of the weeping. With me here, no one shall perish." At that moment, Zhang Li and the others in the office were also intensely focused on Lin Xiao, sensing that he was about to reveal his true prowess. Just as the ghost flame beast raised its head once more, conjuring dozens of fiery arrows poised to strike, a colossal creature, shimmering with a dark metallic sheen, suddenly barreled in from an unknown direction. Its target was none other than the approaching ghost flame beast. As Lu Yong and his companions stood there, stunned, lamenting the imminent end of their lives, a thunderous crash erupted in their ears as the two beasts collided. With a display of formidable prowess, the small creature, with its sharp demonic horns, pierced the ghost flame beast's skull, sending it soaring through the air. A torrent of blood, mixed with brain matter, erupted forth, and the ghost flame beast succumbed instantly to the impact of the small creature's strike. After the battle concluded, Lin Xiao casually brushed himself off, smiling as he glanced at the miniature detector behind him. Zhang Li was likely in a state of bewilderment now. He pondered how Zhang would respond upon witnessing such a spectacle. Yet one thing was certain. Regardless of the outcome, Lin would not falter. Chapter 27. The truth revealed the ghost flame beast, until its last breath, remained oblivious to the cataclysmic moment it had just endured. The attack power of the Little Hum had reached a pinnacle befitting a high-level divine beast, radiating with a metallic sheen that embodied a fusion of technological prowess and primal ferocity. This colossal creature, born in the primordial age, had reigned over the earth for eons, perpetuating its lineage through the relentless processes of natural selection. The selective genetics bestowed upon it the most formidable lethality and combat prowess, securing its dominion in the savage epochs of antiquity. Perhaps the only force capable of vanquishing such a beast would be a meteorite. At this moment, Lu Yong and his companions remained entranced, still grappling with the overwhelming shock. United in expression, their bodies froze in place, jaws agape, as if a fist could fit within, caught in a surreal reverie, as though suspended between hell and heaven. After all, one moment they faced death, and in the next, they were miraculously alive. Lin Xiao strode forward, unhurriedly approaching the lifeless ghost flame beast, reaching out to extract the core of the exotic beast from within. While the Little Hum had no further use for it at present, this core could serve Lin Xiao's future endeavors with other dinosaurs. Thus, he accepted it without hesitation. After securing the intermediate exotic beast core along with the Little Hum into Dinosaur Island, Lin Xiao turned his gaze towards Lu Yong and his companions, calmly stating, "Let us depart. The mission is accomplished." "Lin, am I dreaming? What was that enormous black rodent? A high-level divine beast? You are a high-level beast tamer." Lu Yong, regaining his composure, suppressed the tumult within and inquired, "Black rodent? That was undeniably a dinosaur." Sun Qi, with a dry throat, uttered words that left Lu Yong and Ding Letong utterly astounded. "Hush! Do not be overly astonished. True strength requires discretion." Lin Xiao gestured for silence, directing his gaze at the trio. They instinctively nodded in unison, murmuring, "Understood. Understood. Huh. It is good to understand. Stick with me." and you shall enjoy the finest of luxuries." With that, Lin Xiao raised his hand and began to walk towards the forest's edge. The three exchanged glances, still reeling from the profound shock they had just experienced. However, even more astonished than Lu Yong and his companions were Zhang Li and the others, who had witnessed the entire spectacle. In the vice principal's office, an eerie silence prevailed, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Zhang Li's aged eyes bulged like those of an ox, the cigar in his hand now reduced to ash. It seemed he had burned his hand, prompting Zhang Li to hastily discard the remnants. Equally bewildered were Qin Peng and Qin Ruodong, the father and daughter duo, seated on the sofa, rendered numb by the unfolding events. Their internal astonishment was beyond the realm of articulation. Ironically, the second-tier talent they had long sought to belittle was, in fact, a formidable individual capable of effortlessly commanding high-level divine beasts. Such advanced divine beasts were likely unattainable even within the entirety of the Thousand Nations Alliance. It would not be an exaggeration to deem him the most powerful high-level beast tamer. In this moment, Qin Ruodong's regrets surged, becoming increasingly difficult to quell. Initially, she had indeed possessed the opportunity to cultivate a meaningful relationship with this Lin classmate. Even the cultivation of bonds and the formation of companionship could not salvage her situation, as her arrogance, rudeness, and even cruelty had led her to irrevocably forfeit everything. With such formidable power at her disposal, why would he still resort to underhanded means? Qin Peng was the first to break the silence that enveloped the office. At this moment, Lan Weiwei, having returned from her shock, managed to maintain her composure, especially since she was among the first to witness Lin Xiao's might. "If I possess such power, I too would choose to conceal it. It appears the identity of the perpetrator no longer requires speculation. It is undoubtedly Lin Xiao." Zhang Li, being the dean, quickly regained his calm after a brief moment of astonishment. Lan Weiwei slowly rose, her expression tinged with indifference, and said, "Since you are convinced that Lin Xiao killed Ning, may I inquire how you, Vice Dean, intend to address this matter?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Li let out a wry smile and shook his head. "When did I ever declare my intention to take action against him?" Lan Weiwei, who had initially been ready to confront Zhang Li in anger, suddenly fell silent and replied, "This." Lin Xiao entered the trial forest due to Qin Ruodong's behind-the-scenes maneuvering, intending to introduce him to the three-headed savage beasts as a means of intimidation. However, rather than being frightened, the beasts were instead vanquished by Lin Xiao. This was an act of self-defense that constituted no violation of rules. Furthermore, Ning Yi had trespassed into the divine beast forest seeking trouble with Lin Xiao and was consequently killed in self-defense by Lin Xiao. Throughout these events, Lin Xiao did not instigate any conflict. He is innocent. Zhang Li calmly pronounced the final verdict. As the vice dean of the academy, Zhang Li was obliged to uphold fairness, and moreover, the status of the parties involved did not permit him to penalize Lin Xiao. Additionally, why would he wish to offend such a potentially formidable beast tamer? Upon hearing Zhang Li's words, Lan Weiwei cast a glance at the still-dazed Qin Ruodong and turned to Qin Peng, saying, "Director Qin, I kindly ask you to keep a closer eye on your daughter. Should you fail to do so, someone else will step in." Qin Peng, feeling a wave of shame at Lan Weiwei's threatening remark, finally glanced at Qin Ruodong and said, "Ruodong, I instructed you to look after Lin Xiao properly. Is this how you do so?" After receiving a reprimand from her father, Qin Ruodong was engulfed in deep regret, wanting to respond but unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. She realized that she had landed herself in significant trouble. "When you next encounter Lin Xiao, you will offer him a sincere apology," Qin Peng stated coldly. Qin Ruodong sat on the sofa, her heart in turmoil. Yet she could not summon a single word to express herself. At this moment, Lin Xiao, along with Lu Yong and the others, was on the verge of exiting the dense forest when he noticed that the miniature tracker that had been following them was now absent. Presumably, Zhang Li had discovered his identity, yet Lin Xiao was not overly concerned. However, just as the four were about to leave the forest, a resounding thud reverberated from the depths of the forest, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Subsequently, Lu Yong and the others felt a prickling sensation at the nape of their necks. Could it be that there are other extraordinary beasts lurking within this forest? Lu Yong exclaimed in shock. Our task has been accomplished, regardless of the outcome. Let us return, Sun Chi remarked. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. The tremors reverberating through the earth indicated that they were at least 10 miles away. If a mere stomp could create such vibrations from that distance, it was likely that the creature responsible was at least a Beast King level. Lin Xiao felt a surge of unease. His current companion, Xiao Hong, was lacking the materials required for an upgrade to the Beast King level. If indeed there was a Beast King level creature lurking behind them, it would be as if his desires were manifesting into reality. Following the previous encounter with the disaster level creature, the toxic dragon lizard, Lin Xiao had gained a clearer understanding of Xiao Heng's combat capabilities. With its exceptional metal attributes, even in the face of a Beast King level creature, a confrontation was not out of the question. After all, acquiring the core of such a creature was beyond his financial means. He could only seek to capitalize on the beasts themselves. Chapter 28. The Mysterious Organization. After much hesitation, Lin Xiao could not suppress the impulse to explore further. If the thunderous noise truly emanated from a Beast King level creature, he would assess the situation accordingly. If he could defeat it, he would strike. If not, he would retreat. Having made up his mind, Lin Xiao addressed his companions. You three should head back. I will venture deeper to ascertain the circumstances. Upon hearing this, Lu Yong paused momentarily. Lin, this disturbance is at least from a Beast King level creature. Are you certain you want to proceed? Yes, I intend to take a look, Lin Xiao replied, casting a glance at the dense forest. Very well, but do exercise caution. We are unable to assist you, given our insufficient levels, Lu Yong cautioned. Despite his desire to accompany Lin Xiao, they lacked the formidable strength he possessed and could only watch helplessly. Lin Xiao nodded. Then, without further hesitation, he strode into the depths of the forest. As he disappeared from view, Lu Yong and the others exchanged glances. Who exactly is Lin? How does he possess the skills of a high-level beast tamer, yet chooses to team up with us? Lu Yong pondered, a hint of bewilderment in his expression. I too am curious. Sun Chi shrugged in resignation. The three then departed from the forest. As Lin Xiao ventured alone into the heart of the woods, he was met with a ceaseless rumble echoing in his ears, a sound drawing ever closer, indicating he was nearing its source. Upon parting the underbrush and entering the depths of the forest, he indeed discovered the massive corpse of a Beast King-level creature lying in a pool of blood, lifeless. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly caught his attention was the presence of 8 high-level beast tamers surrounding the scene. Judging by their uniforms, they were all elite members of the Alonia team. It appeared that these 8 high-level tamers had successfully vanquished the Beast King-level creature, albeit at a significant cost, as 6 of them bore severe injuries. Under normal circumstances, casualties in battle against a Beast King-level creature would be expected. Yet, what astonished Lin Xiao was the emergence of 5 enigmatic individuals clad in black garments and masks encircling the beast tamers. Their attire was unfamiliar to Lin Xiao and bore no insignia of any known faction. While Lin Xiao pondered this perplexity, their conversation startled him slightly. Eliminate all the beast tamers and take their divine beasts, one of the masked men declared abruptly. The besieged tamers turned pale. Having just survived a fierce battle with the Beast King, they now faced an additional threat. A dire situation indeed. 2 uninjured tamers immediately summoned their divine beasts, with one exclaiming, "You filthy scoundrels! How long have you been trailing us, attacking us while we fought the Beast King from behind?" Upon hearing this, one of the masked men did not respond, but instead began to approach the speaking tamer slowly. "How dare you?" The tamer's expression turned ashen, and he swiftly commanded his high-level divine beast to charge forward. However, as the beast tamer wielding earth attributes charged forward, a shadowy black panther swiftly emerged from behind the man in black, pinning the earth attribute hyena forcefully to the ground. What left Lin Xiao even more astonished was yet to come. Upon witnessing his divine beast being subdued, the beast tamer was about to initiate assimilation when the man in black unexpectedly lunged forward, seizing the beast tamer by the throat, depriving him of any chance to assimilate. Moreover, after grasping the beast tamer's neck, the man in black swiftly dismantled the beast-controlling device from his hand and crushed it underfoot. "Damn it, you wretched beasts!" The beast tamer erupted in furious expletives. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, the man in black unsheathed a steel blade, driving it through the beast tamer's chin and out the crown of his head. Kill. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, pondering the identities of these ruthless individuals. It was his first encounter with such brutality among beast tamers. "Everyone, be cautious. We have sent a distress signal to headquarters. Hold on for a little longer, reinforcements will arrive," shouted one of the injured beast tamers as he struggled to rise. The surrounding wounded beast tamers began to summon their own severely injured divine beasts. However, the remaining 7 were drenched in sweat, for all of them were high-ranking beast tamers, while the 5 men in black included one of Beast King level. The disparity in strength was evident. They could not hold out until help arrived. "Kill them," commanded the man in black with a wave of his hand, and the 4 other men in black instantly charged toward the 7 beast tamers. Lin Xiao had anticipated this outcome. In the split second that the 4 men in black surged forward, their divine beasts, fierce as wolves, hardly needed to engage in combat. They swiftly subdued the already gravely injured divine beasts. The sounds of blades piercing flesh echoed through the dense forest, accompanied by anguished screams. In the blink of an eye, the 7 beast tamers were annihilated. Lin Xiao observed the entire scene unfold. It was not that he lacked the will to intervene. After all, there were 5 adversaries, including a Beast King level tamer. Charging out would be tantamount to seeking death. Thus, he remained concealed. Once the 5 had dispatched all 7, they proceeded to deliver fatal blows, ensuring that each beast tamer lay lifeless before they ceased their actions. Subsequently, a black truck emerged from a narrow path within the forest, capturing the divine beasts of the 8 individuals and loading them onto the vehicle. They departed without a backward glance, even neglecting the deceased Beast King. After confirming that the 5 had left, Lin Xiao emerged from the thicket and approached the fallen. Upon conducting a thorough inspection, he found no survivors. He walked over to the lifeless Beast King and, raising a hand, directly transported the entire beast into Dinosaur Island. This Beast King possessed tough skin and flesh, making it impossible for Lin Xiao to breach its insides. He would have to manage that later. Moreover, the skeletal and sanguine remains of this Beast King were crucial materials for enhancement. Hence, Lin Xiao collected them all without hesitation. As Lin Xiaoshan had just secured the carcass of the beast on Dinosaur Island, shouts suddenly echoed from behind him. "Did I not instruct you to leave? Why have you returned?" Lin Xiao inquired, observing the 3 stealthily approaching individuals. "We were concerned for your safety, so we decided to follow you," one of them replied. "What on earth happened here? The casualties from battling the Beast King level creature are so severe?" Lu Yong exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the countless bodies strewn across the ground, rendering him speechless. "It was not the Beast King level creature that caused this," Lin Xiao stated. "Then who could be responsible?" Lu Yong questioned, his scalp prickling in trepidation as he surveyed the grim scene. Chapter 29. The fanatical believers of the Dark Dimension. The scene before them was undeniably harrowing. 8 elite beast tamers from the Heroine team lay lifeless, a grim testament to a fierce confrontation. Such staggering casualties were seldom seen, even when facing calamity-level beasts, leaving Lu Yong and his companions thoroughly shaken. Lin Xiao, too, was consumed by curiosity about the identity of the 5 assailants. What deep-seated animosity could drive them to such brutality? It was evident that should these individuals encounter them, they would show no mercy. It seemed prudent to leave this perilous place. "Let us go. We cannot linger here any longer," Lin Xiao urged. "Indeed, it's far too frightening. We must hurry," Lu Yong concurred, eager to depart. Once they exited the dense forest, Lin Xiao's unease only grew. Was it possible that in combating the beasts, they also had to contend with this suspicious group? Their ruthless demeanor suggested they were no strangers to violence, having likely taken lives before. Yet, the Beast Tamer Academy possessed no information regarding these mysterious figures, nor had anyone mentioned them. His parents and older sister had never alluded to such entities. Clearly, a thorough investigation was in order. By the time they returned to the Beast Tamer Academy, twilight had descended. Their initial mission had been successfully accomplished. At that moment, Vice Dean Zhang Li awaited their return at the campus entrance. Upon seeing Lin Xiao and his companions return safely, a knowing smile graced Zhang Li's face as he regarded Lin Xiao. Observing the cunning expression on Zhang Li's face, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Such a smile boded ill. "Congratulations to the four of you on successfully completing your mission," Zhang Li said with a chuckle. "For the benefit of the United Nations." Liu Yong and the others immediately saluted. "It's getting late. You may return now." "Lin, please accompany me to my office," Zhang Li instructed. "Understood," Lin Xiao replied with a nod. As they made their way to the office, only two individuals were present, Zhang Li and the unyielding Lan Weiwei. "Lin, please take a seat," Zhang Li said with a smile. Lin Xiao settled onto the sofa, his legs crossed, exuding an air of calmness. "You've worked hard," Lan Weiwei remarked gently, looking at Lin Xiao. "It was nothing, merely a trifling task," Lin Xiao replied with a refined smile directed at Lan Weiwei. "Lin, you truly know how to conceal your capabilities," Zhang Li suddenly remarked, his gaze fixed on Lin Xiao. In response, Lin Xiao offered a subtle smile. "The Vice Dean is also no stranger to concealment. After observing my combat performance, I trust you have gleaned some insights." Zhang Li's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "You are aware? How did you discover this?" Clearly, Zhang Li was taken aback. He had dispatched a micro-tracker to follow the four, believing it to be well concealed. How had Lin Xiao uncovered the truth? "Let us not concern ourselves with how I found out. I could have chosen to keep this under wraps, but I chose to reveal it instead. I wish to convey to the Vice Dean that I, Lin, operate with integrity and prefer transparency. Now please tell me, how do you intend to handle this situation?" Lin Xiao maintained an expression of tranquility, his composure far more akin to that of a man in his 40s or 50s than a mere 17 or 18-year-old. Zhang Li was utterly taken aback by Lin Xiao's words. This young man, despite his tender age, possessed an unsettling aura. Perhaps I have overstated," Zhang Li remarked with a chuckle. "This incident is not your fault, and I have no intention of reprimanding you. Moreover, I have ordered that matters concerning your identity and your divine beast remain confidential for the time being, with no repercussions for you." This declaration surprised Lin Xiao, though it was within the realm of reason, as he had not been at fault throughout this ordeal. "Oh, is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave, as I am rather fatigued," Lin Xiao stated, rising abruptly. "Actually, there's another matter," Zhang Li replied slowly. "The situation outside is rather tumultuous, and your divine beast is quite extraordinary. While I am uncertain how you acquired it, it is indeed a fortuitous occurrence for the alliance of 1,000 nations. Therefore, I have conferred with Captain Lan, and we intend to reassign you to Millennium City." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was decidedly unwilling. He had been looking forward to slaying monsters and gaining experience points. Being transferred to Millennium City would render him in a state of luxury and ease. "There is no need for that. I originally gained entry through backdoor means, and further special treatment would invite scorn." Lin Xiao shook his head. "This concerns your personal safety. After all, the outside world is somewhat chaotic," Zhang Li continued. The repeated mention of the external disorder piqued Lin Xiao's curiosity, and recalling the mysterious individuals he had encountered in the dense forest, he sensed a connection. The chaos referred to by the Vice Dean must pertain to those individuals clad in black uniforms. They were indeed formidable, and if I were to confront them head-on, I would not stand a chance at present, Lin Xiao remarked calmly. Zhang Li was taken aback, while Lan Weiwei's astonishment was palpable. "How do you know this? Who exactly are you?" Zhang Li exclaimed, rising in shock. "Lin Xiao, you have encountered them?" Lan Weiwei gasped, hastening to inquire. "Yes, just moments ago. They killed 8 senior beast tamers in the eastern suburbs. I intended to return and ask you about it," Lin Xiao responded. "What nonsense! They did not discover you? No one has managed to escape their watchful eyes until now. How did you accomplish such a feat? Did you engage them in combat?" Zhang Li was utterly flabbergasted, increasingly convinced that this young man was far more enigmatic than he had previously imagined. His unflappable demeanor in the face of adversity, coupled with that extraordinary divine beast, exuded an air of mystery. "Not at all. I conceal myself. So who exactly are they? Lin Xiao inquired. Upon hearing this, Zhongli slowly resumed his seat and stated, They are from the church. The mere mention of the church left Lin Xiao bewildered. The church? Wait, what era are we in to still be discussing the church? What you may not know is that this group of beasts venerates a dark deity, believing that the arrival of the dark dimension is meant to rescue the blue planet. They are fervent devotees of the dark dimension, endowed with formidable powers, and have long eluded the annihilation attempts of the Alliance of 1,000 Nations. However, as you can see, these efforts have proven futile. This group of wretches lies in ambush after battles between beast tamers and exotic beasts. Among every 10 beast tamers, 3 have fallen victim to these marauders. Zhongli remarked, Alas, in every world, whenever disaster strikes, there are always a handful of fools who worship so-called deities beyond salvation. Lin Xiao bitterly smiled and shook his head. For instance, in the earth he inhabits, whenever a significant calamity occurs, malevolent organizations emerge, sowing chaos under the guise of divine retribution. The blue planet is no exception. This realization has instilled in Lin Xiao a sense of urgency. It seems imperative to return home promptly, to upgrade Little Hung, and to summon new dinosaurs. For strengthening oneself is the true path to power. Chapter 30. Evolution of Self. After an engaging conversation with Zhang Li, Lin Xiao departed from the Vice Dean's office, intending to return home. It was now 7 in the evening, and the April air retained a slight chill as the sun had already set. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Lin Xiao strolled leisurely along the college pathway. He inhaled deeply the brisk air, his spirits as buoyant as ever. As night fell upon the campus, students residing on-site emerged in clusters to take a stroll, among whom were several striking young women. Thus, as Lin Xiao ambled along the path, he encountered numerous exquisitely beautiful and vivacious ladies. If he could see them daily, that would certainly be delightful. For beauty is indeed a feast for the eyes. With a smile, Lin Xiao murmured to himself, feeling somewhat poetic, Is it truly my charm that captivates? Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him and instinctively turned to see none other than Lan Weiwei, who had caught up with him. You still haven't answered my question, she teased, quickening her pace a little. At that moment, Lan Weiwei was clad in the distinctive uniform of a beast master, her silken silver hair framing her tall, graceful figure, complemented by long legs and boots, exuding a pure and charming aura. It was hard to fathom that such a sweet and lovely beauty was a seasoned beast king. Certainly, they cannot compare to your allure. They are not of the same caliber, Lin Xiao replied, pausing momentarily until Lan Weiwei walked parallel to him. Then chuckling as they continued their stroll. I must say, I did not expect you to be so charming with your words, she responded, her laughter light and genuine. With his hands still in his pockets, Lin Xiao turned to her, his expression softening with a gentle smile. It is curious. I never imagined I would have any interaction with such a beauty as yourself. Perhaps your fondness for me stems from our mutual rescue 2 years ago. Indeed, those who have encountered me often express similar sentiments, Lin Xiao quipped, riding the wave of the conversation with a grin. You are quite shameless, Lan Weiwei shot back. Rolling her eyes playfully, Lin Xiao chuckled heartily and inquired, By the way, how is your old injury? I noticed it affected you during your battle with the venomous dragon lizard. It's manageable, considering it was inflicted by a calamity-level beast. Regaining my former health is an impossibility, she replied, shaking her head, fully aware of her condition. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of guilt. It's all my fault. Had I been able to take in a few more breaths, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. At those words, Lan Weiwei felt a jolt. Instinctively clutching her chest, You foolish boy. Are you still addicted? Seeing the startled expression on her face, Lin Xiao burst into laughter. I must admit, it is indeed quite thrilling. The location of the wound was particularly sensitive. Their shared laughter resonated through the night. Indeed, as they walked together, they exuded a harmonious aura reminiscent of a charming couple, especially within the vibrant atmosphere of the academy. The atmosphere was quite comfortable, resembling a captivating scenic view. The two engaged in lively conversation. Lin Xiao had already departed from the academy when Lan Weiwei remarked, I must journey far tomorrow, I may not return for 2 days. Far journey? Where to? Lin Xiao inquired. To Cassilia City. A large-scale meteor shower occurred there last night, classified as a level tiger disaster. I received orders to provide reinforcement. Lan Wiwi et Lais Frau. A level tiger disaster? Does that imply the presence of calamity-level exotic beasts? Lin Xiao expressed mild astonishment. Indeed, there is one calamity-level beast and 3 beast kings, along with approximately 30 to 40 lower-tier beasts. The scale is considerable. However, the Thousand Nations Alliance implemented effective early warning measures, preventing a more catastrophic outcome. Otherwise, it would merely be a level tiger disaster. Lan Weiwei inhaled a breath of the cool air. Lin Xiao suddenly halted and patted Lan Weiwei's shoulder. Your old ailment has not yet healed. Do not overexert yourself. It is acceptable to show caution when necessary. It does not diminish your worth. A cool breeze brushed by, and Lan Weiwei paused, pouting slightly at such a young age. Why do you always carry an air of being prematurely aged? Just how old are you? Lin Xiao grinned and resumed his walk, hands in his pockets. However, he soon hesitated. The large-scale meteor shower in Cassilia City presented an excellent opportunity for monster hunting and leveling up. How could he have been so oblivious? Could you possibly take me along? Lin Xiao suddenly suggested. What? You wish to join? You have your own team now, and the Academy will assign you tasks. Lan Weiwei was taken aback. Please, what can I achieve by bullying small monsters with 3 mediocre companions? I need to battle truly formidable exotic beasts. A spark of determination ignited in Lin Xiao's eyes. Lan Weiwei, momentarily astonished by Lin Xiao's words, gazed at him with fascination. Indeed, the individual standing beside me possesses the capability to contend with calamity-level beasts. Those intermediate and advanced beasts truly lack the challenge. Very well, but you must stay close to me and not wander off. By the way, your sister will also be going tomorrow. Her research institute requires the collection of exotic beast genetic data, Lan Weiwei added. My sister is going too? All right, given the danger. It's fortuitous that I can also protect her, Lin Xiao responded. Agreed. It is settled then. I will inform the Academy in advance. We shall meet at 8 in the morning, Lan Weiwei stated. Understood. I'm off now. No need to see me off. Lin Xiao raised his hand slightly and headed towards the subway station. Lan Weiwei stood at the entrance of the subway station, watching Lin Xiao depart, revealing a charming smile. Her heart seemingly filled with joy. Upon Lin Xiao's return home, it was nearly 9 in the evening. At this hour, Lin Yiner had already retired for the night. Lin Xiao rummaged through the refrigerator for some frozen food, and after satisfying his hunger, he returned to his room, locking the door behind him. He then dove into Dinosaur Island, embarking on his journey of self-improvement. Upon entering Dinosaur Island, Lin Xiao intended to elevate little HNG to the Beast King level while simultaneously extracting a new wave of dinosaurs. However, as he stepped onto the island, he was immediately taken aback. The colossal Beast King creature he had previously captured lay in disarray, its severed limbs and scattered remains strewn across the ground. Turning his gaze, Lin Xiao beheld little HNG, its form radiating a brilliant golden glow, resembling a heavy-duty truck in size. The once black scales that adorned its body had now shed their dark hue, transforming into a lustrous gold, exuding an air of mechanical precision. With a cheerful demeanor, little HNG lifted its large head and released 2 jets of white steam upon seeing its master. Lin Xiao was utterly astonished. Had it truly evolved on its own? Chapter 31. The Thunder Attribute Divine Beast gazing upon the remarkably potent little creature, which surpassed even the might of advanced divine beasts. Lin Xiao's face radiated with astonishment. To his surprise, upon merely collecting the corpse of the Beast King-grade creature, this little one had consumed it and subsequently evolved into a Beast King-grade divine beast. This revelation filled Lin Xiao with indescribable joy, as this marked his very first Beast King-grade divine beast. Who could have anticipated that in such a brief span of days, it had ascended to a status equivalent to that of a commander-level beast tamer? After all, those commander-level beast tamers within the United Nations of 1,000 Kingdoms were merely at the Beast King grade. Eagerly, Lin Xiao examined the details of the little creature. Golden Demon Horn Dragon, quality. Beast King skills, fearless charge, strong magnetic storm. Golden physique, attribute, gold upgrade. Catastrophic grade beast core, X2, catastrophic grade beast bones, catastrophic grade beast genes, assimilation. Ready to his astonishment, a new skill had been added. The skills of divine beasts have a probabilistic nature at each level, with the chances decreasing as the level increases. This explains why many beast king grade tamers possess divine beasts with only 2 skills. However, a lower probability signifies a greater power for the skill. Lin Xiao suddenly felt quite fortunate, indeed, like a true champion. Furthermore, upon inspection, he found that his reputation points had increased by 1,000, precisely meeting the requirements for summoning a new dinosaur. With a grin, Lin Xiao mused that his upcoming journey to Cassilia City would be filled with confidence. For with the current little creature, he would undoubtedly dominate at his level. Even when faced with catastrophic-grade foes, victory was not guaranteed, but certainly plausible. Calming the excitement within, Lin Xiao swiftly navigated to the page for summoning carnivorous dinosaurs. He was not overly concerned about the new dinosaur facing hunger, as there remained an ample supply of beast king-grade ribs that the little creature had yet to consume, enough to sustain the carnivorous dinosaur for several days. Initially, the carnivorous dinosaur required meat for sustenance, but typically after 2 upgrades, it would no longer need to eat, as the beast core would provide the necessary energy. With a decisive click on the summoning page, Lin Xiao initiated the process. Reputation points minus 1,000. Summoning commences. As the Cole notification echoed, a virtual screen appeared before Lin Xiao. A multitude of carnivorous dinosaurs began to spin like a grand roulette. Lin Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of which creature would emerge. He hoped to summon a divine beast with attributes akin to that of a Tyrannosaurus rex. For large carnivorous dinosaurs boasted formidable initial combat power. Yet, whether his luck would remain favorable was to be revealed in this moment. Congratulations, Island Master. You have acquired the rare attribute Carnivorous Dragon Shark Tooth Dragon. Shark Tooth Dragon. Quality. Low skills. Tremor Thunderstrike. Unlocked at intermediate quality. Attribute. Thunder. Unlocked at intermediate quality. Upgrade. Intermediate Beast Core. Assimilation. Ready, as the announcement resonated. A colossal carnivorous dinosaur materialized before him. Although it fell short of the Tyrannosaurus rex in overall size and length, it nonetheless represented a significant boon. Lin Xiao was rather pleased with the outcome, as it was certainly more fortunate than randomly encountering those diminutive carnivorous dinosaurs. Well, it's acceptable, he remarked, nodding in satisfaction at the colossal creature beside him. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he possessed an intermediate beast core, which he had acquired alongside Lu Yong and the others while completing a task. It was the perfect moment to utilize it. Lin Xiao retrieved the intermediate beast core and promptly initiated an upgrade. Congratulations, Island Master, on the successful upgrade of the divine beast. Reward, 1,000 reputation points. Total reputation, 1,000. Shark Tooth Dragon, quality. Intermediate skill, Thunderous Tremor, attribute. Lightning upgrade. Advanced Beast Core, Advanced Beast Bones, assimilation. Ready with the completion of the upgrade. The Shark Tooth Dragon's formerly coarse skin began to undergo a transformation, as if the substance coursing through its veins was no longer mere blood, but rather the very essence of thunder. Its physique also grew slightly larger. Undoubtedly, should he nurture the Shark Tooth Dragon to the rank of a Beast King, its combat prowess would surpass that of Little Hung. 2 divine beasts, one offensive and one defensive. Who in this world could rival Lin Xiao's might? Tomorrow's journey to Cassilia City presented an excellent opportunity for him to stake his claim to greatness. From this day forth, you shall be known as Little Xia, Lin Xiao declared, casting a grin at the Shark Tooth Dragon. The creature seemed to comprehend his words, raising its head to emit a powerful roar, exuding an aura of majesty. Satisfied, Lin Xiao exited Dinosaur Island. Thus, a splendid day came to a close. The following day, at 6:30 in the morning, Lin Xiao rose early, and at that moment, Lin Ener had already prepared breakfast. Seated at the table, he casually consumed a portion of his meal. I'm heading to Cassilia City and may not return for 2 or 3 days, he informed Lin Ener, who glanced up from her breakfast. Yes, I understand, Lin Xiao replied. Please be cautious at the academy. If you encounter an insurmountable task, do not proceed, Lin Xiao advised, her concern evident. Can I accompany you? Lin Xiao inquired tentatively. At his words, Lin Xiao was taken aback, promptly rejecting his request. Absolutely not. I was merely asking, is such a strong reaction necessary? Lin Xiao responded, somewhat exasperated. The situation in Cassilia City is quite severe. Do not follow my example from 2 years ago when you stealthily left to find me, Lin Xiao cautioned earnestly. This time, involve a large-scale celestial descent, and over 20 high-level beast tamers have been dispatched to protect me, which speaks volumes of the danger involved. Reflecting on the past, Lin Xiao recalled how he had been pursued by a venomous dragon lizard 2 years prior, having sneaked out to find Lin Xiao, nearly losing his life. Such peril, and you still intend to go? What if something unforeseen occurs? I believe my presence would afford you some protection, Lin Xiao asserted. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nearly choked on her bread, retorting, "Oh please, I've consulted Qin Peng, and he mentioned that your divine beast is merely a mutated black dog, a puppy yet to grow its full set of teeth. I think you should focus on taking care of yourself. Sister, let us cease the pretense regarding our relationship. I shall lay my cards on the table. I am a beastmaster of the highest order. With my presence beside you, even a calamity-level beast stands no chance against me. Trust in my abilities." Lin Xiao regarded Lin Xiao with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing his declaration, Lin Xiao paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Ha, dear brother. Take a look outside." Lin Xiao turned to gaze out the window. "What is it outside? All I see are cows." Lin Xiao retorted with mock annoyance. Lin Xiao sighed. "All right, it is getting late. I must go meet someone. You should enjoy your meal and head to the academy. Do not wander elsewhere. Be obedient, or else your sister may not be so kind to you in the future." After imparting her advice, Lin Xiao affectionately ruffled Lin Xiao's hair like a caring elder, then hurriedly donned her coat and exited. Lin Xiao remained seated for a moment, letting out a deep sigh, and then rose to tidy up the dishes.
He grabbed his coat and followed suit, for he had no intention of obediently adhering to Lin Xiao's wishes.
Chapter 32 Command, as firm as a mountain. Lin Xiao departed from home, heading straight for the academy. Despite Lin Xiao's repeated admonitions, he remained resolute in his intentions. This journey to Cassilia City served a dual purpose: to seek the core of the extraordinary beasts and to enhance his combat experience and the fighting capabilities of his companions, Xiaoheng and Xiaosha. His objectives were clear, and he was well aware of his forthcoming endeavors. However, to avert any unnecessary complications, Lin Xiao could not allow Lin Xiao to catch sight of him. Otherwise, his plans would surely be thwarted. Upon arriving at the academy, he found Lan Weiwei already awaiting him outside, accompanied by an elite unit comprising 60 advanced beast tamers. Among this contingent, 20 had been specifically designated for the protection of Lin Xiao. As Lin Xiao entered the academy, he observed several trucks poised for departure. "Weiwei, are we ready to set off?" Lin Xiao inquired, regarding the vigilant beast tamers. "Yes, we were merely waiting for you." "First, change into this," Lan Weiwei replied, handing him a formal uniform of the team. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Xiao recognized that he was still clad in the attire of the auxiliary team. After donning the uniform, he noticed 2 military Humvees parked at the back of the trucks. One was familiar to him, belonging to his elder sister, while the other likely belonged to Lan Weiwei. As Lan Weiwei observed Lin Xiao adjusting his attire, she delicately straightened his collar and said, "Lin Xiao, I have just received a notification from above. The disaster level has escalated to the ghost level. It appears to be quite severe. Once we arrive, no matter what occurs, you must stay close to me at all times. I will ensure your safety." "All right, you protect me," Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Their interaction did not go unnoticed by several nearby beast tamers. "Who is this guy? Why does he have such a close relationship with Captain Lan?" one questioned. "Indeed, I have never seen him before. Where did he come from?" another remarked. "I heard from Guotong that this lad might be the captain's boyfriend." Someone exclaimed. "What? The captain is in a relationship? My youth is over." A lively exchange ensued among the beast tamers. "Captain Lan, may we depart?" At that moment, Lin Xiao called out from the Humvee in the distance. Lin Xiao was not concerned about being spotted by his sister. She was nearsighted. unable to distinguish between people and animals from 10 meters away, and generally disliked wearing glasses. Moreover, he was now clad in the official Heroine team uniform, standing alongside Lan Weiwei, which seemed perfectly appropriate. Even if Lin Xiao were to discover him later, she would likely not send him back. "Get in, prepare for departure," Lan Weiwei shouted to the 60 beast tamers. Subsequently, the group began boarding the trucks, which were soon ready to embark toward Cassilia City. Lin Xiao took a seat in the Humvee alongside Lan Weiwei. After traveling for over 3 hours, they had entered the outskirts of Cassilia City. Seated in the back of the Humvee, Lin Xiao noticed flames illuminating the sky within the city, accompanied by intermittent roars of beasts. As the vehicle continued its journey, 3 figures suddenly emerged on the distant highway, their faces smeared with dirt as they leaned on one another, trudging towards the city of Aronia. Upon spotting an approaching vehicle, the trio appeared to have glimpsed a beacon of hope, instantly invigorated as they waved frantically. When the vehicle came to a halt, several beast tamers disembarked to rescue the 3, offering them bottles of water. "What is the situation in Cassilia City?" Lan Weiwei inquired, gazing at the rescued individuals. The leading beast tamer gulped down several mouthfuls of water before mustering the strength to respond. "The Cassilia team has nearly been annihilated. Not only were they attacked by aberrant beasts, but that vile group from the church also intervened. Why have you come with so few? You're not reinforcing, but rather courting death." Upon hearing this, Lan Weiwei furrowed her brow. "Surely, there are church members involved? Indeed, you ought not to proceed. It would be wiser to return. Cassilia City is in a state of near abandonment." The beast tamer shook his head, his eyes still brimming with fear. This revelation left Lan Weiwei in a quandary. At that moment, Guotong approached, saying, "Captain, shall we proceed or not? Military orders are absolute. The Thousand Nations Alliance has tasked us with reinforcement. If we turn back now, we might find ourselves awaiting a court-martial." Lan Weiwei shot Guotong a sidelong glance. "Ah, quite so," Guotong replied awkwardly, scratching his head. Although they were beast tamers, they were also soldiers, and the principle of military orders was one that could not be defied. "If you 3 wish to join us, get in the vehicle. If not, we can provide you with some water and food for your journey to Aronia City." Lan Weiwei addressed the trio. "Alas, Captain Lan, I have already stated that proceeding is tantamount to seeking death. Why can you not comprehend?" The beast tamer remarked, exasperated. Lan Weiwei internally cursed. Did he think she was eager to go? Bound by military orders, retreat was not an option. The duty of a soldier demanded that they advance, even when facing overwhelming peril. Moreover, she did not desire to lead such a meager contingent. After all, Aronia City required protection, and she believed she had brought a relatively substantial force. Casting a glance at Lin Xiao, who was resting against the vehicle window, she resolved to board without further hesitation, subsequently issuing the command to proceed. The 3, clutching their provisions, watched as the dust-laden convoy pressed onward, shaking their heads in resigned amusement. Captain Lan may be one of the most formidable leaders in the Thousand Nations Alliance, yet seems she may be doomed this time. Such a pity, one lamented. Our commander has also perished in battle. The divine beasts have been captured by the church's vile minions. Damn it, when will the Thousand Nations Alliance recall the catastrophe-level beast tamers from a desert? At this rate, we will inevitably be bullied to death by the church. After muttering amongst themselves, the trio continued their limping journey. Meanwhile, atop a building in Cassilia City, 5 men clad in black and wearing masks observed the approaching convoy through binoculars, their countenances betraying a glimmer of delight beneath their masks. Observing the emblem on the truck, it is evident that the Aronia team is present. The woman, Lan Weiwei, should also be here. I have been longing for her purple thunder tiger for several years. It appears that my wishes may finally come to fruition. The leader of the group, a man whose gaze exudes a sense of foreboding, seems to harbor sinister intentions. Not only is Lan Weiwei present, but also Lin Xiao's vehicle. This woman possesses more exotic beast genes than any of us. Once they have engaged the beasts of the city in battle, we shall seize the opportunity to ensnare them all. This time, we are bound to capture some significant prizes. Another man grinned widely, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Chapter 33. the griffin as the vehicles entered the city. A third of the structures in Cassilia lay in ruins. Fortunately, due to the early warnings issued by the United Nations Alliance, the civilian casualties were minimal. However, Lin Xiao could see through the car window the countless corpses littering the streets, remnants of several brutal battles that had unfolded over the past 2 days, resulting in significant losses. At that moment, Guitong, seated in the passenger seat of the Hummer, received a phone call. After exchanging pleasantries, he turned to the back seat where Lan Weiwei sat and said, "Captain, Vice Dean Lin intends to search for the remains of the aberrant beast to extract genetic data, and he wishes to part ways with us." Upon hearing this, Lan Weiwei nodded, informed the accompanying beast tamers to ensure Vice Dean Lin's safety. If danger arises, they should call for assistance. Understood, Guitong replied respectfully before conveying the instructions. Shortly thereafter, 2 trucks and a Hummer separated from the convoy, heading toward another main road. The remaining vehicles entered an abandoned building, designating it as a temporary command center. The 40 beast tamers disembarked and arranged themselves into 4 rows, standing at the ready, awaiting Lan Weiwei's orders. Lan Weiwei alighted from the vehicle and immediately began issuing commands in an orderly manner. Lin Xiao stood nearby, listening attentively and gaining a general understanding of the operational direction Lan Weiwei had laid out. The primary mission was to search for any surviving members of the Cassilia team and to eliminate the remaining aberrant beasts. However, the foremost objective remained to confront the agents of the church. While the aberrant beasts were formidable, being merely brutish creatures with simple minds and robust physiques, the members of the church posed the true threat. Thus, Lan Weiwei planned to deploy a team of 10 to hunt high-level aberrant beasts, luring the church's operatives into the open to be ambushed. Fully aware of the cunning nature of these church agents, she approached the mission with the utmost seriousness. With the orders dispensed, 10 out of the 40 members set off first to engage in combat in areas where aberrant beasts were likely to appear. Lan Weiwei then dispatched another 10 to search for survivors, while the remaining 20 stood by as reinforcements, prepared to confront any potential church elites. Observing the mobilization of the beast tamers, Lin Xiao began to feel restless. Remaining by Lan Weiwei's side would likely deprive him of the opportunity to take action. Furthermore, Lan Weiwei would not permit him to venture out, so he seized a moment when she was preoccupied to slip away unnoticed. Upon departing from the command center, Lin Xiao glanced at the labyrinthine streets, successfully pinpointing a route marked by the traces of aberrant beasts. With his hands in his pockets, he strolled leisurely down the street as if on a leisurely excursion. After about 20 minutes, his beast-taming device began to emit a sound. "Lin Xiao, where have you gone? I turned my back for a moment, and you slipped away." Lan Weiwei's voice came through the device. "Just taking a stroll. Since I had some free time," Lin Xiao replied with a light smile. "All right, just be careful," Lan Weiwei responded, somewhat exasperated. However, knowing Lin Xiao's ability to protect himself, she refrained from pressing further. Bang! As Lin Xiao conversed with Lan Weiwei, a sudden, muffled explosion echoed from distance. An advanced beast, shimmering with radiant light, materialized in the street. This colossal creature resembled a gargoyle from Western mythology, complete with a pair of stone wings that could not take flight. Stone beast, quality, advanced skill, meteor shower, attribute. Earth status, healthy. With the information appearing, Lin Xiao grinned. It seemed that his thoughts had manifested into reality. "What was that sound?" Lan Weiwei inquired, as if she had heard something through the beast-taming device. "Nothing significant, just a heap of useless stones," Lin Xiao replied casually before disconnecting the device. The stone beast appeared to sense the presence of humans nearby. At that moment, Lin Xiao seemed as insignificant as a kitten before a mighty tiger when compared to the imposing creature. With a thunderous roar, the stone beast descended from the sky, its sole purpose being the eradication of humanity. Upon spotting Lin Xiao, it unleashed a furious roar and charged forward in an instant. Observing the beast's aggressive advance, Lin Xiao slowly raised his hand and declared, "Xiao Heng, it's your time to shine." With a resounding boom, Xiao Heng's massive form landed, causing the ground to tremble. Its entire body gleamed with a golden sheen, reminiscent of a statue forged from pure gold, delivering an overwhelming visual impact. The stone beast, sensing the formidable presence of its adversary, displayed a flicker of fear in its not-so-intelligent eyes. Nevertheless, it roared defiantly and lunged forward. "Xiao Hong, strike it!" Lin Xiao commanded, remaining relaxed with his hands in his pockets. Responding to Lin Xiao's order, Xiao Hong unleashed its might, each charge causing the earth to quake. In a heartbeat, the two titanic creatures collided not far from Lin Xiao. In terms of brute strength, Xiao Hong was unrivaled. With its initial contact, it sent the stone beast flying. With a dull crash, the stone beast was hurled backward, crashing into a towering building. Witnessing this, Lin Xiao smiled broadly. The Beast King, Xiao Hong, was undeniably powerful. Dealing with an advanced beast was but a trivial task. Xiao Hong, and it swiftly, charged fearlessly, Lin Xiao commanded, issuing a decisive order. Xiao Hong exhaled 2 plumes of white vapor, and its forehead horns erupted with brilliant golden light as it charged into the interior of the building. However, just as Xiao Hong surged forward, the stone beast within the building unleashed its skill, Meteor Shower. In an instant, a deluge of debris cascaded from the building, not targeting Xiao Hong, but Lin Xiao instead. As Lin Xiao beheld the rapid onslaught of rubble, his expression shifted to one of alarm. Goodness, it seems these beasts comprehend the strategy of targeting the leader first. With resolve, Lin Xiao raised his hand. Instantly, his skin erupted in golden scales, enveloping him in a protective cocoon. The entire figure appeared as if it were a golden dragon humanoid. With a cacophony of sounds, fragments of stone rained down upon Lin Xiao, utterly shattering the beast tamer and revealing skin adorned with glistening golden scales. The ground beneath was marred by numerous craters, both large and small, carved out by the relentless barrage of debris. Yet, Lin Xiao remained unscathed. This was the first time he had unleashed his assimilation skill, and the results were indeed astonishing. The golden-scaled armor enveloping his body provided ample protection against any assault. Alas, this attire, which Wei Wei had so thoughtfully prepared for him, was now ruined. With a casual motion, Lin Xiao tore off his shirt, exposing his robust chest. In a swift response, Xiao Hong burst into the building, piercing the chest of the stone statue beast, leading to its immediate demise. Effortlessly dispatching the stone creature, Lin Xiao retracted Xiao Hong and strode into the building, nonchalantly transferring the beast's carcass to Dinosaur Island. Excellent, he now possessed the first high-level exotic beast, the materials needed to upgrade the shark-toothed dragon. Next on his agenda was a beast of the king level. A smile crept across Lin Xiao's face, revealing a hint of madness. Chapter 34, Encountering a Devotee of the Holy Sea after Lin Xiao stored away the corpse of the stone beast. He retrieved the subordinate team uniform from his beast-taming device and changed into it. After all, one cannot engage in battle bare-chested. Once clad in his attire, Lin Xiao exited the building and meandered down the road, navigating through a series of twists and turns. After approximately 30 minutes of wandering, Lin Xiao found himself at a loss, seemingly lost. Alas, if only he had brought a map. He stared blankly at the bustling streets, feeling utterly disoriented. Little one, you've made your sister quite confused after trailing you for 10 minutes. Just as Lin Xiao was feeling bemused, a sweet voice unexpectedly rang out from behind him. Turning around, he beheld a striking woman adorned in a black uniform, her golden hair cascading down as she sauntered towards him with an alluring sway. A member of the Holy See, Lin Xiao paused momentarily and remarked casually, "I didn't expect you to recognize me, considering you seem to be a newcomer at the Beast Tamer Academy." The woman chuckled lightly. "Oh dear, it seems my luck is rather unfortunate. On my first mission, I had hoped to encounter a significant catch, yet here I am with a mere shrimp." Her gaze fell upon Lin Xiao's uniform from the Heroine team, and disappointment flickered in her eyes. "Why aren't you wearing a mask? You differ from those I met last time. You must be a novice of the Holy See as well, right?" Lin Xiao inquired with an expression devoid of emotion. "Indeed, although do not compare me to yourself. Though I have recently joined the Holy See, I am a high-ranking beast tamer," she replied with a gentle smile, internally taken aback. How could this young man appear completely unafraid of encountering a member of the Holy See, maintaining such a relaxed demeanor? Was there an ambush nearby? As this thought crossed her mind, she quickly glanced around. "Stop looking. It is just me. Lin Xiao maintained a genteel smile. Taken aback once more, the woman reasoned that he must have lost his team and was now wandering aimlessly. She then swayed her alluring figure closer, standing 10 paces away from Lin Xiao, and said, "Little brother, come here for a moment. I have something to ask you." "Go ahead," Lin Xiao replied. "Do you know the direction of Lan Weiwei and Lin Yiner?" "If you tell me, I will let you go," she asked with a soft smile. "Oh, they are probably in that direction," Lin Xiao pointed casually. Surprised by his forthrightness, the woman questioned, "You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you?" "There is no need to deceive you. Even if I told you, you could not pass." Lin Xiao maintained his innocuous expression. "Why not?" The woman was evidently taken aback by Lin Xiao's series of peculiar behaviors. "How would a corpse get through?" Lin Xiao suddenly grinned, revealing a benign smile. That mere smile made the woman shiver slightly, her expression darkening. "Are you implying that you intend to kill your sister?" "Yes," Lin Xiao replied casually. The woman erupted into a fit of laughter, as if she had heard the most ludicrous thing in the world, covering her mouth with a tinkling giggle. Suddenly, the woman regained her composure and inquired, "Do you know what it takes to join the church?" "At the very least, one must slay 10 intermediate beast tamers and 5 advanced ones." "Brother, although I am merely an advanced beast tamer, I have already claimed 15 lives." "Are you not afraid?" Lin Xiao replied. "If that's the case, you are quite formidable." The sister added, "I have even greater abilities." Just as her words fell, she swiftly drew a short knife from her waist, striking like lightning towards Lin Xiao's head. With a crisp sound, as the knife approached him, Lin Xiao activated his assimilation ability, shattering the woman's knife to pieces in an instant. The woman's expression changed in shock as she quickly leaped back, exclaiming, "Metal attribute assimilation? How can a newcomer like you possess such a skill?" Clearly taken aback, she realized that this technique was typically reserved for advanced beast tamers. Lin Xiao released his assimilation, slightly raised his hand, and beckoned her to attack. The woman's forehead bulged with veins, indicating her irritation, and she raised her hand in response. A howl echoed as a massive ice wolf was summoned forth. Ice wolf, quality, advanced skills, ice cascade. Winter snow melts into rain, attribute, ice status. Healthy Lin Xiao immediately discerned the attributes of the beast. "Little brat, let me entertain you," the woman commanded. "Kill him." The ice wolf, with its snow-white fur, froze the ground with each step, exuding an overwhelming chill. As Lin Xiao observed the approaching beast, he raised his hand. With a thunderous boom, Xiao Hong made a dazzling entrance. The instant it appeared, an innate pressure emanated from it, akin to that of a ruler of the earth, causing the ice wolf to retreat several steps in fright. This was an ancient form of oppression. The woman stared in astonishment at the colossal being before her, momentarily stunned. A beast king level. How is this possible? The intelligence indicated that only Lan Weiwei was a beast king level beast tamer. Cursing under her breath, she was at a loss, having thought her opponent to be a novice, only to discover he was a beast king level tamer. However, after a fleeting moment of shock, a sinister expression crept across her face. "Are you afraid?" Lin Xiao squinted at her. "Huh, what is so impressive about being a beast king? Let me show you the might of the church." Ice cascade. The woman appeared exhilarated, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of a beast king tamer, and unleashed her beast skill. The ice wolf lunged forward, leaping into the air with its jaws wide open. A torrent of white ice mist mixed with sharp ice blades cascaded down like a waterfall. Within this icy fog, countless razor-sharp blades emerged, each one lethal. At a distance, Lin Xiao observed this scene with a hint of surprise. How could this woman possess such formidable combat prowess? The range of release skills is vast. Even a senior beastmaster cannot match such prowess. Ding, ding, ding. In an instant, the small creature enveloped in icy mist was subjected to a relentless barrage of ice blades. Its golden, radiant form was etched with sparks, while the ground became densely adorned with ice blades. The winter snow transformed into rain. The woman, evidently aware of the formidable strength possessed by a beastmaster of the Beast King level, wasted no time and immediately invoked her second skill. The ice blades embedded in the ground melted almost instantaneously, coalescing into a flowing stream that began to surge backwards. The water seemed to be endowed with life, swiftly coursing over the small creature's entire body. Seal, the woman commanded sharply. Crack! In mere seconds, the small creature was encased in a magnificent ice sculpture. Impressive. Indeed, Lin Xiao marveled at the spectacle. Chapter 35. The smile of death. The fluidity of the woman's combination attacks truly opened Lin Xiao's eyes. With such prowess, she could easily overpower all the advanced beast tamers in the academy. Even an ordinary Beast King level tamer would likely struggle against her. The woman effortlessly sealed Lin Xiao's divine beast, wearing a faint smile as she remarked, "Now do you understand the extent of my capabilities?" Clapping his hands, Lin Xiao responded, "Impressive, truly impressive. With such combat strength, even a Beast King level tamer would find it challenging to contend with you. How did you achieve this? I'm quite curious." Noticing Lin Xiao's calm yet inquisitive gaze, the woman smiled gently and replied, "Would you like to know? It is rather simple. The church captures the divine beasts of you tamers to raise our own. The more divine beasts we absorb, the stronger ours become. If I were to absorb yours, I should be able to ascend to the rank of Beast King level tamer." Upon hearing her words, Lin Xiao began to comprehend why the church was so intent on capturing the divine beasts belonging to tamers. It was indeed a strategic maneuver. Moreover, the power gained from absorbing a tamer's divine beast was significantly greater than that from capturing exotic beasts. One might wonder, with countless divine beasts in the divine beast forest, why does the church not target them? The answer lies in the fact that divine beasts within the forest, regardless of their attributes or types, are all at a low level in their initial stages. Thus, the church has set its sights on tamers instead. "What is your name?" Lin Xiao inquired slowly. "I Lu," the woman replied. "Ah, you are quite remarkable. Had this been a day prior, it would have indeed taken me considerable effort to defeat you. But alas, you have encountered me today." Lin Xiao suddenly grinned, golden body. As Lin Xiao whispered, the sealed creature, Xiao Hung, suddenly shimmered with a resplendent golden light. Its form, enveloped in pure golden radiance, appeared even more dazzling than before. Moreover, as Xiao Hung's core continued to heat up, a crack suddenly appeared in the thick layer of ice encasing it. With a resounding crash, the heavy ice shattered, sending shards flying in all directions. Oof! Xiao Hung stomped its hooves, clearly enraged. I Lu, witnessing her seal being broken in mere seconds, appeared somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that her opponent was a formidable figure capable of unleashing a third skill. She found it peculiar, as this was her first encounter with a Beast King level divine beast of such rarity and of the golden attribute. Why did she possess no information about him? After all, the church kept records of all Beast King level tamers in the Thousand Nations Alliance. Just as I Lu was engulfed in shock, Xiao Hung suddenly charged forward. Ice Waterfall. I Lu immediately activated her second skill. The ice wolf leapt once more, and with a cascade of white mist descending upon them, the area of effect was evidently larger, indicating her seriousness. Lin Xiao, too, swiftly summoned his skills in response to the powerful magnetic storm. As the golden scales of Xiao Hung quivered, the earth cracked, and vast quantities of metallic elements were drawn from the surface. A tempest of golden energy began to coalesce around Xiao Hung, subsequently sweeping skyward. In an instant, the white mist collided with the golden storm in midair, creating a shockwave interspersed with sharp ice shards and metallic debris, scattering in all directions. The ground, ravaged by the battle, lay in disarray. At that moment, the ice wolf descended, and Lin Xiao seized the opportunity, unleashing a fearless charge as Xiao Hung lunged straight towards the ice wolf. The fearless charge, characterized by an extraordinary increase in momentum, rendered it nearly impossible for the opponent to evade, unless they were a highly agile divine beast of wind or lightning affinity. With a resounding crash, as Lin Xiao had anticipated, Xiao Hung struck the ice wolf directly on the head. A pained howl escaped the wolf as it was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily onto the ground. Fortunately, having absorbed the essence of numerous divine beasts, its robust physique endured this strike. Otherwise, it would have been fatal. Though it survived, its capacity for resistance was evidently diminished. Witnessing her ice wolf so effortlessly incapacitated, AI Lu appeared momentarily stunned, finally managing to utter, "Impossible. How could the Thousand Nations Alliance possess a beastmaster of your caliber? Who are you? Rather than concern yourself with my identity, you should prioritize your own survival." Lin Xiao replied, narrowing his eyes and speaking calmly. At this remark, AI Lu hesitated, then attempted to move, but it was too late. A multitude of iron shavings had amassed on the ground unbeknownst to her. Assimilation. AI Lu gasped in alarm and immediately invoked her assimilation ability, encasing her body in ice. However, within a mere second, the iron shavings rapidly enveloped her from the waist down, overriding her assimilation and ensnaring her hands as well. You! AI Lu's face was a mask of terror as she tried to free herself, yet the iron shavings clung to her, as if welded to her skin. Lin Xiao approached her with unhurried steps, then gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and remarked, "Pray tell, a striking young woman like yourself, what led you to join the church?" Taken aback by the young man's refined demeanor, AI Lu felt a flicker of hope and hastily replied, "Brother, I acknowledge my mistakes. They forced me into the church, coercing me to join against my will. I was compelled. If you release me, I promise I shall no longer engage in wrongdoing." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao merely bestowed upon her a courteous smile, refraining from responding. Observing his gentle smile, AI Lu endeavored to project her most alluring self, believing that her beauty might sway him, and perhaps he would choose not to take her life. After all, she had never perceived any overwhelming malice in his gaze, only that benevolent smile which felt as refreshing as a spring breeze. However, boom! Just as AI Lu was filled with hope, believing she could survive, a robust hoof suddenly descended from above, crushing her into a puddle of mire. "The moment you attempted to ambush me with a knife, your fate was sealed," Lin Xiao murmured as he gazed at the mangled remains on the ground. With AI Lu's demise, Lin Xiao slightly raised his hand, a soft snort marking her entry into Dinosaur Island. Following this fierce confrontation, Lin Xiao had gained a clearer understanding of the church's strength, which was evidently superior to that of beast tamers. Even a high-ranking beast tamer from the church could exchange a few blows with him, a beast king-level tamer necessitating caution. It was no wonder that when he mentioned the church at the academy, both Zhang Li and Lan Weiwei reacted so strongly. Indeed, this group possessed considerable prowess. Chapter 36. The Chaotic Battlefield at Another Crossroads. Lin Xiao glanced at the sprawling network of roads, instantly feeling a throbbing headache. If he continued to meander aimlessly, darkness would soon descend, making it impossible to locate the Beast King-level creature. With his mind swirling in uncertainty, Lin Xiao decided to abandon his concerns and proceed wherever fate led him. At this very moment, after encountering the bewildering figure of AI Lu and subsequently slaying her in a haze of confusion, Blue Weiwei at the temporary command center began to execute her own strategy, dispatching 10 beast tamers to engage in combat with 6 advanced beasts. The battleground was a mere 4 streets away from Lin Xiao. The clash between the 10 beast tamers and the 6 advanced beasts was fierce, intentionally creating the impression of a retreat. Perched atop a nearby building, 5 men clad in black garments revealed themselves. Their uniforms, more ornate than AI Lu's, suggested they were elite members of the ecclesiastical order, superior to AI Lu in prowess. Does Blue Weiwei truly believe us to be fools? She intends to use this feigned retreat to lure us out, one of the 5 mused with a smirk. The leader of the group, standing with arms crossed, surveyed the streets below and remarked, "Then let us play along and ensnare them all. Blue Weiwei's divine beast is mine to claim." "Boss, give the order," one of the men urged, a predatory glint in his eyes as he licked his crimson lips. "Prepare to strike," the leader commanded, just as a warning suddenly blared from his beast-taming device. "What is happening?" he questioned, glancing at the device only to discover that the beacon representing AI Lu had vanished. The other 4 men received the same alarming news, their expressions turning to one of disbelief. AI Lu is dead? Though she had only recently joined the ecclesiastical order, her strength surpasses that of several advanced beast tamers. Moreover, the majority of Elronia's forces are here with us. What could have transpired? Could it be that Blue Wei never intended to engage us? One of the men exclaimed in shock. The leader cast another glance at the unfolding scenario, his countenance shifting between uncertainty and resolve. "Let us go," he ordered. And in an instant, the 5 men sprang into action, racing toward the last known location of AI Lu's beacon. Meanwhile, Blue Wei had left the temporary command center and entered a nearby CAF at the street corner, settling into a window-side seat. Guotong approached with a cup of coffee, respectfully placing it before her. "Captain, do you think our act is too convincing? The ecclesiastical order has yet to show themselves." Blue Wei elegantly lifted the coffee, savoring a delicate sip. "Let us wait a little longer. They must have detected us upon our entry into the city. They will not remain absent for long. The alliance of the 1,000 nations places great importance on this military operation, insisting we eliminate members of the ecclesiastical order, even if it is just one." Upon hearing Lin Wei's words, Guotong was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Why is the alliance so eager to eliminate this group of fervent zealots?" Recently, 3 out of every 10 beast tamers dispatched by the alliance had met their demise at the hands of the church, which had severely dampened overall morale. The high-ranking officials of the alliance were infuriated to the extent that even Minister Lin had faced a reprimand. Lin Wei responded, "Thus, the alliance has sent you." Guotong acknowledged, "Indeed, our mission is grave. Regardless of the sacrifices we must endure, we must eliminate these brutes." Lin Wei forcefully placed her coffee cup on the table and declared, "Understood." Guotong immediately straightened his posture, recognizing the gravity of the situation. It appeared that remaining here would not coax them out. A change of location was necessary. Lin Wei slowly rose and commanded, "Let us move." Guotong promptly nodded and subsequently informed the 10 acting beast tamers to relocate. As Lin Wei strategized on how to eliminate the church's minions, the 5 men had already traversed several streets and arrived at the site of AI Lu's demise. 5 figures flashed past and soon stood beside AI Lu's lifeless body. Upon seeing her mangled remains, the expressions hidden beneath their masks darkened in unison. Who did this? One man seethed with rage. AI Lu had only recently joined their ranks, displaying considerable talent and potential. Yet, on her very first mission, she had met a tragic end in the streets, unable to even send a distress signal. This was not the work of Lin Wei's purple thunder tiger. There was another culprit. The leader knelt to examine the body, his gaze growing cold. "Boss, even if it wasn't Lin Wei, it must have been a beast tamer she brought along. This debt must be repaid," one man asserted. "Indeed. Let us return and eliminate Lin Wei and all the beast tamers." The leader rose, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Thus, the 5 men set out once more, fueled by a fervent desire for vengeance, intent on dispatching Lin Wei and her cohort of beast tamers. However, upon their hasty return to the street, they were left dumbfounded. "Where are the 10 beast tamers? We have only been gone for half an hour. Where could they have gone?" One man noticed the street was completely deserted. Even the 6 high-level exotic beasts had been eradicated long ago. The leader's frustration grew. He felt as though he had been toyed with. "Second and third. You 2 head east. 4th and 5th, you go west. I will head south. Find Lin Wei and notify each other immediately." The leader, sensing something amiss, issued the orders. The 5 men swiftly dispersed. Meanwhile, what the hell? How did I end up here? Lin Xiao, in a daze, had wandered through several streets. He realized he was now in a shopping mall, struggling to recall the path he had taken. The streets of Cassilia City seemed eerily identical, making it difficult for Lin Xiao to remember even the route back. Internally, he cursed the city planner for their apparent incompetence. Unable to return, Lin Xiao remained unperturbed, knowing that if all else failed, Lin Wei would come to seek him out. The crux of the matter was that after such an extensive period, he had encountered only a formidable beast and a member of the church, with no one else in sight. This truly vexed Lin Xiao. However, at that moment, a sudden churn in his stomach prompted him to think, "Never mind, I shall first relieve myself." With that thought, Lin Xiao turned and entered the restroom of the mall. Yet, mere minutes after Lin Xiao had stepped into the mall, 2 figures unexpectedly appeared nearby. The area was deserted. "We've searched 6 streets already. This is utterly infuriating." One of the men exclaimed in frustration. Let us take a break. If we continue searching, we shall exhaust ourselves, suggested the other man. Just as they were about to find a place to rest, a young figure emerged from the mall, precisely the moment Lin Xiao exited the restroom. In an instant, the three collided, their gazes locking in surprise. Are you here to relieve yourselves as well? Lin Xiao asked, looking at the two men who stare back at him, speechless. Chapter 37. The encounter. Observing the bewildered expressions of the two individuals, Lin Xiao offered a faint smile and remarked, if that is the case, you may proceed. I shall not take advantage of your predicament. I will await your return at the entrance. The two exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a flicker of delight. They had been troubled by the inability to locate Lan Weiwei, and now an unexpected opportunity had presented itself. Capturing this young man, they reasoned, would allow them to extract information about her whereabouts through intimidation and torment. Lin Xiao, noticing the malevolent glint in their eyes, surmised their intentions. He then descended the stairs of the shopping center and stepped onto the street, stretching his wrists. Will you approach one by one? Or do you intend to confront me together? At this moment, Lin Xiao was filled with indignation, eager to unleash his frustration upon these presumptuous ruffians. The two, taken aback by the audacity of this youth, found themselves momentarily speechless. Is this little novice beastmaster truly so formidable? Are you jesting with me? Do you not recognize who we are? One of the men inquired, astonished. I am aware, Lin Xiao replied, his gaze unwavering. It is evident that you both possess greater strength than one named AI Lu. However, challenges are essential in life. Without them, where would the excitement lie? As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, his demeanor exuding an air of defiance. Yet upon hearing his words, the two men's pupils constricted in alarm. AI Lu was slain by you. One of them gasped, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, she was quite capable, Lin Xiao said calmly, his eyes slightly raised. Seeking death, the two men erupted in fury, simultaneously summoning their divine beasts. Venomous black python, quality, advanced skills, death coil, toxic mist, attribute, poison status, healthy flame armored beetle, quality, advanced skills, fire prison, meteoric fire, attribute, fire status. Healthy as the information about the two divine beasts appear before him, Lin Xiao grinned. Throughout his life, he had adhered to a singular principle, to be bold. He had never shied away from confrontation, even knowing that these two possessed formidable combat prowess. However, Lin Xiao had no intention of retreating. He contemplated that his companion, Xiao Hong, had always triumphed effortlessly and had yet to test the limits of his abilities. This presented a perfect opportunity for practice. With this thought, Lin Xiao raised his hand and summoned Xiao Hong. As the massive creature, radiating golden light, emerged onto the scene, the ground trembled slightly. The two men simultaneously sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from Xiao Hong. Beast King level? It is no wonder AI Lu met her demise at your hands. One of the men remarked, his expression darkening. Pray tell, what are your names? So that I may know the identities of those who seek to amuse me? Lin Xiao inquired, his tone calm. I am a devoted elite of the church, Wang Xian. One of the masked men responded. The elite followers of the Holy See, Chun Fomao, also revealed his name. From the Heroine team, Lin Xiao calmly introduced himself as well. Upon hearing this, both individuals were momentarily taken aback. An affiliated team? Was that not akin to a novice team? Had the Heroine team grown so formidable that even a member of an affiliated team was a Beast King-level Beastmaster? One international jest. As the two stared in astonishment, struggling to grasp the situation, Lin Xiao's beast control device suddenly chimed. It was a call from Lan Weiwei. Lin Xiao said, Please hold on for a moment. The peculiar behavior from the other side left them somewhat perplexed. It seemed as though this young man was subtly belittling them. Hey, Lin Xiao, why haven't you returned yet? Lan Weiwei's voice echoed with concern, suggesting that she felt his absence was prolonged. I've encountered a bit of trouble. I'll return once I resolve it, Lin Xiao replied. Do you need assistance? Lan Weiwei speculated that Lin Xiao had encountered a strange beast. No need, he responded. All right, be careful. There are more than 5 members of the Holy See in Cassilia City. If you encounter them, flee. Do not engage, she cautioned. Understood. You take care as well, Lin Xiao concluded, ending the call. Flee? That was out of the question. Do you think we are easily dealt with? Killing an Ailu has made you so proud? Who do you look down upon? A man named Wang Xian erupted in fury, bellowing loudly. Stop wasting words with him. Kill him. Tear him to shreds. Chun Feng Mao commanded, directing the flame-armored beetle to charge at the small beast. Lin Xiao raised his hand in response. Roar. The small beast, enraged, let out a deafening roar, its metallic scales shining brilliantly as it surged forward. Boom! In an instant, the flame-armored beetle collided with the small beast, creating shockwaves that uprooted the surrounding earth. Though the flame-armored beetle possessed fire attributes, its natural shell provided defense, allowing it to withstand the small beast's assault momentarily. Wang Xian understood that he was up against a Beast King-level Beastmaster, although he was currently unaware of why the opponent wore the Heroine affiliated team uniform. A Beast King was undeniably a top-tier powerhouse within the Beastmaster Corps of the Thousand Nations Alliance. Hence, he could not afford to be careless. He immediately commanded the toxic black python to twist and charge forward. Fearless charge. Lin Xiao activated his skill. The small beast's dual horns radiated with golden light, and with a fierce lunge, it sent the flame-armored beetle sprawling. Its massive hooves rose violently, aiming to stomp down on the toxic black python's head. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated as the ground was punctured, creating two deep craters. Yet the agile toxic black python evaded this lethal blow. Wang Xian promptly initiated his skill. Death Coil. The toxic black python flicked its tongue, suddenly raising its head and piercing through the small beast's abdomen, its colossal form coiling around the small beast's body. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Under the formidable constriction of the venomous black python, the petite figure of Xiao Hung emitted a series of metallic friction sounds. Observing this, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, these two creatures possessed considerable prowess. Their strength is quite formidable. He chuckled, for even if you're a Beast King-level beast tamer, encountering us will lead you to inevitable demise. Soon, I shall allow you to experience a torment worse than death. Wang Xian, witnessing a successful strike, immediately began to taunt. The golden-bodied Lin Xiao did not respond verbally. Instead, he murmured incantations to unleash his skills. As the golden radiance enveloping Xiao Hung intensified, it began to transform into a shimmering spectrum of colors. The deathly constriction of the venomous black python abruptly ceased, seemingly unable to exert any further force. Lin Xiao caressed the tattoo on his wrist, pondering whether the shark-toothed dragon had undergone any evolution. Given the current situation, it might be prudent to summon the shark-toothed dragon, for Xiao Hung alone truly struggled to contend with these two adversaries. Contemplating this, Lin Xiao entertained the notion of releasing the shark-toothed dragon. Chapter 38. The emergence of the Thunder Shark-Toothed Dragon at this moment. After Xiao Hung unleashed his third skill, his defensive capabilities had become insurmountable. The venomous black python and the fiery armored beetle had little hope of breaching his defenses. Lin Xiao then tapped on the dinosaur tattoo, inquiring about the quality information of the shark-toothed dragon. Shark-toothed dragon quality. Intermediate as the information displayed. Lin Xiao couldn't help but twitch his lips. Little Sha, an advanced exotic beast's corpse has been tossed at your feet. Are you still waiting for me to feed you? You lazy creature. Lin Xiao felt a surge of irritation. How could this creature be so oblivious? This dense and clueless fellow was far less self-aware than Xiao Hung. At this moment, the shark-toothed dragon, sprawled under the shade of a tree on Dinosaur Island, was still deep in slumber. It seemed to have faintly heard some unflattering remarks directed at it, and with great reluctance, it finally roused itself. Slowly, it made its way towards the corpse of the stone statue beast. Lin Xiao redirected his attention to Xiao Hung, noticing that he was still engaged in a fierce struggle with the venomous black python. This was untenable. Relying on the lazy shark-toothed dragon would likely mean waiting a dozen minutes for it to evolve. Xiao Hung, you are formidable. Unleash your Beast King prowess. Lin Xiao suddenly became earnest. Roar. It seemed Xiao Hung had heard his master's call. Much like a human, Xiao Hung thrived on praise. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's affirmation of his strength, he immediately surged with energy. A golden radiance enveloped him, bursting forth amidst a cloud of steam. Bang! As the metallic scales across his body quivered violently, the venomous black python was forcefully thrown back. Wang Xian and Chun Fengmao exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. This young beast was evidently stronger than an ordinary beast king, at the very least on par with someone like Lan Weiwei. Could it be that he was a commander dispatched from another city? Wang Xian, taken aback, turned his gaze towards Lin Xiao. Indeed, that is a possibility. The United Nations of the Thousand Kingdoms harbors deep resentment towards us. It would not be surprising for them to secretly send a commander. It seems we cannot afford to hold back any longer. Chun Fengmao nodded solemnly, and both of them prepared for a serious confrontation. Toxic mist. Fire prison. In an instant, both launched their skills simultaneously. The venomous black python opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of black poisonous mist toward Xiaohong. At the same time, the fiery armored beetle fired several fireballs from its elongated mouth. As the fireballs struck the ground, they erupted into towering pillars of flame, effectively trapping Xiaohong within. However, what followed astounded both Wang Xian and Chen Fengmao. Trapped within the fiery prison, Xiaohong's metallic scales vibrated rapidly, drawing forth the iron filings hidden beneath the surface. Gradually, they coalesced and fused, utilizing the heat of the flames to transform the iron filings into molten iron. In a sudden burst, he broke free from the fire prison, akin to a deluge of hot oil cascading onto the venomous black python. Hiss! The venomous black python was engulfed by the scalding molten iron, writhing in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaohong charged forward, undeterred by the surrounding intense heat, breaking through the fiery barriers to launch an attack on the venomous black python. Sizzle! Accompanied by a resounding thud, the venomous black python sustained a grievous wound nearly half a meter long at its vital point, directly pierced by the small, yet formidable demon horn. A cascade of blood erupted, and the venomous black python was rendered utterly incapacitated. This spectacle left Wang Xian in a state of shock. They had greatly underestimated the formidable prowess of a Beast King-level Beastmaster. At this moment, Lin Xiao remained detached in the distance, hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of tranquility. In stark contrast, Wang Xian and Chun Fengmao wore expressions of deep dismay, their initial hopes of survival shattered by the overwhelming might of the Beast King-level Divine Beast. Despite their own considerable strength, they believed that even against a typical Beast King-level Beastmaster, they could inflict serious damage, if not defeat their opponent entirely. Yet now, they found themselves incapable of breaching even the creature's defenses. Damn it, when did Team Alonia spawn such a monstrous entity? Wang Xian lamented internally. Why haven't you two called for reinforcements? Lin Xiao remarked nonchalantly from his position. Suddenly hearing this, both men's expressions darkened. Wang Xian snapped, "You arrogant brat. Do you truly believe that injuring my venomous black python will lead to its demise?" As Wang Xian's words fell, he abruptly raised his Beastmaster's instrument, forcibly reviving the incapacitated venomous black python. Sure enough, as it responded to Wang Xian's summons, the grievous wound at its vital point began to visibly heal. It seemed that the venomous black python had absorbed the essence of numerous divine beasts, endowing it with some regenerative attributes of the wood element. Surprised, are you? Wang Xian grinned, a mocking glint dancing in his eyes. Very well, let me test whether I can sever its head faster than it can heal. Lin Xiao replied calmly. Upon hearing these words, and meeting Lin Xiao's indifferent gaze, Wang Xian felt a chill creep down his spine, as if caught in the grip of a wintry gale. The boy's eyes possessed a certain intensity. While both men acknowledged the high defensive capabilities of the Beast King-level Divine Beast, its offensive power seemed limited, in their eyes. Neither could truly overpower the other. However, Lin Xiao held an entirely different perspective, for he possessed the means to break the stalemate. Gradually, Lin Xiao raised his hand, mimicking the gesture of summoning a divine beast. This moment did not escape the notice of the two men, who were instantly struck with astonishment. Could it be that this fellow has the ability to control two divine beasts simultaneously? In a fleeting moment of disbelief, they quickly dismissed the notion, for it was universally accepted that no matter how powerful a beastmaster might be, they could only command a single divine beast. It was utterly inconceivable for anyone to control two. Yet, what transpired next completely shattered their preconceived notions. "Little shark, it is your turn to take the stage," Lin Xiao declared as he raised his hand. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a massive creature adorned with flowing electric patterns, the shark-toothed dragon, was unleashed. Roar! Following this was a terrifying bellow, intermingled with the crackle of thunder. Shark-toothed dragon, quality, advanced skills, thunder breath. Tremor strike, attribute, thunder, upgrade. Beast King level Beast Core, Beast King level Beast Skeleton, Beast Blood, assimilation. Ready Wang Xian. Chun Fo Mao. The colossal creature that suddenly appeared before them left the two men utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning. They had indeed guessed correctly. Their opponent was a monster capable of summoning two divine beasts. Damn it, what kind of joke is this? Wang Xian's pupils constricted, and a chill ran through his heart. Lin Xiao grinned and remarked, "It's merely two heads. Is such a reaction truly warranted? After all, in the future, it could very well be 3, 4, or even 10 heads. Of course, you may never witness it." Lin Xiao's words resonated like thunder from the heavens, leaving the two men momentarily speechless. At that moment, a singular thought occupied their minds. Flee. One Beast King, level divine, beast already had them in disarray. And now another advanced thunder attribute divine beast had appeared. A colossal creature they had never encountered before. How could they possibly contend with this? Chapter 39. Lin Xiao's murder and Wei Wei's blame. Not everyone has encountered dinosaurs. For instance, the Church, whose many followers have been trained as warriors from a young age, possesses limited knowledge of the ancient history of Blue Star. At this moment, Wang Xian and his companion were engulfed by fear. Faced with a golden defensive beast of the king level and a powerful lightning-type high-level divine beast, the combined ferocity of these two monstrous entities rendered them utterly outmatched. Contemplating their dire situation, both swiftly initiated their assimilation and withdrew their divine beasts to make a hasty escape. As they fled, one shrouded in green gas and the other engulfed in flames, Lin Xiao grinned and raised his hand. Lightning breath. With Lin Xiao's cold voice resonating, the shark-toothed dragon took a step forward, its blue lightning coalescing from the tip of its tail, gradually converging towards its head. Buzz! As the shark-toothed dragon opened its massive jaws, a bolt of blue lightning erupted from its mouth, transforming into a pillar of thunder that surged towards the fleeing duo. In that fleeting moment, the blue lightning struck the ground, leaving behind deep, charred craters. Instantly engulfed by the lightning pillar, the two emitted a harrowing scream. "I had anticipated a battle of equals with you two. It seems I have overestimated your capabilities. To be honest, I have not even exerted 2/3 of my strength in this confrontation." Lin Xiao remained calm, a faint smile gracing his lips. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The two, scorched by the lightning breath, collapsed to the ground, their assimilation shattered beneath the electric onslaught. Damn! I never expected us to fall at the hands of this fellow today. Quickly, notify the boss that a formidable opponent is here. Wang Xian raised his wrist, intending to send a signal. However, before he could act, thud, a massive hoof descended, crushing Wang Xian's head into a pulp, splattering brain matter and blood in a gruesome display. The viscera and blood splattered across the face of Chun Fo Mao, who lay beside Wang Xian. Trembling, he raised a hand to wipe his face, now smeared with blood and brain matter. The sheer brutality of the scene rendered this seasoned church elite utterly stupefied. He screamed in terror. "Chun Fo Mao, I offer you a chance to die like a man instead of cowering on the ground, shrieking like a woman. I hope you cherish this opportunity, for I, Lin, am not always so benevolent." Lin Xiao, hands in his pockets, gazed at the quaking Chun Fo Mao. "Damn it, you demon, you are the real monster." Chun Fo Mao, now thoroughly terrified, erupted in curses. The church's people are notoriously ruthless. They efficiently eliminate any beast tamers they encounter during missions, leaving a trail of lives lost, dozens at least, at Chun Fo Mao's hands. Yet, none have been as merciless as this young man, who shows no regard for leaving even a whole corpse behind. Even the resplendent Ailu was reduced to mere pulp beneath the monstrous hoof. In that moment, Chun Feng Mao was utterly shattered, consumed by despair. Can you not comprehend human speech? Lin Xiao gazed at the foolishly prostrate Chun Feng Mao, his brow furrowing as he barked. Damn it! I shall fight you to the end, you wretched creature. Chun Feng Mao, fueled by a sudden surge of courage, sprang to his feet and unleashed the flame beetle from his beast-controlling device. Fire eruption. With a fierce shout, the slender mandibles of the flame beetle contracted and then expanded, unleashing a fireball that hurtled toward Lin Xiao. Boom! With a slight tilt, Xiao effortlessly collided with the incoming fireball, transforming it into a dazzling array of sparks. Following swiftly, the shark-toothed dragon charged forward, its massive form trampling the ground as it raised its head and unleashed a breath of lightning, piercing through the hardened carapace of the beetle. The ground was marred by a deep pit, created by the force of the strike. The flame beetle met its demise. Before Chun Feng Mao could fully comprehend the turn of events, the colossal body of the shark-toothed dragon loomed before him, its gaping maw opening wide. With a single bite, Chun Feng Mao was severed in half, meeting an instantaneous death. The two titanic beasts seemed to celebrate their victory, releasing triumphant roars into the sky. Lin Xiao raised his hand slightly, and the two creatures were then absorbed into the confines of Dinosaur Island. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Xiao murmured to himself, "It is likely that Wei Wei is becoming anxious. I should find a way back." Without hesitation, he departed from the scene. Yet, scarcely had Lin Xiao left when a figure, shrouded in malevolent energy, suddenly materialized at the site where Lin Xiao and Wang Xian were battling. The man surveyed the gruesome corpses that lay before him, the sight of their brutal demise causing his fists to crack ominously. This man was none other than the leader of the Church's elite. I, Zhuo Tian, have never encountered such a defeat since joining the Church. Lan Wei, it appears I have underestimated you. If I do not shred you into pieces today, I swear I shall not remain a man. With that declaration, his form vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, Lan Wei was laboriously attempting to draw out the Church's personnel. However, it was evident that her efforts were in vain. Damn it, it is already dark, and we have been defeated by high-level aberrant beasts 6 times. The Church's lackeys have yet to show themselves. Indeed, I am utterly exhausted. At this rate, I fear I will perish from fatigue before the Church even has a chance to eliminate me. The 10 beast tamers, arranged by Lan Wei to feign defeat, were sprawled on the ground, utterly drained. Observing this scene from a distance, Lan Wei furrowed her brows in confusion. Strange, have the Church's members changed their nature? Or is it that my allure has diminished? Beside her, Guotong wore a sheepish expression, saying, "Captain, could there be an error in our intelligence? The Church's hounds should have struck against us by now. The sun has set, yet not a single shadow has appeared. Enough of the charade. Dispatch 20 individuals in small units to various locations. They must be located. Continuing in this manner would render our return unsatisfactory." Lan Wei felt a tinge of frustration. Having waited an entire day without encountering any representatives from the Holy See. Yet, this was not the primary concern. Lin Yiner's situation was remarkably smooth. She had just received a call from Lin Yiner, who reported an abundant collection of exotic beast genes and had not encountered any agents from the Holy See or any beast king-level creatures. This raises suspicions. Based on the Holy See's typical behavior, they must have brought 2 significant targets this time: the commander of the Heroine team and the deputy director of the Exotic Beast Gene Research Institute of the United Nations of all nations. Capturing either would deal a considerable blow to the United Nations of all nations. However, it is indeed strange. Could there be another party intercepting them along the way? Chapter 40. The utter darkness of the cleansed world as thoughts swirled in her mind. Lan Wei immediately shook her head in disbelief. It was utterly impossible. The 5 members of the Church were formidable, and even the captain of the Cassilia team had been slain by them. In Cassilia City, there were hardly any surviving beast tamers left aside from them. Moreover, it was peculiar that the beast king-level aberrations and the catastrophe-level aberration appeared to be entirely absent from this area. After a day of what seemed like child's play, Lan Weiwei commanded her 20 beast tamers to sweep through the city in search of the whereabouts of the church's followers. Captain, this feels like the easiest mission we have ever undertaken, Guotong remarked slowly. Ease is a good sign. It indicates our strength. No casualties have occurred, and even if we return, I doubt the higher-ups will reprimand me, Lan Weiwei replied. All right, let's have the remaining 20 beast tamers assemble and prepare to return to the temporary command center. Yes, Guotong nodded and promptly ordered the 20 beast tamers to gather. However, just as Lan Weiwei was preparing to head back to the temporary command center, a strange figure emerged from the darkness, materializing before Lan Weiwei and the assembled beast tamers in an instant. Who goes there? Guotong exclaimed in alarm. The surrounding 20 beast tamers swiftly readied themselves, summoning their respective divine beasts. The man cast a sweeping glance at the group, seemingly unfazed by their numbers. His cold, piercing gaze fell upon Lan Weiwei as he removed his mask, revealing a face marred by horrific scars. The entirety of his visage bore the marks of countless brutal battles, each scar a testament to his harrowing past. Upon recognizing him, Lan Weiwei's expression shifted in shock. Zhuotian, Lan Weiwei, you truly live up to the reputation of the glorious beast tamer of Alonia City. Your methods are indeed ruthless. It seems the heart of the most venomous woman is truly the most lethal. I admit, your killing methods surpass my own, Zhuotian proclaimed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze heavy upon Lan Weiwei. Lan Weiwei frowned slightly, confronting the man. What do you mean? Zhuotian's sudden appearance left Lan Weiwei momentarily disoriented, but it was his menacing expression that truly unsettled her. Shouldn't she be the one to question him? What do you mean? You ruthlessly murdered 3 of my subordinates, and still ask me for clarification. Since joining the church, I have never encountered such humiliation. Lan Weiwei, if I do not eviscerate you today, I shall not be called Zhuotian. Clearly enraged, Zhuotian raised his hand, and a pitch-black panther surged forth in an instant. Shadow Black Panther. Quality. Beast King skill. Utter darkness of the cleansed world, a tribute. Dark status. Healthy. The emergence of the Shadow Black Panther unleashed an explosive aura, instilling a pallor of fear upon the 20 beast tamers surrounding them. Damn it, what a monstrous entity. How many divine beasts has it absorbed? The overwhelming aura it exudes is simply unfathomable. Its Beast King-level prowess seems to surpass even that of the Commander's Purple Thunder Tiger. The beast tamers surrounding it are pale with fear, instinctively retreating. Even their respective divine beasts appear to be struck with trepidation, as if they are paralyzed by an ancestral pressure, unwilling to act recklessly in the presence of a sovereign. This situation transcends their wildest imaginations. Lan Weiwei gazes at the opponent summoning their divine beast, her expression tinged with gravity. She had always believed that Zhuotian's Beast King-level strength was on par with hers, which is why she had laid an ambush here, preparing to ensnare all 5 of them in one fell swoop. However, now, the aura emanating from the opponent's divine beast subtly hints at a catastrophic level of power, setting aside the opponent's combat capabilities. Even an ordinary high-ranking beast tamer from the ecclesiastical order is a formidable presence. Moreover, this individual is a seasoned veteran among the elite. Zhuotian, you claim that I killed 3 of your subordinates? I would have preferred that it were true. Alas, it is not. Lan Weiwei has always been one to take responsibility for her actions, but she has no intention of bearing the blame for something she did not do. Zhuotian slowly raises his hand, and the images from the beast-taming device immediately materialize before everyone. The 3 corpses, like slides in a presentation, pass before the crowd. AI Lu is trampled into a pulp, Wang Xian has a skull crushed, and Chen Fengmao is bitten in half. The brutality of their deaths is nothing short of horrific. This scene leaves everyone present in a state of shock. Zhuotian and his companions have long been a source of frustration for the alliance of 1,000 nations. Yet now, 3 of them have perished in one stroke. Of course, they are unaware that AI Lu was not one of the 5. But this does not diminish their astonishment. It seems utterly absurd. Lan Weiwei's gaze fixes on the 3 corpses, her pupils narrowing in alarm. Currently, she leads a contingent of 60 individuals. 20 are tasked with protecting Lin Xiao during a mission, while the remaining 20 are divided into small teams of 4 to 5, scouring Cassilia City. The last 20 are under her direct command. All 3 deceased were formidable warriors, and any of her scattered teams would stand no chance against any one of them. Furthermore, they had only just been dispatched, having had no opportunity for engagement. Thus, the question arises, who is responsible for this massacre? Who has accomplished such a monumental feat for the alliance of 1,000 nations? As she contemplates this, an involuntary shiver runs down Lan Weiwei's spine. Could it be Lin Xiao? In that instant, she is struck with realization. How could she have forgotten about Lin Xiao, who had gone out for a stroll? If Lin Xiao were to claim that he had merely dispatched 3 elite members of the ecclesiastical order while taking a casual walk, the onlookers would likely lose their minds. Casually slaying 3 of the order's finest during a leisurely stroll? It is utterly deranged. Enough of this idle chatter. None of you shall leave here alive. Prepare to join your fallen comrades. With that, Zhuotian raises his hand. Purity of the abyss. As Zhuotian's voice fell, the menacing shadow panther swiftly darted to the forefront of the crowd. In that instant, a bizarre scene unfolded. The previously dim sky appeared to be shrouded in an impenetrable veil of darkness. At this moment, every gaze, including those of the divine beasts, was obscured. Prepare for battle. Zhuotian's divine beast belonged to the Dark Realm. Although it possessed but a single skill, it ranked among the most formidable of its kind. Lan Weiwei immediately issued her command. The 20 beast tamers surrounding them swallowed hard, their throats constricted with trepidation. It was as if a palpable sense of security had evaporated. Under the cover of this obsidian shroud, and with a beast king-level shadow panther fixated upon them, they faced an almost certain demise. Chapter 41. The Faceless One. The beast king-level divine beasts typically possess 2 skills, with a rare few chosen individuals able to attain a third, signifying their formidable prowess. However, there are exceptions, as exemplified by Zhuotian, whose Shadow Black Panther currently wields but 1 skill. This does not imply weakness. On the contrary, it symbolizes strength. Flashy skills are never as gratifying as delivering a swift, lethal strike. Since his youth, Zhuotian has been subjected to the excruciating training regimen of the church, enduring trials that ordinary individuals could scarcely fathom. His own strength, along with that of his divine beast, renders them nearly invincible among their peers, establishing him as a true powerhouse. Each year, he has claimed the lives of 5 or more beast king-level tamers from the 1,000 Nations Alliance, with the number of slain advanced and intermediate tamers being innumerable. Zhuotian is a favored disciple of the church, and it may not be long before he ascends to become a disaster-level beast tamer, standing atop the pinnacle of power. Such an overwhelmingly powerful figure now stands alone before Lan Weiwei and her companions. The sight of the terrifying scars etched across his visage sends shivers down the spines of the 20 or more tamers present, leaving them feeling as if they have plunged into a frigid abyss. How can we possibly confront him? As the captain, Lan Weiwei has come to truly grasp the formidable presence of this monster before her. With Zhuotian unleashing his skill, Netherworld's absolute darkness, the vision of the 20 tamers is severely obscured, as if they have been cast into an endless void devoid of light. Helpless, they can only wait in silence for the arrival of death. To perish beneath my Netherworld's absolute darkness, you shall consider yourselves honored. Now, let us engage in a delightful game of hunt. Upon releasing his skill, Zhuotian, along with his shadowy leopard, vanishes into the darkness. Damn it, this monster. I can see nothing. Where's he? Here. Fireball. Boom. Damn, that's me. Who the hell is casting skills recklessly? Who told you to poke me in the back? Stay away from me. In an instant, the 20 or so advanced tamers descend into chaos, even turning against one another in a frenzy. Captain, this guy's divine beast can trap us all. Guotong, standing beside Lan Weiwei, remains frozen in place. Zhuotian has been cultivated by the church as a faceless one, possessing immense strength. It seems we have encountered a grave predicament, Lan Weiwei thinks, raising her hand to summon the purple Thunder Tiger, vigilance etched across her face. Faceless? What does that mean? Guotong appears somewhat perplexed. The Faceless Ones are a cadre of super beast tamers trained by the church, each possessing strength at or above the disaster level. A few years ago, I witnessed one in action. He donned a white mask and effortlessly dispatched 6 Beast King-level captains from the Thousand Nations Alliance. It took the urgent intervention of 2 disaster-level tamers to barely halt him. Lan Weiwei seems to recall that brutal battle from years past, reflecting on how she was merely a novice who had recently entered the Beast Tamer Academy at that time. It was indeed the fierce battle that solidified Lan Weiwei's determination to acquire powers surpassing those of the Faceless. Yet, by a twist of fate, she encountered a creature on the brink of becoming faceless today, Zhuotian. Uncertain of the outcome of this confrontation, Lan Weiwei felt no assurance within. Perhaps the companions she had brought would perish here today. After all, Zhuotian was exceedingly formidable. In the shadows, a pitch-black shadow panther stealthily prowled, as if the entire vicinity, spanning 200 to 300 meters, had transformed into its hunting ground. Fear, despair, and anguish began to pervade the hearts of all beast tamers present. The enemy was not daunting. It was the unseen adversary that instilled terror. This left the over 20 beast tamers on the brink of collapse. Captain, you must make a decision quickly, or we shall perish without ever seeing our foe. One beast tamer cried out in dread. I will continuously unleash the thunder strike to visualize the fog and buy you time to fight. However, while I sustain the thunder strike, I will be unable to engage in battle. Guotong, immediately send a distress signal to summon the 20 beast tamers who are out to return for reinforcements. Lan Weiwei, being an experienced beast king level tamer, swiftly made the right choice. Understood. Guotong, not daring to be negligent, promptly sent the message for the 20 tamers to regroup. With a flourish of her arm, Lan Weiwei summoned the thunderstrike. The poised purple thunder tiger suddenly assumed an aggressive stance, its fur crackling with flashes of purple lightning. Boom! In an instant, dazzling purple bolts erupted from the purple thunder tiger, illuminating the surroundings. Under the effect of the thunderstrike, the fog ceased to be so oppressive, at the very least allowing the tamers to see within an 8-meter radius. We can see. Many of the beast tamers' expressions brightened with surprise. Thus far, they had sustained no casualties, but that could change imminently. Haha, Lan Weiwei, I underestimated you. However, seeing or not will not alter the inevitable outcome of your demise today. The darkest abyss has been set in place. Now, revel in the despair of being hunted. Zhuotian's chilling voice echoed from the darkness. Lan Weiwei's gaze turned frigid. She knew that her group was no match for Zhuotian and that they were merely buying time before their inevitable deaths. She wondered how Lin Xiao was faring at that moment. With no time to inform him, she could only hope he would not return. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had followed the flickering purple lightning in the air and discovered Lan Weiwei's location. It turned out that they were merely separated by a street. As Lin Xiao approached her position at a measured pace, he beheld a vast expanse of black mist enveloping a 300-meter radius, intermittently illuminated by bursts of purple lightning. What is this? Lin Xiao gazed at the encroaching black mist, a hint of perplexity crossing his features. Perhaps Lan Weiwei was embroiled in a battle with a Beast King level or Catastrophe level beast. This could prove advantageous for him. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Xiao stepped decisively into the shrouded black mist. As soon as he entered, he immediately sensed the flickering shadows surrounding him, moving at an astonishing speed. These were not mere beasts, but divine creatures, exuding an aura of peril. Could it be that the nefarious members of the church were involved once more? Lin Xiao murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Zhuotian, lurking in the shadows, wore a sinister smile on his face, and swiftly utilized his perception to detect a solitary figure at the edge of the black mist. Ah, the unfortunate beast tamer, separated from Lan Weiwei and now alone. Today, you shall be my first quarry. Zhuotian fixed his gaze upon Lin Xiao's position. The shadowy Black Panther also stealthily approached. Chapter 42. A flurry of actions as fierce as a tiger. Yet one was not slain, damn it. I was nearly terrified to the point of wetting myself. The pressure was overwhelming. I could hardly endure it. I might very well perish here. There was no way I could contend against a Beast King level beast tamer, and moreover, the commander could not participate in the battle. A timid high-ranking beast tamer trembled in fear, his breath growing erratic, as if death was imminent. I miss my mother. I don't want to die. I am still young. I wish to live. Another beast tamer, unable to withstand the oppressive presence of the creatures shrouded in darkness, cried out for his mother, collapsing in despair. Enough of your incessant whining. A true man can endure a scar the size of a bowl. Can you at least show some spirit? Another beast tamer shouted in anger. All of this was heard by Guotong and Lan Weiwei. Damn it, before the battle even commenced, and they were already in such disarray. Are you still members of the Heroine team? Guotong scolded in frustration. Lan Weiwei remained silent. Truth be told, she too felt fear, but as the commander, she could not afford to show weakness. It was not entirely anyone's fault. After all, Zhuo Tian was adept at psychological warfare, and Dark Element Beast Tamers possessed an ability that was not listed in their skill sets. That was the capacity to torment the mind, utilizing invisible powers to drive individuals to the brink of despair. It was akin to someone whispering incessantly in your ear that in a few minutes, you would meet a gruesome demise, repeating it continually. Who could possibly withstand such torment? This was precisely the outcome Zhuo Tian sought. Once they were suffocated by the dark mist and their spirits shattered, the Shadow Black Panther would effortlessly eliminate them. At this moment, Zhuo Tian had his sights set on his first target, a fool who had yet to summon even a divine beast. This fool at that moment gazed around the obscured surroundings in bewilderment. What extraordinary ability! Lin Xiao observed the mist as if he were merely a spectator. His calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to those beast tamers who were weeping and trembling in fear within the dark haze. Suddenly, Zhuo Tian struck. The Shadow Black Panther moved with astonishing speed, launching itself towards Lin Xiao, who stood at the edge of the mist, without the slightest hesitation. As the Shadow Black Panther attacked, the surrounding dark mist swirled into a vortex. The Shadow Black Panther is attacking. Be prepared, Guotong shouted, alerting everyone. Clang! A sharp sound of metal clashing rang out as the claws of the Shadow Black Panther sparked brilliantly before Lin Xiao. A colossal beast, radiating a golden glow, stood before Lin Xiao, blocking the lethal strike from the Shadow Black Panther. Attempting a sneak attack? Do you really think I would enter so boldly without being vigilant? Do you take me for a fool? Lin Xiao grinned. From the moment he stepped into the dark mist, despite appearing vacant, he had already been prepared to unleash his own beast. It has been proven that his vigilance was indeed commendable, for he had become the target. In the dark, the grinning Zhuo Tian suddenly froze, his face etched with shock. Impossible. How did it survive? The Shadow Black Panther's ambush within the dense fog was executed with remarkable speed. Even if the opponent were to react, a high-level extraordinary beast would certainly not withstand a single strike from the Shadow Black Panther. Where had he gone wrong? Zhuo Tian quickly assessed the situation. When he unleashed the black mist, only Lan Weiwei, a Beast King-level beast tamer, was present, and she was currently unable to engage in battle as she was clearing the line of sight for the other tamers. The remaining 20 or so tamers were no match for him. Shadow Black Panther, continue your assault, Zhuo Tian exclaimed incredulously, his voice filled with fury. After its initial claw strike proved futile, the Shadow Black Panther, now infuriated, moved with blinding speed, launching another surprise attack towards Xiao Heng's position. Again, Lin Xiao felt a surge of irritation and immediately commanded Xiao Heng to counterattack. With a resounding thud, a deep sound erupted from the black mist as Xiao Heng charged wildly. The invincible defensive prowess of Xiao Heng rendered it impervious to attacks from beasts of the same level. After all, they were all beast kings. Who would cower? The clash of battle erupted with a series of sparks as the Shadow Black Panther's relentless claws rained down upon Xiao Heng's body. Xiao Heng, slightly annoyed by the incessant scratching, unleashed its sharp demonic horns, which gleamed brilliantly, and retaliated fiercely. With a powerful impact, the Shadow Black Panther was sent flying with a pained cry, only to quickly rise and vanish into the darkness once more. As the saying goes, a flurry of chaotic punches can defeat even a master. Xiao Heng's unpredictable attacks proved effective. Who is fighting? Are there any casualties? Report immediately. Guotong was exceedingly anxious, as their visibility was limited to merely 7 or 8 meters, while the entire black mist extended for 200 to 300 meters, leaving them paralyzed with fear and unable to move, forced to maintain a defensive stance. 1, 2, 3. 20. The terrified beast tamers, hiding within the black mist, hurriedly reported their numbers. However, upon completion, both Guotong and Lan Weiwei were left in astonishment. None were missing. What was going on? Clearly, everyone was a bit bewildered. How could it be that after such intense combat, no one had perished? Who was fighting just now? Lan Weiwei immediately inquired. Eager to discover which formidable individual had managed to survive Zhuo Tian's concentrated onslaught. Even she would have struggled to withstand such a barrage. Not me, nor me. In an instant, everyone shook their heads in denial. It was me. Lin Xiao, who had been slow to comprehend, foolishly called out, "Who are you?" "Lan Weiwei Guetstein." Before Lin Xiao could respond, the vanishing shadow Black Panther struck again. Faced with the impending assault, Lin Xiao's forehead throbbed with tension. How annoying. Strong magnetic storm. Lin Xiao immediately unleashed his skills. As the golden scales on the surface of the shadow Black Panther shimmered, the metallic essence of the earth was drawn forth, commencing a tempest of iron shavings around them. The intense destructive force of the magnetic storm confined the shadow Black Panther to its position. In that moment, Lin Xiao finally beheld the full form of the shadow Black Panther. Shadow Black Panther, quality, Beast King skill, purification of darkness attribute. Dark status, lightly injured as the information about the shadow Black Panther emerged, Lin Xiao gasped in realization. After all this time, he was engaged in combat with a creature of the Beast King level. This shadow Black Panther must be the very one he encountered in the eastern outskirts that day. Thus, it dawned on him that the entity he was currently battling was the leader of the faction associated with the church. Chapter 43. Indiscriminate lightning strike. It appears that this individual is undoubtedly the one in question. At this moment, Lin Xiao's expression grew serious. This group of formidable figures from the ecclesiastical court is indeed powerful. Even a high-level beast tamer could engage him in a back-and-forth struggle. The Beast King level must be exceedingly strong. It seems he must now showcase his true prowess in battle. However, Lin Xiao remained unaware that Zhuo Tian's strength lay in his mastery of human psychology and his lethal ambushes from the shadows. Much like an explosive assassin, he was exceptionally formidable. Once he infiltrated the crowd, slaughtering foes was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Yet, ironically, just as he breached the rear ranks, he was struck down by a blade wielded by an unknown assailant. Such feelings of frustration could perhaps only be fully comprehended by Zhuo Tian himself. At this moment, concealed in darkness, Zhuo Tian's forehead bulged with veins, seething with indignation. His traditionally overwhelming power had been thwarted by an unfamiliar adversary. He had meticulously arranged everything, intending to unleash a frenzied massacre here. Yet, in the end, despite his ferocious display of skill, he had claimed no lives. Just as Lin Xiao was intently surveying his surroundings, Zhuo Tian could no longer contain his fury and revealed himself within a mere 6 meters of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao turned his gaze in response. The two stood amidst the swirling black mist, locking eyes. Boom! In an instant, their auras erupted, akin to a clash between titans. This was the collision of strength against strength. "Who are you?" Zhuo Tian, with a sinister glare directed at Lin Xiao, spoke first. Arriving somewhat late, it seemed he had not missed much, as Lin Xiao maintained his nonchalant demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips as if to invite a challenge. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Tian's countenance darkened. "Now I understand how my 3 subordinates perished. Young man, was it you?" In response, Lin Xiao revealed a genteel smile. "Indeed." Crack! At this admission, the ground beneath Zhuo Tian's feet silently fissured, evidently reflecting his extreme rage. Zhuo Tian had traversed his life invincibly. Never had any beast tamer survived under his command. Yet now, he faced a worthy opponent. Furthermore, observing the opponent's divine beast, which was 10 times the size of his own Black Panther, he understood the difficulty of breaching the defenses. This creature was not only colossal, but possessed formidable resilience. Most importantly, the opponent was also a Beast King level tamer. However, what perplexed Zhuotian was that he had a comprehensive understanding of all current Beast King level experts within the Thousand Nations Alliance. Yet, this adversary did not appear on any of his lists. Feeling somewhat vexed, Zhuotian took several deep breaths to calm himself and stated, "Young man, you are the first to present me with such a challenge. I am Zhuotian, a candidate for the faceless position within the ecclesiastical court." Upon hearing the name, Lin Xiao replied, "I am Lin Xiao, a member of the Heroine team." "Member?" Zhuotian chuckled. "I have yet to encounter any subordinate capable of slaying 3 of my most capable subordinates. Prepare to meet your end." Zhuotian would not be swayed by his opponent's nonsensical claims, promptly commanding his Shadow Black Panther to charge forth. "Xiaohong," Lin Xiao called out. Xiaohong exhaled 2 streams of hot white vapor from its nostrils and charged forward, wildly tossing its head in a frenzy. The Shadow Black Panther swiftly broke through the onslaught of the magnetic storm and leaped onto Xiaohong's back. Like a lion hunting an elephant, it began to savage and claw at Xiaohong's back with ferocity. One cannot deny the prowess of a Beastmaster of the Beast King level. Sparks flew as the Shadow Black Panther's ambush proved effective, tearing away considerable portions of the golden scales adorning Xiaohong. Even traces of blood began to surface, for beneath that golden armor lay flesh and blood. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Golden body," with the activation of a third skill. Radiant streams of light enveloped Xiaohong's exterior, further enhancing its defensive capabilities. In quick succession, Xiaohong initiated a counterattack, performing a vigorous leap that dislodged the Shadow Black Panther. Fearless charge, Lin Xiao calmly invoked his skill. With a resounding thud, Xiaohong surged forward, colliding directly with the Shadow Black Panther. The ensuing impact was thunderous, and the enraged Shadow Black Panther foolishly engaged in a head-on clash with Xiaohong. The outcome was evident. It was injured in its hind leg by Xiaohong's furious thrust. Blood gushed forth, marking the Shadow Black Panther as severely wounded. "How is this possible?" Zhuotian exclaimed, his pupils contracting in shock. He had never encountered such a formidable beastmaster from the Thousand Nations Alliance. Could it be that they had dispatched a secret force specifically to counter them, and the divine beast in question was unfamiliar to him? Had the Thousand Nations Alliance truly mastered gene reformation technology? This creature was cultivated from the genes of extraordinary beasts. In truth, the Thousand Nations Alliance had not fully grasped this technology. Lin Xiao's ongoing collection of extraordinary beast genetic data was aimed at enhancing the divine beasts of the Alliance. Yet a breakthrough had yet to be discovered. It seemed imperative that Lin Xiao be eliminated without delay. Zhuotian's expression darkened as he uttered a perplexing statement to Lin Xiao. "I will ensure Lin Xiao's demise before coming for you." Lin Xiao's expression soured as he ordered Xiaohong to charge once more. "You think you're special? Anyone who has crossed swords with me has yet to escape alive." Lin Xiao's voice was cold, his gaze sharpening suddenly. "Xiao Sha." A terrifying roar erupted from the black mist as a colossal, shark-toothed dragon crashed down to the ground. "Damn it!" too. Zhuotian, attempting to flee, turned to see the monstrous creature and was left dumbfounded. This was inconceivable. Lin Xiao swiftly activated Xiao Sha's skill. As the immense shark-toothed dragon raised its head, blue lightning rapidly converging beneath its legs. Boom! As the shark-toothed dragon abruptly lifted its leg and forcefully stomped the ground, a crackling sound reverberated through the air. In an instant, a circle of electric net rapidly expanded outward with a sizzling noise. The net ensnared Zhuotian and his divine beast, rendering them immobile at that very moment. However, Zhuotian was not the only one to suffer the consequences. The conductivity of the electric net diminished with distance, yet it did not prevent other beast tamers shrouded in the black mist from being electrocuted, crying out in despair. "Damn it! How can it still be discharging electricity? Isn't that creature of the dark attribute?" They lamented. "This is infuriating. I can't move." Numerous beast tamers fell victim to the electric onslaught, but Lin Xiao remained unfazed. Lan Weiwei, being of the lightning attribute, was unaffected, and as for the others, Lin Xiao was indifferent. His sole desire at that moment was to eliminate Zhuotian. Chapter 44. A farewell, how detestable. Assimilation. In a moment of desperation, Zhuotian immediately unleashed assimilation, enveloping himself in a swirling black mist. Lightning surged forth as Lin Xiao continued to employ the skill of Little Sha. Little Sha began to gather the thunder, then suddenly opened its gaping maw. Buzz! A bolt of lightning surged directly into Zhuotian's black mist. How infuriating! Although Zhuotian was struck, he appeared largely unaffected and sought to escape. If I only had one divine beast, it would indeed be quite challenging to detain you, however. Strong magnetic storm. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao activated his confinement skill. Little H.N. swiftly amassed a significant amount of iron filings, charging towards Zhuotian relentlessly, effectively wrapping him up like a zongzi. Yet, it seemed that capturing him was still beyond reach. Lin Xiao then glanced at the shadowy Black Panther, struggling in place. If I eliminate it, Zhuotian's assimilated black mist will naturally dissipate. Little H.N., crush it. Lin Xiao's icy voice echoed ominously. Little H.N. appeared quite eager to comply. Whether it be human or beast, a single stomp would spell doom. Bang! As Little H.N. raised its hoof and brought it crashing down upon the shadowy Black Panther's spine, it was akin to an elephant trampling its prey, instantly shattering the panther's vertebrae. Bang! Without granting the panther an opportunity to react, a second strike fell heavily. The panther's head was immediately obliterated. Deprived of his divine beast, Zhuotian's black mist dispersed instantaneously. How infuriating! How infuriating! Zhuotian let out a heart-wrenching scream, soon ensnared in an electric net. His body instantly coursed with lightning. The iron filings clinging to him transformed into a storm, incessantly penetrating his form. Blood and anguished cries melded into a breathtaking symphony. Thud! In the fleeting moment when the strong magnetic storm and electric net vanished, Zhuotian suddenly fell to his knees, blood spilling from his mouth. His life force dwindled at an alarming rate. His eyes glazed over, his entire body, even his innards, pierced by iron filings, transforming him into a bloodied figure. I told you, no one can escape from my grasp. Encountering me, your demise is inevitable. You, like all others, will not witness a single defeat at my hands. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to me, the Lord of Dinosaur Island. Lin Xiao slowly approached Zhuotian, speaking lightly. Zhuotian, expending his last ounce of strength, raised his wrist and grinned eerily. You are indeed formidable, outrageously so. However, I have already transmitted your information to the headquarters of the Holy See via the Beast Tamer device. Awaiting you will be the Faceless One, 100 times more powerful than I. In hell, I shall not be alone. I will await your arrival. Safe travels. Lin Xiao maintained his calm smile. With his last breath, Zhuotian's hands and head drooped helplessly, kneeling before Lin Xiao in death. Yet his eyes remained open, refusing to close even in death. At this moment, Lin Xiao summoned Little H.N. and Little Sha back to Dinosaur Island. Indeed, Zhuotian was quite formidable, having engaged Lin Xiao in combat for nearly an hour. This was indeed the first time he had engaged in a prolonged battle with another. It seemed he was still too weak. How could he not achieve a swift victory? A failure. This little sand creature's strength must be enhanced once more. The dual Beast Kings were currently Lin Xiao's aspiration. With the demise of Zhuotian, the tremors unleashed by Lin Xiao dissipated into nothingness. Simultaneously, the ominous black mist that had instilled dread in everyone began to gradually fade away. As over 20 individuals revealed themselves, they were left in utter astonishment. At this moment, merely 100 meters away, the shadow Black Panther lay with its head crushed, its body now cold. And Zhuotian, the instigator who had sown seeds of despair in their hearts, was also kneeling on the ground, drenched in blood. Before Zhuotian stood a young man, composed and indifferent, reminiscent of a supreme ruler descended upon the earth. When the black mist finally cleared, Lan Weiwei beheld a scene that left her equally dumbfounded. Could it be that the intense battle, which had nearly made their hearts leap from their chests, was instigated by Lin Xiao? He had been battling Zhuotian, yet He had clearly been absent from the scene. Lan Weiwei was utterly stunned. Just how formidable was he? Upon noticing Lan Weiwei, Lin Xiao's cold demeanor immediately softened into a gentle smile as he greeted her. Captain, was I seeing things? How could Zhuo Tian be dead? Guotong gazed at the man kneeling on the ground, his eyes forever open in death, and his body trembled violently. At last, it was over. My heavens, I am still alive. Ha ha, I am alive. Many of the surviving beast tamers were filled with elation. Perhaps it was only through truly experiencing despair that one could comprehend the fortune of being alive. Lan Weiwei dismissed the purple Thunder Tiger, her eyes reddening as she suddenly ran towards Lin Xiao. Without affording him much time to react, she opened her arms and embraced him tightly. Startled by Lan Weiwei's unexpected action, Lin Xiao appeared somewhat flustered, yet he raised his arms to return her embrace. Feeling Lan Weiwei's soft, gentle form against him, Lin Xiao smiled and reassured her, "It's all right now. It's over." Thank you. Thank you." Lan Weiwei choked out her gratitude. Ultimately, despite her strength, Lan Weiwei was but a young woman, compelled by responsibility to display fortitude before others. Her parents and loved ones had perished in a series of calamities, and having survived, she had witnessed far too many separations and farewells, forging her into a resilient individual. Yet today, she truly felt the proximity of death. The suffocating tension she had experienced was still hauntingly vivid. What she had not anticipated was that Zhuo Tian, the source of terror for all, had been slain by the very man she had set her sights on. In that moment, wrapped in this man's warm embrace, she felt an unparalleled sense of security. After a prolonged embrace, Lan Weiwei reluctantly released Lin Xiao, striving to compose herself. At this moment, Guotong approached slowly, generously giving Lin Xiao a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Captain, your idol is indeed formidable. This fellow has concealed his prowess remarkably well. He is simply a monster. Even the faceless candidates are no match. Our Heroine team has struck gold." Lin Xiao wiped away the tears on Lan Weiwei's cheek and smiled, saying, "Do not worry. As long as you are with me, I shall not allow anyone to harm you." Lin Xiao was well aware that Lan Weiwei was not only his savior, but also a remarkably resilient woman. Throughout her battles with various strange beasts, she had proven herself to be far more than a mere ornament. She was a true warrior. Perhaps within a few days, once she achieved the status of a catastrophe-level beastmaster, she would be able to stand on her own. This had always been Lan Weiwei's earnest aspiration. She yearned to grow stronger to protect all those she cherished. Chapter 45. The sweetness of soft rice. This battle came to an unexpected conclusion due to Lin Xiao's serendipitous return. Remarkably, the Heroine squad, which was expected to suffer heavy casualties, emerged without sustaining any losses. Such an occurrence is unprecedented in both history and warfare. It is indeed a fortuitous coincidence that Lin Xiao stumbled upon Lan Weiwei's lightning signal, guiding him back. It was equally coincidental that he was chosen by Zhuo Tian as the first target for elimination. An abundance of coincidences culminated in this miraculous confrontation between the beast tamers and the church. It is no exaggeration to assert that this marks the first instance of a flawless victory in the century-long conflict between the Alliance of Nations and the church, an unparalleled achievement brought forth by Lin Xiao. Upon returning to the temporary command center, Lan Weiwei, Lin Xiao, Guotong, and the others began scouring the city. During this search, they discovered 3 additional corpses belonging to Zhuo Tian's subordinates. Although 2 remained unaccounted for, Lan Weiwei deduced that they had successfully fled. Furthermore, Lin Yiner's situation was surprisingly smooth, a fact that could be attributed to Lin Xiao's intervention. Originally, AI Lu was dispatched as a scout to locate Lan Weiwei and Lin Yiner. Had Lin Xiao not encountered and inadvertently eliminated her, Lin Yiner's circumstances would undoubtedly have been far more challenging, as would those of Zhuo Tian and his allies. At that moment, the beast tamers scattered throughout Cassilia City began to return. Clearly, had it not been for Lin Xiao's fortuitous return, their hopes of reinforcement would have been in vain. Out of 40 beast tamers, only a few sustained minor injuries, yet all survived. If they were to return to the Alliance, they might be accused of hiding away rather than engaging in battle. However, such an accusation would be unfounded, as each beast tamer's apparatus serves as a recording device, documenting the entire sequence of events. Otherwise, Lan Weiwei would find herself at a loss for words. After a night of organization and a thorough search of the city, dawn broke on the second day since the Heroine team's arrival. Lin Xiao, feeling fatigued from a series of battles, took the opportunity to rest. Upon rising early the following morning and consuming some rations, he began to await the gradual return of the beast tamers. One by one, they reported their findings to Lan Weiwei regarding the battle. Lin Xiao sat idly by, listening to their accounts, yet felt a tinge of disappointment. The search parties had failed to uncover any traces of Beast King or catastrophe-level beasts, which left him somewhat vexed. His primary objective for this venture was to elevate Xiao Sha's strength, but thus far, Xiao Sha had only achieved a single-level increase. At this juncture, Lan Weiwei, having completed her tasks, noticed Lin Xiao lost in thought. She approached him, seated herself beside him, and gently took his hand, expressing her concern. "What troubles you? You seem preoccupied." Feeling the warmth of Lan Weiwei's delicate hand, Lin Xiao managed to smile. "It's nothing, merely a sense of regret. Yesterday felt like a headless fly flitting about all day without discovering a single Beast King. Such a pity." Upon hearing those words, Lan Weiwei was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a captivating smile, saying, "Perhaps they were frightened away by your presence as a formidable beast tamer." Lin Xiao chuckled heartily in agreement. This was indeed reasonable, as the city of Cassilia had been suffering from the aftermath of the celestial descent for several days. Before the Heroine team arrived, the Cassilia team had already been obliterated, facing a dual assault from both the monstrous beasts and the ecclesiastical forces. The Beast Kings and Calamity-grade creatures had completed their tasks and were summoned back to the Dark Dimension, leaving behind a handful of mid-tier and high-tier beasts to clear the battlefield. "Why do you insist on seeking out Beast Kings, if it is merely for combat? Zhuotian surpasses them by leaps and bounds," Lan Weiwei inquired with curiosity. "It is not for the sake of battle. Primarily, I am in dire need of the core from a Beast King," Lin Xiao replied. Taken aback by his sudden confession, Lan Weiwei asked, "How many do you need?" "Just one will suffice," Lin Xiao responded. Abruptly, Lan Weiwei touched her beast-taming device and produced a gleaming white beast core, saying, "Here, take this." Staring in astonishment at the Beast King core she had unexpectedly offered him, Lin Xiao stammered this. "For me?" "Yes, you wanted it. And I happen to have one. Here, take it," she insisted, attempting to place it into his hands. "I couldn't possibly accept such a generous gift," Lin Xiao protested, yet his hands instinctively accepted it. "I have no use for so many beast cores. My purple thunder tiger is nearing calamity grade already," Lan Weiwei explained after handing the core to Lin Xiao. His expression turned to one of disbelief. He had not realized that Lan Weiwei was quite affluent. This Beast King core, if found in market, would command at least 1 million alliance coins, while a specialized shop would demand a staggering 1,700,000. Good heavens, this is incredibly fortunate, Lin Xiao thought, touched by Lan Weiwei's selfless generosity. After all, not just anyone would readily give away something worth 170,000 alliance coins. It appeared that his ambition of acquiring dual Beast Kings was 90% fulfilled. Upon returning, he could simply spend a bit to procure materials such as Beast King skeletons. Thus, the Shark-Toothed Dragon would ascend to the status of a divine beast. The first phase of Lin Xiao's plan for dual Beast Kings was successfully completed. Moreover, by that time, he would possess 3,000 prestige points, which could be utilized to summon new divine beasts. "I truly do not know how to express my gratitude," Lin Xiao said, holding the still warm core. "I should be the one thanking you. Had it not been for your efforts, we might have perished here today. By the way, if you need anything in the future, just let me know, and I will provide it, as long as I possess it," Lan Weiwei replied. Her cheeks tinged with a soft blush as she gazed at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao returned her gaze with a gentle smile, their proximity to each other gradually diminishing. "Cough, cough. Captain, I did not mean to intrude." At that moment, Guotong's untimely appearance interrupted them. Lan Weiwei's face immediately flushed crimson, and she hastily withdrew her hand from Lin Xiao's, rising slowly to ask, "What is it?" "All the team members have returned. having successfully located 16 surviving injured members of the Cassilia squad. They have also vanquished 7 intermediate-level beasts and 11 advanced-level beasts, along with 4 remains of the ecclesiastical minions. Moreover, the genetic data collection at Vice Dean Lin's facility is nearing completion and has already been returned. We can set off home before this afternoon. Hee. Minister Lin and Vice Dean Zhang have prepared a welcome banquet for us. Guotong stood before Lan Weiwei, summarizing the events of the past 2 days. Very well. Please notify the team to load the beast carcasses and the remains of the ecclesiastical minions for transport back, Lan Weiwei instructed. Understood. Guotong saluted and began to make preparations. Just then, a rumbling roar of a Hummer engine echoed from outside. Shortly after, Lin Xiao arrived at the rendezvous point accompanied by 20 beast tamers. Lin Xiao gazed at Lin Xiao as she entered, his expression suddenly shifting to one of astonishment, murmuring to himself, "What on earth? How can she just return like this? This is the end. We are bound to be discovered. How will I explain this? Oh well, I suppose it is time to reveal my true identity." Chapter 46. Is it real or fake? In Lin Xiao's perspective, aside from his parents, the most significant person in his life is Lin Xiao. A few years his senior, Lin Xiao often took care of him during his childhood. As her parents were frequently occupied with work, Lin Xiao considers himself fortunate. Amidst the invasion of the Dark Dimension, how many people possess a complete family? However, despite his gratitude towards his ever-caring sister, he finds himself somewhat intimidated by her fierce protective instincts. At this very moment, he cannot fathom what expression Lin Xiao would wear upon discovering his presence. Although he projects a fierce demeanor in battles against alien beasts and the church, he feels a twinge of fear in the face of his sister. After all, he vividly remembers how her loving care often came in the form of her firm, yet affectionate slaps during his disobedient childhood. Wei, do you know? These past couple of days have been remarkably smooth. Upon arriving here yesterday, we stumbled upon the corpse of a beast king. Although the core had been taken, the genetic data remained relatively intact. Today has been similar. Aside from a few minor skirmishes with intermediate-level beasts, we have suffered no casualties. Dressed in a grayish-white uniform paired with military boots, Lin Xiao exudes a clean and refreshing aura, accentuated by her high ponytail and silver glasses, which also reveal her unique feminine charm. Many beast tamers around her were captivated, noting that her figure and beauty rivaled that of their captain, Lan Weiwei. The two were equally striking in both temperament and allure. Lan Weiwei smiled gently. Indeed, it has been quite smooth. I have also reported no casualties and managed to rescue over a dozen members of the Cassilia team, thus successfully completing our mission. After 2 days of relentless busyness, Lin Xiao had scarcely rested or eaten. Approaching a nearby table, she grabbed some rations and a water cup, leaning against the table as she began to eat. Between bites, she remarked, "I thought it would take at least 3 days to return, yet we can head back ahead of schedule. I wonder if my brother can take care of himself at home. I completely forgot to give him a call." Upon hearing this, Lan Weiwei paused, feeling a twinge of awkwardness as she glanced at Lin Xiao, who was standing somewhat shyly among the crowd. She then cast him a sympathetic look. Lin Xiao took out her phone and promptly dialed Lin Xiao's number. At that moment, Lin Xiao was still contemplating how to explain his presence to his sister. Suddenly, the phone rang, echoing in the command room, which fell into a profound silence. All eyes turning towards the young man, who appeared somewhat out of place. Lin Xiao, still holding her unfinished rations, momentarily froze, her beautiful eyes scanning the crowd. Oh no, Lin Xiao's face paled. His sister was wearing glasses. Lin Xiao fixed her gaze on Lin Xiao, her expression one of stunned surprise, and in that instant, the atmosphere grew palpably tense, with silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Sensing the awkwardness enveloping the air, Lan Weiwei found herself at a loss for words. It seems that Lin Xiao is likely to be in trouble. Suddenly, Lin Xiao dropped her cup onto the ground. However, what transpired next astonished everyone, including Lin Xiao. Without uttering a single word, Lin Xiao swiftly approached him, her hands vigorously searching over his body as though she were inspecting something. "Sister, what are you doing? There's so many people watching. Please stop." Lin Xiao exclaimed, his face a mixture of surprise and confusion at his sister's actions. Don't move. Lin Yina snacked, continuing her examination. This scene left Lan Weiwei utterly dumbfounded, while the other beast tamers around them were equally taken aback. The formidable figure who had rescued them from the abyss turned out to be Lin Yiner's brother. Wasn't it rumored that Minister Lin's family lacked beast tamers? Many around them gasped in disbelief. When Lin Xiao had saved these beast tamers, they instinctively believed he was a secret powerhouse sent by the Alliance of Nations. Who would have thought? It was truly unexpected. After a thorough inspection, Lin Yiner, relieved to find Lin Xiao uninjured and with all his limbs intact, finally eased her worried expression. She then coldly remarked, Lin Xiao, have you lost your mind? Do you realize how perilous this place is? In the Cassilia team, out of more than 200 members, only about 10 survived. I warned you not to come, yet you didn't heed a single word. Thankfully, nothing serious happened. Lin Xiao began to speak, but Lin Yiner interrupted him, denying him any chance to explain. I understand you wanted to get out and explore, but you need to choose the right moment. Have you forgotten your own capabilities? Your divine beast is barely sufficient to handle low-level exotic beasts. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Lan Weiwei, Guotong. The crowd? At that moment, the beast tamers surrounding them wore expressions of confusion. What did she mean by his divine beast being inadequate for low-level exotic beasts? Good heavens, this guy had just taken down 4 elite members of the church. The combined strength of those 4 surpassed even 5 beast king-level exotic beasts. Just as everyone was in shock, Lin Xiao suddenly displayed a gentle smile. He realized that his sister was genuinely concerned for him. I understand, I'm sorry, he said, although his heart felt warm despite the words. VC dealing. Do you perhaps have a misunderstanding about your brother? Our journey was remarkably smooth, all thanks to him. Without him, none of us would have survived, Guotong suddenly interjected, unable to hold back any longer. Yes, indeed, echoed the surrounding beast tamers, nodding in agreement. Upon hearing the words of those around her and seeing Lin Xiao's helpless expression, Lin Yiner finally turned her gaze toward Lan Weiwei. Lan Weiwei, naturally unwilling to conceal the truth, nodded earnestly, seemingly affirming that it was indeed Lin Xiao who had saved them. Brother, is that true? Do not deceive your sister. At this moment, Lin Yiner appeared somewhat incredulous, casting a curious glance at Lin Xiao. It is perfectly fine to doubt. You'll have your chance to see. Lin Xiao replied with a smile, patting Lin Yiner's shoulder in a manner that belied his youthfulness. He did not expect his elder sister to believe him outright. For after all, hearing is but a fleeting impression, while seeing is believing. However, with the support of those around them, Lin Yiner gradually lost her irritation. The task at hand had been accomplished with relative ease, allowing her to refrain from probing further, though a lingering skepticism about her brother's capabilities remained. After all, she had watched Lin Xiao grow up. Yet, the expressions of others did not seem feigned. In that moment, Lin Yiner found herself uncertain of what was true and what was not. Chapter 47. Departure after the matter today. The city of Heroine is bustling with an unprecedented vibrancy in recent years. The townsfolk have largely received the news of Heroine's triumphant victory. A throng of citizens eagerly lines the streets, brandishing flags of the Heroine team, ready to welcome the returning heroes from the fierce battle. Notably, several representatives from the Alliance of Nations have been dispatched to partake in the celebratory feast, and the Vice Dean of the Beast Tamer Academy, Zhang Li, has personally brought a contingent of beast tamers to greet Lan Weiwei. As 2 Hummers and over a dozen military trucks roll into the city, the atmosphere along the streets is electric. The Heroine team has returned. Hooray! Truly, the pride of Heroine City, Captain Lan, is magnificent. My dream is to join the Heroine team one day. Many onlookers are jubilant, reveling in a victory that feels unprecedented. Meanwhile, the beast tamers seated in the trucks are equally exhilarated, their families beaming proudly along the roadside. In the past, although Lan Weiwei had achieved numerous victories and slain many monstrous beasts, each return was often shadowed by the somber presence of fallen comrades. This time, however, only the bodies of the elite from the church lay in the trucks. Sitting in the back seat, Lan Weiwei and Lin Xiao gaze at the enthusiastic crowd. her emotions a blend of complexity as she remarks, "This is not my merit. I feel unworthy of it." Upon hearing her words, Lin Xiao, who had been feigning sleep, opens his eyes and responds, "Since years ago, you have relentlessly hunted beasts and opposed the church. The wounds you bear and the accomplishments you have achieved are sufficient for you to claim this honor. You deserve it." Lan Weiwei's heart flutters at Lin Xiao's words, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson as she comprehends his intent. Nevertheless, she insists, "This is clearly your achievement. Let be. I have no interest in being a hero. If one is elevated to the heavens from the outset, it may not be a blessing. I cherish my current state, so let it remain unbroken." Lin Xiao, reclining with his hands behind his head, closes his eyes once more, conveying his sentiment without words. He has no desire for accolades. Such distinctions hold little value. However, should the Alliance of Nations reward him with a bounty of beast cores, he might reconsider. A mere title of hero is of no use to him. Lin Xiao is a pragmatic individual. If it isn't tangible wealth, then it is all but ephemeral. At this moment, Lan Weiwei is taken aback by Lin Xiao's clarity and remarks, "Lin Xiao, you are remarkably lucid. If I had possessed even half of your insight back then, I would not have." She trails off, reflecting on her past. Indeed, she has never been particularly clear-headed. When she first acquired the purple thunder tiger, she soared to prominence in just a few years, ultimately finding herself in a position of glory in Heroine City. This position bears the hopes of countless individuals from the city. Simultaneously, the pressure was immense, and the burdensome tasks invariably fell upon her shoulders, leading to a sense of peril akin to a life-or-death struggle. Lan Weiwei now regretted her decisions deeply. If given a chance to start anew, she would certainly refrain from showcasing such powers. For one day, she would inevitably face a task beyond her capacity, and death in battle would be her only fate. The young man seated before her, at times eccentric yet overwhelmingly capable, consistently demonstrated a clear mind during critical moments. After all, few could withstand the weight of adulation from thousands. Lan Weiwei found it hard to believe that Lin Xiao was merely a privileged offspring raised in an ivory tower. He exuded the aura of someone who had weathered decades of tumult. "Is that all?" Lin Xiao inquired. "No, nothing at all," Lan Weiwei replied, shaking her head. Observing her expression, Lin Xiao refrained from probing further. As the vehicle approached the Beast Tamer Academy, Lin Xiao disembarked. At this juncture, Zhang Li, Lin Zhen, and several other high-ranking officials from the United Nations Alliance gathered outside, hurrying to extend their greetings. "Ha ha! Congratulations, Captain Lan, on your remarkable achievement. You have successfully vanquished 4 of the Church's minions, as if aided by divine intervention," Zhang Li exclaimed, being the first to welcome Lan Weiwei with a plethora of flattery. "Indeed, it seems you have finally avenged yourself, Captain Lan. It won't be long before you ascend to greater heights. We have prepared a welcome banquet for you at the Beast Tamer Academy," Lin Zhen added with a smile. Lan Weiwei, feeling quite helpless, could only respond with awkward smiles and half-hearted replies. As she turned again, she spotted a familiar young figure in the crowd waving at her. Not another, but Lin Xiao. After waving to Lan Weiwei, Lin Xiao casually placed his hands in his pockets, leaving her with a graceful and imposing silhouette. Once the matter was settled, he departed quietly, concealing his accomplishments and accolades. Lin Xiao was not fond of bustling gatherings, thus he typically avoided events like welcome banquets. He had more pressing matters to attend to, so he left the Beast Tamer Academy to return home. Upon arriving home, as was his routine, he rummaged through the refrigerator for a bite to eat before diving headfirst into Dinosaur Island. Within Dinosaur Island, the weather remained splendid, with the sea breeze gently blowing, seemingly untouched by the seasons of the outside world. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged on the grass, having brought the little black creature from his beast-taming device to enjoy the fresh air. The little black creature, true to the nature of canines, immediately began to mark its territory upon entry. It frolicked and playfully tussled with the shark-toothed dragon for a share of meat, oblivious to the bewildered gazes of the 2 colossal beasts nearby. Lin Xiao sat on the grass and casually navigated the Dinosaur Island interface. He currently possessed 3,000 prestige points, enabling him to summon a third divine beast. As it stood, he already had the shark-toothed dragon, which was on the verge of evolving into a beast king. Hence, there was no immediate need for a second offensive beast. He would continue with herbivorous creatures. Little Black, come here. Upon reaching this conclusion, Lin Xiao called out to Xiao He. Xiao He scampered over with delightful eagerness, affectionately nuzzling against Lin Xiao. It is often said that stepping in dog feces brings good fortune. Xiao He, let's see how fortunate you truly are. He selected the herbivorous dinosaur extraction. Lin Xiao lifted Xiao He and, using its tiny pink paw, pressed the extraction button. Reputation points minus 1,000, total reputation. 2,000 extraction begins. As the grand wheel before him began to spin, Lin Xiao held his breath in anticipation. Meanwhile, Xiao He remained adorably quiet. Suddenly, as the wheel came to a halt, Lin Xiao gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! Xiao He, your luck is rather impressive. Woof woof. Xiao He immediately barked twice in response. Chapter 48. The Dual Beast Kings. Congratulations to the Island Lord for acquiring the ordinary attribute herbivorous dragon, Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon, quality, low skill, War Trample, unlocks at intermediate quality. Attribute, Earth unlocks at intermediate quality, upgrade. Intermediate Beast Core Assimilation, ready indeed. Upon suddenly beholding the imposing figure of the Thunder Dragon, Lin Xiao was undeniably astonished. The creature's size could rival that of a small, three-headed beast, making it quite substantial. However, a pressing question arose. Its attribute was merely that of an ordinary Earth type. This Earth attribute primarily enhances defense, offering little in terms of offensive capability. And Lin Xiao already possessed a small beast with commendable defense and attack. What purpose then does this Thunder Dragon serve? Its speed and agility appeared negligible. Once unleashed, it would be a mere target for punishment, and with War Trample seeming to inflict area damage, it paled in comparison to the Tremor Strike of Xiao Sha. It could be deemed utterly useless. It would be better to have a Triceratops instead. Lin Xiao's lips twitched. Xiao He, I misjudged you. Your luck is truly unfortunate. Woo. Woof. Xiao He seemed reluctant, immediately voicing its discontent to Lin Xiao, having just been praised for its good fortune, only to be deemed lacking now. As Lin Xiao's face clouded with frustration, a spark of inspiration struck him. It appeared that the attribute could be re-evaluated. At the very least, he could swap it for a more beneficial talent, thus salvaging the Thunder Dragon from being wasted. He pressed the replacement button for attribute reshaping. Reshape successful. Reputation points minus 1,000. Total reputation, 1,000. Thunder Dragon, quality, low skill. Vitality Surge, area skill, unlocks at intermediate quality. Attribute, wood extremely strong recovery, unlocks at intermediate quality. Upgrade. Intermediate Beast Core, assimilation, ready as the information regarding the Thunder Dragon re-emerged. A subtle smile graced Lin Xiao's lips. Now he was satisfied. Even if it lacked the Earth attribute, the Thunder Dragon possessed high defense due to its size. It would serve as a steadfast healer in battle, capable of sustaining Xiao Hua and Xiao Sha. His Divine Beast team was undeniably growing stronger. The emergence of the Dual Beast Kings was now a foregone conclusion. A comprehensive powerhouse in Xiao Hua, a formidable attacker in Xiao Sha, and now an indomitable healing presence. Without a doubt, Lin Xiao's combat prowess could be considered remarkably formidable at this juncture. After extracting and completing the replacement of the Divine Beast, Lin Xiao did not linger. Taking advantage of the daylight, he ventured to the exotic beast market to procure the materials needed for Xiao Sha's upgrade. It did not consume much time. He spent nearly 40,000 at the stalls to acquire the skeletal remains and blood of a beast king. Compared to the beast cores, the prices for the bones and blood were considerably more reasonable. Originally, Lin Xiao had intended to purchase an intermediate beast core for Xiao Lei as well. However, due to his financial constraints, the 5,000 given to him by Lin Ener had dwindled to a mere 2,000. Indeed, unless he undertook the task himself, the mere act of upgrading the dinosaur was beyond Lin Xiao's financial reach. This is precisely why Lin Xiao refrains from extracting a multitude of dinosaurs. After all, while the extraction may be successful, if they cannot be upgraded, they serve no purpose. Upon returning home, Lin Xiao casually upgraded Little Sha as well. Blue Thunder, Shark Tooth Dragon, Quality, Beast King Skills, Thunder Breath, Tremor Strike. Divine Justice Attribute, Thunder Upgrade, Cataclysmic Beast Core, X2, Cataclysmic Beast Bones, Cataclysmic Beast Gene, Assimilation. Ready observing Little Sha, now enveloped in a dazzling aura of thunder. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. The goal of achieving dual Beast Kings had been accomplished. However, upgrading both Little Hung and Little Sha to the Cataclysmic level presented a significant dilemma. The requirement of 2 Cataclysmic Beast Cores for a single upgrade? That amounted to 4 cores in total. Lin Xiao was left dumbfounded. Thus far, he had encountered only one Cataclysmic Beast, the old friend Venomous Dragon Lizard. Beyond that, he had not encountered any others. Moreover, the market price of a Cataclysmic Beast Core reached a staggering 5 million, while the store price soared to 7 million. Such astronomical figures were utterly beyond Lin Xiao's means. Furthermore, he felt too embarrassed to ask his older sister for assistance, considering the substantial amount involved. Reluctantly, he could only bide his time for an opportunity. By the time Lin Xiao exited Dinosaur Island, the night had grown late. At that moment, Lin Zhen and Lin Yin returned from the Beast Tamer Academy, seemingly in rare spirits. Lin Zhen had indulged a bit too much and lay sprawled on the sofa. Sound asleep, Lin Yin, seated nearby, gently draped a blanket over him. "Sister, you're back," Lin Xiao remarked, glancing at Lin Yin in the living room. "Just returned. Dad had a bit too much to drink. Why are you still awake?" Lin Yin replied. "It's only 8 o'clock. I'm not tired," Lin Xiao said, as he walked to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. "I searched for you at the academy for quite some time, and only found out you had returned after asking Wei Wei. Why didn't you stay longer?" Lin Yin inquired. "Let us just say I prefer solitude." Lin Xiao raised a hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin paused for a moment, shaking her head in resignation. Just then, Lin Zhen's phone in his pocket began to ring. Lin Yin retrieved the phone and answered, her expression immediately turning serious. Yes, I understand. All right, I will handle it promptly." She concluded the call, her brow furrowed in concern. "What's the matter?" Lin Xiao asked. "It's from the high-ranking officials of the Thousand Nations Alliance. They want Dad to inform Lan Wei to go to the eastern suburbs to deal with the venomous dragon lizard. Alas, Lan Wei has also had too much to drink and now has to take on a mission," Lin Yin expressed with a hint of frustration. "Is there truly no one else besides Lan Wei who can be called upon?" Lin Xiao questioned. "Currently, there is only one Beast King level Beast Tamer in each city, and they are required whenever a beast of that caliber or higher appears," Lin Yin explained. "What are we to do? Surely, we cannot send a drunken Wei into battle against a cataclysmic beast. That would be tantamount to sending her to her demise." Lin Yin sat on the sofa, a look of helplessness etched across her face. "This indeed poses quite a dilemma," Lin Xiao remarked, a sudden smile gracing his lips. "A cataclysmic beast core, how precious it is. Thank heavens for this remarkable gift. Alas, I shall seek out others at the Beast Tamer Academy. Otherwise, my father shall surely face reprimand upon waking." Lin Yin rose, resolved to make another trip to the academy. "Who will you find at this hour? Come now, I shall accompany you," Lin Xiao remarked as he donned his coat by the door. "You intend to go? Do not jest. That is a calamity-grade beast," Lin Yin exclaimed in astonishment. "Sister, do you not wish to acquire a sample of the calamity-grade beast genes? Surely, it has been on your mind for quite some time," Lin Xiao said with a gentle smile. "I indeed desire it. Yet if we both go, I fear I would be of no assistance," Lin Yin replied, slightly bewildered. "Will 666 call out?" Lin Xiao inquired. "It will," Lin Yin nodded. "Then that settles it. Let's be off." Lin Xiao donned his black trench coat and strode out with an air of arrogance. "Wait, are we truly going together?" Lin Yin hurriedly grabbed her coat and rushed to follow him. Chapter 49. The elderly phase. To attain greater strength, one must acquire the core of a calamity-level beast. For such cores are not easily obtained. However, Lin Xiao is determined not to overlook any opportunity to secure one. With the dual Beast Kings at his disposal, he feels emboldened to confront the toxic dragon lizard once more. Thus, upon hearing Lin Yin announce the creature's reappearance, he hesitates not a moment. The calamity-level beast core shall be his. Stepping out of his home, Lin Xiao strides towards a garage, while Lin Ener hastily dons her coat and follows closely behind. Lin Xiao, are you truly going? This is no trivial matter. We could very well find ourselves in peril, she cautions as she keeps pace with him. Yes, you. I have taken every precaution, Lin Xiao replies confidently. Yet, Lin Ener remains somewhat skeptical. The responsibility is significant, and we are unaware that Wei Wei and father are inebriated. Should we fail, we might escape the toxic dragon lizard, but father and Wei Wei would face repercussions. Seated in the passenger seat, Lin Xiao urges drive. Under ordinary circumstances, Lin Ener would vehemently refuse to accompany him on such a dangerous venture. It is not that she fears death. Rather, Lin Xiao's initial display of meager talent had cast doubt in her mind. Nevertheless, after their experience in Cassilia City, where Lin Xiao's prowess was extolled by Lan Weiwei and others, her conviction wavers. After all, at the banquet, they had quietly mentioned Lin Xiao's conquest of Zhuotian. Zhuotian is a name familiar to Lin Ener, as others must complete designated tasks to join the church. The faceless ones and individuals like Zhuotian are elite assassins cultivated from a young age by the church, exhibiting unwavering loyalty and formidable strength that far surpasses that of ordinary elites. Thus, Lin Ener finds herself somewhat persuaded. As Lin Ener starts the vehicle, they make their way towards the eastern outskirts. In the vicinity of Elronia City's eastern outskirts and the wilderness, the toxic dragon lizard frequently roams. To this day, no one has been able to explain why such calamities consistently manifest in this locale. Throughout the journey, Lin Ener's heart races with trepidation, and she begins to regret accompanying Lin Xiao. After all, they possess no reinforcements. Due to road closures leading to Cassilia City, they circumvent obstacles for nearly 3 hours before finally reaching the eastern outskirts. At this juncture, the gates of Cassilia City are barred, and no beast tamers venture towards the outskirts. Lin Zhen is inebriated, and Lan Weiwei has issued no orders for deployment, leaving the beast tamers in a state of inactivity. Upon arriving at the outskirts, Lin Xiao hears the raspy roar of the toxic dragon lizard from a distance. Indeed, it resides in the eastern outskirts. Lin Ener parks the car by the roadside, also hearing the ominous sound. Let us proceed, Lin Xiao declares, stepping purposefully into the depths of the area. Familiar with the terrain, he adeptly navigates the winding paths, while the massive form of the toxic dragon lizard lumbers toward Cassilia City. Lin Xiao and Lin Ener had already arrived at the scene. The venomous dragon lizard's green, glistening eyes instantly fixated on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, it has noticed us. Lin Ener looked up, instinctively feeling a surge of fear. After all, she was not a beast tamer. Even when collecting genetic data, she was always accompanied by numerous beast tamers for protection. Lin Xiao glanced at the venomous dragon lizard, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do you still remember me, old friend? Upon hearing the human voice from below, the venomous dragon lizard raised its head and let out a furious roar directed at Lin Xiao, causing a violent gust of wind that tousled Lin Xiao's hair. Cough, cough, I really need to brush my teeth. It stinks, Lin Xiao coughed twice. As if understanding his words, the venomous dragon lizard suddenly opened its massive maw, seemingly preparing to unleash its skills. Sister, wait for me under the tree. Lin Xiao rolled up his sleeves, his gaze fixed on the dragon lizard. Be careful. If you can't fight, run. Lin Ener nodded, hurriedly retreating to a safe distance. With a ferocious roar, the venomous dragon lizard expelled a cloud of toxic mist. Boom! In an instant, Xiao Hong was summoned, crashing down with a tremendous impact that halted the poisonous mist 3 meters in front of him. The last encounter with the venomous dragon lizard had seen Xiao Hong at a far weaker state, but now he was a different beast altogether. Lin Yuine, witnessing Xiao Hong's imposing figure from beneath the tree, was indeed taken aback. Based on her years of studying various extraordinary beasts and divine creatures, she recognized that this was undoubtedly a beast king-level creature. Realizing this, Lin Ener covered her mouth in astonishment. Her brother had indeed been telling the truth. Thus, the threat to Zhuotian was also genuine. Xiao Hong alone could only barely hold his ground against the venomous dragon lizard. After all, calamity-level beasts were formidable. Lin Xiao certainly would not allow Xiao Hong to engage in a protracted battle. Who knew if there were other powerful beasts lurking nearby? Lin Xiao raised his hand to summon Little Sha, now upgraded. The Beast King level Little Sha, upon release, subtly surpassed the venomous dragon lizard in size. The two colossal creatures stared down the venomous dragon lizard, the pressure immediately palpable. The sight of three giant beasts facing off left Lin Xiao utterly speechless. Perhaps at that moment, no words could adequately convey the shock within her heart. Lin Xiao, how deeply he had concealed his strength. With such power, he would undoubtedly command the rank of a top commander in the Thousand Nations Alliance. Bang! In a moment of distraction for Lin Xiao, the three colossal beasts collided with tremendous force. Crack! However, in that instant of confrontation, Lin Xiao faintly heard a cracking sound. Initially thinking it was Xiao Hong or Little Sha that had been injured, he observed closely and realized it was the venomous dragon lizard's left leg that had broken. How strange. Calamity-level beasts shouldn't be so weak, Lin Xiao thought, somewhat bewildered. This was because the venomous dragon lizard had lived far too long and was now aged. Based on my research, the lifespan of a beast is typically around 2,000 years. This venomous dragon lizard had already lived for 2 millennia before being cast into the blue star by the Dark Dimension. It is in its twilight years, Lin Xiao explained. 2 years ago, it was in its twilight years, capable of severely injuring Wei Wei at that time. It appears that the Calamity-class beast in its prime is indeed formidable. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, Lin Xiao refrained from unleashing any skills, and similarly, the venomous dragon lizard seemed unable to execute any abilities, relying solely on physical combat and minor skirmishes. You two should not take long to bully an elder beast, Lin Xiao remarked. Roar! The shark-toothed dragon immediately turned its head and let out a defiant roar directed at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was taken aback. He and the shark-toothed dragon were in a connected state, and he seemed to vaguely comprehend the meaning behind its roar. If you think you're capable, then step up. That was likely the essence of its message. Lin Xiao. Chapter 50. The death and dreams. The temperament of the Thunderfang dragon was indeed quite formidable. However, given its lightning attribute, such fury was hardly surprising. Lin Xiao could only manage a wry smile in response. As the battle progressed, the aging and weakened venomous dragon lizard ultimately succumbed to the relentless assaults of Xiao Hong and Xiao Sha. Its body began to seep copious amounts of blood, and every time it attempted to unleash a venomous ray, only a puddle of blood emerged. Its energy was nearly depleted, and this was the extent of its endurance. Of course, had the venomous dragon lizard not encountered two equally massive beasts crashing into it, it could have continued for a while longer. Yet, today was not destined to be one of those days. The initial collision had shattered its leg bones, stripping it of any ability to resist further. Observing the creature's agonizing struggles, Lin Xiao slowly raised his hand, Thunder Breath. As he activated the skill, the Thunderfang dragon gathered lightning and opened its gaping maw, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the venomous dragon lizard's head. A deafening boom resonated as a gaping hole was blasted into the lizard's skull. Its colossal body writhed momentarily, akin to a decapitated python, before falling still. Lin Xiao gazed at the lizard's skin and exposed bones, all beginning to pale, with traces resembling insect damage evident upon the bones. It was clear that it had reached its limit. Even if he chose not to kill it today, it was unlikely to survive for another year. Lin Xiao understood now why the venomous dragon lizard had been frequently released by the abyss over the years. Perhaps the Dark Dimension was aware of the beast's impending demise and sought to extract its final value. However, it was evident that the Dark Dimension had failed to achieve its objective, as this aging giant lay defeated at Lin Xiao's feet. Having concluded the encounter, Lin Xiao retracted Xiao Hong and Xiao Sha. 666. Lin Xiao gave Lin Xiao a thumbs up. Haha, well said. I'll bring you along next time. Lin Xiao chuckled heartily. Lin Xiao shot him a sidelong glance and immediately retrieved a syringe from her belongings, injecting it into the venomous dragon lizard's spine to extract its marrow for genetic analysis. However, just as she had drawn half a vial, the lizard, with its already shattered skull, suddenly convulsed violently, its claws striking the ground with ferocity. Ah! Lin Xiao was so startled that she nearly lost her wits, being flung several meters away by the shockwave before rolling to a stop, covered in dirt and dust. Quick! Strike it! It's still alive! Lin Xiao exclaimed in alarm. Don't stab it near the nerves. Change your position, Lin Xiao remarked, his lips twitching. Lin Xiao, taken aback by the recent spectacle, hesitated to approach again. Ultimately, it was Lin Xiao who aided in extracting the remaining marrow, before he raised his hand to store the venomous dragon lizard's corpse within the confines of Dinosaur Island. Upon receiving the syringe from Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao was overjoyed. This is far more rewarding than a trip to Cassilia City, especially since the genetic data of such elderly aberrant beasts is remarkably complete. I firmly believe that it will not be long before we can research the fusion of divine beasts and exotic creatures. Let's depart. The hour is late. Lin Xiao glanced at the time, noting that it was nearly dawn. Overall, this journey had not witnessed any fierce battles. The toxic dragon lizard, a creature that had long troubled the United Nations of Qian, met its demise at the hands of Xiao Heng and Xiao Sha. Yet, one could argue that it died honorably, for as an exotic beast, it perished in battle rather than succumbing to a slow, natural death. On the return journey, Lin Xiao remained shaken by the earlier scene, casting furtive glances at Lin Xiao. Observing his calm demeanor, she found herself pondering how her younger brother had become so formidable. Had he been concealing his prowess all along? Although she yearned to inquire, she understood that if Lin Xiao wished to share, he would have done so already. Lin Xiao, both beautiful and insightful, recognized the boundaries of inquiry, thus refraining from probing into the reasons behind Lin Xiao's newfound strength. During their return, Lin Xiao casually called the headquarters to inform them that the toxic dragon lizard had been dealt with. At that moment, Lin Zhen, awakened in the midst of the night, was still nursing a headache from the previous day's indulgence. Glancing at the blanket draped over him and the water cup on the table, he surmised that Lin Xiao must have placed them there. He took a few sips of water when suddenly his phone rang. Groggy, Lin Zhen pressed the answer button. Minister Lin, well done. Be sure to commend Lan Weiwei. Not only has she slain 4 elite members of the church and returned victorious, but she has also taken down the toxic dragon lizard. Conveniently, there is now a vacant general position in the United Nations of Qian. Once Lan Weiwei reaches disaster-level prowess, she could be promoted. The voice of the deputy leader of the United Nations of Qian resonated through the phone. Lin Zhen, confused, replied, I don't quite understand your meaning. What have I done? His face was a picture of bewilderment. Before he could seek clarification, the call ended abruptly. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a disheveled Lin Xiao, somewhat dazed as she entered. Dad, you're awake, she asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. What is this appearance? Lin Zhen stared at Lin Xiao, taken aback by her dusty visage. Don't ask. I'm going to take a shower, Lin Xiao mumbled, wandering toward the bathroom in a daze. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao retreated to his own room. What mischief have these siblings been up to? Lin Zhen, still in a fog, picked up his phone to check the incoming calls. Had the headquarters of the United Nations of Qian actually called him 6 or 7 hours ago? He must have been inebriated at the time. Who had answered the phone? Was it during his moment of inebriation? Feeling perplexed, Lin Zhen dialed Lan Weiwei's number in hopes of clarification. At the same time, Lin Zhen was not the only one who had indulged in excess at the celebratory banquet. Lan Weiwei had also partaken a bit too much and collapsed in a bed upon returning home. Just then, her phone rang, rubbing her sleepy eyes and tousled hair. Still in a state of confusion, she answered, Hello, Minister Lin. What is it? I wish to inquire further. Just now, a senior official from the Alliance of 1,000 Nations called me, urging me to commend you. They mentioned that you vanquished the venomous dragon lizard. Are you jesting? Did you truly defeat it with your drunken fist? On the phone, Lin Zhen expressed his bewilderment. In my dreams, I indeed killed it, and not merely once. Lan Weiwei zipli, so me wat da that. It seems she has been dreaming of vanquishing this long-standing adversary that has plagued her for 2 years. Lin Zhen. Very well. Please come to my office tomorrow. Lin Zhen was genuinely at a loss for words. Oh, Lan Weiwei concluded, casually hanging up the phone. However, only a few moments after closing her eyes, she suddenly sat up, exclaiming, "The venomous dragon lizard is dead?" Chapter 51. A final farewell the following day. At 10 in the morning, after a night spent hunting the venomous dragon lizard, Lin Xiao returned home around 3 or 4 o'clock and slept soundly until 10. Upon waking in a daze, he realized that Lin Einer and Lin Jun had already left. After freshening up, Lin Xiao retrieved a bottle of milk and a few slices of bread from the refrigerator, settling down in the living room to savor his meal while watching television. Coincidentally, the program airing at that moment featured an interview with the Thousand Nations Alliance. In front of the headquarters of the Thousand Nations Alliance, numerous television stations from cities across the nation had gathered. Minister Lin, regarding the calamity that befell Cassilia City, it was the Heroine team that came to the rescue, reportedly slaying many aberrant beasts, including 4 elite members of the Holy See. A male reporter, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, was interviewing Lin Jun, microphone in hand. Indeed, my subordinate, Captain Lon, fulfilled her duties admirably, successfully completing the mission assigned by her superiors. Furthermore, the appearance of the calamity-level aberrant beast last night was also addressed by Lan Weiwei, who rose to the occasion and eliminated this significant threat. Lin Jun responded to the television interview, his smile somewhat forced. Internally, he was in a state of panic, as he had no knowledge of the events that transpired the previous night, yet the media had come to him for commentary. With the eyes of countless citizens from cities around the world upon him, he could only resort to official jargon and speak from instinct. Captain Lon is indeed a hero of the Thousand Nations Alliance. Surely, the Alliance will commend her efforts, the reporter inquired. Yes, Captain Lon has already elevated the Purple Thunder Tiger to calamity level this morning and has been bestowed the rank of General, Lin Jun replied. The title of General signifies the pinnacle of combat prowess within the Thousand Nations Alliance, demanding not only that the Beastmaster possess calamity-level abilities, but also that they have achieved no fewer than 10 significant feats to qualify. It can be said that those who survive to hold the title of General possess terrifying strength akin to that of a force capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas. Particularly, the final trial has seen many king-level Beastmasters meet their demise. Cassilia City served as the ultimate and most arduous trial presented to Lan Weiwei by the Thousand Nations Alliance. Clearly, had Lin Xiao not been present, Lan Weiwei might have perished in this final test. One can only imagine the formidable nature of those Beastmasters who were awarded the title of General in the past. Attaining the rank also implies a heavier burden and greater responsibility. Watching the television, Lin Xiao smiled softly, realizing that his fortunate coincidences had inadvertently propelled Weiwei to the position of General. It was rather surprising that Lan Weiwei had achieved calamity level. Contemplating this, he wondered whether he should reach out to congratulate her. As he contemplated, Lin Xiao raised his wrist to contact Weiwei, perhaps sensing his intentions. Before he could dial her number, Lan Weiwei called him. "Lin Xiao, why aren't you at the academy?" She inquired immediately. "I overslept and want to be going." Lin Xiao replied. "Can I come to see you?" Lan Weiwei asked suddenly. "Come to see me?" Lin Xiao was taken aback. "How is it? If you don't want me to come, then so be it." Lan Weiwei expressed her disappointment. "Come over. I'll send you the location," Lin Xiao replied. "All right. I will arrive in 2 hours." Lan Weiwei's delicate face revealed a hint of joy before she hung up the phone. Lin Xiao glanced at the time. In 2 hours. It would already be noon. As it was Lan Weiwei's first visit to his home, Lin Xiao naturally could not be negligent. He went to a nearby supermarket to purchase some ingredients, aiming to host Lan Weiwei well. Busy in the kitchen, time flew by, and soon it was noon. At 12 o'clock, although Lin Einer usually cooked at home, over the years, coupled with his past life experiences, Lin Xiao had amassed quite a skill in culinary arts. Once the meal was prepared, Lan Weiwei had already arrived at the villa. Following the address Lin Xiao provided, she stood in front of the villa, feeling inexplicably anxious. This was her first visit to Lin Xiao's home, or rather, the residence of her superior, Lin Jun. Thus, she had dressed rather formally today, standing tall and looking quite beautiful. However, it was undeniably a challenging day for Lan Weiwei. After all, she was to be appointed as a general. the only girl among the 20-some generals of the United Nations Alliance. The burden was undeniably heavy. Yet, standing before the villa, her mood brightened considerably. Although her time with Lin Xiao had been short, in her heart, this young man had already become an indispensable figure in her life. Taking a few deep breaths, Lan Weiwei pressed the doorbell. Soon, Lin Xiao opened the door and was greeted by the sight of her poised figure. Even before stepping inside, the aroma of the dishes wafted towards her. Is there anyone else at home? Lan Weiwei suddenly inquired. No, it's just me. Come in. Lin Xiao replied with a warm and inviting smile. Lan Weiwei paused for a moment, offering a gentle smile in return. After changing out of her coat and shoes, she stepped inside. Upon entering the living room, she discovered Lin Xiao had prepared a table full of dishes, which took her by surprise. Did you make all of this? She asked. Who else would it be? Lin Xiao chuckled. You can actually cook? Lan Weiwei was astonished. It seemed that Lin Xiao, a second-generation official, had surprised her time and again. Hey, what's with that expression? You don't really think I'm just an incompetent second-generation official, do you? I'm not like them. Lin Xiao responded, his face a picture of amusement. Seeing Lin Xiao's expression, Lan Weiwei couldn't help but chuckle. However, as she laughed, her eyes inadvertently filled with tears. She felt warmth and gratitude. Her parents had sacrificed themselves long ago, and for as long as she could remember, Lan Weiwei had been alone, waking up to a cold and lonely room every day. What she faced was a purgatory of blood and fire. Yet in that moment, she felt a glimmer of home's warmth. It was a feeling that was truly wonderful, one that stirred her heart. Perhaps it had been far too long since she had experienced the sensation of home. Lin Xiao, thank you, you remind me of my mother, Lan Weiwei said, striving to control her emotions. Lin Xiao? The statement left Lin Xiao utterly bewildered. Nonetheless, he offered comfort. Please sit down and try it. If you enjoy it, you're always welcome to come back. Lan Weiwei nodded and took a seat, sampling the dishes before her. Delicious. Lan Weiwei provided a candid assessment. Lin Xiao placed some braised pork into her bowl, refraining from using his own chopsticks, observing as Lan Weiwei earnestly savored his culinary creations. However, the smile that adorned Lan Weiwei's face moments ago suddenly faded into silence as she continued to eat. Lin Xiao, do you know why I insisted on meeting you today? Lan Weiwei suddenly turned her calm gaze toward him. Huh? Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. I probably won't live to see the day after tomorrow, so I wanted to take this opportunity to see you one last time. Lan Weiwei set down her chopsticks, her expression remaining tranquil. Yet, this statement left Lin Xiao with a visage full of confusion. Chapter 52, caught off guard in the fleeting moment before her startling declaration. The ever-composed Lan Weiwei caught Lin Xiao completely unprepared. Not living to see the day after tomorrow? How could she utter such words so suddenly? What calamity had befallen her? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow in inquiry. Last night, the venomous dragon lizard perished unexpectedly, and I do not know who is responsible. When I awoke this morning, without any prior warning, I was summoned to ascend to the catastrophe level and accept the position of general, Lan Weiwei revealed. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, awkwardly responding, "Isn't that a good thing? If it were merely that, it would indeed be a cause for celebration. However, I have drawn the attention of the faceless. The church has accused me of slaying Zhuo Tian and his 3 subordinates, placing me on their kill list. Furthermore, they have dispatched the faceless to challenge the United Nations of the 1,000 Kingdoms. Tomorrow morning, I must face them in battle." Lan Weiwei's voice trembled as she spoke, her composure crumbling. Originally, Lan Weiwei did not possess such formidable strength. Her elevation to a catastrophe-level beastmaster was a forced promotion. She had intended to wait until her abilities had matured further before taking that leap, but the sudden elevation by the United Nations left her with no choice. Lin Xiao, perplexed by her words, pondered aloud. Faceless challenge? Could you not simply refuse to engage? It is futile. Ever since the Church deployed the Faceless to eliminate the Beastmaster of the United Nations several years ago, numerous high-stakes battles have ensued. Both sides ultimately recognized the tremendous casualties inflicted by such high-level forces, which proved detrimental to all. Consequently, an agreement was forged, Neither side would actively deploy generals or faceless in warfare, should such deployment be necessary. It would be conducted through formal challenges directed at each side's elite forces, Lan Weiwei explained. Her revelation startled Lin Xiao. He had been unaware of such an accord between the Church and the United Nations. Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. The faceless of the Church and the generals of the United Nations represented the upper echelons of their respective factions, akin to celestial beings. In battles of such caliber, common beast masters were ill-equipped to intervene. Thus, both parties had reached a tacit understanding to mitigate excessive casualties among ordinary beast masters and church members. Though it may seem peculiar, this arrangement was, in fact, a commendable solution, resembling a formal duel challenge. Lin Xiao now comprehended why the United Nations had refrained from dispatching catastrophe-level beastmasters to deal with Zhuo Tian, despite the many high-ranking beastmasters he had slain over the years. The United Nations now perceived Lan Weiwei as the one responsible for Zhuo Tian's death, indicating that she had attained the strength necessary to contend with the faceless. You only ascended to the catastrophe level this morning. Were you not aware that they would issue you a challenge? Lin Xiao inquired. Had I known, I would not have accepted the promotion, Lan Weiwei replied. The agents of the Holy See embedded within the alliance of 1,000 nations became aware of my elevation to the calamity-level beastmaster, prompting them to issue a challenge. Only those of calamity level can instigate such confrontations, Lan Weiwei remarked, which left Lin Xiao in a state of considerable distress. It seemed there were such perilous games at play. Would he, too, upon attaining the status of calamity-level beastmaster, be faced with faceless challenges from the Holy See? He now comprehended the gravity of Zhuo Tian's final words. This individual was indeed aware of the implications. The risks associated with becoming a calamity-level beastmaster appeared to be substantial. After all, neither faction desired the emergence of formidable opponents within their ranks. Thus, upon the advent of a calamity level, an immediate declaration of war would ensue against the strongholds of both sides. This elucidated why the position of general had remained unshakable for so many years. With no new appointees, it seemed that any individual promoted to such a rank met their demise within mere days. The role of general was undoubtedly a perilous endeavor. Do not worry, Lin Xiao reassured her. I shall accompany you to face the challenge tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lan Weiwei was momentarily taken aback. Warmth flickered in her eyes. Yet she shook her head, responding, "It is better not to. There are agreements in place." Agreements? Who established them? The Holy See and the alliance of 1,000 nations. Rules are dictated by the strong, and those who wield absolute power may disregard any regulations. Lin Xiao's calm demeanor belied the assertiveness of his words. In that moment, Lan Weiwei found herself frozen, her heart nearly melting at his declaration. However, reality soon struck her as she recognized the seriousness of the situation. No, your assistance would only invite an onslaught from the other faceless adversaries. Tomorrow, the Holy See will dispatch 3 faceless agents. One will challenge me, while the other 2 will remain vigilant on the battlefield. Then we shall eliminate them together, Lin Xiao stated gravely. Lan Weiwei was momentarily bewildered. She was acutely aware of the potential for her demise on the morrow, which had prompted her urgent visit to Lin Xiao. Yet, she had not anticipated his vehement rejection of such an agreement. If Lin Xiao intervened on the battlefield, they would not face just one faceless opponent, but 3. Though she had witnessed Lin Xiao's prowess in vanquishing Zhuo Tian, a beast king-level divine, beast simply could not contend against a calamity-level beast. At that juncture, she feared it might lead to his own destruction. Lan Weiwei had not sought Lin Xiao's aid deliberately. She was unprepared for the magnitude of his response, his unwavering intent to assist her. Lin Xiao, she began, wishing to articulate her concerns. Enough, do not speak further. I will manage this matter. You need only to focus on your battle tomorrow, Lin Xiao asserted, his gaze resolute as he regarded Lan Weiwei, his tone commanding. In that instant, Lan Weiwei was utterly taken aback. It was as if, much like in the city of Cassilia, being in his presence imbued her with an overwhelming sense of security. It seemed that no matter the circumstance or trouble, it was rendered trivial before this young man. Lan Weiwei recognized the futility of dissuading Lin Xiao. Deep within, she felt a pang of regret for seeking him out for this final encounter. After all, such actions might very well lead to his peril. You are to battle once more tomorrow. Return now, rest well, and prepare yourself. Lin Xiao suddenly stood and spoke. Lan Weiwei hesitated, her words caught in her throat, but ultimately chose silence. In a daze, she rose and departed from the Lin residence. In truth, Lin Xiao did not wish to send her away. The situation had arisen so abruptly, leaving him with no time to prepare. His immediate task was to elevate the Thunder Dragon to an intermediate level, endowing it with extensive healing capabilities. Only with 3 colossal beasts present, balancing defense, ferocious offense, and healing attributes, might he stand a chance against the Faceless One. Lin Xiao picked up his phone and dialed Lin Yiner's number. Sister, I need funds. Chapter 53. Father and son Lin Xiao found himself reluctantly compelled to once again solicit funds from his elder sister. In truth, he would rather not resort to this, for with his current prowess, he could effortlessly slay a number of high-level exotic beasts, amassing wealth with ease. Yet, time was of the essence. Meanwhile, in a laboratory, Lin Yiner received an unexpected call from Lin Xiao, who unceremoniously requested money. This left her momentarily stunned, but she promptly transferred an additional 50,000 to his previous account. With the newfound funds, Lin Xiao hastened to the exotic beast market, where he purchased a mid-level exotic beast core for 17,000. Upon his return, he plunged into Dinosaur Island, intent on elevating the level of his Thunder Dragon. Congratulations, Island Master, on completing the Divine Beast upgrade. Reward, 1,000 reputation points. Total reputation, 2,000. Thunder Dragon, quality, mid-level skill, vitality attribute. Would upgrade, high-level exotic beast core, high-level exotic beast skeleton assimilation ready at that moment. The small Thunder Dragon was twice the size of Little Hum, resembling a miniature mountain. Though its movement was sluggish, it emanated a green luminescence. Merely approaching the Thunder Dragon filled Lin Xiao with a profound sense of relief, as its healing capabilities were remarkably potent, even without activating its skills. Based on the healing effects it provided, Lin Xiao could confidently assert that as long as Little Hum and Little Sha were not instantly annihilated, they could be restored to their former state in an instant. Having fought alongside Zhuo Tian, Lin Xiao could surmise the capabilities of the Faceless. The notion of swiftly eliminating Little Hum and Little Sha was sheer fantasy. Moreover, utilizing the Thunder Dragon as a stationary healer was exceedingly suitable, given its absurdly high initial defense coupled with its innate healing abilities. It was akin to possessing a permanent healing buff, which also offered restoration to Lin Xiao, its master. Thus, with this divine assistance, Lin Xiao could withstand battles for an entire day. However, a new dilemma arose, with his impending appearance the following day. It was unlikely he could conceal his identity. Yet, compared to Lan Weiwei, Lin Xiao felt he could not afford to dwell on such matters. Having completed his preparations, it was already 3 in the afternoon. At that moment, Lin Zhun returned from the United Nations Alliance, appearing disheartened as he slumped onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette in silence. Lin Xiao emerged from his bedroom and joined his father on the sofa. "Shower, have I been rather foolish?" Lin Zhun suddenly self-deprecatingly remarked. "Dad, why do you say that all of a sudden?" Lin Xiao inquired. "Sigh, I have brought misfortune upon Weiwei. I should never have consented to her appointment as a general. Now, she has been targeted by the Faceless, and if she goes tomorrow, she will undoubtedly meet her demise." Lin Zhun took a deep drag from his cigarette, filled with remorse. He lamented his drunkenness from the previous night, which had left him disoriented and unaware of the events that transpired. In a haze, Lan Weiwei had been elevated to the position of general, and in a muddled state, she had been challenged by the Faceless. He berated himself for not being a competent superior. "Weiwei is strong. She will be fine," Lin Xiao reassured his father, patting him on the shoulder. "Weiwei is a child of misfortune. From a tender age, her parents and relatives perished due to a celestial calamity. For many years, I have regarded her as my own child. This accursed rule, were it not for the agreement forged between the Alliance of Nations and the Holy See, I could have summoned the general stationed in the vast desert to provide reinforcements. Lin Xiao fiercely extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray, his face a mask of fury. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Xiao felt a profound ache in his heart. While Wei Wei is undoubtedly his subordinate, he has always cherished her as a goddaughter. However, as a senior official within the Alliance of Nations, there are times when the law supersedes personal sentiment, compelling Lin Xiao to act against his wishes. It seems that even my father is quite exasperated by this rule, Lin Xiao remarked. Exasperated is an understatement. I vehemently oppose the upper echelons of the Alliance forming any agreements with these treacherous wolves. Yet, no one heeded my counsel. Over the years, whenever a new general was appointed, they would be challenged and slain by the Holy See the very next day. Yes, this has indeed safeguarded other ordinary beast tamers. Yet it has cost us our elite combatants. Lin Xiao appeared to harbor a great deal of anger at the mere mention of this issue. Why not simply break this rule? Lin Xiao suggested with a smile. Upon hearing his son's words, Lin Xiao paused momentarily, then shook his head, saying, "You do not understand. It is not as simple as merely breaking it. The overall prowess of the beast tamers within the Alliance is already inferior to that of the Holy See. And while the decisions made by the Alliance may be infuriating at times, they are often unavoidable." Observing his father's despondent demeanor, Lin Xiao consoled him. "Father, do not be overly concerned. How can I not be worried? In the past few years, 3 beast tamers on the verge of becoming generals have been killed during challenges. The Alliance has lost 3 potential top-tier combatants, while the Holy See continues to grow stronger." Lin Xiao shook his head. "Father, I shall accompany you tomorrow," Lin Xiao suddenly declared. "Wei Wei is your mentor. I see that you share a good rapport. Can you bear to watch her perish in battle?" Lin Xiao seemed reluctant to allow his son to witness such a bloody scene. "I cannot bear it, which is precisely why I must go. Were it not for Wei Wei, my life would have ended 2 years ago. This debt is one I cannot repay." Lin Xiao lay back on the sofa, his hands cradling his head, murmuring softly. Lin Xiao, though somewhat bewildered, nodded slightly in agreement. "Very well. I shall take you with me tomorrow." "Father, let me give you a heads up. Regardless of what you witness tomorrow, do not become overly agitated. After all, your heart has never been strong." After uttering this, Lin Xiao slowly rose, leaving Lin Xiao momentarily speechless. For if Lin Xiao were to break this rule tomorrow, he could not fathom how the situation might unfold. Nevertheless, one thing remains certain. With absolute power, one can disregard any and all rules, as well as any devious schemes. For in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or so-called regulatory shackles are mere antics of insignificant clowns unworthy of the stage. Lin Xiao was acutely aware that he was not yet exceptionally powerful, but at the very least, he possessed the ability to alter certain causalities. Those faceless entities, the Church, and the aberrant beast would ultimately be reduced to ashes beneath the iron hooves of his colossal beast. This is the confidence that Lin, as an individual, harbors. The existence of Dinosaur Island is akin to a flaw in the fabric of reality. Both the growth rate and combat prowess of its divine creatures far surpass those of other divine beings and aberrant beasts. The emergence of Dinosaur Island seems to herald a significant destiny for Lin, suggesting that his future path is destined to be extraordinary. After a conversation between father and son concluded, Lin Xiao had yet to recover from the series of peculiar statements made by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had already retreated to his room, for tomorrow would mark the moment he would shatter this established norm. Chapter 54. The Emperor Above the Clouds. It is often said that in a person's life, neither tomorrow nor unexpected events can be anticipated. However, this adage does not apply to Lan Weiwei at this moment. For her, tomorrow will undoubtedly bring unexpected occurrences. Lin Xiao could perceive through Lan Weiwei's eyes a profound yearning for life, even though she refrained from revealing excessive emotions. Ironically, she yearns for life, yet possesses no choice in the matter. Tomorrow, Lin Xiao is likely to confront the 3 faceless beings directly. The odds of victory are indeterminate, compelling Lin Xiao to approach the situation with utmost caution. Following an earnest conversation with his father, Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao returned to his room to rest, indeed, to sleep. He needed to optimize his state of being. Only with a vigorous spirit and ample energy could he endure the protracted battle ahead. This was the only preparation he could undertake aside from upgrading his divine beast. After all, controlling a divine beast in combat demands intense concentration, a task both taxing and exhausting. Time passed swiftly for Lin Xiao, merely a matter of opening and closing his eyes. Before dawn broke, the entire Thousand Nations Alliance was already abuzz with anticipation. Today marked an unparalleled occasion, for it was the day the Faceless of the Holy Sea would challenge Lan Weiwei. The confidence of the Thousand Nations Alliance and countless citizens in her ability to triumph over the Faceless was unwavering. They firmly believed that this pride of Aronio would, as in times past, engage in glorious combat and vanquish the Holy Sea's faceless adversaries. In an almost reverent manner, the citizens had come to regard Lan Weiwei as a deity of war. The chosen battlefield for this challenge was a desolate city, 100 kilometers outside Aronia. This city, ravaged by a nuclear war a century ago, was rife with radiation and utterly uninhabitable. It was, therefore, a fitting choice for the arena of battle. Upon awakening that morning, Lin Xiao felt invigorated, brimming with vitality, as if he possessed boundless energy. He had reached the zenith of both physical and mental prowess. After breakfast, a convoy dispatched by the Thousand Nations Alliance arrived outside the villa. Lin Xiao, alongside Lin Zhen, made his way to the battlefield. As soon as he entered the vehicle, Lin Xiao noticed another occupant in the front passenger seat, a young man, perhaps 24-25, possessing an attractive visage, with hair that fell gracefully past his shoulders, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. He was quiet and reserved, offering no more than a nod of acknowledgement when Lin Zhen, the Minister of Defense, boarded. This man was neither a stranger nor familiar to Lin Xiao, for he was indeed an extraordinary individual, one of the few permanent generals within the Thousand Nations Alliance, tasked with the unwavering protection of its key officials. His name was Yin Chuan, known by the moniker Emperor above the clouds, signifying an emperor who gazes down upon the world from the heavens. Such a grandiose title reflects the formidable strength this man possesses. Yin Chuan, how do you perceive the odds of Weiwei in her confrontation with the Faceless Ones? As the vehicle glided steadily along, Lin Zhen inquired. Virtually non-existent, Yin Chuan replied. Lin Zhen, although somewhat mentally prepared for such a response, could not suppress a sense of reluctance. But Weiwei is undeniably formidable. She has slain both Zhuotian and the venomous dragon lizard. In response, Yin Chuan remarked, Zhuotian and that little lizard were not her doing. Taken aback by this revelation, Lin Zhen asked, what do you mean? Are you implying that there is another who killed Zhuotian and the venomous dragon lizard? Who? Lin Zhen appeared startled. I do not know, but this individual is quite powerful. They are likely among the Aronia team, Yin Chuan stated calmly. At that moment, Lin Xiao, seated beside Lin Zhen, narrowed his eyes slightly. Yin Chuan was indeed intriguing. His words were few yet incisive. Lin Zhen seemed perplexed, as Yin Chuan's statements left him in a state of confusion, and he chose not to pursue further inquiries. After approximately an hour, the vehicle arrived at the desolate ruins of the city. At the heart of the city stood an abandoned stadium designated as the battleground by the Church and the Alliance of Nations. The open surroundings were ill-suited for ambushes, allowing both sides to count their forces at a glance. On the side of the Alliance of Nations, not only had Lin Zhen arrived, but several other officials and even members of the media had also gathered, totaling nearly 200 individuals. At that moment, Lan Weiwei stood by the side of the platform, accompanied by Guotong and other subordinates. Minister Lin, General Yun, Lan Weiwei greeted as she noticed Lin Zhen approaching with Yin Chuan. Lin Xiao, however, did not accompany Lin Zhen to greet Lan Weiwei. Instead, he stood alone on the viewing platform, hands in pockets. Gazing toward the opposing side where more than 30 men in black garb and masks stood. Even from across the vast stadium, Lin Xiao could distinctly see 3 among them who wore white masks. These 3 were likely the so-called Faceless Ones, the Church's elite forces. Weiwei, I'm truly sorry. It is all my fault, Lin Zhen said, filled with remorse as he approached Lan Weiwei. Minister, it is all right. Against the Faceless Ones, I am not necessarily at a disadvantage, Lan Weiwei replied, her radiant smile unwavering. Yet, Lin Zhen understood all too well that the impending battle would be the most brutal of confrontations. While Lin Jun conversed with Lan Weiwei, a man donning a red mask suddenly emerged in the center of the stadium. His appearance immediately drew the attention of many in the stands. "Minister Lin, we meet again. I am delighted that you have honored the agreement to engage in battle. On behalf of the church, I extend my greetings to you." The man, who had appeared in the stadium's center, placed his right hand over his left chest and offered a slight bow, performing a standard noble gesture towards Lin Jun in the stands. Upon seeing the man below, Lin Jun's expression darkened slightly, and his fists instinctively clenched. The man was named Guisi, the high priest of the church, an individual Lin Jun had encountered on numerous occasions. Each bout between the two parties is represented by a high priest named Guisi on behalf of the church. "Guisi, it appears you have yet to perish," Lin Jun remarked gravely as he cast a glance at his adversary. "Ha, if anyone is to die, it will undoubtedly be Minister Lin first," Guisi replied, slowly lifting his head to reveal the sinister glint in his eyes concealed beneath the mask, a hint of mockery evident. Upon hearing this, Yun Chuan furrowed his brow, stepping forward as an aura of battle energy surged around him. "Oh, even the renowned Cloud Emperor Yun Chuan has arrived. Seeing you in person is indeed a revelation," Guisi remarked with a chilling smile. "Utter another word, and I shall end your life," Yun Chuan stated, his cold gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Guisi. Just as his words fell, three figures abruptly materialized before Guisi, unmistakably the trio adorned in white masks. Chapter 55. An end in a minute? As three men adorned with white masks made their entrance, the crowd around the stands was immediately taken aback. Each mask bore a numerical designation, 13, 12, and 11, signifying their ranks within the enigmatic realm of the faceless. "Yun Chuan, I have long desired to engage in a contest with you, an esteemed veteran. After all, the one surnamed Lan is rather feeble. Slaying her brings me little satisfaction. How about we have a duel after her battle concludes?" The man with the mask numbered 13 revealed a sinister grin. "No need for such complications. If you wish for death, I can grant you that wish right now," Yun Chuan retorted, his expression unwavering and his tone frigid. "Ha, such audacity!" The man with mask 13 sneered disdainfully. "Enough chatter. Today is not meant for you to confront Yun Chuan," Guisi interjected, casting a stern glance at the masked men. At this, the man averted his gaze from Yun Chuan and retreated back to the stands. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao remained atop the platform, quietly observing the palpable tension between the two factions. "Minister Lin, over the past few years, your Thousand Nations Alliance has lost more than 3 formidable generals. Today, it appears another may join their ranks. I wonder what sentiments stir within you." "Minister," Guisi remarked, a grin spreading across his face as he regarded Lin Jun. Upon hearing these words, Lin Jun's countenance darkened instantly, his fury akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Surrounding him, numerous beast tamers and high-ranking officials of the Thousand Nations Alliance were equally incensed. "I shall choose a day to formally submit a proposal to the Thousand Nations Alliance to nullify the agreement. When that day comes, Guisi, you will be the first to perish," Lin Jun declared, locking his gaze onto Guisi. In response, Guisi replied with laughter. "Is that so? Do you truly believe that the inept fools within the Thousand Nations Alliance will heed your words?" At this retort, Lin Jun's eyes darkened, his expression betraying a sense of frustration. Just as he was about to speak further, a hand suddenly rested upon his shoulder. "Father, your heart cannot bear such anger. Do not provoke yourself. Soon, I will present you with a splendid gift," came Lin Xiao's voice as he descended from the elevated stands. Taken aback by his son's unexpected declaration, Lin Jun blurted, "A splendid gift? Do you consider severing his head to be such a gift?" Lin Xiao replied with a faint smile. At this moment, Lin Jun felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. His son seemed to have transformed entirely before his eyes. Lan Weiwei, observing Lin Xiao, displayed a complex expression. "Weiwei, focus solely on the battle. Do not concern yourself with anything else," Lin Xiao instructed her gently. Upon hearing this, Lan Weiwei trembled slightly, but obediently nodded in agreement. "All right, the audience on the stands is growing impatient. Minister Lin, let us not waste any more time. Guisi said before striding towards the opposite platform. At this moment, the arena had transformed into a veritable Roman Colosseum. Captain, are you truly going to proceed? Guotong inquired, watching Lan Weiwei take a deep breath. Do I have a choice? Upon uttering these words, Lan Weiwei leaped into the air, enveloped in a tempest of thunder, and landed squarely in the center of the stadium. At that moment, the gaze of more than 200 spectators fixated upon her. Captain Lan, you must triumph. You are the pride of Aronia. Indeed, vanquish the faceless one. Destroy that scoundrel. You must win and obliterate him. The fervor among the crowd was palpable as they projected their hopes and aspirations onto Lan Weiwei. As she made her entrance, a figure adorned with a white mask bearing the number 13 from the opposing stand also darted into the arena. I am Jiang Cheng, he proclaimed, flashing a sinister grin as soon as the 13 faceless men appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, Lan Weiwei, the commander of the United Nations of Nations, raised her hand and summoned the Cataclysm-level Purple Thunder Tiger. Purple Thunder Tiger, quality, Cataclysm, skills, Thunder Spear, Heavenly Thunder Strike. Purple Thunder Domain, attribute, Thunder status, healthy after its upgrade. The purple lightning enveloping the tiger shimmered even more brilliantly, and its form had grown considerably larger, emitting fierce roars directed at the opposing figure. Jiang Cheng, grinning widely, unleashed a divine beast of his own. In an instant, a jet-black horse, shrouded in dark vapor, materialized. Its hooves blazed with black flames, and its crimson eyes exuded an overwhelming aura. Lin Xiao, seated beside Lin Zhen in the stands, quickly deduced the nature of this divine beast. Shadow Nightmare, quality, Cataclysm, skills, Heart Capture, Nether Coffin. Dance of the Murky Darkness, attribute, Dark status. Healthy Lan Weiwei's expression shifted to one of gravity as she beheld her opponent's divine beast. Another dark-type creature, no less. And of Cataclysm level no less, with 3 skills, the last of which was unmistakably a Cataclysm-level awakened skill. Another conniving individual adept at psychological warfare, akin to Zhuo Tian. Lin Zhen recognized the man below almost immediately. Lan Weiwei, I have heard that you killed Zhuo Tian. Are you aware that he was my friend? When I learned of his demise, I was taken aback. A dark-type beast master falling to a thunder-type like you is quite surprising. Hence, I have taken the liberty of challenging you to see if you truly possess the capability to eliminate a dark-type beast master. Jiang Cheng's grin widened, his gaze aggressive as it fell upon Lan Weiwei. You talk too much. Thunder Spear. In a bid to seize the initiative, Lan Weiwei unleashed her skill. The purple thunder tiger erupted with a furious roar, its massive maw opening wide as several purple thunder spears shot forth in rapid succession. In response to the oncoming projectiles, Jiang Cheng raised a hand slightly, and the nightmare reared up, whinnying before executing a swift maneuver. Bang! 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 The thunder spears pierced the ground, failing to make contact with the shadow nightmare. With such a level of skill, do you truly think you could defeat Zhuo Tian? Jiang Cheng regarded the speed and power of the thunderous lance with a derisive sneer. Lan Weiwei gritted her teeth. Although she too was a calamity-level beastmaster, her combat experience paled in comparison to her opponent's prowess. With such a level of skill, I could dispatch you with a single blow. Heart Capture. Jiang Cheng raised his hand, and from within the body of the shadow nightmare, a black chain surged forth, darting towards the purple thunder tiger. Swish! As the chain shot out, Lan Weiwei immediately commanded the purple thunder tiger to evade. However, the chain resembled a venomous serpent, relentlessly pursuing the tiger regardless of its attempts to dodge. This is trouble. The captain's greatest weakness lay in battling dark-type beastmasters. And Guotong felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Meanwhile, the spectators in the stands held their breath, utterly transfixed. Boom! With a dull thud, the serpent-like chain swiftly coiled around the neck of the purple thunder tiger, and a dense cloud of black gas rapidly enveloped the tiger's form. Is this how it ends? Sigh. I truly cannot fathom how Zhuo Tian fell to you. Jiang Cheng appeared utterly perplexed. Chapter 56. Who dares to harm my son Lin Xiao? Observing the battlefield from the stands, furrowed his brow. Lan Weiwei was indeed formidable, a truth beyond mere words. However, She possessed a fatal weakness, her ineptitude in combat against darkness-affiliated beast tamers. It was akin to sending a fierce tiger into the water to battle the world's largest crocodile, with no chance of victory. As Lan Weiwei saw the purple thunder tiger ensnared by black chains, she intended to unleash her skill, only to suddenly experience a wave of dizziness. The moment the chains bound the purple thunder tiger, they began to continuously release dark energy that affected emotions. This dark energy seeped through the connection between the divine beast and the beast tamer, magnifying Lan Weiwei's inner turmoil and various negative emotions to an unbearable extent. Damn it! I'm so useless. How can I be defeated like this? Clenching her fists, feelings of guilt and self-reproach surged within her. This was the influence of the dark attribute on the human psyche. Lan Weiwei bore the hopes of many upon her shoulders. The so-called glory was akin to a double-edged sword. She was desperate not to lose, yearning to win. Yet the more she desired it, the greater the toll on her spirit. The dark attribute was merciless, insidious, and cruel. Weiwei, what are you doing? Lin Xiao shouted, witnessing the scene unfold. Minister Lin, no matter how loud you shout, it is futile. Jiang Cheng's heart-stealing influence has taken hold of her, came the response. This type of attack necessitates severing the connection with the divine beast or forcibly breaking the chains. Yet, such feats cannot be accomplished alone. The dark attribute far surpasses other attributes in a one-on-one confrontation with divine beasts. Yin Xuan, seated beside Lin Xiao, remarked, "It cannot be. Captain Lan cannot possibly lose so easily. This has barely begun. Is Wu Mian truly invincible? Damn it. Must we witness yet another effortless slaughter like the previous 3 times?" Many in the stand were left speechless, their eyes wide with shock. People of the Thousand Nations Alliance, behold. This is the glory of erroneous city that you so boastfully proclaim. How grand a title it was, yet so easily crushed, akin to mere ants. I suggest you join the church. Aligning with the Dark Dimension is humanity's only path to greatness. At that moment, Jiang Cheng suddenly spread his arms, addressing the more than 200 high-ranking officials of the Thousand Nations Alliance in the stands. This fellow, not content with influencing Lan Weiwei's emotions, seeks to sway us as well. Lin Zhen's face was filled with fury. Next, I shall demonstrate how this woman meets her demise. I will employ the most brutal methods to present to you a spectacle of bloodshed. Consider this my grand gift to you, Jiang Cheng proclaimed with a chilling smile, facing the entire Thousand Nations Alliance. Then, with a sudden gesture, he commanded, "Ming Coffin," as his words echoed. For black energy walls erupted from the ground where the purple thunder tiger stood, crashing down with a thunderous roar, completely sealing the beast within the Ming Coffin. Having accomplished this, Jiang Cheng drew a long knife from his waist, advancing steadily towards Lan Weiwei, whose eyes glimmered with dark light and appeared markedly dazed. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Xiao silently rose to his feet, drawing the attention of the 200 individuals present. "Xiao, what are you doing?" Lin Zhen exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden action. Yin Xuan, noticing the minister's son standing, furrowed his brow in confusion. Lin Xiao offered no reply. Instead, he walked to the edge of the viewing platform, his cold, indifferent gaze fixed upon Jiang Cheng below. "I advise you not to make a move." Just as Jiang Cheng, standing before Lan Weiwei, raised his long blade, a chilling voice echoed unexpectedly from the platform. Jiang Cheng shot a perplexed glance at Lin Xiao, then, hidden behind his mask, a cold smile emerged as he unhesitatingly swung his weapon towards Lan Weiwei. Thud! At that very moment, a colossal beast surged from an unknown direction, propelling both Jiang Cheng and his blade into the air. Coughing violently, Jiang Cheng spun mid-air before barely landing, exclaiming, "What the hell is happening? See? I warned you not to act, yet you chose to disregard my words," Lin Xiao stated calmly, hands tucked in his pockets, towering above. "Who are you? Daring to interfere in my challenge?" Jiang Cheng glared at the young man, his anger palpable. This spectacle left Lin Zhen utterly astonished. "Minister Lin, what on earth is going on? Indeed, do you have another plan?" Several high-ranking officials echoed, equally bewildered by the unfolding drama. "I have no idea," Lin Zhen responded, visibly perplexed. At that moment, Lin Xiao leaped into the fray, initiating his transformation. You dare to disrupt the challenge. Do you wish to die? Jiang Cheng, now standing, wore an expression of disbelief. And if I do disrupt it, I truly wish for death. Do you possess the ability to kill me? Lin Xiao replied, maintaining an air of nonchalance. You've got some guts, young man. It seems today will not be dull. Jiang Cheng chuckled, his gaze fixed on the young challenger. Minister Lin, can you provide me with an explanation? How could there be a second participant? Are you intending to violate the agreement? From a distance, Guisi rose, visibly agitated. Simultaneously, the two other faceless figures seated near Guisi stood up as well. Lin Xiao regarded the two faceless individuals across from him, his brow slightly furrowed, realizing the difficulty of the situation. However, he remained unperturbed, turning to glance at his astonished father. Father, I'm not strong enough to take on 3 faceless beings alone. It would be quite taxing. Since Brother Yun Chuan is present, could you lend a hand? Lin Xiao called out to Lin Zhen. In a daze, Lin Zhen absorbed his son's words, his gaze drawn to the imposing creature beside Lin Xiao, leaving him utterly bewildered. Shower, do not frighten me. What is happening? Is that your divine beast? Lin Zhen was completely flabbergasted. I will provide a thorough explanation upon our return, but for now, there are more pressing matters at hand. I understand this may put you in a difficult position, yet your son fights alone. Surely you cannot bear to see that. Lin Xiao grinned. Minister Lin, you have yet to respond to my words. I require an explanation. In the distance, Guisi had already readied the 2 faceless individuals beside him. Lin Zhen abruptly rose, exclaiming, Curse be the explanation. Yin Chuan, keep a vigilant watch. Should anyone dare to harm my son, they shall face dire consequences. Upon hearing the minister's words, Yin Chuan was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter, rising with great enthusiasm as his entire being radiated with a fierce battle aura, directed pointedly at the 2 faceless figures in the distance. Having a father with such tremendous power is not without its advantages. Lin Xiao smiled gently, then turned her gaze towards Jiang Cheng. Minister Lin, what did you just say? Are you cursing me? Guisi exclaimed, startled. What of it? Curse your ancestors. I have long endured enough. Even if this minister resigns today, I will see to your demise. Yin Chuan, can you contend with him? Lin Zhen inquired earnestly, looking at Yin Chuan. Leave it to me, Minister Lin. I am rather incensed myself, Yin Chuan replied, a rare smile gracing his face. Madness. You are utterly mad. Guisi, witnessing this scene, was left completely dumbfounded. It seemed the situation had unfolded too swiftly for anyone to react. Chapter 57. Inspiration. What began as a battle between Lan Weiwei and the Faceless Church took a peculiar turn with the unexpected intervention of Lin Xiao. The 200 spectators in attendance were captivated by the young man who had suddenly appeared. Did Minister Lin just refer to this youth as his son? What on earth is happening? A tiger does not bear a dog. Minister Lin's son is indeed a beastmaster of royal caliber. At merely 18 years of age, he is a beastmaster of such stature. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd, as they seemingly forgot the disruption Lin Xiao had caused to the agreement. Xiao, you have not disappointed me. Well done. The astonishment in Lin Zhen's eyes was immeasurable. He had never anticipated that his son, previously assessed with a secondary talent and admitted to the Beastmaster Academy through connections, would turn out to be a Beastmaster rivaling the commander in prowess. At that moment, Lin Zhen felt as though he were in a dream, everything appearing surreal. Young man, I have never encountered your divine beast before. It possesses a metallic attribute and must be formidable. Very well, allow me to engage with you today. Jiang Cheng's demeanor shifted ominously as he spoke. Your opponent is not me, Lin Xiao interjected suddenly. Taken aback by these words, Jiang Cheng finally noticed the young man striding toward the nearby purple thunder tiger. Upon reaching the majestic beast, Lin Xiao raised his metallic arm, enhanced by the process of assimilation, which gleamed like a razor-sharp blade. With a decisive motion, he severed the black chains binding the purple thunder tiger. The moment it was freed, the tiger roared with fury, and the dark coffin around it shattered. With a resounding crash, the coffin exploded, and Lan Weiwei, who had been engulfed in darkness, awakened in that instant. In disbelief, Lan Weiwei gazed at the distant young man. tears streaming down her cheeks. Lin Xiao has truly come to rescue her. Just as her heart swelled with emotion, Lin Xiao approached her, gently placing his hands on her shoulders. Lin Xiao, you... Lan Weiwei was momentarily taken aback, clearly uncertain of his intentions. Listen to me. I cannot be by your side at all times. You must learn to overcome difficulties on your own. If you cannot master your fears, you'll be ruled by them. Lin Xiao spoke deliberately, his hands resting firmly on her shoulders. As his words sank in, Lan Weiwei seemed to grasp their significance and nodded earnestly. Always remember, the darkness is not to be feared. As long as your heart is strong enough, you can easily shield yourself from its influence. Do you recall how Zhuo Tian met his demise? It was he who was dominated by my fear, rather than the other way around. Beneath Lin Xiao's gentle and refined smile lay the greatest encouragement for Lan Weiwei. He understood that he could not perpetually shield her. If he were to take action against Jiang Chang today, thus, Lan Weiwei found herself in the same predicament. Knowing that should she encounter a dark-class beast master again, her fate would be sealed. Consequently, Lin Xiao imparted to her the wisdom of overcoming her fear of dark beast masters, for teaching one to fish is far more valuable than merely providing a fish. This embodies Lin Xiao's philosophy in dealing with others. Compared to mindless displays of bravado, such an approach is truly sagacious. As Lan Weiwei observed Lin Xiao retreating to the side, a gentle smile akin to flowing water graced her lips. He remained steadfast, as if no matter what calamity befell the world, it would not sway this young man's composure. Unbeknownst to her, she had become profoundly captivated by him. Gradually, she lifted her gaze towards the distant Jiang Cheng. Do you truly believe that a few words from that boy could render you immune to my attacks? What a far-fetched notion. The chasm of strength is insurmountable by any encouragement. Just as you once witnessed your parents perish before your eyes, powerless to intervene, now you will behold the annihilation of all that you hold dear. Jiang Cheng continued his incessant chatter, yet before he could complete his tirade, he was abruptly interrupted. Have you finished your incessant ramblings? Lightning spear. In that moment, Lan Weiwei's gaze transformed into an unwavering resolve, and the colossal purple thunder tiger erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom! Bolts of lightning coalesced into spears, hurtling towards the shadowy nightmare in the distance. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Cheng's pupils constricted, and he quickly maneuvered the shadowy nightmare to evade the onslaught. However, despite its rapid evasion, one of the lightning spears grazed the side of the shadowy nightmare, leaving a crimson mark that astonished many in the audience. What did that boy say to Lan Weiwei? How did she suddenly become so formidable? What do you mean, suddenly formidable? When has Captain Lan ever been weak? A multitude of spectators began to converse animatedly. Jiang Cheng, witnessing the purple thunder tiger inflict harm upon his shadowy nightmare, was taken aback. How was this possible? In the wake of his momentary shock, Jiang Cheng swiftly regained his wits and unleashed his skill. A dark chain surged forth from within the shadowy nightmare, racing towards the purple thunder tiger. Confronted once again by the same technique, Lan Weiwei inhaled deeply and declared, as a calamity-class being, I have no reason to fear you. With a fierce leap, the purple thunder tiger lunged forward, seizing the approaching black chain in its maw. What the hell? Are you joking? Jiang Cheng stared in disbelief at the purple thunder tiger's might. Gripping the chain, the purple thunder tiger violently tossed its head, and the shadowy nightmare, unable to withstand the immense inertia, was dragged toward it. With a thunderous strike, Lan Weiwei activated her second skill. As the purple thunder surged and gathered around the tiger, bolts of violet lightning connected to the ground, forming a vast circular barrier of electricity. Boom! The shadowy nightmare's body collided directly with the colossal electric field created by the thunderous strike. The air crackled with energy as the dark figure was engulfed in scorching flames, releasing tendrils of smoke. Observing Lan Weiwei's effortless handling of Jiang Cheng, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the opposing stands, Guisi was utterly bewildered. How could the Thousand Nations Alliance unilaterally tear up the agreement? High Priest, there is no need to wait any longer. Give the command, a faceless figure urged. Attack! Tear that young man apart. Guasi could see that the young savior was merely a Beast King-level beast tamer, a far cry from his faceless companion, who could undoubtedly secure victory with a single strike. In an instant, two figures descended swiftly. Yin Chuan, hold nothing back, Lin Zhun commanded from the stands, his tone grave. Understood, Yin Chuan replied with a nod, and in a flash, he appeared before Lin Xiao. His disaster-level battle aura erupted with a thunderous roar. 3 against 3. This seems far easier than I anticipated. So, let the battle commence. Lin Xiao suddenly looked up as a dazzling golden light flickered beside him. The small creature let out a furious roar, and a series of dragon roars reverberated through the heavens. Chapter 58. Fierce battle. Without faces, the confrontation between Lan Weiwei and Jiang Cheng was intense. Yet Lin Xiao found himself free from worry. With Lan Weiwei's extensive combat experience, she remained formidable. After all, calamity-level beings are not as common as cabbages. The strength of the dark attribute lies in its psychological warfare, akin to Zhuotian, capable of shattering an opponent's mindset or eliciting negative emotions, thus diminishing their combat effectiveness. If one disregards the unique attacks of the dark attribute from the outset, it loses much of its potency. As the two faceless figures appeared on the battlefield, their white masks bore the numbers 12 and 11. The 12th faceless, Malos, a man marked with the number 12, gazed hoarsely at Lin Xiao and Yun Chuan before unleashing his divine beast. Infernal Fire Ape Quality, Calamity Skills, Flame Curse, Starfire. Flame Explosion, Attribute, Fire, Status. Healthy. The other Slender Man similarly released his divine beast, introducing himself as the 11th faceless, Dingwan. Frost Fox, Quality, Calamity Skills, Reflective Prism. Caged Bird, Absolute Zero, Attribute, Ice Status. Healthy. With both divine beasts summoned, the temperature in the arena plummeted. Malos, Dingwan. Eliminate these two and feed their remains to the dogs. I am furious. Guasi suddenly rose, shouting in anger. The two faceless figures cast chilling glances at Lin Xiao and Yun Chuan. Brother Yun Chuan, I've heard my father speak highly of your strength. Today, I am fortunate to fight alongside you, Lin Xiao remarked, smiling at the aloof man beside him. Lin Xiao was never one to withhold compliments. He was straightforward and believed in the clarity of strength. Strong is strong, weak is weak. Minister Lin is too kind. You are not lacking either, Yin Chuan replied coolly, yet engaged in a mutual flattery. He then slowly raised his hand, and as he lifted the beast-taming artifact, the first to emerge was not a divine beast, but a vast gathering of water vapor. This vapor coalesced around Yun Chuan, transforming into a ceaseless flowing stream, resembling a magnificent galaxy suspended in the cosmos. This scene astonished Lin Xiao slightly. Was it possible to summon divine beasts in such a manner? As the vapor fully transformed into the stream, suddenly, splash, the water erupted, and a colossal humanoid divine beast surged forth. At the moment of its emergence, it revealed itself to be a mermaid, with long black hair cascading down. The stream lovingly caressed her glistening white skin, her visage illuminated by the gentle sunlight. She resembled an immaculate white lotus, breathtakingly beautiful. Indeed, a stunning beauty, and a grand one at that. However, her legs were replaced by a resplendent fishtail. Is this for real? A mermaid? Lin Xiao's previously indifferent gaze ignited with brilliance at the sight of the enchanting creature. Mermaid, Quality, Catastrophe Skills, Rain Mist Lotus, Mirror Flower Water Moon. Azure Sea Flow, Attribute, Water Status. Healthy. At this moment, numerous male creatures present were utterly captivated. What? This 36C? Goodness. Yun Chuan is indeed fortunate to possess a water attribute mermaid divine beast. My heavens, I believed such oceanic divine beasts had long been extinct. Where did Yun Chuan procure this? The divine beast forest has no such creature. The crowd erupted in excitement. Marlos, you are the fire attribute. Water and fire are antagonistic. I will handle Yun Chuan. You go and deal with that young man, Dingwan stated, gazing at the mermaid suspended in midair, surrounded by flowing streams. Very well. I shall eliminate that young man and then come to your aid. Marlos nodded, fully aware of Yun Chuan's formidable strength. Realizing that Dingwan was unlikely to prevail, If you find yourself unable to defeat him, just say the word, Yin Chuan remarked, casting a glance at Lin Xiao before stepping forward. Upon hearing Yin Chuan's words, Lin Xiao offered a faint smile and did not respond. Instead, he strode purposefully towards Marlos in the distance. Little Hyung pawed the ground, releasing scalding white steam, aiming at the distant Hellfire Ape. Now, Marlos commanded sharply, "Roar!" The Hellfire Ape erupted with a furious roar, its arms shaking the ground as it charged towards Little Hyung. In response to Lin Xiao's fearless charge, Little Hyung surged forward with great force. Flame Curse. Marlos unleashed his skill. Fiery tattoos rapidly manifested on the Hellfire Ape's arms, and with a resounding bang, it collided with Little Hyung. The Hellfire Ape, a semi-humanoid divine beast, was undoubtedly more agile than Little Hyung. After wrapping its arms in fiery tattoos, it seized Little Hyung's two demonic horns and swung him with tremendous strength. Bang! Little Hyung's hefty body was flung away as if it were a mere lump of iron, crashing heavily into the ground, creating a substantial crater. Starfire. Marlos swiftly released a second skill. Clearly, he had no intention of holding back. He aimed to swiftly eliminate Lin Xiao to assist Ding Wan against Yin Chuan. As the Hellfire Ape spread its arms, flickering flames akin to fireflies darted towards Little Hyung. Boom! Marlos exclaimed quietly. The flames encircling Little Hyung detonated like a lit powder keg. Bang! 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 A series of rapid explosions completely engulfed Little Hyung in a scorching wave of flames. Humph! A Beast King-level power trying to flaunt itself, seeking death. Marlos snorted disdainfully. In the distance, Yin Chuan, who had just engaged with Ding Wan, furrowed his brow, clearly understanding that Lin Xiao was unlikely to overcome a catastrophe-level foe. After all, the disparity was evident. Yin Chuan, dare you avert your gaze while facing me? Ding Wan sneered coldly, immediately commanding the Frost Fox to charge forth. Yin Chuan turned his gaze back, slightly raising his hand. Rain Mist Lotus. As Yin Chuan unleashed his skill, the mermaid's slender, jade-like fingers gently flicked. Ripples danced upon the surface of the water, reminiscent of blooming lotus flowers gently drifting toward the Frost Fox. Absolute Zero. Ding Wan unleashed his ultimate power. The Frost Fox stepped forward, causing the ground to freeze rapidly, with an icy chill emanating from its very being. Upon contact with a watercolored lotus, it was instantly encased in ice. Bang! 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 The lotus shattered. The fierce battle escalated in an instant. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong was left disoriented by a double strike from the Hellfire Ape. Lin Xiao remained expressionless, clearly recognizing the significant disparity between the Beast King and the Calamity level. A mere Xiao Hong stood little chance. Lin Xiao raised his hand once more. Boom! With the arrival of the second colossal beast, the shark-toothed dragon let out a thunderous roar. The second Beast King had entered the fray. If one Beast King was formidable, what of two? Lin Xiao smiled slightly, saying, Maros. Chapter 59. When have I, Lin, ever suffered defeat? Minister Lin's son possesses not one, but two divine beasts? How did he manage to acquire such extraordinary companions? Today seems to be a gathering of peculiar individuals. I have never encountered the mermaid divine beast of Yin Chuan in my life, nor have I ever seen Minister Lin's son with two divine creatures. That one resembles a dinosaur. At this moment, the audience in the stands was momentarily struck dumb, engaging in fervent discussions. The media present were equally astonished, their cameras capturing the astonishing scene. My son, how many secrets are you hiding from your father? Shower, your grandfather. Our family has truly flourished. Shower has become a beast master and a dual beast king at that. Lin Zhen gazed at Lin Xiao with fervor in his eyes, overwhelmed with emotion and tears streaming down his cheeks. In this moment, Lin Xiao, unafraid to reveal his prowess before the multitude, was emboldened by his lineage. His father held a position in the Thousand Nations Alliance, second only to the leader and deputy leader, a status of considerable significance. Lin Xiao had no fear of being captured for experimentation. Even if that were to happen, his sister was the vice president of the Research Institute. With such distinguished identities and backgrounds, Lin Xiao was free to engage in battle without concern for any repercussions. His family, father, mother, sister, would clear away any obstacles. His singular mission was encapsulated in 2 words: combat. Having dispelled any lingering worries, Lin Xiao flashed a grin and uttered the 4 words: Thunderbreath. The shark-toothed dragon amassed a tremendous surge of blue lightning, suddenly opening its maw wide to unleash a brilliant beam toward the infernal flame ape. Zzz. At the moment the beam erupted, the infernal flame ape immediately raised its arms to shield its face, barely managing to withstand the thunderbreath. A dual beast king indeed, quite the surprise. Yet, no matter how numerous, ants remain ants. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Malros quickly assessed the opponent's combat capabilities, harboring no significant concern. After all, their faceless were capable of dealing with 5 or 6 Beast King-level Beastmasters at once, their strength undeniable. As Lin Xiao and Yun Chuan engaged in a fierce battle against the 2 faceless, the distant Lan Weiwei unveiled her true abilities, unleashing a series of attacks that forced the shadow nightmare of Jiang Cheng into a position of mere defense. In this moment, the sheer might of her lightning attributes was unmistakable. Observing the tide of battle shifting in their favor, Lin Zhen could not help but smile. After years of suppressed fury, it felt as if everything was finally being unleashed at this moment. It was an exhilarating release, nearly prompting him to shout in sheer delight. As the battle raged on, Xiao Sha and Xiao Heng demonstrated remarkable synergy, continuously unleashing skills while searching for the infernal flame ape's weaknesses. However, as the conflict persisted, the initial advantages held by Xiao Sha and Xiao Heng gradually transformed into disadvantages. The agility and explosive fire attacks of the infernal flame ape were exceptionally formidable. After all, it was a calamity-level beast, having absorbed the essence of countless divine creatures, making it unfathomably powerful. Bang! Bang! As the infernal fire ape swung its mighty arms. Both Xiao Heng and Xiao Sha were sent flying, their bodies battered and bruised. Haha, are you stunned? This is the stark difference between the Beast King level and the Calamity level. In the face of absolute power, no matter how many come, it is merely a death sentence. Marlos observed the battlefield tilting in his favor and grinned. If he could eliminate this brat, he could then assist Ding Wan in dealing with Yun Chuan, swiftly tipping the scales of war in their favor. Do you need assistance? Yun Chuan stood his ground,
Gazing at Lin Xiao. Sir, if you require help, just call for me. The mermaid, engaged in battle with the frost fox,
suddenly spoke with a smile that resembled a gentle spring breeze, directing her gaze towards Lin Xiao. She can talk? Yun Chuan, where did you find her? I wish to possess one. Lin Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Yun Chuan replied. The mermaid added, You are in such a dire state, and yet you have the presence of mind to ask this? Do you need help? Yun Chuan inquired again. No need. Well, have I, Lin, ever been defeated? Lin Xiao regained his composure and chuckled. Wow, this gentleman is so domineering. The mermaid's large eyes blinked as she stared at Lin Xiao. Stop daydreaming and focus on the battle. Yun Chuan barked in anger. Lin Xiao turned his gaze towards Marlos, who was grinning madly in the distance, and remarked, The disparity between the Beast King level and the Calamity level is merely a matter of core strength. The strength of the core determines the divine beast's endurance in battle and its lethality, as well as its recovery speed from injuries. Hence, the Beast King cannot contend with the Calamity level. Marlos, taken aback by the young man's sudden proclamation, chuckled. You seem quite lucid, since you know you cannot win. Just await your demise. However, if you can compensate for the weakness in recovery, you will be no different in my eyes from the other beasts I have effortlessly slain. At this, Lin Xiao raised his hand once more. Upon seeing the motion, Marlos's pupils constricted. This fellow intends to unleash a third colossal beast? Impossible. There are more? Lin Zhen in the stands was utterly dumbfounded. How many divine beasts has he been hoarding? Come forth, little thunder. Lin Xiao raised his hand dramatically. Awoo! Little Black surged forth from the beast tamer's device, letting out a frenzied bark towards the distant infernal fire ape. Marlos. Yun Chuan. Lin Zhen. Cough, my apologies, that was a mistake. Lin Xiao coughed awkwardly. The beast tamer device is stationed on Dinosaur Island, and if I'm not careful, Little Black just comes out. Once more, Lin Xiao raised his hand again. Boom! As the earth trembled violently, a gargantuan creature, nearly 30 meters tall, made its entrance. Its immense size immediately occupied 1/5 of the entire arena. The Thunder Dragon, standing close to 30 meters tall and approximately 35 meters long, was undeniably a behemoth among divine beasts. Damn it! Are you joking? Marlos gazed up at the colossal beast, momentarily rendered speechless. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, he remarked, "What good is size? It sacrifices speed and agility. Bringing it forth is merely an invitation to take a beating. Who said I summoned it for combat?" With a vibrant spirit, Lin Xiao activated the skill of Little Thunder. The Thunder Dragon emanated a myriad of verdant sparkles, each one brimming with an exuberant vitality. Subsequently, these luminous orbs swiftly converged towards Xiao Hung and Xiao Sha. In the instant the light spread, the severely injured Xiao Hung and Xiao Sha experienced a restoration of visibility. Even Lin Xiao absorbed some of this revitalizing energy, feeling an extraordinary lightness in his body, as if he had been healed. Now, with the advantage of recovery, I wonder if you can endure this? Lin Xiao's gaze shifted to Marlos, a grin breaking across his face. Marlos. Chapter 60. The Cycle of Life with the Release of Little Lei. Little Sha and Little Hung, the two divine beasts, also experienced a revival. Their wounds healed and their visibility restored. They appeared almost identical to their state before the battle commenced. At this moment, standing opposite Lin Xiao, Marlos began to question his very existence. Was it truly possible for one to control three divine beasts simultaneously? This was nothing short of an impossibility. Throughout the annals of the Beastmaster's history in Blue Star, no Beastmaster had ever managed to command more than two beasts at once. Absolutely none. Yet, how had his opponent accomplished this feat? The astonishment was not confined to Marlos alone. The members of the Thousand Nations Alliance, along with followers of the Church, including Guisi, were equally taken aback. They stood frozen, their expressions betraying an inexpressible shock. Even Yun Chuan, who was engaged in combat with Ding Wan, could not help but cast several glances in Lin Xiao's direction. Typically a man of few words, often exhibiting signs of social withdrawal, Yun Chuan now wore an expression of sheer astonishment. This individual was truly extraordinary. What has caused such a change in your demeanor? Are you afraid? Lin Xiao inquired, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the fluctuating expression of Marlos with a faint smile. Suddenly confronted with Lin Xiao's words, the veins on Marlos's forehead throbbed like a writhing dragon, and he erupted in fury. Is it so remarkable to possess three divine beasts? Is healing truly so impressive? Your expression infuriates me. Do I appear comical to you? Prison Fire Ape, crush these worthless creatures. Marlos was now completely enraged. For Lin Xiao's demeanor reminded him of a singular individual, a powerful general within the Thousand Nations Alliance, whose mere presence could instill a profound chill, as though death itself was imminent. This individual's terrifying prowess had long been a source of dread for the Church. In the past, that general, alongside a single beast, had nearly annihilated the Church, yet for reasons unknown, he had chosen to spare them and depart. Now, the young man standing before them bore an unsettling resemblance to that monstrous figure, exuding the same regal, almost disdainful demeanor, as if he were a sovereign surveying the world, trampling upon the lives of the Church's followers with a smug smile. This was the root of Marlos's current fury. At that moment, the Prison Fire Ape seemed to sense its master's wrath, its entire body rapidly adorned with fiery tattoos, its rage reaching unprecedented heights. Lin Xiao maintained his composed smile, a manifestation of confidence and strength, signifying his capacity to trample any adversary that dared to cross his path. With a subtle gesture, Lin Xiao beckoned forth. Fully revived, Little Sha and Little Hung surged forward like divine agents, charging fiercely at the Prison Fire Ape. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the three colossal beasts collided. The resulting shockwave lifted the ground, scattering rubble in chaotic disarray. Flame explosion. Marlos bellowed in a frenzy. The prison fire ape's body was swiftly enveloped in a crimson hue, resembling a nuclear bomb primed to detonate at any moment. With a golden body, Lin Xiao unleashed his skill. Little Hung was soon enveloped in a dazzling radiance, akin to pure gold being forged. Boom! A profoundly thunderous roar erupted, causing the surface of the infernal fire ape to shatter instantaneously. A tumultuous spray of crimson, indistinguishable as blood or molten lava, erupted wildly. At that moment, Lin Xiao swiftly maneuvered the defensively fragile Little Sha to take refuge behind the steadfast Little Hung, who served as a formidable shield against the ensuing explosions. As the crimson deluge cascaded forth, any surface it touched appeared to be immersed in a caustic acid, resulting in charred devastation. The sizzling sound resonated as the pure golden form of Little Hung was unexpectedly pierced by the crimson onslaught, blood gushing forth in a pitiful display. Meanwhile, the retreating Little Sha bore the brunt of several crimson strikes, sustaining considerable injury. "Keep rampaging. I wonder how you'll still be able to smirk afterward," Marlowe sneered, observing the scorched behemoths with a ghastly grin. He reveled in his triumph, believing that the ability of his adversary to summon 3 divine beasts meant little against the insurmountable disparity in their divine ranks. Yet, Lin Xiao calmly remarked, "Return." In that instant, Little Hung and Little Sha, dragging their wounded forms, re-entered Little Lei's domain. A multitude of healing orbs converged, swiftly mending their injuries. Within mere seconds, their flesh and skin melded back together. "Ah, fully revived, let us continue," Lin Xiao stated with tranquility. With their vitality restored, the duo of Little Hung and Little Sha surged forth, enveloped in a radiant golden light and crackling blue electricity. At this juncture, Lin Xiao refrained from unleashing Little Sha's third skill, for the battle was primarily one of attrition. Even if he did deploy that ability, it would inflict no significant damage upon the infernal fire ape, a formidable calamity-level divine beast. Thus, Lin Xiao bided his time, awaiting an opportunity for a decisive blow. As the 2 divine beasts charged once more, the infernal fire ape unleashed its overwhelming explosive power. With a few swift strikes, it left Little Hung and Little Sha battered once again. "Ha! Useless trash," Marlowe spat, hurling insults at the injured beasts. Unperturbed by Marlowe's derision, Lin Xiao simply commanded, "Come back." The 2 divine beasts dutifully returned to him. Moments later, they were fully rejuvenated and charged forth once again. At this moment, the onlookers on the battlefield had become utterly desensitized, while the followers of the church wore expressions of deep dismay. "This fellow is utterly shameless, more despicable than the church itself. 3 against 1, and with healing support." Many of the church's adherents harbored a profound loathing for this unfamiliar young man. As the battle persisted, Little Hung and Little Sha had made countless trips back and forth. From being severely wounded at the outset by the infernal fire ape to merely sustaining minor injuries later on, they eventually learned to coordinate their efforts to contend with the calamity-level beast. This cycle repeated itself, leaving Marlos, who had initially cackled with glee, utterly bewildered. He was thoroughly exasperated by the relentless torment inflicted by these 2 relentless creatures. "Regardless of how many times you recover, this strike shall be your end." Malros took a deep breath, preparing to seize the thief by capturing the king, and advanced directly towards Lin Xiao. Although battles between beast tamers typically refrain from direct confrontations, given the considerable distances separating them, recklessly commanding a divine beast to charge forth could result in dire consequences for oneself. Yet, in this moment, Malros was beyond such concerns. He intended to command the Inferno Fire Ape to confront Lin Xiao. However, the instant the Inferno Fire Ape surged forward, Malros realized his miscalculation. These 2 colossal beasts were proving to be far more formidable than anticipated. Lin Xiao's divine beasts appear to have gained combat experience during the fray. "Huh, Malros, it seems this phrase should be uttered by me. It appears your Inferno Fire Ape has reached its limits." With that, Lin Xiao no longer hesitated and prepared to unleash the most formidable attack from Little Sha, aiming to obliterate his opponent in an instant. Chapter 61, Justice from the sky as Lin Xiao revealed that chilling smile once more. Marlos realized his fate was sealed. He was not losing due to weakness. Rather, in a hierarchy as rigid as that governing divine and exotic beasts, transcending levels was nearly impossible. Yet, one thing was certain. He could wear you down to nothing. Just like an ant, which can never be extinguished, it possesses the relentless endurance to erode even an elephant to its demise. This process may be lengthy, but when faced with Lin Xiao, who was merely one level above him, that duration could be condensed to a mere hour. At this moment, Lin Xiao retracted his smile, adopting a serious demeanor. Justice from the heavens. He then unleashed the ultimate move of Little Xia. As Little Xia took a step forward, a resounding roar echoed. Blue lightning surged, converging upon its head, brilliantly overshadowing the radiant sun above. With a deafening hum, Little Xia expelled a terrifying column of lightning towards the sky, plunging the entire arena into a brief silence. The infernal fire ape lifted its gaze towards the heavens. Boom! The column of lightning shot skyward, transforming into a colossal thunder that crashed down. Crack! With a thunderous clap, the infernal fire ape was struck down where it stood. Depleted of energy from prior encounters with Xiao Hung and Little Xia, the infernal fire ape had no strength left to counter the divine justice descending upon it. It was battered by the massive thunder, teetering precariously before ultimately collapsing to the ground. At this juncture, Lin Xiao's battle was nearing its conclusion. Meanwhile, in the distance, Ding Wan was locked in combat with Yin Chuan, his frost fox firmly suppressed by a mermaid beast. Its once pristine white fur was now stained with blood, seemingly reaching its limit. Similarly, inspired by Lin Xiao's words, Lan Weiwei relentlessly pursued Jiang Cheng's shadow nightmare, forcing it to scurry in all directions. Despite Jiang Cheng unleashing several skills, including the third skill, Dance of the Murky Darkness, which wielded vast mental control, he could not shake Lan Weiwei's unwavering resolve to triumph. Thus, the so-called Dark Beast Tamer was utterly vanquished by Lan Weiwei. At this moment, the scales of war had irrevocably tipped in favor of justice. As the infernal fire ape succumbed to defeat, Lin Xiao turned his gaze to the dazed Marlos standing idly. With measured steps, he approached and spoke. Marlos, I must express my gratitude. You have illuminated the gap between myself and the faceless. Had you been stronger, perhaps you could have annihilated my divine beast. However, alas, it is you who faces annihilation. In that instant, Marlos yearned to flee, yet he understood that the two divine beasts were fixated upon him. The slightest movement on his part would invite a lethal breath, sealing his fate. His complexion shifted between shades of despair, his heart consumed by fear. And he pleaded, Lin Xiao, we are merely fulfilling our roles, fighting for those in power. There is no need for a fight to the death. Please, I beg you, do not kill me. I truly comprehend my mistakes. I can offer you the core of an exotic beast. I possess 3 cores from beasts of the royal level. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao paused momentarily, then smiled and replied, I am not one to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Hand over the cores to me. Upon hearing these words, Marlos was filled with joy and exclaimed, What a good person you are. With that, he raised his hand and surrendered the 3 beast cores from his beast-taming device. This scene left Ding Wan and Jiang Cheng, who were still embroiled in a fierce battle in the distance, utterly dumbfounded. Damn it, you spineless coward. Bowing to a royal-level beast-tamer, they shouted in outrage, disregarding their own peril. However, Marlos, whose sole desire was to survive, paid them no heed. After receiving the 3 royal-level beast cores from Marlos, Lin Xiao smirked slightly and said, I shall accept the beast cores, but I cannot spare your life. Damn you. Marlos was instantly taken aback. You must be the true demon. Oh, you were just extolling me as a good person. I am quite curious about how on earth I appear to you as one. With a cold demeanor, Lin Xiao uttered, Kill him. Xiao Hung raised his hooves and charged fearlessly, and before Marlos could react, he was impaled through the chest, blood gurgling from his mouth. His pupils dilated in disbelief. Marlos, over the years, you have slain numerous beast tamers, and I am certain they must have pleaded for mercy at your feet. Each of them fought for Blue Star, resisting the dark dimensions, and they were all sons to their parents, husbands to their wives, and fathers to their children. But did you ever show them mercy? Lin Xiao regarded Marlos with a calm gaze, each word piercing his heart. With a cough, Marlos, overwhelmed by the venomous glare directed at him, spewed a mouthful of blood and collapsed, lifeless. In his final moments, he reflected upon his life. From a time he was nurtured by the church, countless beast tamers had perished at his hands, and he could scarcely recall how many he had killed. Yet, he never imagined he would meet his demise today. At this very moment, boom! Simultaneously, Ding Wan, engaged in combat with Yin Chuan, fell victim to a torrential attack from a mermaid, resulting in his immediate death as he awaited Marlos's reinforcements. Yin Chuan had intended to eliminate Ding Wan and then assist Lin Xiao. However, upon turning around, he was astonished to find that Marlos had fallen before Ding Wan. This was not to imply that Yin Chuan was inferior in strength to Lin Xiao. Rather, he faced a natural adversary in Ding Wan. After all, most of his water-based attacks were frozen by Ding Wan's abilities. Any other water-type, catastrophe-level beast tamer would likely have faltered against Ding Wan. Unfortunately, he encountered Yin Chuan, renowned as the strongest water-type beast tamer among the generals of the United Nations of 1,000 Kingdoms. Among the three faceless figures, only Lan Weiwei remained engaged in battle with Jiang Cheng. Weiwei, do you need assistance? Lin Xiao inquired, glancing at the distant battlefield. No need, neither of you come over. Lan Weiwei replied, continuing to command the purple thunder tiger in her fierce struggle against Jiang Cheng. She has grown considerably. Yin Chuan, upon witnessing this, displayed a hint of astonishment. Just a minute ago, she had nearly been killed by Jiang Cheng, yet in such a short span of time, she managed to overwhelmingly dominate him. It is quite remarkable indeed. In truth, Lan Weiwei's combat prowess would be insufficient to contend with either Ding Wan or Marlos at this moment. They would undoubtedly surpass her in strength. However, by a stroke of fortune, she found herself pitted against Jiang Cheng, who, despite his tactical acumen, lacked formidable combat abilities. This fortunate circumstance allowed Lan Weiwei to triumph over her faceless adversary. Nevertheless, her journey to becoming a true powerhouse is still fraught with challenges ahead. At that moment, Guosi, who had been observing the entire ordeal, recognized that the tide had turned irreversibly. Two of the three faceless enemies had perished. Remaining any longer would likely jeopardize his own life. Chapter 62. Complete victory. Guosi, the Grand Priest of the Church, found himself contemplating escape, a notion born out of sheer helplessness. His position within the church was akin to Lin Zhen's standing in the United Alliance of Nations, devoid of any martial prowess. The congregation of 2 to 3 dozen followers surrounding him comprised primarily of mid to high-level beast tamers, far from being capable of contending with the formidable disaster level and beast king level tamers, let alone the two peerless beings known as the Faceless. Thus, Guosi resolutely resolved to flee. As the saying goes, as long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. These three Faceless were merely the weakest among their ranks. The truly powerful Faceless numbered fewer than 10, and he was confident that should he encounter Lin Zhen and those beast tamers again, he would undoubtedly possess the means to eliminate them. Lin Zhen, I shall remember you, and you lot of wretches. Next time I will bring the top 10 Faceless and tear you all to shreds. Guosi declared as he prepared to depart, not forgetting to utter a venomous remark before turning with flair. However, at that very instant, a figure enveloped in blue lightning materialized before Guosi. Where do you think you're going? Lin Xiao asked, his expression one of innocent charm. You. Guosi was struck with shock at the sight of the youth before him. Lin Xiao effortlessly shifted his assimilation, currently channeling the blue lightning attribute of Xiao Sha. This attribute not only boasted immense attack power, but also remarkable speed. While it might seem less swift when employed by Xiao Sha, it appeared exceedingly rapid in the hands of a human. You've been the source of my father's distress for several years, nearly pushing him to the brink of a heart attack. And you think you could just walk away? Lin Xiao exclaimed, reaching out to seize Guosi by the collar. Damn it, what are you dawdling for? Save me, Guosi shouted at the bewildered followers around him, just as the 2 to 3 dozen followers prepared to take action. Xiao Heng, Xiao Sha, and Yun Chuan, accompanied by the mermaid divine beast, appear before the crowd. Grand Priest, we cannot fight them. In an instant, the followers scattered like birds taking flight, each one fleeing with remarkable speed. Guisi, it seems the church does not heed your commands as you had hoped, Lin Xiao remarked, dragging the wildly struggling Guisi towards the opposing side. He then unceremoniously tossed Guisi at the feet of his father. Lin Zhen, seated high above on the viewing platform, fixed his gaze upon the prostrate Guisi. Guisi, were you not jubilant before the battle commenced? Lin Zhen's eyes, filled with fury, regarded Guisi coldly. Lin Zhen, you cannot kill me. I am the Grand Priest of the church. You have unilaterally torn up the agreement today. The church will not let you off easily. You shall pay for your actions today. Guisi bellowed. What nonsense agreement? How many promising generals have I lost because of it? I have long wished to abolish it. For decades, Guisi, I have contemplated the moment I could personally end your life. I would gladly sacrifice my own in the process. Lin Zhen fixed his gaze upon Guisi, articulating each word with precision. Indeed, for decades, Guisi had orchestrated countless conflicts between the Holy See and the alliance of 80,000 nations. The number of beast tamers who perished due to Guisi's machinations was incalculable. In recent years, bolstered by the agreements forged between both factions, he brazenly slaughtered the rising generals of the alliance. Each time Lin Zhen sat in this very spot, witnessing the demise of the generals he had personally trained, his heart felt as though it were being cleaved in two. Minister Lin, do not act foolishly. If you take my life, the high-ranking officials of the alliance will not let you off easily. The Holy See will not spare you either. The cost will far outweigh any benefit. Release me, and I shall declare that today's events were the result of 3 faceless challengers meeting their end at Yinchuan. I shall not mention your unilateral breach of the agreement. I only beg for my life. Guisi, still donning a crimson mask, now bore a countenance of sheer terror. Lin Zhen raised his hand and seized Guisi's mask, yanking it off with ferocity, revealing a face that evoked disdain, a treacherous visage with pointed ears and a simian appearance. Ah, so this is your true form. How grotesque, Lin Zhen remarked with a chilling laugh. At that moment, a beast tamer approached slowly, presenting a long blade to Lin Zhen. No, please. Guisi's pleas fell on deaf ears. With a swift motion, Lin Zhen brought the blade down. A round, severed head rolled down the staircase. This single stroke not only severed Guisi's head, but also irreparably dismantled the agreement that had sustained peace between the Alliance and the Holy See for years. Perhaps henceforth, Heroine and Cassilia would no longer be sanctuaries. Unbound by any covenant, the Holy See would unleash relentless and bloody retribution through faceless agents. Lin Zhen remained uncertain whether his return to the Alliance would result in impeachment. Yet he felt no concern. Avenging his enemies brought an unparalleled satisfaction. With a roar of triumph, Lin Zhen exclaimed, I have slain Guisi. The surrounding officials and onlookers were left dumbfounded, witnessing their minister in such an uncharacteristic display of emotion. At this juncture, Lin Zhen turned his attention to Lin Xiao, his eyes brimming with pride. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, Child, tell me, how did you become so formidable? Do not deceive me. I implore you to speak the truth. Lin Zhen's excitement was entirely understandable. After all, the Lin family had never been known for producing beast tamers, while they held considerable stature within the Alliance. Their lack of beast tamers had always been a source of shame for Lin Zhen, a painful topic he had preferred to avoid. Yet today, his own son had astonishingly summoned 3 divine beasts, each more ferocious than the last. The scene of Lin Xiao defeating Marlos in such a decisive manner lingered in Lin Zhen's mind, leaving him profoundly unsettled. Meanwhile, the typically reticent and socially awkward Yin Chuan glanced at Lin Xiao, equally intrigued. Lin Xiao pretended to ponder for a moment, then cast a glance at the nearly concluded Lan Weiwei before stepping forward to the viewing platform, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He proclaimed, This tale must begin from a time long ago. At that time, I was pursued by ferocious beasts and plummeted from a cliff, narrowly escaping death, only to inherit the legacy of the ancient dragon god. Thus commenced my journey of empowerment. Lin Xiao spoke with an earnest absurdity. Lin Zhen, Yin Chuan, upon hearing these words, Lin Xiao was momentarily rendered speechless, as if he had encountered this phrase somewhere before. He then turned to Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, I believe you have uttered similar words, have you not? Clearing his throat, Yin Chuan responded, indeed. I was also pursued by ferocious beasts and fell from a cliff, accidentally encountering the surviving mermaid divine beast. However, I am perplexed as to how your experience mirrors my own. Yin Chuan gazed at Lin Xiao in astonishment. Lin Xiao, could it be that such a bizarre coincidence exists? Stunned by the revelation, Lin Xiao thought to himself, what on earth? My fabricated excuse has a counterpart? This is merely a reflection of the protagonist's extraordinary adventures from the martial arts novels I adored in my past life. It seemed that Yin Chuan was indeed a formidable individual. In the realm of martial arts, such encounters were the hallmark of a protagonist. Chapter 63, Surviving and Developing. Not wasting time on the battlefield, the billowing smoke gradually dissipated. The once grand stadium lay in ruins, with only the panting figure of Lan Weiwei amidst the dust. Beside her stood Jiang Cheng, whose chest bore a horrific scar inflicted by the purple thunder tiger. Gazing at the wound that seemed almost impossible to heal, Jiang Cheng stared blankly at the woman before him, lost in a daze, as the reality of his defeat felt surreal. Had he truly lost? Defeated by a woman who had just ascended to the level of calamity was an affront to his pride. In this battle, Lan Weiwei had poured forth her utmost effort, and she had not failed her mission. Not only had she triumphed over Jiang Cheng, but she had also vanquished the nightmare that had haunted her, the Dark Beast Tamer. To her astonishment, 3 of the Faceless had perished at the hands of these 3 individuals. What a disgrace it was! Jiang Cheng, aware that his time was short, seemed reluctant to speak, but he finally found his voice. Is this your final words? Lan Weiwei inquired, taking a moment to steady her breath. Final words? Who would leave such things behind? We, the Faceless, were born to fight, to live for battle and to die in battle. I know my rank is low and that I will eventually be slain by a more powerful beast tamer. Yet I never imagined I would die by your hand. Do not rejoice too soon, woman. The position of a general is not so easily maintained. With that, Jiang Cheng slowly turned away. Lan Weiwei made no move to strike him down. Just a few steps into his departure, Jiang Cheng suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Lifeless on the ground. It was over. Lan Weiwei exhaled a long breath and recalled the purple thunder tiger. A gentle breeze caressed her silver short hair. And in this battle, she had given her all. There were moments when she believed she would falter, yet Lin Xiao's voice would always whisper encouragement in her ears. She had persevered, conquered her inner demons, and emerged as a competent general. At that moment, Lan Weiwei glanced towards the stands, where a young man stood with his hands in his pockets, flashing her a radiant smile. In that instant, she felt a warmth akin to the spring rain, and she returned a thumbs up in Lin Xiao's direction. It was over. She could return now. Lin Xiao also exhaled deeply. The earlier excitement had subsided, and overall, today had been a day of great satisfaction. Not only had his arch-nemesis, Guisi, been slain, but 3 Faceless had also met a grim fate. This marked one of the rare victories for the Thousand Nations Alliance in recent years. However, he also needed to contemplate the challenges that lay ahead. That was the matter of the Thousand Nations Alliance. He had acted independently, contravening the agreement between the Alliance and the Holy See. Returning in such a manner would likely lead to an invitation from the Elder Council for a discussion. The Thousand Nations Alliance was not merely a coalition of power. Since its inception, it had been divided into 3 major authoritative institutions. The first major institution comprises the sovereign and the vice-sovereign, who possess the authority to command all resources within the vast alliance of 1,000 nations and issue directives. The second significant body is the Council of Elders, presided over by 6 centenarians deeply entrenched in their positions. This council wields the power of 6 votes, and should they reach a consensus, they could even replace the sovereign. Their authority is formidable. However, since the council's inception, they have yet to exercise this privilege. The third powerful entity is the Department of Defense, a department that, in many respects, is quite formidable, as Minister Lin Xiao has personally trained up to 4 Grand Beast Tamers, with Lan Weiwei now also elevated to Grand Tamer. The number has risen to 5, accounting for more than a third of all Grand Tamers in the Alliance, which comprises only 14 in total, a decrease from 20 due to casualties in war. On the road to Millennium City, Lin Zhen and Lin Xiao sat in the back seat of their Hummer, while Yin Chuan occupied the passenger seat. "Dad, is there any way to shield the news of my battle against the Faceless today?" Lin Xiao suddenly inquired, his hands resting behind his head. Why? Defeating a Faceless of Calamity with your Beast King level prowess is certainly a cause for celebration, Lin Zhen replied. "The early bird gets the bullet. I certainly don't want to be targeted," Lin Xiao responded with a subtle smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhen appeared to grasp his son's sentiments. Indeed, the unilateral breach of the agreement stemmed from Lin Xiao's actions, which aligned with Lin Zhen's long-held beliefs. However, stepping into the limelight would inevitably attract the attention of the church, and Lin Zhen wished to shield his son from being targeted by the top 10 Faceless of the church. "Very well. I will inform the media present today to obscure the footage of your battle with a mosaic during the broadcast. No one will know your identity," Lin Zhen assured. "That is good to hear," Lin Xiao smiled. He simply wished to cultivate his strength quietly, at least to a level of calamity, ensuring his own safety before making a remarkable debut. For now, it was prudent to remain low-key and develop further without risking exposure. If his identity were revealed too early, Lin Xiao would no longer enjoy the current leisurely pace. "Minister Lin, the Alliance is calling. They request your presence at the headquarters. The third and fourth elders of the council wish to meet with you," Yin Chuan remarked slowly, turning his head. "Ha, those old-timers have gotten word swiftly," Lin Zhen chuckled. "Dad, this matter won't affect you, will it?" Lin Xiao asked. "Rest assured, my son, I have always treated them with the utmost respect. When it comes to crucial moments, who holds the upper hand remains to be seen," Lin Zhen declared, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Hearing this, Lin Xiao finally smiled with reassurance. Due to the distance from Millennium City being greater than that to Alonia City, it took nearly 3 hours for the Hummer to reach its destination. At that moment, in the heart of Millennium City, a magnificent hall stood tall, rivaling the grandeur of a royal palace. Outside the hall, numerous armed soldiers stood vigil. They are the guardians who maintain the stability of the headquarters. After the Humvee came to a halt, Lin Zhen slowly alighted from a vehicle. The 2 rows of soldiers, upon seeing Lin Zhen, immediately stood at attention, saluting the legendary minister of the United Nations Alliance. Lin Zhen casually returned the gesture. "Minister Lin, will my actions lead to your impeachment?" At that moment, Lan Weiwei's car also arrived on the scene, and she hurriedly caught up with Lin Xiao to inquire. "Rest assured, it won't happen," Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Despite hearing Lin Xiao's reassurance, Lan Weiwei still felt a twinge of concern. Once Lin Zhen entered the headquarters, he made his way directly to the conference room. Upon reaching the door of the conference room, he glanced at Lin Xiao and said, "Xiao, you and Weiwei wait for me at the entrance. I will go in with Yin Chuan." Hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded, and he and Lan Weiwei took a seat on the bench outside the conference room. Lin Zhen adjusted his tie and, accompanied by Yin Chuan, pushed open the door to the conference room and stepped inside. Chapter 64. The commanding Minister Lin at this moment. Lan Weiwei was seated on a long bench in the corridor, her head bowed. Her long, elegant legs were perfectly aligned, while her small hands nervously fidgeted in her lap, twisting and turning as her heart filled with anxiety. Logically, today she was destined for demise. This was an inevitable conclusion. Yet, the unexpected entrance of Lin Xiao had dramatically altered the course of the battle. Lin Zhen, the one who ordered the breach of the agreement and instigated Yin Chuan's involvement against them, would undoubtedly face impeachment and repression if the Alliance of Nations were to lay down its judgment. Lin Xiao sat beside Lan Weiwei, noticing the change in her expression. He tilted his head, looking up at her as she kept her gaze downward. Suddenly, Lan Weiwei beheld a smiling face appearing beneath her lowered head, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. What are you doing? I thought you had logged off." "Hey, I told you not to worry," Lin Xiao replied, casually resting his arm on her shoulder. He playfully twirled a strand of her silver-white hair between his fingers, continuing, "If the Alliance of Nations dares to harm my father, the implications would be exceedingly grave. With you, he effectively commands 5 formidable generals. Those in power would certainly ponder this matter. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Lan Weiwei nodded, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Well then, I shall not be concerned. Lin Xiao smiled back, adjusting his posture as he leaned slightly back against the bench, placing his hands on either side of him, legs crossed. He nonchalantly retrieved a toothpick and began to doze off. It seemed the battle had drained an immense amount of his energy, especially after the moment he retracted the little thunder. He felt an overwhelming burden on his body. Although he could rejuvenate during the release of the little thunder, once it was withdrawn, the after effects were inevitable. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually succumbed to slumber. Lin Xiao, you say? Lan Weiwei began to speak, but as she glanced over, she found Lin Xiao already deep in sleep. A line of black threads appeared on her face. Her father was engaged in a high-stakes game with the Alliance's upper echelons, and yet he could still sleep. However, upon reflection, it was likely due to his desire to protect her and the exhaustion from the battle against the Faceless. After all, she felt fatigued even with her current disaster-level strength. How much more so for someone who controlled 3 colossal beasts at once? With this thought, tears welled in Lan Weiwei's eyes as she leaned her head against Lin Xiao's chest, oblivious to the world around them. In truth, the corridor was bustling with people, each casting envious and resentful glances at the sight of her, a delicate bird, nestling against the young man. Meanwhile, in the conference room, 5 individuals were gathered. At the head of the table sat 2 elderly men, one frail and silent with his eyes closed, and the other, whose eyebrows were longer than his hair, resting his hands on a cane. Behind the 2 elderly gentlemen stood an exceptionally statuesque woman, her hair tied high in a ponytail, a slender blade adorning her waist. To the side of the elders was Lin Jun, arms crossed and reclining in his chair, accompanied by the aloof Yin Chuan standing behind him. For over a century, our Alliance of Nations has established the Beast Tamer Academy to combat the forces of the Dark Dimension. The prolonged war against the otherworldly beasts has cost us dearly, depleting our ranks of elite beast tamers. Engaging further with this organization seems unnecessary when we are already spread so thin. The elder with brows longer than his hair leaned on his cane and spoke first. Are you suggesting that we should allow the church to stab us in the back? Third elder? Lin Jun interjected with a smile. You, my dear third elder, are nearing 100. It's time to pass the reins to the younger generation. Perhaps you should consider retirement, as your wisdom appears to be fading. How dare you? I fought against the otherworldly beasts when you were not even born. A young one should learn to show respect to their elders. The elder, his face flushed with indignation, slammed his cane down in anger. In response, Lin Jun chuckled. Lin Jun, am versed in many things, but respect is not one of them. The third elder sighed, realizing that Lin Jun held little regard for their counsel. However, they were at a loss on how to handle him, for Lin Jun was a formidable figure within the Alliance, serving as the Minister of Defense. With 5 of the 14 generals under his command trained by him, his power was immense. And although the council had the authority to vote him out of the 3 major institutions, the 6 elders were astute enough to understand the ramifications of antagonizing the Minister of Defense. Should those 5 generals choose to follow Lin Jun, the alliance could fracture. Yet, the matter of breaking ties with the church was pressing. Speak plainly. You represent the council. What is it that you desire? Lin Jun inquired, directing his gaze at the 2 elders. After regaining his composure, the third elder stated, if possible, the council has decided to send you as the representative of the alliance to the church to renegotiate the treaty. After all, our greatest foe is the otherworldly beasts in the Dark Dimension, not the church. With a sudden burst of energy, Lin Jun rose, slamming his palm onto the conference table, his face a mask of fury. How dare you? Combined, you 2 are over 200 years old. Do not provoke me to dismantle your frail bodies. You want me, Lin Jun, to go to the church to apologize and sign a treaty? Are you dreaming? The 2 elders were momentarily stunned by Lin Jun's imposing presence. The statuesque woman behind them instinctively placed her hand on the hilt of her sword. Observing this, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Do not move. The woman's beautiful eyes locked onto Yin Chuan's, and the tension between them was palpable, as though a confrontation was imminent. The third elder abruptly struck his cane against the ground, admonishing, Exine, you must not be disrespectful by drawing a blade in the presence of Minister Lin. What kind of decorum is that? Indeed, replied a young woman named Exiner, casting a fleeting glance at Yun Chuan before retracting her hand from the hilt of her sword. Minister Lin, we are merely engaging in discussion. There is no need for such ire. Our elder council is considering the greater good. After all, besieged on all sides, the alliance of 1,000 nations will sooner or later be annihilated by the Holy Sea and the beasts. At this moment, the tone of the third elder softened considerably. After all, Lin Jun had grown formidable, wielding immense power that the elder council could no longer control. If this agreement were not annulled, the alliance would never dream of nurturing new valiant leaders, destined to be devoured by the Holy Sea and the beasts in due time. Revising the pact was out of the question, even if you sought the deputy alliance leader or the alliance leader himself. I, Lin Jun, maintain my stance. Signing the agreement is impossible. Upon concluding his statement, Lin Jun assertively donned his coat from the chair and added, moreover, you two, being of considerable age, should refrain from aimless wandering. With that, Lin Jun strode out of the conference hall alongside Yun Chuan. Observing the evident defiance towards the elder council, the two elders exchanged glances, their faces etched with wry smiles. Alas, the fourth brother, times have changed. This group of juniors has taken to reveling atop us, and we find ourselves powerless to act against them. Is it not infuriating? Sighed the third elder. Third brother, this is not a century ago. We old bones indeed ought to step aside, the other elder remarked, shaking his head. Chapter 65. No one to stop at this moment. Lin Jun stepped out of the conference room, and Lan Weiwei immediately rose to her feet. Minister Lin, how did it go? Nothing to worry about. Those old bones think they can intimidate me without realizing who I am. Lin Jun replied with a commanding laugh. Suddenly hearing this, Lan Weiwei paused for a moment. Glancing at Lin Xiao, who was sprawled on a long bench, soundly asleep with his head tilted back. In that instant, she felt an uncanny resemblance between the father and son. Both exuded a fierce bravado. Their temperaments were strikingly similar as well. Typically, Lin Xiao carried himself with a carefree demeanor, and whether in conversation or action, it was rare for him to display any sign of distress. However, when he truly focused, his strength was astonishing. Likewise, Lin Jun was usually polite and respectful, submissive when required to be so before his superiors. Yet when he stood firm, the minister's dominance was unmistakable. They truly were a pair of enigmatic father and son. Shower, Lin Jun finally called out. Is it over? Lin Xiao opened his eyes and inquired. It's done, Lin Jun replied. Lin Xiao slowly got up and patted Lan Weiwei on the shoulder. Go home and rest well. This battle has taken quite a toll on you. Lan Weiwei nodded earnestly. Let us go, Lin Xiao said, walking alongside Lin Jun toward the exit of the headquarters. Dad, is Mom coming back today? Lin Xiao asked as they walked side by side. I had already informed your mother and sister to return early. I prepared a sumptuous feast to welcome back this great contributor. Lin Jun laughed heartily. How delightful. Lin Xiao grinned. Lan Weiwei stood still, watching the father and son drift further away in conversation, a sudden pang of loneliness rising within her. Returning home, she realized she would not have her parents to accompany her. Reflecting on this, a sense of melancholy washed over her, prompting her to prepare to leave. However, before she could depart, she noticed Lin Xiao returning. I think you should come to my house today and have dinner with my family, Lin Xiao said with a smile. I can cook. I do prefer to go home and make something myself. I would want to intrude on your family reunion. Lan Weiwei quickly shook her head. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's expression turned serious. Do you not consider me family? Suddenly confronted with Lin Xiao's earnest question, Lan Weiwei froze, her mind racing. No, I do consider you family. She began to reply. But before she could finish, she felt a warm tug on her hand as Lin Xiao pulled her outside. In that moment, her heart felt as though it was melting once more, every bit of her being consumed by Lin Xiao's presence. Yet, their current relationship remained undisclosed to Lin Jun and Lin Xiao's mother. Lan Weiwei was uncertain whether they would accept her, but her love for Lin Xiao was profound and unwavering. Upon arriving home, Li Li and Lin Ener had already prepared a lavish spread, eagerly awaiting their return. Just then, Lin Xiao and the two others pushed the door open and entered. Li Li and Lin Ener promptly rose to greet the guests. Wei Wei has arrived. Coming quickly. It has been far too long since I last saw you. And I have missed you dearly, Li Li exclaimed as she approached the somewhat reserved Lan Wei Wei at the door, warmly taking her small hand in her own. Li Li held a genuine fondness for Lan Wei Wei, as she had been the most loyal subordinate by Lin Zhen's side for an extended period. In fact, Li Li had nearly come to regard Lan Wei Wei as her second daughter. Deputy Minister, I have missed you as well, Lan Wei Wei replied, somewhat flustered, managing a smile. There is no need for formalities here. Just call me Auntie, Li Li insisted. All right, Lan Wei Wei nodded in agreement. Today was indeed a day of double joy. Xiao Heir had demonstrated remarkable prowess, bringing honor to the family, and Wei Wei had been promoted to general. Seizing this opportunity, Li Li suggested, let us all celebrate together as a family. Captain Lan, are we still allowed to drink? Lin Zhen inquired with a chuckle. If Minister Lin wishes to drink, I shall accompany you, Lan Wei Wei replied with a smile. Ha ha, then let us not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Lin Zhen laughed heartily. As the family reveled in warmth and joy, Lin Xiao also smiled genuinely. Once, in another life, he had yearned for such moments. Now, in this world, he possessed them and would protect them with unwavering dedication. Once seated, Lin Zhen produced his cherished vintage wine, and the family gathered together, their conversations echoing throughout the living room. Lan Wei Wei seemed to relax, sensing that they all regarded her as family. Amidst the laughter, Lin Xiao found himself drinking quite a bit. Oddly, despite his consumption, he felt no inebriation, as if he were merely sipping water. It seemed that he had lost the enjoyment of becoming intoxicated. After several rounds of drinks, Lin Zhen and Lan Wei Wei were both tipsy, teetering on the edge of oblivion, reminiscent of their previous celebratory feast. Ha ha, Minister Lin, let us raise another glass, Lan Wei Wei exclaimed, shedding her demure demeanor and eagerly lifting her glass to toast with Lin Zhen. At that moment, Lin Zhen, equally inebriated, raised his glass in response, exclaiming, ha ha, cheers. Lan Wei Wei, unsure of how much she had consumed, suddenly stood up, approached Lin Zhen, and playfully tapped his shoulder, declaring, Minister Lin, I have one more thing to discuss with you. Hiccup. As she spoke, she inadvertently let out a hiccup, leaving Lin Xiao, Lin Ener, and Li Li astonished. Is this really the Lan Wei Wei I know? Lin Ener gasped, adjusting her glasses, her chopsticks clattering onto the table. Li Li appeared equally surprised. Indeed. What has happened to Wei Wei? Haha, Captain Lan, feel free to speak your mind. I, Lin Zhen, promise to fulfill your request, Lin Zhen replied, swaying slightly. Well then.
I must confess, I have taken a liking to your son. I want to marry Lin Xiao. What do you say? Be straightforward with me.
Lan Wei Wei's delicate face flushed a deep crimson. It was uncertain whether her cheeks were reddened by the wine or genuine embarrassment, perhaps a blend of both. Ha! Is that so? Is my son's charm truly considerable? Very well. I shall take charge and arrange for Xiao to wed you. Lin Zhen suddenly burst into laughter. Upon hearing their exchange, Lin Xiao felt a vain throb on his forehead. You too. Please know when to stop. I must record their conversation. Ha! Lin Ener picked up her phone and began filming. Lin Xiao, could it be that I'm soon to have a daughter-in-law? At this moment, Li Li suddenly gasped and turned to Lin Xiao. Xiao, you are truly remarkable. Wei Wei is not only beautiful, but also exceptionally capable. Having been nurtured by your father himself, she is indeed the perfect match. Lin Xiao. Observing the two, Lin Xiao felt a profound sense of despair. Wei Wei, alas, your persona has been utterly shattered. Chapter 66. Is Wei Wei a spy for the church? A family gathering concluded only when Lin Zhen and Lan Wei Wei, thoroughly intoxicated, collapsed onto the table. By this time, it was already 8 in the evening. Lin Zhen managed to walk back to his room with Li Li's assistance. In contrast, Lan Wei Wei required the support of Lin Xiao and Lin Ener to reach the guest room. Older sister, could you assist her in changing clothes? Lin Xiao requested as he escorted Lan Wei Wei to the guest room. Of course, leave it to me, Lin Ener nodded. Returning to her own room to fetch her pajamas and patiently helping Lan Weiwei change. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao returned to his own quarters. He had barely rested for half an hour when, knock, knock, knock. Come in, he called out. Lin Xiao slowly entered Lin Xiao's room. Is there something you need? Lin Xiao inquired, glancing at her. Lin Xiao sat down on the edge of the bed and said, Little brother, may I ask you something? Go ahead, Lin Xiao replied. Lan Weiwei has a scar 3 inches below her chest, one that has evidently been there for quite some time. It appears to be a tattoo from her childhood that was later removed. Do you know anything about it? Lin Xiao suddenly asked, having noticed it while assisting Lan Weiwei with her attire. How would I know? I haven't, Lin Xiao began, but then recalled that he had indeed seen it once when he saved Lan Weiwei by extracting poison from her. However, the situation at the time had been quite extraordinary, and he had paid little attention to it. You have seen it, haven't you? So you two have been intimate. Lin Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Xiao was left speechless. What exactly are you implying? This scar resembles a distinctive tattoo belonging to the church, Lin Xiao stated suddenly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's brows furrowed in concern. The church has a unique tattoo? Indeed, it is known as the full moon tattoo, exclusive to the faceless of the church. Typically, the church selects exceptionally talented children to be trained as assassins. As they mature, they face 2 fates, either becoming faceless or being deemed inadequate and eliminated as failures. Lin Xiao explained, casting a glance at Lin Xiao. Oh, so you mean that Lan Weiwei was chosen by the church during her childhood? That is not particularly surprising. It is possible she escaped, Lin Xiao mused. Impossible. The church would never allow such children to escape. In a century, there has not been a single instance. Not even a general from United Nations of 1,000 nations could manage to flee if captured by the church, Lin Xiao countered, shaking her head decisively. Are you suggesting that Lan Weiwei is a spy planted in the United Nations of 1,000 nations by the church? Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, that possibility cannot be dismissed, Lin Xiao nodded. This complicates matters, Lin Xiao remarked, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. However, this is merely my conjecture. Although the scar closely resembles the remnants of a removed tattoo, it could also have other explanations. In summary, I have conveyed all that I know to you. From now on, you must remain vigilant. Furthermore, let's not speak of our conversation today. We shall act as if we are oblivious to it. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, she slowly rose and departed from Lin Xiao's room. Lin Xiao rubbed his temples, feeling a throbbing headache. If Lan Weiwei truly is a spy for the Holy See, it would spell trouble. A spy capable of such remarkable acting could infiltrate the Alliance of Nations, even embedding themselves under Lin Zhen's command and rising to the rank of general. Upon reflection, it is indeed chilling. Of course, that scar might have arisen from other injuries. Lin Xiao was reluctant to accept this notion, for based on his understanding of Lan Weiwei over this period, she did not seem to embody the characteristics of a ruthless and fanatical adherent of the Holy See. Perhaps there lies a secret within. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao lay on his bed and unwittingly drifted into slumber, not awakening until 6 o'clock the following morning. Upon rising, he discovered that his parents had long since departed for the Alliance headquarters, while Lan Weiwei had yet to stir. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Lin Xiao found himself at the threshold of Lan Weiwei's room, pondering the words Lin Xiao had shared with him the previous night. Should he take another look at that scar? Contemplating this, he stealthily entered the room, only to find Lan Weiwei soundly asleep under her covers. It would be inappropriate to disturb a girl's blanket, and should he be discovered, it would surely lead to social embarrassment. With this in mind, Lin Xiao cautiously began to lift Lan Weiwei's blanket, revealing her nightgown beneath. However, just as he had raised it halfway, his mind froze as if jolted by electricity. Slowly lifting his gaze, he found Lan Weiwei staring at him with wide, innocent eyes. Social embarrassment. Lin Xiao. Lan Weiwei's voice was barely above a whisper, calling out to him. You're awake. Lin Xiao hastily released his grip and, feigning seriousness, inquired, What were you doing lifting my clothes? Lan Weiwei Guetstin. In that instant, Lin Xiao's mind raced with a multitude of excuses. Yet none seemed sufficient to justify the mortifying scene before them. Lin Xiao, if you desire, I can oblige, she said, her face flushed, clutching her blanket tightly. But it might not be appropriate in your home, especially in the morning. Lin Xiao felt as though he might choke on his own words, exclaiming, I merely wished to see if your injury from 2 years ago had healed. I had no ulterior motives whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Lan Weiwei responded, Ah, is that so? Ugh. My head hurts terribly. Just how much did I drink last night? She sat up, gently tapping her forehead, a wave of pain coursing through her. I must have drunk quite a bit, considering I put my father down, Lin Xiao remarked, seated on the edge of her bed with crossed legs. Weiwei, you're awake. Came Lin Yiner's voice as she peeked into the room from the hallway. I am awake. I sincerely apologize if I behaved inappropriately, Lan Weiwei quickly replied. You did nothing out of the ordinary, though. Lin Yin suddenly vola a knoving smile. Why do you wear such a smile? What could it possibly mean? A sense of foreboding washed over Lan Weiwei. Hee, Lin Yiner chuckled, then brandished her phone before Lan Weiwei. A phone? Lan Weiwei was momentarily taken aback. Take a look for yourself, Lin Yiner said, handing the device to Lan Weiwei. Accepting the phone from Lin Yiner, Lan Weiwei hesitantly tapped the screen. At that moment, the multimedia interface appeared, and she opened a video that lasted over 2 minutes. The footage revealed her drinking with Lin Jun from the previous day. The more she watched, the redder her cheeks became. How utterly embarrassing. What had I said? Lan Weiwei felt utterly dazed. As the saying goes, in vino veritas. Although Lin Xiao was unsure whether Lan Weiwei was indeed a spy, her drunken ramblings from the night before were undoubtedly genuine. Chapter 67. I will forgive you only when you are gone. I must delete it. Lan Weiwei immediately began to act. That's my phone. Don't touch it. Lin Yiner hurriedly rushed over, attempting to seize it. Ha, too late. I have already deleted it, Lan Weiwei swiftly declared, triumph radiating from her as she held up the phone. How infuriating. You beat me to it, Lin Yiner lamented, her face clouded with disappointment. Yet, after just a moment of despair, she unexpectedly produced a USB drive from her pocket and exclaimed, You didn't see this coming, did you? I have copied 100 copies. You are utterly shameless. Lan Weiwei, momentarily forgetting her headache, sprang up to snatch the USB drive, chasing Lin Yiner from the guest room to the living room. Sighing at the spectacle of the 2 women in pursuit, Lin Xiao rose and shook his head in resignation. After a brief chase, Lin Yiner seemed to tire and collapsed onto the sofa. Seizing the opportunity, Lan Weiwei pounced on her, claiming the USB drive. This USB drive is now mine. How could you, a formidable warrior, bully a weak woman like me? Lin Yiner protested, sitting up indignantly. Later, Lin Yiner prepared breakfast, and after the 3 of them had eaten, Lin Xiao and Lan Weiwei set off for the Beast Tamer Academy, while Lin Yiner returned to the Research Institute. On the road to Elronia City, Lan Weiwei was at the wheel with Lin Xiao in the passenger seat. Halfway through their journey, Lin Xiao glanced at Lan Weiwei and inquired, Weiwei, have you lived in Elronia City your entire life? Startled by the question while focusing on the road, Lan Weiwei hesitated before replying, Yes, why do you ask? Has anything unusual occurred during that time? Lin Xiao continued calmly. The car, which had been cruising steadily, suddenly braked sharply due to Lin Xiao's unexpected inquiry, before resuming its normal pace. Noticing this, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Why do you suddenly want to know about this? Lan Weiwei's demeanor had become noticeably tense. I was merely inquiring about your past. No need to be so anxious. Lin Xiao responded with a sudden smile. Startled by the sudden shift in Lin Xiao's emotions, Lan Weiwei became even more nervous and said, Lin Xiao, there is something I have kept hidden from you. But I assure you, I truly care for you and would never betray you or harm the United Kingdom Alliance. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Xiao interrupted, saying, Everyone harbors secrets that are difficult to share. No one has the right to demand that they be revealed. Focus on driving. With that, Lin Xiao adjusted his seat, resting his hands behind his head and reclining back. Hearing his words, Lan Weiwei fell silent, glancing at Lin Xiao, who was now resting with his eyes closed, her gaze shimmering with unspoken emotions. Upon arriving at the Beast Tamer Academy, Lan Weiwei bid farewell to Lin Xiao and returned to her residence in Elronia City. Stepping once more into the Beast Tamer Academy, Lin Xiao tugged at his uniform and boldly crossed the threshold. Upon entering the academy, Lin Xiao observed over 40 freshmen gathered in the plaza, with Zhongli standing at the podium, seemingly delivering a speech. "Lin, we're here. Come over." As Lin Xiao approached the square, he heard Lu Yong waving at him from a distance. Lin Xiao made his way over. "Lin, where have you been these past few days? You vanished without a trace." Lu Yong inquired with curiosity. "I had some matters to attend to at home." "What is going on?" Lin Xiao asked, noting Zhang Li's serious demeanor. "He is assigning us a task," Lu Yong replied. "A task?" Lin Xiao frowned slightly. "Yes, since you just arrived, let me fill you in. Our group of freshmen is to assemble immediately and set off for Cassilia City," Lu Yong explained slowly. "But why are we going to Cassilia City? Isn't the fighting over there already concluded?" Lin Xiao expressed his confusion. "It has ended, but there are still some low-level and mid-level beasts remaining. Thus, the Academy intends to seize this opportunity to send us to assist with the post-disaster reconstruction in Cassilia City. Our mission is to protect the personnel involved in the reconstruction. If we accomplish this task, we will all have the opportunity to enhance our divine beasts," Lu Yong elaborated. "Oh, I see. Well, I'm heading back," Lin Xiao stated, preparing to leave the group. "Lin, where are you going? Aren't you coming to Cassilia City?" Lu Yong exclaimed in surprise. "I'm not interested in this task," Lin Xiao replied, gesturing to depart. However, before he could leave, Zhang Li called out from afar, "Lin, could you come to the office for a moment?" Upon hearing Zhang Li's summons, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. What could this old fellow want? With a sense of curiosity, Lin Xiao stuffed his hands into his pockets and followed Zhang Li to the office. Upon arriving, he noticed another individual seated within, none other than Qin Ruodong. Upon seeing Lin Xiao enter, her expression grew complex as she bit her lip, seemingly lost in thought, as if grappling with a difficult decision. "Vice Dean, what did you call me for?" Lin Xiao inquired, shifting his gaze from Qin Ruodong. Zhang Li poured a glass of water and placed it on the table. "Lin, please have a seat," he said. Lin Xiao settled onto the sofa, crossing his legs and reclining back. However, just as he took his seat, Qin Ruodong suddenly stood up and approached him. Her expression was tense, and Lin Xiao looked up at her, puzzled by her sudden movement. "Lin, soda." Qin Ruodong struggled internally for a long time before suddenly bowing in apology. Watching her perform a deep bow, Lin Xiao's expression remained impassive as he replied, "Apologizing to me? I'm afraid I cannot accept." Taken aback by Lin Xiao's words, Qin Ruodong straightened up and exclaimed, "Lin Xiao, I've bowed to you in apology. What more do you want? What more do I want? Twice you have attempted to bring about my demise, and you believe a mere apology could suffice? I, Lin, am a person who harbors grudges. Thus, I cannot accept your contrition." Lin Xiao's gaze was devoid of warmth as he spoke gravely. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li, seated in the boss's chair, could only shake his head in resignation, choosing to remain silent. "What must I do to earn your forgiveness?" At that moment, Qin Ruodong regretted her past actions deeply. Had she not been so cruel and venomous initially, perhaps a relationship with Lin Xiao would not have deteriorated so severely. "What would it take for me to forgive you?" "Well, if you were to perish, I might consider forgiving you." Lin Xiao's countenance remained icy, exuding an air that kept others at bay. Upon hearing his words, Qin Ruodong was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Lin Xiao, you." Chapter 68, A Prophetic Utterance. The death of Qin Ruodong, Lin Xiao's remark, "If you die, I shall consider forgiving you," plunged Qin Ruodong into the depths of despair. Her body trembled in place, yet she found herself devoid of any retort. Indeed, her previous actions had been excessively reckless. First, she had led Lin Xiao to the three-headed savage beasts, and subsequently sought trouble with Ning Yi in the divine beast forest. Should either of these schemes have succeeded, Lin Xiao would have met his demise without a doubt. One must ponder, who in this world would forgive an individual who had attempted to kill them twice? Lin Xiao was neither a saint nor a villain, yet he certainly could not be deemed a virtuous person. "Well, you are all classmates. There's no need to let matters escalate to such a degree. Ruodong, perhaps in the future you might find an opportunity to sincerely apologize to Lin." Zhang Li interjected, noticing the palpable awkwardness in the air. Qin Ruodong, lost in thought, sank into her seat. Vice Dean, you are aware of my capabilities. I harbor no interest in the low-level aberrations of Cassilia City. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Lin Xiao stated. Originally, the task of guarding Cassilia City was assigned to high-ranking beast tamers. As you know, the alliance between the Thousand Nations and the Holy See has soured as of yesterday. Consequently, most beast tamers have been redeployed to the front lines to defend against the Holy See's advances. At this point, Zhongli rose slowly and continued. The Thousand Nations Alliance is unable to spare additional forces for Cassilia City. Thus, they have turned their attention to you new students. You possess remarkable strength, and I hope you can accompany us to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao flashed a slight grin and remarked, "Oh, that sounds rather significant. Does this imply that the Vice Dean has a request of me?" You could interpret it that way, as we find ourselves in quite a predicament," Zhongli replied, his expression one of resignation. He recognized Lin Xiao's extraordinary prowess. With him by their side, any emergencies in Cassilia City could be mitigated. "Then let us discuss the terms. I am willing to go, but I shall not act without some form of compensation," Lin Xiao said with a playful smile. "What do you desire?" Zhang Li inquired. "I am not greedy, nor do I take pleasure in others' misfortunes. A few cores from calamity-level aberrations will suffice." Lin Xiao suddenly grinned widely. "Zhang Li, what? Is that what you call modesty? Asking for several cores from calamity-level aberrations? That is an insatiable demand. Do you truly have the audacity to make such a request? Where do you expect me to procure them?" Zhang Li raplia, utarli spakulas. "Then it seems there is no other option," Lin Xiao said, his tone unyielding. Zhang Li was left bewildered. This young man was utterly audacious, targeting the Vice Dean himself. Truly a figure who would not rise early without the prospect of profit. "Very well, let us set a term of 10 days. If you successfully complete the mission, I shall grant you one calamity-level aberration core. It is the only one I possess as a treasured keepsake," Zhang Li begrudgingly conceded. "One, you say? Although it is scarce, it is still better than nothing." "Very well, when do we depart?" Lin Xiao replied, rising with a smile. "Now be off with you." Zhang Li, in a fit of rage, glared furiously, for that was indeed the core of a calamity-level beast. This detestable individual had drained him of all his resources. Yet, he found himself at a loss, as his adversary was not only formidable, but also the son of Minister Lin. Observing Zhang Li's flushed face, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smirk before deciding to take his leave. And Qin Ruodong would be accompanying him as well. Zhang Li composed himself and added, "Whatever." Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly, exiting the office. As he observed Lin Xiao's utterly indifferent demeanor, Qin Ruodong bit her lip, her heart heavy with conflicting emotions. Returning to the square, over 40 new students set forth towards Cassilia City, led by their class monitor, Qin Ruodong. The current state of the United Nations of Nations did not seem particularly optimistic. Having severed ties with the church, they had slain 3 faceless ones and a high priest. Such a blow was one the church could hardly swallow. Retribution was undoubtedly on the horizon. However, the means of this retaliation remained uncertain. Perhaps a grand conflict between the church and the United Nations was not far off. This was a reality Lin Xiao, seated within the armored vehicle, understood all too well. After a period of travel, a convoy of armored vehicles arrived at Cassilia City. This time, they were not elite forces, but rather a contingent of newcomers, lacking combat experience and possessing low strength. They would surely perish if faced with an unforeseen situation without any reinforcements. This was precisely why Zhang Li insisted Lin Xiao participate. Upon disembarking, Qin Ruodong immediately began to assign tasks, as per Zhang Li's directives. Zhang Li's objective was to safeguard the workers engaged in post-disaster reconstruction, a task that appeared deceptively simple. After receiving their orders, Lin Xiao, Lu Yong, Sun Qi, and Ding Letong set off towards the 4th District. As Lin Xiao surveyed the desolate streets, he made a beeline for a bus station. There, he reclined with his hands resting behind his head. Lin, aren't you supposed to be on patrol?" Lu Yong paused, taken aback by Lin Xiao's languid demeanor. "I have no interest." unless we encounter a beast of higher rank. Please do not disturb my afternoon rest, Lin Xiao replied, draping his jacket over himself. Lin really has a unique style, Sun Chi remarked, shaking his head in resignation. Lin is our talisman for survival, so he deserves special treatment. Lin, get some good rest. We'll call for you if trouble arises, Lu Yong concluded, leading the others away as they commenced their patrol duties. Of course, it was not mere laziness on Lin Xiao's part. Maintaining a state of readiness required adequate rest. This was a precautionary measure against the potential battles that lay ahead. At that moment, just a block away from Lin Xiao, Qin Ruodong, accompanied by 3 new students, also began her patrol. Wandering absently through the streets, her mind occasionally replayed Lin Xiao's words. Lin Xiao, I've already apologized like that, yet you still refuse to forgive me. Is it truly the case that a mistake condemns one to eternal unworthiness of forgiveness? As Qin Ruodong wandered along the street, she whispered to herself, her heart heavy with remorse. Class monitor, are you all right? Inquired a charming young girl. I'm fine, but stay alert. There are intermediate beasts lurking nearby, Qin Ruodong replied. Understood. The 3 companions nodded in unison. As the quartet continued their journey, a gentle breeze swept through, and the 3 freshmen at the front suddenly felt a chilling wind wash over them. In an instant, their bodies froze in place, caught unawares. Why have we stopped? Qin Ruodong noticed their sudden halt and paused momentarily. In an instant, as they turned to look back, 3 round heads abruptly fell to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Witnessing this horrific scene, Qin Ruodong's pupils dilated in shock, rendered speechless in her place. With a swift motion, a beam of light pierced through her body, creating a 2-inch wound just below her right rib. How is this possible? She gasped, staring at the bloodied hole in her side, her eyes widening in disbelief. She had anticipated the arrival of the elite from the Heroine squad, only to find herself confronted by a band of worthless foes. A man clad in black, with a mask obscuring his features, materialized a short distance away from her. Qin Ruodong stood rigidly, blood streaming from her chest. In a fleeting moment of confusion, she raised her wrist, intent on summoning her divine beast. Suddenly, a blade shimmering with dark light sliced through her arm, severing it along with the beast-controlling device. Still hoping to release your divine beast? You ought to assess your own capabilities. Another masked man appeared, wielding a black longsword, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. Just moments after her arm was severed, Qin Ruodong belatedly emitted a piercing scream, clutching her wounded limb as she collapsed to the ground. Chapter 69. A truly dismal day at this moment. Lin Xiao lay languidly on a bench, indulging in a brief slumber. Yet, in an instant, he seemed to sense an impending danger. His eyes flew open, a glimmer of sharp awareness flashing from the corners. Lin, there's trouble, Lu Yong exclaimed, rushing towards Lin Xiao as if he had seen a ghost. Upon reaching Lin's side, Lu gasped for breath, ready to speak. Lin Xiao slowly rose, draping his coat over himself, and swiftly darted towards the neighboring district. Before Lu Yong could utter a word, he witnessed Lin Xiao already racing towards the scene of the incident. Lu, you're running too fast. Sun Chi and Ding Letong panted, struggling to keep up. He has already gone. Let us hurry. Lu Yong responded, quickly springing into action. Seriously? We're still running? I am exhausted, Sun Chi lamented, glancing at Lu Yong as he reluctantly followed along with Ding Letong. Meanwhile, Qin Ruodong knelt on the ground, clutching her severed arm, her mouth slightly agape as she gasped for air. However, a gaping wound had pierced her ribs, and her right lung had sustained a fatal injury, her vitality swiftly waning. A man wielding a black blade seized Qin Ruodong, declaring, "Woman, do you understand why I'm allowing you to linger in this world? You bunch of scoundrels." Qin Ruodong, her voice barely a whisper, glared defiantly at the man. "Now, tell me how many of you there are, and who among you is the strongest. Speak, and I may spare you some agony. Refuse, and I shall first shatter your legs before crushing your skull," he answered, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Bah, you wretched human scum. The Alliance of Nations will eventually eradicate you all." Coughing violently, Qin Ruodong spat a mouthful of blood as her emotions surged. "Stubborn fool," the man retorted, abruptly lifting his long blade. With a cruel thrust, he pierced Qin Ruodong's abdomen. "Ah!" she cried out in anguish, her strength rapidly fading. "I will sever your head from your body, and then we shall see how defiant you remain," he proclaimed, raising his blade to deliver the fatal blow. Yet, as he did so, his pupils suddenly constricted, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over him from a distance. Turning his gaze, he discovered a young man clad in a black trench coat, hands tucked into his pockets, watching them intently from a short distance away. A gentle breeze rustled the blades of grass, enveloping the two parties in a moment of tense silence. Coughing weakly, Qin Ruodong's gaze fell upon the young man, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Observing the bloodied figure of Qin Ruodong, Lin Xiao displayed little change in his expression. Instead, addressing the duo, "I had anticipated that upon returning to the church, you would meet your demise. After all, Shu Tian is dead. What purpose remains for you to return?" "Huh, you'll be disappointed. We never returned. We merely hid ourselves here," they responded nonchalantly. "I merely wish to witness whether the alliance of 1,000 nations will dispatch beast masters to rectify this mess. It appears that my brother and I are fortunate, for you have indeed arrived." The man chuckled ominously. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Xiao furrowed his brow and replied, "Are you truly intrigued by our presence?" As a man's words fell, he carelessly tossed Qin Ruodong aside, revealing a hint of mockery. It was at this moment that Lin Xiao slowly approached, crouching beside Qin Ruodong to inspect her wounds. "Your lung is punctured, your arm is gone, and you have lost too much blood from your abdomen. You shall not survive." "I know," Qin Ruodong murmured weakly, her expression surprisingly calm despite her dire state. "Ah, it seems you have resigned yourself to your fate," Lin Xiao remarked with an unwavering tone, betraying little emotion. Qin Ruodong gazed at the young man before her, tears brimming in her eyes. She felt hatred for her former self. Had it not been for her capriciousness, perhaps she would have faced a fate altogether different. Perhaps she would not have met her end here. "Lin Xiao, I was too willful in the past, was I not?" Qin Ruodong struggled to articulate a complete apology, yet the words eluded her. As she lay lifeless, Lin Xiao maintained his indifferent demeanor. Regardless of whether the girl was good or evil, right or wrong, at this moment, it bore no relevance to him. He gently closed her unblinking eyes and stood up slowly. "Ah, what a dreadful day indeed. You there, how many have you brought? Who among you is the strongest?" The man inquired. "Answer honestly, and I can grant you a swift death. At the very least, it shall not be as agonizing as hers." As he spoke, he brandished the long knife in his hand, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Lin Xiao, hands in his pockets, took a few leisurely steps forward, raising his gaze toward the two adversaries. "I said I am destined to die, whether I speak or remain silent. I find it perplexing. This condition seems rather foolish." The man, holding the steel knife, was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xiao's calm declaration. "What did you say?" "Seeking death." "Stop wasting breath with him, kill him," commanded another man, abruptly pointing forward. "Light beam." In that instant, a beam of light shot forth from behind the man, seemingly the same technique that had injured Qin Ruodong. Clang! As the light struck Lin Xiao's chest, it merely sparked harmlessly. How is this possible? The man's expression darkened instantly. The light beam had proven ineffective against his opponent. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the young man in the distance, his entire figure shimmering with resplendent golden light, as if draped in a heavy suit of golden armor. Golden attribute assimilation? The man's face paled in realization. He had identified Lin Xiao's ability. A chameleon divine beast? He chuckled. No wonder I could not see the divine beast. Lin Xiao's gaze was fixed behind the man, where it seemed an invisible divine beast lurked, one that possessed the ability to refract light, rendering it invisible. Chameleon of spectrum, quality, superior, skills, stealth, translucence. Light cutting, attribute, light status. Healthy as the information regarding the divine beast emerged, Lin Xiao flexed his wrist. Boom! The man controlling the chameleon immediately sensed a thunderous roar behind him, followed by an unsettling chill along his spine. Light cutting. In a moment of desperation, The man unleashed his skill towards the rear. A beam of light instantaneously sliced towards Xiao Hong. Sizzle. The light met metal, erupting into a flurry of sparks. Damn it! Beast King level! In that fleeting moment of collision, the man's pupils dilated in shock. Retreat. Another man wielding a long knife also felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, and without even summoning his divine beast, he fled wildly into the distance. Kill them. Lin Xiao calmly uttered those two words. Xiao Hong pawed the ground and surged forward in an instant. Damn it! Bang! Accompanied by a resounding crash. The two men felt darkness envelop them as they were abruptly overturned by an immense force. Chapter 70. The True Identity of Lan Weiwei for Lin Xiao. Who could vanquish even the most formidable of foes? The two advanced beast tamers before him were hardly a challenge, merely confronted by a single, fierce charge from Xiao Hong. One had been unceremoniously toppled to the ground, while the Spectrum Chameleon was crushed beneath Xiao Heng's iron hooves, reduced to mere pulp. The man wielding the black blade did not even have the opportunity to summon his divine beast before his heart was pierced, leading to his abrupt demise. Cough, cough. How could the United Nations of the Thousand Kingdoms possibly dispatch a Beast King to clean up this mess? We received word that all who have come this time are novices. The man lay on the ground, coughing violently, his face ashen. At that moment, Lu Yong and the others hurriedly arrived. Captain Qin, what has happened to her? Captain Qin, hold on. I'll perform emergency resuscitation right away. Lu Yong gazed at the fallen Qin Ruodong, hastily retrieving a medical kit to administer CPR. Sun Qi and Ding Letong stood frozen, tears welling in their eyes. Captain Qin, you cannot die. It's hopeless. She is beyond saving, Lin Xiao remarked, glancing at the trio's tear-streaked faces, shaking his head in resignation. You little brat. You still haven't answered me. What conspiracy is the United Nations of the Thousand Kingdoms plotting? The man on the ground glared at Lin Xiao, his face a shade of green. Silence, Lin Xiao commanded, fixing his gaze on the last remaining man. Crack! Ah! The speaking man let out a shriek as Xiao Hong trampled down, breaking one of his legs. Have you three finished your weeping? If you have, come over here. Lin Xiao called out to the trio, who had made no progress in their futile efforts. Lu Yong, Sun Qi, and Ding Letong slowly rose and approached Lin Xiao. Damn it, it was that guy who did this. I will kill him. Lu Yong, filled with indignation, unsheathed his dagger, ready to strike the man. Do not kill him yet. Bind him. Lin Xiao suddenly grasped Lu Yong's wrist. Why spare him? He has killed Captain Qin. Lu Yong appeared perplexed. Enough of your prattle. Bind him as instructed, Lin Xiao replied before turning to leave. As he passed by the deceased man, he picked up the black blade from his hand, then proceeded to a nearby shop, kicking the door open. Bring him inside. Lu Yong fashioned a rope from bandages, securing the man's hands and feet before carrying him into the shop. You three stand guard at the door, Lin Xiao instructed as he slowly entered the shop and slammed the door shut. Lin Xiao today is so strange. What is he planning? Lu Yong gazed at the closed door, bewildered. I don't know. Since Lin Xiao went to the academy today, I have sensed something amiss, Sun Qi remarked quietly. Ding Letong, who had remained silent, stood vigil at the door, quietly observing the sounds emanating from within the shop. Upon entering the shop, Lin Xiao casually pulled out a chair and seated himself before the terrified man, resting his hands upon the hilt of his blade. His gaze fixed intently on the man's pallid face. What? What do you intend to do? The man stammered, his expression a portrait of dread, as though Lin Xiao were about to devour him whole. What is your name? Lin Xiao inquired, initiating the dialogue. Damn it! What do you want? The man retorted, his voice rising in anger. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao thrust his long knife into the man's calf. You dog! I will kill you! The man screamed in agony as the blade pierced his flesh. At that moment, the three individuals standing at the entrance, upon hearing the anguished cries emanating from within the shop, simultaneously felt their pupils constrict. Cold sweat broke out upon their brows. What could Lin Xiao possibly be doing? I will pose my questions, and you shall answer. Should I refrain from asking, you are to remain silent. Otherwise, you will come to understand the true meaning of being cut to pieces, Lin Xiao stated, slowly twisting the blade, eliciting a grimace of pain from the man. Overwhelmed by the pressure, The man finally conceded. I will tell you. Very well. What is your name? Lin Xiao withdrew the blade, leaning back in his chair. Lu Xing, the man replied. Lu Xing, how many spies has the church inserted into the alliance of 1,000 nations? What positions do these spies occupy within the alliance? Lin Xiao pressed further. Upon hearing the question, Lu Xing's pupils dilated in shock. My rank is insufficient. I do not know their positions. Before he could finish, Lin Xiao's blade plunged once more into the man's wound. If you continue to withhold information, you may find yourself legless, Lin Xiao warned gravely. There are 3 spies, all within the alliance. That is all I know. I do not know their names or genders. Lu Xing confessed, drenched in sweat, unable to conceal the truth any longer. Are there any spies among the generals? Lin Xiao inquired, his tone heavy. No. Lu Xing shook his head vigorously. Very well. I hope you're not deceiving me, Lin Xiao replied, though inwardly he felt a sense of relief. This indicated that Lan Weiwei was not the spy mentioned by Lin Xiao. But who then was Lan Weiwei? What was the significance of her moon tattoo? I assure you, the alliance conducts extremely stringent vetting of its generals. Even if the church were formidable, it could not place spies at the level of generals. This is the truth, Lu Xing explained earnestly. Very well, I shall take your word for it, Lin Xiao responded, then posed his final 2 questions. Has there ever been an incident of a faceless candidate escaping from the church? By candidate, I mean those children captured by the church some 10 years ago. No, the church would never allow candidates to escape, Lu Xing replied hastily. Lastly, does the Pope have a daughter? Lin Xiao suddenly asked. At this question, Lu Xing froze for a moment, caught in a fleeting daze. With a swift motion, Lin Xiao's long blade grazed Lu Xing's calf. You are the devil. You wretched fiend. Lu Xing gasped in shock. Answer my question, Lin Xiao commanded. The esteemed Pope has but 1 son and no daughters, though he does have a granddaughter. Many years ago, the Pope's son could not bear to witness the Pope's cruelty and fled the Holy See with his wife and daughter. Beyond that, I am unaware, Lu Xing replied. Now, I comprehend. Lin Xiao seemed to come to a sudden realization. So, Lan Weiwei is the Pope's granddaughter. No wonder she bears a tattoo on her chest and was able to escape the Holy See. Fortunately, Lan Weiwei is not a spy. That knowledge suffices for Lin Xiao. She remains the same Lan Weiwei. Chapter 71. The emotions displayed by Lan Weiwei have always been profoundly genuine. Lin Xiao could sense that she treated him and her family with sincerity. Although a comment from Lin Xiao had sown seeds of doubt in Lin Xiao's mind, the truth eventually came to light. His Weiwei might not possess a completely untainted background. After all, as the granddaughter of the Pope, if her lineage were to be revealed, it could have repercussions. Yet, Lin Xiao remained indifferent to such matters. As long as her original intentions remained unchanged, that was sufficient. Having finished his inquiries, Lin Xiao slowly rose to his feet. Can you let me go? I do not wish to die. I've told you everything you wanted to know. The man's eyes, filled with terror, desperately sought any opportunity for survival. Lin Xiao, looking down upon him, suddenly swung his black blade. With a swift slash, a line of blood erupted as the man's throat was severed, blood gushing forth. The man emitted a ghastly sound from his throat, his body convulsing, casting a vengeful glare at the young man before him, as if perceiving him as a demon. Yet, in that moment, he ceased to struggle, as if succumbing to the hands of this fiend, believing that death might offer an escape. After dispatching the man, Lin Xiao wiped the blood from his blade with a swift motion, sheathing it before exiting the establishment. Dispose of the body and return Qin Ruodong's remains to the Beast Tamer Academy, he instructed as he left. He tossed the black blade to Lu Yong, who caught it with a start. At that moment, the 3 of them stood frozen, their throats dry and their minds racing. Lin Xiao. He's like an emotionless killing machine. How terrifying. Where are you going, Lin Xiao? Lu Yong could not help but inquire as he watched Lin Xiao walk away. Lost in his own thoughts. I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me unless it's necessary, Lin Xiao replied, raising his hand dismissively. Lu Yong. Sun Qi. Ding Letong. If only I could be as carefree as Lin Xiao someday. Ding Letong murmured unexpectedly. Don't be foolish. Hurry up and handle the scene. Lu Yong retorted, exasperated. The three began to take action. Lin Xiao returned to his initial position, idly chewing on a toothpick, hands cradling his head as he reclined. The 10-day deadline for the task did indeed seem lengthy. However, extracting some benefit from that old rascal Zhang Li wouldn't be amiss. After all, he currently possessed only one core from a calamity-level beast, and he desperately needed this core to enhance his combat prowess. Thus, he resolved to endure the 10 days of torment, regardless of the circumstances, as Lin Xiao unknowingly drifted in his slumber on the bench. Meanwhile, in Alonia City, after concluding a day's work, Lan Weiwei drove home from the headquarters. Although she contemplated calling Lin Xiao during her journey, she refrained, considering that he might be engaged in a mission. As the vehicle traversed an uninhabited ramp, a fleeting shadow materialized ahead. With a screech, Lan Weiwei abruptly slammed on the brakes. "Hey, what are you doing standing in the middle of the road at this hour? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Fury surged within her. The shadow in front of the car, illuminated by the headlights, revealed a mysterious figure clad in a blue coat and a hood. It was evident that she possessed a curvaceous physique. Slowly, the woman lifted her head, revealing a face obscured by a white mask, upon which a black numeral prominently displayed the number 7. Upon recognizing the insignia of the masked woman, Lan Weiwei's pupils constricted in alarm, and she hastily shifted into reverse. Thud! Yet, before the vehicle could retreat, it seemed to collide with something. Turning her head, she beheld a lion engulfed in crackling black lightning, its paw resting ominously upon the trunk of Lan Weiwei's business vehicle. At that moment, she was not on a mission. Hence, she drove an ordinary business car rather than an armored Hummer. "Damn it!" Lan Weiwei muttered angrily, forcefully kicking open the car door and stepping out. "Is this ever going to end?" The mysterious figure slowly removed her mask, revealing a delicate face that appeared to be of a similar age to Lan Weiwei's. Her enchanting phoenix eyes radiating allure, embodying the essence of captivating beauty. "Sister Weiwei, why greet me with anger upon our first meeting? I have missed you dearly." The woman smiled, retracting the thunderous lion and swaying her graceful figure toward Lan Weiwei. "Payer, what on earth do you intend to do? This is Aronia City. How dare you run amok without a mask?" Lan Weiwei inquired, her gaze fixed on the woman. What's wrong with running amok? Is there a beast tamer in Aronia City who can best me?" The woman, named Payer, playfully twirled her dainty fingers within the eye holes of the mask. Lan Weiwei's expression shifted as she contemplated the number inscribed on the mask. Indeed, the 7th of the faceless, ranking among the top 10. The individuals within this elite echelon were incomparable to those ranked just outside of it. The disparity between the 10th and 11th faceless was not merely numerical. Their combat prowess diverged by a factor of 100 or more. Though categorized as calamity level, their battle experience and the strength of their divine beasts were not to be measured on the same scale. "How can you be so certain that no one can surpass you?" Lan Weiwei retorted, suddenly raising her hand. Roar! With a blast, the purple thunder tiger was instantly summoned. "Sister Weiwei, summoning a divine beast upon our first encounter, how it saddens me. But do you really think that just because you reached calamity level by vanquishing the waste of Jiang City, you can defeat me?" Payer sauntered towards Lan Weiwei with an air of seduction, raising her left index finger to gently caress Lan Weiwei's face. "How can we know without fighting?" Lan Weiwei replied. "Perhaps not. I did not come here to engage in battle," Payer said with a smile, yet Lan Weiwei remained vigilant. Payer observed the tense demeanor of Lan Weiwei and smiled gently, then gracefully lifted her delicate wrist to rest upon Lan Weiwei's shoulder. With a breath as fragrant as orchids, she said, "I have come at the behest of your grandfather to escort you home. Come with me." "My grandfather? Since the day he took my parents from me, I have been bereft of kin. Where could a grandfather possibly come from?" Lan Weiwei replied somberly. "Sister Weiwei," Payer continued, "it is said that affection can transcend generations. Although the Pope has committed unspeakable acts against his own son, he holds a deep fondness for you that even I find enviable. You must learn to appreciate this. Should you return, the Pope would surely be overjoyed. Moreover, you are aware that the Dark Dimension is upon us, and one day the world will succumb to the dominion of the Dark God. The resistance of the alliance of 1,000 nations is but a futile struggle. Pei'er leaned closer to Lan Weiwei's exquisite visage, a gentle breeze wafting between them, as she spoke with a smile. Get away from me. Lan Weiwei et Golim. Abruptly raising her hand to swat Pei'er's away, her expression darkening as her mood shifted. Chapter 72. The Eighth Sense of Man Observing the Cold Indifference of Lan Weiwei. Pei'er's small lips immediately pouted, reflecting a profound sense of grievance. Pei'er, the 7th-ranked faceless member of the church, stands as the sole female among the top 10. She was taken by the church since infancy, growing alongside the newly born Lan Weiwei. The two were inseparable companions until the age of 5 or 6, sharing a bond akin to that of sisters. However, Lan Weiwei's father, unable to tolerate the church's rampant bloodshed, fled with his wife and child,
raising Weiwei in the city of Alonia until her maturity. Yet, on that fateful day, the Pope unleashed his wrath, orchestrating a cataclysmic descent. During that battle,
Lan Weiwei's parents perished, and from that moment forth, Weiwei harbored nothing but an insatiable hatred for both the church and the monstrous beasts. She swore to eradicate every creature and member of the church to avenge her parents, a vow that became her driving force for survival. Sister Weiwei, I am not jesting. I speak with utmost seriousness. The Pope has summoned me on more than one occasion to seek you out. Why must you be so obstinate? Pei'er's demeanor shifted, revealing a hint of anger. Return to your esteemed Pope and tell him that one day I shall return, but it will be with an army of beast masters. Lan Weiwei retorted, her silver teeth clenched in fury. She was unaware of her grandfather's existence, only knowing him as the ruthless killer of her parents. Sister Weiwei, I have been observing your every move. I hear you've been getting quite close to a certain Lin Xiao. He is rather handsome and undeniably charming. Pei'er suddenly changed the subject. Upon hearing the name Lin Xiao, Lan Weiwei's pupils constricted. What do you intend to do? I merely wish to meet the young man who has captured your heart. Pei'er's eyes gleamed with an unmistakable intent. Do not use Lin Xiao to threaten me. You may not stand a chance against him. He is not someone to be trifled with, Lan Weiwei asserted boldly. Is that so? A mere boy, and yet you think I cannot handle him? On what grounds? Pei'er challenged. Because he is the man I, Lan Weiwei, have chosen, she declared defiantly. Now leave. I shall not accompany you. Very well. Since you claim he is so formidable, I cannot go alone. I shall bring all the faceless ones with me. I wonder if he will be so frightened that he soils himself. Pei'er chuckled mischievously. You, how shameless. Lan Weiwei gasped, momentarily at a loss. Even if Lin Xiao were strong, how could he possibly contend against 10 faceless beings? Heavens, I must thank him. Without his hold on your heart, I would indeed be at a loss. Pei'er continued. Sister Weiwei, I grant you 10 days. If you do not return to the church by then, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. With that, Pei'er vanished from sight. If you dare to lay a finger on Lin Xiao, I will definitely kill you. Lan Weiwei shouted into the vast emptiness of the ramp. However, at that moment, silence enveloped her. She stood there, trembling with rage, when suddenly a thought struck her. She quickly raised her wrist, activating the beast-taming device to connect with Lin Xiao. At that moment, Lin Xiao was still dozing on a bench, having slept for nearly 4 hours. At first glance, one might mistake him for a homeless wanderer, were it not for the beast-tamer uniform draped over him. When Lan Weiwei's call came through, he groggily opened his eyes and mumbled, Hello, who is this? Lin Xiao, where are you? Lan Weiwei Inguit. I'm in Cassilia City. On a mission, he replied, rubbing his eyes. Are you alone? She pressed further. No, I'm with a bunch of useless fighters, Lin Xiao replied bluntly. Lan Weiwei fell silent. Can you come back? Stay near Minister Lin or Yin Chuan, she suggested, seemingly feeling that this was the only way to protect Lin Xiao. After all, she harbored unspoken grievances. She could not afford to be without him, nor could she bear the thought of losing him. A deep fear gripped her heart that if she revealed her identity as the granddaughter of the Pope, Lin Xiao might abandon her. She dare not take that gamble, which is why she kept this secret buried deep within. What's wrong? I'm not a child, Lin Xiao said, bewildered by her inexplicable words. To come back, please, Lan Weiwei urged. It's fine, don't worry. Cassilia City is very safe right now, Lin Xiao reassured her, slowly rising and glancing at the sky, which had already darkened into night. Lin Xiao had his own reasons for not being able to return. After all, the core of a disaster-level beast was extremely rare, and each one was invaluable. He had obtained one, but still needed another. Since he had promised Zhongli to remain here for 10 days, he naturally had to honor that commitment. Both morally and logically, returning was out of the question. "Oh, Lin Xiao, please listen to me. Come back soon," Lan Weiwei implored, her voice almost breaking with urgency. Lin Xiao sensed an undercurrent of foreboding in her tone, as if something ominous was about to unfold. "Weiwei, I have my reasons for not being able to return. Rest assured, it's just 10 days. It will pass quickly," he said calmly. Upon hearing this, Lan Weiwei bit her silver teeth, feeling as though she could not sway Lin Xiao's resolve. "You must be careful," she said, reluctantly ending the call. In her heart, she seemed to have already devised a plan. Lin Xiao stared at the abruptly disconnected call, a frown knitting his brow. The man's sixth sense warned him that this matter was not as simple as it appeared. It seemed wise to remain vigilant, for caution breeds longevity. "Lin, the temporary command center has been established. We can go have a meal together now. We have patrol duty later tonight," Lu Yong announced as he approached. "All right, let us go." Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. He then returned to the temporary command post with Lu Yong and the others. At this moment, the city of Cassilia is no longer the desolate ghost town it once was. Refugees who had sought refuge in other cities have gradually begun to return. After all, this city is quite vast, and a period of restoration and reconstruction still marks it as a significant gathering place for humanity. Moreover, the Cassilia team is set to be restructured, and everything seems to be progressing in a positive direction. Upon arriving at the temporary command center, constructed within a football field and made up of military tents, it became evident that following the tragic death of Qin Ruodong, all directives are now issued remotely by Zhongli. Fortunately, there have been no major disturbances. Inside the shelter, over 40 newcomers sit comfortably in the spacious tent, enjoying their meal while engaging in laughter and conversation, as if nothing had transpired during the day. Chapter 73. Trouble awaits after dinner. Communication among the various teams dwindled as each commenced their evening patrols. Unless faced with significant events, they primarily focused on their own squads. At this moment, Lin Xiao and Lu Yong, along with 2 others, had little interaction with the other teams, remaining largely unfamiliar with one another. The advantage of this approach was singular: to discard unnecessary socializing and emotional entanglements. The survival of the squad was paramount. Most of their time was dedicated to fostering synergy within the team during combat, a wisdom accumulated through centuries by the alliance of the 1,000 nations. After all, battles among beast tamers differed vastly from soldiers wielding firearms or hastily deploying explosives in a frenzy. Moreover, beast tamers were far more precious than ordinary soldiers. In conventional combat scenarios, each member of a team typically possessed different elemental beasts, embodying the principle of complementary attributes. In group battles, sheer numbers did not equate to superiority. For instance, a formidable water element tamer could easily counter 2 or 3 fire element tamers, illustrating that quality trumps quantity. Post-dinner, Lin Xiao and Lu Yong, along with their companions, patrolled the 4th district. The so-called patrol was akin to a leisurely stroll, observing for any remaining aberrant creatures that might cause chaos. However, thus far, no such disturbances had been encountered, rendering the evening relatively relaxed. The 4 conversed amiably, sharing childhood anecdotes and aspirations, which was essential for cultivating their camaraderie. "Lin, you've accompanied us for 3 hours. If you're tired, feel free to return to the camp. We can handle the patrol," Lu Yong suggested, clinging to Lin Xiao's side with thoughtful consideration. Lin Xiao, hands tucked in his pockets and a toothpick in his mouth, replied, "I'm not tired. There hasn't been any major conflict. Let us just wander a bit." "Great. Being with Lin gives me a tremendous sense of security. If I were a girl, I'd definitely marry you," Lu Yong unabashedly flattered. "Oh please, I'm not blind," Lin Xiao retorted with a sidelong glance. Lu Yong chuckled awkwardly, while Sun Qi also shot him a disapproving look. As the four walked along the empty street, Lu Yong casually glanced at a distant street lamp. In a fleeting moment, he perceived a shadow beneath the light, and his face turned pale. Just as he was about to shout, he realized the figure had vanished. What the hell? Did I just see a ghost? There was a female ghost under that street lamp. Lu Yong exclaimed, pointing at the lamp by the roadside. Shut up. It's late. And it's just the four of us here in the 4th District. There aren't even any refugees back yet. Sun Chi snapped in irritation. I swear, I really saw it, right there. Lu Yong insisted, suddenly hiding behind Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow and gazed in the indicated direction. Buzz! In the fleeting moment when all four cast their gazes, an immense aura of oppressive force surged forward. Step aside. Lin Xiao urgently grasped Lu Yong's collar and pulled him to the side. Simultaneously, Sun Chi and Ding Letong, prompted by Lin Xiao's warning, leapt away as well. Boom! As they narrowly avoided danger, a bolt of black lightning struck precisely where they had stood. What the hell? Lu Yong exclaimed, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Lin Xiao squinted slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips as he remarked, Come forth. We are all aware of your presence. Quite vigilant, I must say. No wonder you're a Beast King level Beast Master. I had hoped to frighten you, but this is rather dull, lacking excitement. A melodious voice emerged from the shadows behind a street lamp. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a blue coat and wearing a mask gradually revealed herself. Goodness, there really is a ghost. Sun Chi's complexion turned pale upon seeing her sudden appearance. What is this? She wears a mask. She must be from the church. Ding Letong seemed to discern her identity at a glance. Lin Xiao's faint smile remained, though it waned slightly upon noticing the number on her mask. It bore the number 7. Oh dear, this could spell trouble, Lin Xiao muttered. The number 7 indicated she was among the top 10 of the faceless. Her power was indeed formidable. It seemed that a strong presence from the church was present here. Ding Letong cast a wary glance around, evidently unaware of the significance of the number on the woman's mask. This lack of knowledge was not surprising. Lin Xiao himself had been oblivious to the church's hierarchy at first. After all, given the strength of Lu Yong and his companions, knowing such details would serve only to instill fear without purpose. Thus, those who had not attained a certain level of power were often ignorant of crucial information, or deemed unworthy of knowing it. So what if they are church elites? My strength is formidable. I eliminated 2 of their trash during the day. I see you have come here to meet your demise, Lu Yong declared, emboldened by Lin Xiao's presence as he pointed at the woman. How amusing. The woman suddenly laughed. Lin Gu, can we incapacitate this woman? Lu Yong glanced up at Lin Xiao. No, I cannot best her, Lin Xiao replied calmly. Lu Yong was taken aback. Wait, big brother, why do you wear such a cheerful expression if you cannot defeat her? You're giving me the impression you're extremely confident, which is rather misleading. At that moment, Lu Yong seemed to swallow his words, retreating slightly, unwilling to speak further. Nearby, Sun Chi and Ding Letong were rendered speechless. They stood at a distance from Lin Xiao and lacked the same sense of security as Lu Yong. From that far-off woman, they sensed an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a primordial beast. It felt as though she could effortlessly rend them to pieces at her whim. Do not be afraid, little ones. I shall not harm you. The woman addressed the 4, glancing at them. You must be Lin Xiao, correct? Indeed, I am Lin Xiao. He responded. Oh, not bad looking, but your strength is still somewhat lacking, the woman remarked with a smile. We haven't even begun to fight yet. Yet you boast so boldly. What makes you believe my strength is inferior? Lin Xiao suddenly chuckled. Among the 3 of them, typically only the weak gather in numbers. Those of my caliber tend to operate alone. The woman pointed at Lu Yong and the others, laughing. Indeed, you make a valid point, Lin Xiao replied with a grin. Brother, we are your teammates. You can't say that. Lu Yong was momentarily taken aback. Lin, you are correct. We are indeed too weak, struggling even against mid-level exotic beasts. We are of no assistance whatsoever, Ding Letong said, his head bowed, a look of despondency upon his face. Lu Yong. Sun Chi. So, shall we engage in battle? Lin Xiao turned to the woman, his smile gradually fading. Chapter 74. The contest among the powerful, the 10 faceless. As the backbone of the Holy See, are undeniably synonymous with strength. Much like the generals of the Thousand Nations Alliance, they belong to the echelon of high combat prowess. In any confrontation where a faceless appears, it invariably garners significant attention. Their formidable might has quietly claimed numerous high-ranking warriors from the Thousand Nations Alliance over the past century. Lin Xiao acknowledged that today. He had indeed bitten off more than he could chew. How could he have unexpectedly encountered one of the top 10 faceless? Given his current capabilities, defeating a top 10 faceless would prove to be quite a formidable challenge. However, with their arrival, it was impossible for someone of Lin's temperament to consider retreat. Then, shall we fight? Lin Xiao inquired, prompting Pyar to chuckle unexpectedly. Oh, dear brother, are you really going to fight me? Who will want to fight? But since you are here, I suppose you won't leave without a duel, will you? Lin Xiao shrugged and smiled lightly. Indeed, I traveled quite a distance. Let me ensure my sister's safety, Pei'er replied, gradually raising her hand. Don't blink now. With a thunderous roar, a colossal lion, engulfed in dark lightning, descended with an overwhelming aura befitting the king of beasts. What level of monster is this? The mere aura emanating from it quickened my breath. Liu Yong gazed at the enormous creature in astonishment, utterly transfixed. I can't move. Sun Qi seemed paralyzed by the beast's presence, attempting to retreat, but found his legs unresponsive. Buzz. As Pei'er unleashed the divine beast, the very space quivered, the oppressive force seemingly capable of crushing hearts. Black Prison, Thunder Lion, Quality, Catastrophe Skills, Black Thunder, Reverse Thunder, Heavenly Thunder Roar, Millennium Thunder Prison Attribute, Thunder Status, Healthy in an instant. The information regarding the Black Prison Thunder Lion materialized before Lin Xiao's eyes. Upon viewing the attribute panel, Lin Xiao's smile remained, but it now bore an added weight of seriousness. For skills? Incredible. A catastrophe-level divine beast with 4 skills. This implies that the Black Prison Thunder Lion has unlocked a new skill at each level since the intermediate stage. Truly a monster of unparalleled caliber. When facing a beast tamer, one fears only 2 scenarios. Either the creature possesses but a single skill, or possesses an abundance of them. It is the creatures with mediocre skills that are less formidable. This woman has 4 skills. Moreover, she ranks 7th. Does this suggest that those above her are even stronger? Indeed, each faceless is a veritable monster. I wonder how the generals contend with such beings. With his hands casually tucked in his pockets, Lin Xiao remarked calmly, I was hoping you would be astonished upon seeing my divine beast. Are you not going to feign a bit of surprise? Pei'er's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as she replied, though I may appear somewhat lackadaisical at times. I have been contemplating the prowess of the top 10 faceless all along. You possess a strength slightly exceeding my expectations. Thus, there is little to be astonished by. Lin Xiao withdrew his right hand from his pocket, removing the toothpick from his mouth as he spoke. Foul brother, you shall soon find yourself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Pei'er extended her delicate fingers, directing them towards Lin Xiao. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of black lightning descended from the heavens in that very instant. Bang! In the moment the lightning struck, a colossal beast, shimmering with resplendent radiance, materialized before Lin Xiao, defiantly absorbing the black lightning. Little Hut exhaled 2 puffs of white vapor from its nostrils, glaring intently at the Black Prison Thunder Tiger, while Lin Xiao stood beneath the creature. A beast king. What divine creature is this? Why have I never encountered such a being? Indeed, you possess certain extraordinary qualities. It seemed Pei'er had also glimpsed the data of Lin Xiao's divine beast, yet remained unaware of its identity. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Xiao replied with a faint smile. Compliment? Do not misunderstand. I am merely astonished. Do you believe I could eliminate you with a single strike? Pei'er's sweet voice concealed a chilling aura of menace. Is that so? Then let us see you attempt it. Lin Xiao maintained his placid smile. Black Prison Thunder Lion. Attack! Pei'er commanded with a sudden gesture. Upon receiving the order, the Black Prison Thunder Lion leaped forth, pouncing fiercely towards Lin Xiao. Witnessing this, Lin Xiao also raised his hand. Attack! Little Ha let out a furious roar, charging ahead. Yet at that very moment, Pei burst into laughter from a distance. What an inexperienced novice in battle. Then, I apologize, Black Thunder. Boom. A continuous surge of black lightning erupted from the Black Prison Thunder Lion, aimed directly at Lin Xiao. As the fierce lightning soared towards him, Lin Xiao raised his hand, intending to summon Little Ha back. Crack! The lightning struck along the path of Little Ha's retreat, billowing clouds of thick smoke. Crack! However, in the blink of an eye, 2 additional bolts of lightning forked from the original strike, racing towards Lin Xiao's brow and the beast-taming artifact in his hand. Boom! Accompanied by the explosive sound of the 2 bolts, the ground trembled violently, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air. Lin, my fellow student. From a distance, Lu Yong watched the scene, his expression shifting drastically. I thought you were formidable. This is quite lackluster. This is merely my first skill, and you cannot withstand it. Pei lamented as she surveyed the smoke-covered ground. Yet, just as Pei finished speaking, a faint voice emerged from within the haze. How intriguing, how intriguing. In an instant, you can conjure 3 bolts of lightning, one to obstruct Little Ha, the second racing towards me, and the third aimed at my beast-taming artifact. In truth, there was no need for such elaborate maneuvers, for even without attacking my artifact, your speed would not allow you to initiate assimilation in time. But you did not anticipate this. I possess another divine beast, and summoning it requires no time at all. Lin Xiao stood rooted to the spot, contemplating Pei's lightning-fast maneuvers, while beside him, the small sand creature, emanating blue sparks, withstood all adversities. What on earth? A second divine beast? A thunder type? Pei gazed at the colossal figure revealed as the thick smoke dissipated, momentarily rendered speechless. Could it be that someone could command 2 divine beasts simultaneously? Moreover, the appearance of this divine beast seemed entirely unfamiliar to her. Lin Xiao found himself increasingly intrigued by this sudden arrival of a woman. Yet, he could not deny that her combat experience surpassed any elite member of the ecclesiastical order he had previously encountered by 100-fold. She was not merely engaging in thoughtless assaults. Rather, she meticulously considered every detail during the battle. This was a profoundly terrifying prospect. In the contest of the powerful, even a fraction of a second could determine the outcome. And when an already formidable creature employs strategy in combat, it becomes an exceedingly alarming scenario. Chapter 75. Unfeeling, even though Lin Xiao was reluctant to admit it, he could not deny the exceptional combat prowess of the woman before him. She had undoubtedly engaged in numerous confrontations with beast tamers of general rank, demonstrating a masterful grasp of assimilation abilities. Upon witnessing the release of his golden attribute, Divine Beast, she had already anticipated her own assimilation into the same attribute. Although he initiated the process of assimilation, it required time. After all, the golden scales could not envelop his entire body in an instant. This was a test of the time required for him to activate assimilation, as each beast tamer possessed varying degrees of proficiency, leading to differing activation times. It could be said that there existed a wealth of information within this scenario. Either one could deduce the time needed for the activation of assimilation or eliminate him entirely. Whichever path succeeded would guarantee a certain victory. However, she did not expect that Lin Xiao had already prepared to unleash Xiao Sha, thus neither assimilating nor sustaining any injury. Regardless of where she had procured those 2 divine beasts, her ability to instantly analyze all of his intentions was impressive. My sister has quite discerning taste, Pei remarked with a smile. Your sister? Is it Lan Weiwei? Lin Xiao inquired. It seems you are well informed, Pei chuckled. Yes, I just discovered it not long ago, Lin Xiao replied. Hey, you 3 over there, could you move a bit farther away? I'm being serious here. Pei pointed towards Lu Yong and the other 2 in the distance. Run. Lu Yong snapped back to reality and hastily retreated. Sun Qi and Ding Letong quickly followed suit, creating a significant distance between them. In the midst of a divine confrontation, they did not wish to become collateral damage. Upon hearing the woman's words, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of astonishment. Curious, are you? Why I would ask them to move away? It is simply because I hold no interest in the weak. Since becoming faceless, the weakest I have slain has been a Beast King level. So, do not mistake my intentions for kindness, Pei remarked with a smile. What is your name, woman? Lin Xiao asked. Faceless, 7th rank. You pay air, she responded. Alonia team, Lin Xiao introduced himself while rolling up his sleeves. Now, I'm about to unleash my second skill, which is far from gentle. Pei Air cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Xiao. Very well, bring it on, Lin Xiao said, bracing himself. One could not afford to be careless when dealing with such a formidable opponent. Reverse Thunder, Pei Air suddenly uttered 2 words. Boom! Accompanied by a furious roar from the Abyssal Thunder Lion, a bolt of black lightning erupted from its mouth. Observing the incoming black lightning, Lin Xiao raised his hand, Thunder Breath. Xiao Sha gathered a vast amount of blue lightning, abruptly opening its cavernous maw. Buzz! A pillar of lightning shot forth in an instant. Boom! With a deafening crash, the black and blue lightning intertwined in midair, forming a web of electricity that rapidly expanded in all directions. Any structures or ground affected by the electric net were violently uprooted, sending debris flying. Lin Xiao gazed upon the effortless dismantling of the thunder with a trace of bewilderment. Clearly, it was not that simple. The second skill was undeniably more potent than the first, and thus Lin Xiao remained vigilant. Suddenly, Pei revealed a sly grin. Crack! The thunder that had seemingly vanished surged forth unexpectedly from behind Lin Xiao. With a tremor of the thunder strike, Lin Xiao hastily unleashed his Minor Sand skill for defense. However, as soon as the Minor Sand executed the tremor thunder strike, the black lightning twisted like a serpentine bolt, abruptly altering its trajectory and soaring skyward. Boom! The area-wide thunder strike unleashed by Minor Sand missed entirely. It can actually change direction? In the distance, Liu Yong and the others were utterly astounded by Pei combat prowess. As the twisting lightning vanished into the heights, the next moment, it descended like a divine retribution, hurtling directly toward Lin Xiao's crown. It was indeed not so simple, but did she underestimate him? As Lin Xiao spoke, he immediately activated assimilation. His entire body was instantly enveloped in golden scales. Yet, what transpired next truly astonished Lin Xiao. Accompanied by the descent of the black lightning, it did not strike Lin Xiao's form. Instead, it vanished entirely, and in the blink of an eye, Pei seemed to teleport from a distance of several meters. Descending from above, she landed squarely on Lin Xiao's shoulders, causing him to sink slightly under her weight. You see, Reverse Thunder is not an offensive skill, but rather a means of teleportation. Perched upon Lin Xiao's neck, Pei chuckled as she drew a black dagger, aiming directly at Lin Xiao's crown. Clang! Lin Xiao raised his hand to grasp the blade of Pei's dagger. I didn't realize you were so substantial. Taken aback by Lin Xiao's remark, Pei immediately retorted in indignation. Don't you think it's rather impolite to speak to a lady that way? With a sudden tightening of her legs around Lin Xiao's neck, she thrust the black dagger downward with great force. Slicing through the air, even with assimilation activated, Lin Xiao's palm was still grazed by the dagger, leaving a wound. Get off me! Lin Xiao seized Pei's wrist and forcefully flung her away. In midair, she executed a perfect landing, shaking the blood from the blade in surprise that the strike had not pierced Lin Xiao's hand, and laughed. I didn't expect you to be so resilient. Resilient? There's even more to come. Care for a test? Lin Xiao suddenly burst into laughter. Brother, can you two cease this flirtation? We're in the midst of battle. Liu Yong exclaimed from a distance, his face reddening. Why did it all sound so off? A test? I'll gladly accept, Pei declared, pointing suddenly, black thunder. As her voice echoed, Lin Xiao promptly commanded Little Hum to charge forth with a fearless assault. Instantly, Little Hum's horns erupted in dazzling golden light, surging forward at breakneck speed. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Little Hum's fearless charge was abruptly interrupted. Pei swiftly unleashed her second skill, just as the black lightning twisted and wound its way toward Lin Xiao. Rainfall Lotus. A haunting voice suddenly resonated from not far away. Crackle, crackle. A deluge of rain transformed into blooming ice-blue lotuses, forming a formidable wall of ice that intercepted Pei as reverse thunder. Brother Lin, I have come to rescue you. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated, and a beautiful mermaid, surrounded by flowing streams, suddenly appeared in midair. Following her was Yun Chuan, strolling leisurely towards them. Lin Xiao turned to gaze at the approaching figure, momentarily taken aback. Yun, the Emperor of the Clouds? Pei, noticing the man not far away, also displayed a hint of surprise. Pei, this is not a place for your antics, Yin Chuan remarked, his aloof demeanor fixed upon her. Yun Qian, you are as unapproachable as ever. Must you always be such a killjoy? I'm merely here for a bit of fun. Pei pouted, clearly displeased. The rain-drenched lotuses began to stir again as Yin Chuan activated his skill once more. Stop, Yin Chuan, I did not come here to fight you. Our battle is inevitable. But not today. With that, Pei raised her hand to retract the black prison thunder lion before suddenly executing a series of backward leaps, vanishing into the darkness of the night. Chapter 76, Emergency Meeting. The descent of the specter as Lin Xiao beheld the fleeting figure of Pei vanish in the blink of an eye. A tinge of perplexity washed over him. It was evident that during their brief encounter, neither party had unleashed their true capabilities. It resembled more a playful skirmish than a genuine battle. Moreover, Lin Xiao discerned that Pei had not even exerted a third of her strength. She had not come with the intent to eliminate him. Should she decide to engage earnestly, securing victory would prove exceedingly challenging for Lin Xiao. However, the sudden appearance of Yin Chuan left Lin Xiao astounded. Brother Lin. The mermaid floated gracefully in midair, calling out to him. Hello, Lin Xiao replied with a gentle smile, greeting the enchanting creature. Having become familiar with one another, the mermaid had transitioned from addressing him as Sir to Brother Lin. Meanwhile, Lu Yong and his companions were utterly dumbfounded from a distance. Yin Chuan, the Emperor of the Sky, the General of the United Nations of thousands of nations. I cannot believe I am witnessing him in person. Was that a divine beast, the mermaid? Yin Chuan was renowned as the most formidable beast tamer of the water element. Lu Yong gazed at the mermaid, suspended in the air, his eyes nearly bulging from disbelief. Brother Lin, I adore cheerful boys. You are far more pleasant than Yin Chuan's stern visage. May I become your divine beast? The mermaid, adorned with a smile as warm as spring rain, suddenly exclaimed. Ha! If Brother Yin Chuan is agreeable, I have no objections. Lin Xiao burst into laughter. You talk too much. Return. Yin Chuan interjected abruptly, raising his hand. Wait. The mermaid's words were abruptly cut off as Yin Chuan swiftly retracted her with the beast-taming device. Lin Xiao could only shake his head in resignation, finding Yin Chuan to be rather unsociable. My task is complete, Yin Chuan stated, and prepared to turn away. Wait, you come just to unleash a skill and then leave? Lin Xiao's expression darkened. It was Lan Weiwei who feared for your safety and particularly requested me to check on you. Now that you are no longer in danger, I see no reason to linger, Yin Chuan remarked, his profile briefly visible before he vanished from sight. Lin Xiao felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. After glancing at the time, he declared, Let us return and rest. There should be no further dangers in this vicinity. All right, let us head back. Lu Yong replied, still trembling at the thought of the woman potentially returning. Upon returning to the camp, Lin Xiao retreated to his temporary tent to rest. Lying on his bed, he pondered the day's battle against the seventh of the Faceless. Lin Xiao habitually reflected on each encounter, extracting lessons from his experiences. Overall, given his current strength, contending with the top 10 of the Faceless was exceedingly strenuous. The fact that Pei could deliver such incisive strikes while playfully toying with him underscored the difficulty he would face against other members of the top 10. This realization spurred Lin Xiao to expedite his growth. Securing the disaster-level beast core from Zhang Li was imperative. He needed to gather the necessary materials to elevate Little Sha to disaster level immediately. The reason for not enhancing Little Hung was that Lin Xiao currently lacked offensive power rather than defense. Certainly, Xiao Lei must also enhance his abilities, for unlocking an additional restorative skill would undoubtedly increase his chances of survival. It appears that I cannot afford to be idle tomorrow. I shall search for any remaining advanced aberrations in the vicinity to procure a core from one. Lost in such thoughts, Lin Xiao gradually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Lin Xiao rose early, attended to his hygiene, and had a light breakfast. Upon exiting his tent, he was met with the sight of a jeep transporting a vacuum coffin. "What is this?" Lin Xiao inquired, gazing at the sealed coffin on the vehicle. "It's from Squad Leader Qin. There were aberrations outside the city yesterday, so we intend to transport it back today," Lu Yong explained. Lin Xiao slowly approached the vehicle and cast a glance at the woman within the vacuum coffin, appearing as if she were merely asleep. He spoke softly. "In this apocalypse, everyone struggles to survive. The weak shall perish, a truth as ancient as time itself. Regardless, I hold no animosity towards the deceased. Qin Ruodong, I forgive you. Perhaps in another realm, there is no suffering. Rest in peace." Lu Yong and the others, standing nearby, were taken aback by Lin Xiao's words. At that moment, a crystalline tear seemed to cascade from the corner of Qin Ruodong's eye, as if she had heard Lin Xiao's sentiments. An eerie occurrence indeed. "Lin," Lu Yong stared at Lin Xiao, momentarily lost in thought. "You three as well. Hiding behind the strong will not allow you to govern your own fate. Only by growing stronger do you earn the right to live. Remember this." The trio stood in stunned silence before eventually nodding in agreement. Indeed, beneath the invasion of the Dark Dimension, aberrations ravaged the land, and the church displayed its cruelty. As beast tamers, their duty was to fight, with death ever present by their side. The weak, it seems, have no claim to survival. That is the harsh reality. "Let us return it," Lin Xiao declared. "Drive on." Lu Yong raised his hand. The vehicle roared to life, transporting the vacuum coffin away from Cassilia City. "Lu Yong, you three continue your patrol within the city. I have matters to attend to outside. I shall return by evening," Lin Xiao instructed the trio. "Understood. There are many aberrations lurking beyond the city. Please exercise caution," Lu Yong nodded. "Indeed, you all be careful as well. Should any issues arise, contact me via the beast taming device," Lin Xiao replied, donning his jacket and striding towards the city outskirts, preparing to hunt advanced aberrations, thereby enhancing Xiao Lei's prowess. Meanwhile, in Millennium City, at the headquarters of the United Nations of the Thousand Kingdoms, the conference hall was filled with attendees. Among the high-ranking officials were Lin Zhan, Li Li, Zhang Li, and 2 elders from the Council of Elders. In terms of combat strength, Yin Chuan, Lan Weiwei, and several other Beast King-level commanders were all present. This was an emergency meeting convened by Lin Zhan. "Zhang Li, please provide a situation report," Lin Zhan said, casting a glance at Zhang Li. "Yes." Zhang Li nodded and slowly rose to speak, holding a stack of documents. He spoke. "According to the recent extraterrestrial explorations conducted by the Beastmaster Academy over the past 3 days, the fluctuations of the dimensional rift above Aronia City are more intense than in previous years. The levels are on a linear ascent, and I have a foreboding that within the next month, a catastrophic descent of a ghostly caliber may transpire. Therefore, I advise the Alliance of Nations to immediately dispatch a legion of Beastmasters to reinforce Aronia City, to preempt any potential disaster." Upon hearing this, the elder, whose eyebrows were longer than his hair, finally opened his eyes. This elder, named Long Yue, was a representative among the 6 esteemed elders of the council. "Zhang Li, when you refer to the next month, do you mean a month from now, or within this month?" Long Yue inquired. "It is within the next month. Any day could potentially herald a catastrophic descent," Zhang Li responded. "A ghostly descent? If I recall correctly, the last occurrence of such an event was 6 years ago. Typically, these ghostly descents transpire once every decade. It seems rather frequent for it to happen again so soon," Long Yue remarked slowly. "This time is different. It could potentially be a man-made descent triggered by the church, rather than one descending from the Dark Dimension. Moreover, there is a significant likelihood of encountering a Berserker-level aberration. Of course, I emphasize that this is merely a possibility and cannot be asserted with absolute certainty," Zhang Li elaborated. Chapter 77. The choice a mention of the potential emergence of a Berserk-level beast plunged the entire conference room into an eerie silence. Within that room, the sole figure whose expression remained unchanged appeared to be the cold and impassive Yin Chuan. The Beast Tamer Academy's extraterritorial detectors rarely falter, and I believe this matter warrants serious consideration. Since we have severed ties with the Holy See, there is no longer any reason for us to conceal our intentions. Should a ghost-level descent occur, coupled with the Holy Sea's faceless ambush, the city of Alonia would inevitably become the next desolate wasteland. Lin Xiao, seated at the head of the table, crossed his arms and spoke slowly. However, the severity of the descent in the desert surpasses that of any other city. Carelessly recalling generals from the desert would lead to even greater complications. Long Yu remarked thoughtfully. This is indeed true. The desert serves as the gateway to the alliance of 1,000 nations. Its vast and expansive territory is crucial, providing connections to hundreds of cities. This is precisely why the alliance has stationed its generals there. Once we recall them, the desert will be left unguarded. It is not necessary to recall all of them. Even bringing back 4 would suffice, especially with Yin Chuan and Lan Weiwei present. 6 generals should be adequate, Zhang Li suggested. Very well, let us recall 4. Though the desert may face some strain, it is not beyond the realm of defense, Lin Xiao nodded. After this, Lin Xiao abruptly rose and declared, I announce that, effective immediately, the city of Alonia will be under martial law for 1 month, and the populace must be evacuated to nearby cities. Furthermore, send a message to the desert instructing Generals Fu Yong, Yi Ying, Mu Feng, and Ling Ling to arrive in Alonia within 3 days. At once, apart from the 2 elders of the council, the remaining 10 individuals stood up in response. Following the adjournment, Lin Xiao raised his hand and exited the room. At that moment, Zhang Li also stood and followed, matching Lin Xiao's stride. Minister Lin, I took the liberty of transferring your son to Cassilia City without your consent. I hope you do not hold it against me, Zhang Li said with a measured tone. No worries, Xiao is quite capable. He can take care of himself. Moreover, with the imminent threat of a ghost-level descent, I prefer to keep him uninvolved. Stationing him in Cassilia City serves as a means of protection, Lin Xiao replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li smiled and nodded, adding, This descent will be swifter than any previous occurrence. My mention of a month was merely to reassure them. According to the data from the extraterritorial detectors, I fear it may transpire within 2 weeks. Furthermore, dealing with that rabble from the Holy See will prove challenging. Let the soldiers face the soldiers, and the waters be obscured by earth. It is of no concern. Lin Xiao raised his hand, for he has weathered many storms. And the descent does not instill fear in this seasoned minister. At that moment, Lan Weiwei exited the conference room alongside Yin Chuan. Brother Yin Chuan, has Pei'er gone to find Lin Xiao? Lan Weiwei inquired, gazing at Yin Chuan. Having traversed the path of Yin Chuan, where words are as precious as gold, a surge of frustration welled within Lan Weiwei as her fists clenched tightly. Lan Weiwei, as long as you remain within the 1,000 Nations Alliance, Lin Xiao's safety is jeopardized. Your unique status renders him vulnerable, for he is the sole individual capable of stirring the depths of your heart. Do you comprehend this? Yin Chuan suddenly halted, casting a knowing glance at Lan Weiwei, as if he too recognized her distinct identity. I understand, yet I am at a loss as to what to do. Lan Weiwei murmured, her gaze lowered, revealing a flicker of complexity in her eyes. Do you have feeling for Lin Xiao? Yin Chuan inquired. I do, I hold him dear. And precisely for that reason, I cannot bear to leave him. Lan Weiwei replied in haste. His strength is formidable, and his growth surpasses that of any general within the 1,000 Nations Alliance. What you must do now is afford him the opportunity to develop. Otherwise, should he encounter the faceless once more, I may not always be available to assist him, Yin Chuan articulated with precision. Upon hearing these words, Lan Weiwei's eyes brimmed with tears, her emotions overwhelming her. Throughout her life, she had never allowed herself to be swayed by any man. It was Lin Xiao who quietly infiltrated the sanctum of her heart. She found it impossible to let go, nor did she wish to. Yet life often unfolds in such a manner, where one encounters the right person at an opportune time and place, leaving one with no true options to choose from. Regardless of the realm, sustaining a challenging relationship demands an immense price, one that cannot simply be born out of mutual affection. Lan Weiwei loathed her own inadequacies, lamenting why she was not a formidable beastmaster, why she could not seize control of her destiny. The very act of loving someone had become a luxury. Indeed, it was a luxury. As the granddaughter of the Pope, her status rivaled that of saint. Their disparate origins dictated their fates. Although she acknowledged Lin Xiao's power, it paled in comparison to the Church, a colossal entity that posed considerable challenges even to the Thousand Nations Alliance, a force capable of wielding the celestial descent at will. Even if Lin Xiao could command 3 divine beasts, he faced 10 faceless and numerous elite adversaries from the Church. One's strength is inherently limited by the beast-taming device, which can only accommodate a single divine beast. Lan Weiwei could not fathom how Lin Xiao managed to harbor 3. However, it was still insufficient. Unbeknownst to her, Lin had his own island, where he could easily command hundreds of colossal beasts should he desire. Thank you, Brother Yin Chuan. I now understand what I must do. Lan Weiwei finally spoke after a moment of contemplation, nodding affirmatively. It is best that you have come to this realization. Return to your rightful place. But remember to refrain from opposing the Thousand Nations Alliance, Yin Chuan concluded, taking his leave. Lin Xiao, I am so sorry. Truly I am. Lan Weiwei's tears flowed uncontrollably as she uttered these words. Just then, a graceful figure appeared beside her. Sister Weiwei, it seems you are prepared. I am delighted to see you take this step. Startled by the sudden words, Lan Weiwei swiftly turned her head, only to discover a woman clad in military attire. Skillfully disguised, standing beside her. It was Payer. Do you wish to court death here at the headquarters of the Thousand Nations Alliance? Lan Weiwei exclaimed, wiping away her tears in anger. There's no need to be so agitated. I have not harmed anyone. Besides, I went to great lengths to change my appearance. Who could possibly recognize me? Payer replied, what about you, dear sister? What do you intend to set off? I wish to see Lin Xiao just one more time. After that, I will return with you. Is that acceptable? Lan Weiwei inquired. Of course. Let us hurry. I risk being discovered if I linger here too long, Payer said, taking Lan Weiwei's hand as they made their way toward the outskirts of the city. Clearly, even in disguise, Payer dared not remain in Millennium City for too long. If discovered, the throngs could easily lead to her demise. Chapter 78. Farewell, a resounding thud echoed across the desolate expanse outside the city of Cassilia. Lin Xiao, atop his steed Xiao Sha, fervently pursued a colossal beast that resembled a gigantic rhinoceros. Xiao Sha unleashed bolts of lightning, striking the ground in the path of the frenzied creature. I've been searching for you for nearly 4 hours. You've hidden quite well. However, I wonder how you shall escape now, Lin Xiao mused, observing the high-ranking beast that had been driven to desperation ahead of him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon exiting Cassilia, he had embarked on a quest across the barren lands to locate the beasts. Though he encountered several lower-tier creatures along the way, they held no value for him. Thus, when he finally stumbled upon a high-ranking beast, he was determined not to let it slip away easily. Roar! The beast, relentlessly pursued by Xiao Sha, exhibited signs of agitation, as if it recognized that mere flight would yield no salvation. With a sudden and sharp halt, it came to a standstill, steam billowing from its nostrils before turning back. Lin Xiao activated his assimilation ability, leaping from Xiao Sha's back. Thunderous tremor. ZZZT. A web of electricity surged forth from Xiao Sha, swiftly ensnaring the earth elemental high-ranking beast in place. Kill it, Lin Xiao commanded. Xiao Sha, with heavy strides, charged forward, with a fierce snap of its jaws. It clamped down on the beast's neck, reminiscent of a great white shark's serrated teeth tearing away a chunk of flesh. Splatter. A torrent of blood erupted as the massive creature collapsed to the ground. At this juncture, Lin Xiao found no need to analyze the attributes or skills of such high-ranking beasts. The disparity between these formidable creatures and the Beast Kings was immense. Thus, unlike encounters with other beasts, meticulous analysis was unnecessary. Approaching the fallen beast, Lin Xiao raised his hand to draw it into the confines of Dinosaur Island. With this, he had gathered all the materials required for Xiao Lei's upgrade. Upon reaching the advanced stage, Xiao Lei's restorative capabilities would undoubtedly be formidable. Lin Xiao eagerly anticipated the unlocking of new recovery skills. Yet, he was in no rush to upgrade. He could always do so upon returning to the camp. Xiao Sha, return, Lin Xiao gestured lightly. With a mighty roar, Xiao Sha vanished in an instant. On a hillock 100 meters away, two figures stood elegantly, observing the young man below. Sister, your discerning eye is impressive. His strength is commendable. Furthermore, he possesses an intriguing charm and an air of mystery, Pei Er remarked, glancing at her companion, Lan Weiwei. Pei Er, do not forget our agreement, Lan Weiwei replied, casting a sidelong glance at her. Hee, rest assured, sister. Once you return with me, I promise not to seek him out again, Pei Er smiled. Wait here for me, and do not let him notice you. I shall return shortly, Lan Weiwei said, before making her way toward Lin Xiao. Pei Er's smile lingered as she too vanished from sight. Evidently, from the dialogue between the two, it is clear that Pei Er did not disclose Lin Xiao's discovery of Lan Weiwei's true identity. At this moment, Lan Weiwei still believed that Lin Xiao was unaware of her identity. Just as Lin Xiao was preparing to return, he happened to catch sight of a figure approaching slowly from the front. Weiwei. Lin Xiao paused for a moment upon seeing the woman approaching. Not too shabby. Now, even slaying high-level exotic beasts seems remarkably effortless. Lan Weiwei, as always, flashed a brilliant smile at Lin Xiao. But it's not as easy as it is for you, a calamity-level beastmaster. Lin Xiao grinned and asked, what brings you here so suddenly? Leadership inspection. As your subordinate, I have the right to supervise, Lan Weiwei replied, walking up to Lin Xiao with her hands behind her back, smiling. All right, since the big leader rarely visits, accompany me for a stroll, Lin Xiao said, moving forward. Lan Weiwei quickened her pace to keep up with him. Any news from the United Alliance of Nations recently? Lin Xiao inquired. Suddenly caught off guard by the question, Lan Weiwei hesitated and quickly shook her head. None. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, though he did not show any outward signs of concern. Yet, internally he pondered. No news? That seems implausible. Especially after the church has torn their masks off. Would they not retaliate? He certainly did not believe the church was that benevolent at this time. Weiwei must be concealing something from him. However, Lin Xiao chose not to confront her directly. Lin Xiao, Lan Weiwei suddenly stopped and called out. What is it? Lin Xiao asked, gazing at her with a furrowed brow. This girl has been acting rather strangely lately. I want to tell you something. I have been secretly assigned a highly confidential mission, and I may have to leave the United Alliance of Nations for a while, Lan Weiwei stated, standing still. A confidential mission? Did my father assign it to you? Lin Xiao queried. No, I cannot disclose that. So, this visit is essentially a farewell, but rest assured, I will return before long, Lan Weiwei said, her eyes slightly reddening, though she made an effort to maintain her composure. Lin Xiao stood there for a moment before he suddenly reached out to caress Lan Weiwei's delicate features. If you encounter any trouble, just let me know. Some burdens are not meant to be borne alone. Lan Weiwei did not respond, but shook her head. Really, it's nothing. Just a temporary departure. For how long? Lin Xiao pressed. Lan Weiwei found it challenging to articulate an explanation in that moment, but eventually promised a date, even she was uncertain of. About a month, I suppose. All right, Lin Xiao replied, choosing not to press further. Even though he had some idea of where Lan Weiwei might be headed, he did not attempt to stop her. At that very moment, Lin Xiao, who typically displayed little emotional fluctuation, felt a tremor within himself. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's response, Lan Weiwei beamed with a radiant smile. Suddenly, she felt a pair of strong arms enveloping her, and she found herself nestled in a warm embrace. Feeling the familiar warmth, she lifted her head and beheld the man who stirred her restless heart. His gentle gaze inexplicably brought tears streaming down her cheeks. In Lin Xiao's embrace, Lan Weiwei wept softly, her sorrow intensifying with each passing moment. In that instant, a profound sense of happiness enveloped her, despite the fleeting nature of such bliss. Lin Xiao remained silent, gently patting her back in a gesture of comfort, yet his heart bled inwardly. It is often said that love begins with bitterness and culminates in sweetness. However, there's a saying that knowing someone deeply surpasses mere love. Lin Xiao understood well that, at times, certain things cannot be achieved by one alone, at least not in the present moment. On the desolate earth, a couple shared a kiss amidst the stillness. How romantic! How I longed to possess such a moment. If only I had known yesterday, I would have boldly kissed that rascal and savored the taste of this instant. In the distance, Pei Er watched with eyes glimmering like stars, instinctively licking her crimson lips. Chapter 79. The second evolution of Xiao lay. The embrace between the two seemed to last an eternity before they reluctantly parted. Lan Weiwei's exquisite visage glowed with a faint blush, a rare hint of shyness gracing her features. This was her first kiss, willingly bestowed upon a man. She would gladly surrender her very essence, even her life, for him. It was simply because she loved him deeply and truly. Yet at times, the power of choice did not rest with Lan Weiwei. No matter how much she longed to stay, for Lin Xiao's safety, she had to depart. Lin Xiao, it's getting late. I must leave. Please take care of yourself. Lan Weiwei endeavored to maintain a radiant smile. She wished for her smile to linger in Lin Xiao's heart forever. Lin Xiao, shedding his usual nonchalance, assumed a serious demeanor, gently caressing Lan Weiwei's cheek, and asked, "Can you stay a little longer?" "I must go today," Lan Weiwei replied, shaking her head. How she longed to declare, "I won't leave. I want to stay by your side." But she found herself powerless. Although she wished to remain, Pei Er watched from a distance, uncertain if staying would invite further trouble for Lin Xiao. With his current strength, facing the top 10 faceless beings would yield nearly zero chance of victory. Regardless, she had seen the man she adored. At that moment, both she and Lin Xiao etched the warmth they shared into their hearts, a memory that would never fade. Just then, the previously clear sky began to drizzle, as if the weather itself conspired to mark their parting. Lin Xiao sighed inwardly. "Let me accompany you." "No, you should leave first. I want to watch you go." Lan Weiwei rejected his offer. Lin Xiao nodded and turned toward the direction of Cassilia City. However, the instant he turned away, the ground seemed to crack silently beneath him. Rarely filled with rage, his countenance darkened ominously as an inexplicable fury surged within him. Every step heavy with significance. "The church, is it? Very well. You have successfully provoked me," he muttered. Once Lin Xiao's figure was no longer visible, Lan Weiwei felt the weight of despair overwhelm her. She crumpled to the ground, covering her trembling lips as tears cascaded down like a breached dam. "Why?" she cried, heartbroken. She understood that the 1-month deadline she had set was nothing but an illusion. Once she stepped into the church, the notion of returning would be but a fantasy. At that moment, Pei Er gradually appeared beside Lan Weiwei, squatting down to offer her handkerchief. "Sister Weiwei, let's go. Everything will be fine once we return to the church." Pei Er, shedding her previous mischievous demeanor, now spoke earnestly. With a dazed expression, Lan Weiwei slowly rose. After a fierce internal struggle, she followed Pei Er, gradually disappearing across the desolate landscape. Dusk, 5:30 in the afternoon. Upon returning to the camp, Lin Xiao managed to suppress the anger brewing within him. Weiwei returned to the Holy See, where her life was not in jeopardy. Yet her personal freedom was considerably constrained. Although they might not meet again in the near future, for Lin Xiao, such circumstances were not immutable. As long as he possessed sufficient strength, he could wield the power to alter everything. Just as the saying goes, in the face of absolute power, all schemes and machinations are merely the antics of insignificant clowns. His Dinosaur Island could harbor 100 colossal beasts, and he yearned to discover whether, by that time, the Holy See would still maintain its lofty stance. It was destined to be reduced to ashes beneath the iron hooves of his myriad beasts. He firmly believed that day was not far off. He would personally visit the Holy See to bring Lan Weiwei back. "Lin, your expression appears somewhat frightening. What troubles you?" Lu Yong remarked, observing Lin Xiao's return with mild astonishment. "Nothing. By the way, where is that black knife I gave you the other day?" Lin Xiao seemed to recall something and inquired. "Here it is." Lu Yong handed the black knife to Lin Xiao, stating, "This knife is remarkably sharp, crafted with advanced technology." Lin Xiao accepted the black knife and slowly made his way toward his tent. "I shall rest for a while. Unless there is something urgent, please do not disturb me." "Understood." Lu Yong nodded in acknowledgement. Once Lin Xiao entered the tent, he swiftly transitioned into Dinosaur Island. At that moment, Dinosaur Island basked in its usual sunny splendor, seemingly impervious to the external elements, whether it be wind or rain. Xiao Hong, Xiao Sha, and Xiao Lei, the 3 enormous beasts, were each resting in their respective territories. Lin Xiao gazed at the carcasses of the high-level exotic beasts strewn across the ground and approached slowly. He then raised the black knife. With a swift motion, the blade sliced open the abdomen of the exotic beast. Lin Xiao extracted the core, deftly cutting through the carapace to reveal the glowing white core within. Xiao Lai, evolve. Lin Xiao whispered softly. Congratulations, Island Master, on completing the Divine Beast upgrade. You have earned 1,000 reputation points. Total reputation, 3,000. Thunder Dragon, quality, high skills, vitality surge. Courage Blessing, attribute, would upgrade. Beast King level exotic beast core, Beast King level exotic beast skeleton, Beast King blood assimilation. Ready, the second skill had been successfully unlocked. Lin Xiao glanced at the skill information and discovered that Courage Blessing was a buff-type skill that enhanced the three-dimensional attributes of the Divine Beast, primarily bolstering strength, agility, and skill. Now, Xiaolei had grown larger than before, with its surface adorned with green luminescence transforming into intricate green veins. Most notably, its skin's resilience and various attributes had received a significant enhancement. After all, the Thunder Dragon had sacrificed speed and agility for increased size and defensive capabilities. Thus, even without being of the metal attribute, Xiaolei's overall defense was slightly superior to that of Xiaohong. Such a robust creature, endowed with remarkable regenerative buffs, would serve as the most formidable support for Xiaohong and Xiaosha in battle. However, as is often the case, advantages come with drawbacks. Lin Xiao continued to peruse the information prompt and discovered that utilizing Courage Blessing imposed considerable strain on Xiaolei. It appears that this resource is not readily available for use. It serves as a vital safeguard. Under circumstances less than dire, it is prudent to refrain from utilizing it excessively. After all, if Xiaolei were to vanish suddenly due to overwhelming burdens, it would spell disaster for Xiaohong and Xiaosha amidst battle. After disabling the notification prompts, Lin Xiao continued to ponder. He currently possessed 3 cores from Beast King-level creatures, yet he lacked the requisite bones and blood. Clearly, the prospect of evolving twice in succession seems somewhat unrealistic, especially since there is no beast market in Cassilia City. It seems he can only await the conclusion of this mission before returning. Perhaps by then, he could also procure his reward from Zhongli, allowing him to elevate Xiaosha to a state of calamity. This remains Lin Xiao's most pressing concern at present. Chapter 80. The Abandoned Auxiliary Team. In the ensuing days, Lin Xiao spent his time resting at the temporary camp, apart from fulfilling his regular missions. Day after day, it swiftly became the 6th day of his stay in Cassilia City. Initially, there were tasks to attend to, whether it was venturing outside the city in search of elite beasts or patrolling within its confines. However, as time progressed, Cassilia City began to flourish. Those who had previously sought refuge in other cities gradually returned. It appeared that the city had shed its former desolation, with shops opening and a steady flow of people on the streets, while restoration efforts proceeded in an orderly manner. At this moment, Cassilia City bore little difference from the prosperity of Heroine City. Lin, there's an urgent message. Lin Xiao, resting at the temporary camp, was abruptly awakened by a loud shout. What is it? He groggily inquired, noticing Lu Yong entering, drenched in sweat. We've been expelled from the Heroine team, Lu Yong lamented, his face a mask of despair. Damn it, we finally got selected by Heroine, and now we're like homeless children again. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's expression remained largely unchanged, for he was acutely aware of the reason behind their expulsion, the absence of Lan Weiwei. With her departure from the Alliance of Nations, the Heroine team would be led by a new commander, and they, the auxiliary teams, had initially been selected by Lan Weiwei due to Lin Xiao's influence. Is there anything to be alarmed about? Lin Xiao remarked nonchalantly, returning to his position on the bed, hands cradling the back of his head, entirely unfazed. Lin, how can you be so calm? This is a significant event. The new students are in an uproar. Lu Yong slowly stated. Is there any other news? Lin Xiao continued to inquire. Yes, we might be integrated into the Cassilia team, Lu Yong replied helplessly. Integrated into the Cassilia team? What does that entail? Sit down and explain. Lin Xiao expressed his curiosity. Lu Yong entered Lin Xiao's tent and took a seat beside him. Previously, A catastrophic fall from the sky nearly annihilated the Cassilia team. Currently, Cassilia City finds itself in the awkward position of lacking beast tamers. How can a city be without its guardians? I've heard whispers that a new Beast King-level commander may arrive today to assume leadership of Cassilia City. We would then be incorporated as the first batch of new recruits under his command. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. While he was not part of the Alliance of Nations, he could surmise the implications. First and foremost, how could a city's leadership be entrusted to a group of low-level and mid-tier beast tamers? That was absurd. Secondly, the fact that the Alliance of Nations was considering this group of new students as formal recruits for the Cassilia team could only indicate one thing. The Alliance was undertaking significant operations, necessitating a troop reduction and reallocating high-level beast tamers elsewhere. Clearly, Lin Xiao's fleeting intuition was precisely what the Alliance of 1,000 Nations was currently engaged in. What unprecedented events transpired outside, compelling the Alliance to entrust an entire city to this band of inept warriors? It seems imperative to contact my father for clarification. Yulat, assemble immediately. How long do you intend to languish in slumber? Just as Lin Xiao pondered these matters, a resounding voice suddenly pierced the air. Indeed, as I surmised, the Alliance has sent reinforcements, and Lu Yong's expression darkened with fury. As Lin Xiao and Lu Yong emerged from the tent, several beast tamers who had been resting inside began to file out. Originally a contingent of over 40, the recent casualties had dwindled their number to a mere 38. Once all 38 had exited the tent, they beheld Guotong, a subordinate of the former Lan Weiwei, alongside a tall and striking woman outside the camp. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, with androgynous features that, at first glance, could easily be mistaken for a man. What is happening? Indeed, why has a Beastmaster-level tamer suddenly arrived? Are we truly being integrated into the Cassilia team? At this moment, the emerging beast tamers began to converse amongst themselves. Guotong then stepped forward, addressing the 38 individuals. Esteemed colleagues, I am your former captain, Guotong, and I have an important announcement to make. You have been reassigned from the Heroine team and will now officially join the Cassilia team. Congratulations, you are no longer a subordinate team, but full-fledged members. Upon hearing this, Guotong anticipated jubilant reactions, yet the faces of the crowd fell in dismay. Ahem, I understand that joining the Heroine team was your aspiration, but due to unforeseen circumstances, Captain Lan has encountered difficulties, and the Heroine team is now under the command of a different overall captain. This decision is beyond my control. I apologize. At Guotong's words, the expressions of the crowd turned ashen, realizing they had been callously abandoned. Pull yourselves together, you bunch of inept warriors. I didn't traverse thousands of miles merely to tend to your feelings. At this moment, the fiery woman beside Guotong suddenly interjected. Guotong, taken aback by her fiery temperament, had no choice but to introduce her. Everyone, allow me to present the former commander of Hawk Noise City, Xiaoyu, a Beastmaster-level powerhouse. She is now the commander of Cassilia City, your direct superior. That concludes my remarks. Upon hearing the name Xiaoyu, the 30-odd beast tamers visibly flinched, their eyes betraying a flicker of dread, as if they stood on the precipice of death itself. Lin Xiao, observing this scene, felt a twinge of astonishment. Was this woman truly that formidable? Meanwhile, the woman named Xiaoyu stepped forward, surveying the 30-plus individuals before her, and proclaimed now, "Reveal to me who among you possesses the greatest strength." Suddenly hearing these words, everyone exchanged glances, each looking at the other. They were all newcomers. Their strengths were largely comparable, with no apparent champions among them. However, Lu Yong, Sun Qi, and Ding Ledong were well aware of the truth. Report to the commander. Lin is the strongest, Lu Yong abruptly declared. This left Lin Xiao, who was already exasperated, even more helpless. This guy. Which one is Lin? Xiaoyu continued. At this moment, Guotong turned to Lin Xiao, his face suddenly drenched in cold sweat. He was well aware of Lin Xiao's formidable prowess, capable of vanquishing even the faceless adversary. However, since Lin Jun had concealed the information regarding Lin Xiao's battle with the Faceless One, Guotong refrained from saying anything. Lu Yong swiftly pointed at Lin Xiao. "Kid, what is your name?" Xiaoyu inquired. His name is Lin Xiao, Lu Yong replied. Hey, I didn't ask you. Did I? Xiaoyu shot a glare at Lu Yong. I apologize. Lu Yong awkwardly took a step back. Chapter 81. The Devil's Training. Xiaoyu slowly approached Lin Xiao, hands clasped behind his back, scrutinizing him intently. Then, adopting a masculine demeanor, he stroked his chin and said, I do not possess ample time to test your abilities or to delve into your background, especially given the current shortage of personnel. What is it you wish to convey? Speak plainly. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired. What do you mean? Taken aback by Lin Xiao's boldness, Xiaoyu paused momentarily. This young man speaks with such audacity? A smirk crept onto Xiaoyu's face as he ventured. I surmise you have reached the intermediate level. Lin Xiao remained silent, his eyes still narrowed. Advanced? Regardless of whether you are a prodigy, achieving intermediate or advanced at such a tender age means little to me. When conversing with you, I expect you to address me as commander or captain. Xiaoyu's gaze was sharp as he regarded Lin Xiao. Meanwhile, Guotong, standing nearby, was drenched in cold sweat. Lin Xiao's strength surpassed even that of Lan Weiwei's calamity level. Xiaoyu, oblivious to the situation, should not engage him recklessly. Otherwise, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. And what am I to call you? Lin Xiao inquired. I officially appoint you as the vice captain to assist me with various matters. Young man, this is a rare opportunity. Do not be ungrateful, Xiaoyu stated, observing Lin Xiao intently. Lin Xiao thought to himself, this fellow has suddenly elevated himself to a position of authority? Lin, please agree. If you become vice captain, our lives will be somewhat easier. Otherwise, we may be tormented by this woman. Lu Yong hastily whispered. Indeed, I implore you, Lin, please consent. Sun Qi chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Seeing the desperate expressions on their faces, Lin Xiao felt somewhat perplexed, but, as if compelled by fate, replied, very well. Upon hearing Lin Xiao accept the position of vice captain, Lu Yong and the others sighed in relief. All right, Guotong, you're no longer needed here. Return to Alonia City. Xiaoyu gestured dismissively. Guotong, taken aback, nodded slowly. However, before departing, he leaned closer to Xiaoyu and whispered, Commander, before you leave, I must advise you. I am aware of your notoriously fiery temper and your propensity to reprimand subordinates, but I implore you, do not provoke Lin Xiao. At this, Xiaoyu paused, visibly taken aback. Xiaoyu, the former captain of Horknose City, was infamous among the 2,000 captains of the Thousand Nations Alliance. Why, you may ask? Due to her reckless approach to tasks. There were even rumors that a subordinate was incapacitated for weeks after failing to complete an assignment, all due to Xiaoyu's wrath. It was indeed this Xiaoyu who had faced a 2-year suspension from her captaincy for her harsh treatment of her team. It is precisely due to her fierce demeanor that no city among the over 2,000 would consent to have Xiaoyu as their captain. Fate, however, has conspired to leave a vacancy, and this formidable character has arrived in Cassilia, assuming the role of captain of the Cassilia team. What makes her so special? Xiaoyu inquired, casting a glance at Guotong. Do not ask. Just remember not to provoke her, Guotong replied, waving casually to the 30-odd individuals before departing with nonchalance. Xiaoyu, slightly taken aback, glanced at Lin Xiao, pondering what was so extraordinary about him. Clearly, Xiaoyu is unfazed by the identity of the individual. Regardless of any backing he might possess, she would not hesitate to confront him if he crossed her. As your new captain, I have noticed that our team is rather weak, consisting of only 38 members. However, this does not daunt me. I will train you to become the strongest beast tamers in the shortest time possible. To be formidable, beast tamers must not only enhance their divine beasts, but also possess exceptional physical fitness, mental acuity, and stamina, all of which are indispensable in battle. Therefore, I will subject you to rigorous training. Starting now, you will run 100 laps around the stadium. Failure to complete this will result in your inability to eat. Xiaoyu declared suddenly. The crowd responded with dismay, Mom. I no longer wish to be a beast tamer. I want to go home. Woe is me. I regret becoming a beast tamer. Instantly, many beast tamers began to weep, and a few frail girls even fainted from fright. Vice Captain, you supervise. If anyone fails to complete the task, you may deal with them as you see fit, Xiaoyu directed, casting a glance toward Lin Xiao. Then I suppose I need not run, right? Lin Xiao inquired. If you believe yourself strong enough, you may refrain from running. However, should you falter in battle, I will show no mercy, Xiaoyu responded. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, choosing not to reply, now understanding why the others had appeared as though they had seen a ghost. This woman was ruthless to the core. With that, Xiaoyu swaggered toward the makeshift command center. What are you still lingering for? Run. Lin Xiao commanded the 30-odd individuals. Lin, we three. Lu Yong quickly approached, batting his eyelashes in a sycophantic manner. Are you three seeking special treatment? Do you recall what I told you a few days ago? Hurry up. Lin Xiao retorted sharply. Lu Yong. Sun Qi. Ding Ledong. The 37 members, their faces ashen, obediently encircled the football field, beginning their run. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, casually procured a reclining chair from the side and reclined comfortably, closing his eyes to rest. The weather was not excessively hot, yet the blazing sun bore down upon him. 100 laps around the football field could indeed prove fatal. It was evident from this that Xia Yu was relentlessly fierce. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps for laps. After merely 4 laps, many among the 37 were already too fatigued to lift their heavy feet. Lin Xiao opened his eyes and gazed at the beast tamers who appeared to have lost their souls, chuckling foolishly. This unfortunate group had truly met their misfortune, while he himself remained comfortably idle. Just as Lin Xiao was amused, Xia Yu, stationed at the temporary command center, abruptly emerged and said, Deputy Captain, come in for a moment and help me massage my shoulders. I'm feeling a bit weary. Lin Xiao's smile abruptly faded, and he turned to look at her, asking, What did you say? Can't you understand? I've flown thousands of miles, and I'm tired. Come in and give me a shoulder rub. Hurry up, Xiaoyu commanded. Lin Xiao thought to himself, Is this person out of her mind? Ha, Lin, hurry inside and attend to the commander well. You might just be rewarded. Indeed. Take good care, and there will be a reward. Lin, I deeply sympathize with your predicament. At that moment, Lu Yong and his companions happened to approach Lin Xiao and immediately burst into laughter. Lin Xiao's face turned ashen, and he muttered darkly, Run another 100 laps. The three remained silent. Chapter 82. Captain versus Vice Captain to suggest that he should massage a Beast King-level beast tamer? Lin Xiao chuckled. A catastrophe-level beast tamer was nothing but a mere trifle before him. This woman was truly intriguing. Lin Xiao grinned, rising slowly and making his way toward Xiaoyu. Upon seeing Lin Xiao enter, Xiaoyu turned and entered the command center, nonchalantly shedding her upper garment to reveal a back as smooth as jade. She then reclined on the bed and said, Rub my back, knee my legs, boy. You still seem like a novice. Consider this an opportunity to touch my body. It is a privilege. As Lin Xiao approached Xiaoyu, he suddenly drew a black blade from his beast-taming device. With a swift motion, the long knife pointed ominously at her throat. I believe you're mistaken. I'm not your subordinate and have no obligation to serve you. Furthermore, do not summon me at your beck and call. In the United Kingdom's alliance, no one has dared to treat me in such a manner. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Xiaoyu slowly rose, standing before him unabashedly in her natural state. She raised her hand and pushed aside Lin Xiao's black knife, saying, What did you say? You think being appointed vice captain gives you the right to act up? Are you feeling defiant? Do you wish to fight? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled faintly. If a fight will render you more compliant, I certainly wouldn't mind. Xiaoyu gradually put on a t-shirt and laughed. You have some spirit, boy. But this is Cassilia City. If we are to fight, it must be in assimilation. Unleashing divine beasts is not permitted. Of course, if you cannot even assimilate, that will be your own fault. With her words, Lin Xiao sheathed his blade. I am more than willing to oblige. Suddenly taken aback, Xiaoyu realized this boy could assimilate. In an instant, she activated her own assimilation. Her long hair danced as if caught in a tempest, while the surrounding furniture was thrown into disarray by the fierce wind. Observing her activation, Lin Xiao smiled gently. It seemed this captain was indeed a wind attribute beast tamer. Following suit, Lin Xiao also initiated his own assimilation, his body enveloped in arcs of blue lightning. Lightning attribute? Xiaoyu gasped, taken aback by the electric aura surrounding him. Captain, I tend to strike with little restraint, so if you sustain any injuries, I cannot be held responsible. Lin Xiao remarked as he returned the black blade to his beast-taming device with a smile. Impudent brat. Is the lightning attribute so impressive? Xia Yu's anger flared. This fellow was rather dismissive of her presence. In a flash, she charged at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao raised his fist, crackling with lightning, and met her punch head-on. With a resounding boom, the makeshift command center trembled slightly, until the divine beasts were unleashed. One could not discern an opponent's level unless they bore an emblem representing their rank as a beast tamer. Even high-level beast tamers could use assimilation. Thus, Xia Yu deduced that Lin Xiao was likely the only high-level beast tamer in the team. No wonder he had the audacity to challenge her. By the heavens! Look quickly. The captain and the vice-captain are at it. A gasp of disbelief swept through the beast tamers, who were still straining to keep pace, as they witnessed a commotion erupt within the tent. Indeed, this is quite the spectacle. Laughter erupted, as the realization dawned that this audacious woman had crossed paths with Lin. There is no way she can match Lin. Brothers, stop running and take a seat. We must not miss this show. In that moment of exhilaration, Liu Yong felt fatigue fade away. This was an extraordinary performance. Lin Xiaoshan versus Xia Yu, a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. My heart races with anticipation. Lin, defeat this fiend and seize the captaincy. Sun Qi was nearly leaping with excitement. Although Ding Letong remained silent, his eyes sparkled with intense fervor. How could Lin Xiaoshan possess such formidable strength? Indeed, daring to confront Xia Yu head-on? The members of other teams were unaware of Lin Xiaoshan's prowess, and thus displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. With a thunderous clash, the makeshift command tent was obliterated in an instant. Xia Yu, panting heavily, stood her ground, her face pale with disbelief. This individual had activated assimilation and was able to confront her without faltering? What an absurdity! Even though the lightning attribute is known for its offensive capabilities, she was a beast king-level tamer. Her wind attribute, through assimilation, was no slouch in either speed or power. What a gonorrhea! Captain, why are you panting? I've merely warmed up, Lin Xiaoshan said, twisting his neck as a glint of sharpness flickered in his gaze. You insolent brat. Xia Yu clenched her fists and charged forward. Noticing her approach, Lin Xiaoshan swiftly stepped forward, pointing his index finger, thunder breath. Crackling. A bolt of lightning surged from his fingertip. Xia Yu recklessly plunged into the electric storm unleashed by Lin, instantly convulsing under the shock. Upon activating assimilation, a beast tamer inherits the skills and attributes of divine beasts. Naturally, a tamer need not use their mouth to activate skills. Fingers suffice as well. The drawback remains. No matter how powerful the tamer is, they cannot rival the raw strength of the divine beast itself. This is an unalterable truth. Thus, in any confrontation, employing the divine beast remains the sole means for a tamer to secure victory. However, should one activate assimilation to escape or engage in a friendly spar without the intent to harm, exceptions exist. As Xia Yu lay stunned from the electric shock, Lin Xiaoshan swiftly closed the distance and unleashed a kick. Xia Yu instinctively protected her chest. Bang! With a single blow, she flew backward like a kite severed from its string, tumbling several times before coming to a halt. Lin Xiaoshan, seizing the moment, surged forward again, reappearing before Xia Yu. Captain, is this all the strength you possess? He said with a grin, raising his foot for another strike. Stop! Xia Yu urgently called for a halt. Yet Lin Xiaoshan showed no signs of hesitation. Bang! Once again, a heavy blow struck, and Xia Yu was sent flying once more. Damn, Lin, you are truly ruthless. This was my first time witnessing such ferocity. At this moment, many beast tamers stood in stunned silence. Yu Shi, having been kicked twice by Lin Xiao, Xia Yu seemed to be growing increasingly irate. She activated her skill, her form transforming into a whirlwind, her speed elevating to an astonishing degree. In the face of the sudden assault from Xia Yu, Lin Xiao forcefully stomped the ground, tremor thunderstrike. Crackle! A circle of lightning spread from beneath Lin Xiao's feet. Xia Yu, who had barely made it halfway, was instantly engulfed in a realm of thunder. She was momentarily stunned, desperately attempting to evade the impending attack with her speed advantage. In that instant, she felt as if struck by lightning. This fellow's combat proficiency and the rhythm of skill deployment were far beyond that of a mere novice high-level beast tamer. At that moment, Xiaoyu recalled Guo Tong's earlier warning, never provoke Lin Xiao. Chapter 83. Your fist is strong. You have the final say, reflecting on Guo Tong's words now seemed futile. Lin Xiao, harnessing the formidable attributes of thunder, surged forth, expanding his realm of lightning. The crackling sound echoed. In a moment of distraction, Xiaoyu found herself immobilized by the tremors of the electric strike. Her speed rendered utterly ineffectual in the face of such lightning. As Lin Xiao closed the distance, he swung his fist with tremendous force towards Xiaoyu's chest. Crack! The punch, infused with arcs of thunder, collided with her torso. Xiaoyu gasped, spitting out a mouthful of blood as her body was propelled backward. Thud! She crashed against the protective railing surrounding the soccer field. Cough, cough. How could this be happening? Xiaoyu felt as if her entire being was electrified, her muscles ablaze with pain. Before she could react, Lin Xiao launched another attack, his expression adorned with a subtle smile, yet his strikes were merciless. Stop! Don't hit me anymore. At this moment, Xiaoyu had conceded, but Lin Xiao showed no signs of relenting. In a moment of desperation, she disengaged her assimilation. Phew! Lin Xiao's fist was mere inches from her face, the force of his punch creating a gust that sent her long hair flying. It was evident that had she not released her assimilation, Lin Xiao's blow would have been without mercy. However, disengaging meant she forfeited her defense. A single punch would undoubtedly shatter her skull. Though Xiaoyu had disrespected him, her transgressions hardly warranted death. Moreover, her demeanor was not specifically directed at Lin Xiao. It was simply her nature. Lin Xiao, too, relinquished his assimilation. At that moment, the 30-odd individuals watching from a distance sat frozen, jaws agape. The scene before them left them uncertain of how to react. Ha ha ha. Now Xiaoyu has been subdued. Lin is truly impressive. Lu Yong was the first to clap and cheer. Had it not been for Lin, they would likely still be fleeing. Are you truly a high-level beast master? Xiaoyu, slumped against the railing, asked in astonishment. Do not concern yourself with my rank. From now on, speak to me with respect and refrain from issuing commands at will. Otherwise, I will ensure you yield to my strength, Lin Xiao replied, then turned to the 30-odd individuals seated on the ground, saying, have you seen enough? Stand up and continue running. Lu Yong nearly choked on his own blood. This Lin Xiao was even more ruthless than Xiaoyu. Initially, they anticipated encountering someone formidable, but they discovered that an even fiercer presence was among them. No longer were the 30 individuals fearful of Xiaoyu. They now trembled at the thought of Lin Xiao. One by one, they obediently rose and resumed their flight. Lin Xiao approached a reclined chair, extracted a toothpick, and placed it between his lips, reclining back as if defeating a captain was merely a casual affair. It was no surprise, for Lin Xiao's strength was derived from the power of divine beasts. Little Sha, with its colossal form, possessed the bloodline of ancient dinosaurs. Thus, the fundamental attributes far exceed those of ordinary divine beasts, and upon the initiation of assimilation, the energy bestowed upon the master is correspondingly elevated. This is also the reason why Lin Xiao is capable of defeating adversaries of the same rank. At this moment, Xiaoyu gradually rises from the ground, clutching her chest. Overwhelmed by a sudden wave of intense pain, this fellow shows no mercy whatsoever. Clearly, she has forgotten her own ruthless nature. However, Xiaoyu is not one to harbor grudges. In her eyes, only strength can conquer her. Evidently, the fierce and formidable prowess displayed by Lin Xiao at this moment has garnered Xiaoyu's admiration for this newly appointed vice captain. In the ensuing hour, over 30 individuals continued to run relentlessly. Yet, even under Lin Xiao's supervision, they managed to complete only a little over 20 laps. Exhaustion had thoroughly consumed them, leaving them sprawled on the ground, incapable of moving. At this point, Lu Yong could no longer control his breathing, lying on the ground, drooling profusely. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiao slowly rose, stretched, and declared, "All right, everyone, return to rest." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the 30-odd individuals remained motionless, clearly having only one desire at that moment, to rest in place. Xiaoyu, observing the entire process from a distance, chose not to speak further. Instead, her gaze was incessantly fixed upon Lin Xiao, not out of malice, but rather out of curiosity regarding the true identity of this individual. Captain, training is not achieved in a day. 20 laps today should suffice, Lin Xiao remarked as he approached Xiaoyu. Fine, your fists are hard. You have the final say, Xiaoyu replied with resignation, evidently lacking the assertiveness she had possessed upon her arrival. Oh, by the way, why has the Thousand Nations Alliance reassigned you? What has transpired? Lin Xiao inquired. Taken aback by Lin Xiao's sudden question, Xiaoyu hesitated before responding. You don't know? How could I? Lin Xiao replied. Heroine City has detected the potential emergence of a celestial descent of ghost-level magnitude. Several cities in proximity to Heroine are mobilizing beast tamers for assembly. Hence, I have been temporarily reinstated to assume the position of captain in Cassilia City, Xiaoyu explained. Ghost level? Does that imply the possible appearance of a berserker-level aberration? Lin Xiao remarked. I'm not entirely certain. In any case, it is quite troublesome. Our mission is to protect Cassilia City, but I am quite concerned that with our current forces, we might struggle to subdue even a calamity-level aberration. Xiaoyu shook her head in response. Well, Cassilia City is not far from Heroine City. Should a large-scale celestial descent occur there, it is likely that we will not escape unscathed here. Therefore, Captain, give the order. If the situation threatens this place, prepare to abandon the city, Lin Xiao stated. Abandon the city? What nonsense! Cassilia City has just recovered. Our mission. Xiaoyu began, but was abruptly interrupted by Lin Xiao. Our mission is to hold the line. Don't be foolish. Out of the 30-odd individuals, how many possess combat capability? With such scant forces, how can you expect to defend? Are we merely waiting for death? Lin Xiao responded coldly. Should we inform those returning citizens to seek refuge in other cities? Xiaoyu inquired. That is not my concern. You may handle it as you see fit. Lin Xiao replied before returning to his residence. It appeared that his suspicions were indeed confirmed. The church had begun to retaliate. Should a calamity of ghostly proportions descend, the city of Alonia would face its most devastating battle in years. The toll of this conflict on lives lost and beast tamers fallen remained uncertain. Yet, in this apocalyptic era, how could one expect tranquility? It seemed that Lan Weiwei's abrupt return to the church was motivated by the so-called Pope's fear for his granddaughter's safety. Lin Xiao harbored no worries for others' fates. His sole concern lay with his parents and sister. After all, they held high-ranking positions, and in the event of war, they would likely be stationed there to command the fight. Chapter 84. Withdrawal from Cassilia City, April 24th, 2150. 7 o'clock in the morning. It has been 7 days since Lin Xiao has resided in Cassilia City. The city, which had returned to normalcy, was once again thrown into turmoil by a citywide announcement issued by Xiaoyu. All citizens of Cassilia City are urged to evacuate by 6 p.m. today. A large-scale celestial descent may occur soon. To prevent unnecessary casualties, immediate evacuation is advised. Xiaoyu, stationed in the broadcasting hall of the municipal center, disseminated this urgent notice to the entire city. Clearly, after her discussion with Lin Xiao yesterday, it was evident that if Heroine City faced a catastrophic celestial fall, Cassilia City would no longer be safe. Thus, to ensure the population's safety, it was imperative to evacuate the citizens preemptively, just as they had done during the previous celestial descent. Damn it, just a few days back and we have to move again. Indeed, what is happening lately? Why does Cassilia City keep suffering? We still have to work to support our families. If this continues, it could lead to fatalities. At that moment, the streets and alleys of Cassilia City were filled with countless people emerging from their homes, standing outside to listen to the broadcast, engaged in animated discussions. Simultaneously, the city's security team mobilized, beginning to assist the citizens in their evacuation as per Xiaoyu's directives. The security team, composed of ordinary citizens akin to peacekeepers, was responsible for maintaining order and stability within the city. After broadcasting for half an hour, Xiaoyu finally rose from her seat. At this moment, Lin Xiao leaned against the doorway of the broadcasting room, arms crossed, and inquired, "Are we ready?" "Ready, but I wonder if they will heed my evacuation order. After all, they have evacuated once before and now face the prospect of doing so again," Xiaoyu replied as she exited the broadcasting room. Well, you have already issued the notification. Whether they evacuate or not is their concern. We must leave this place, Lin Xiao stated. But where can we go? Erroneous City is under lockdown, she responded. And to reach Millennium City, we must pass through Erroneous City. Perhaps we should evacuate to a more distant city along with the populace? Xiaoyu seemed to be troubled. Seeking Lin Xiao's opinion, Millennium City, Erroneous City, and Cassilia City essentially lay on the same horizontal plane. Millennium City and Erroneous City are relatively close, while Cassilia City is somewhat farther away. I disagree, Lin Xiao said decisively. Why not? Xiaoyu was taken aback. Cassilia City has a population of nearly 2 million. A mass evacuation would result in chaos and disorder. Not only would the church want to eliminate them, but the beast horde would as well. Following them would only entangle us in their fate, Lin Xiao replied calmly. This statement held truth. 2 million people on the move would be a feast for the beasts. The newly formed Cassilia team, with fewer than 40 members, lacked the combat power of Lin Xiao and Xiaoyu. If they were targeted by a massive beast tide, survival would be exceedingly difficult. Indeed, we cannot save them, and pursuing them would only lead to our own demise. So, Deputy Captain, where do you think we should go? Xiaoyu inquired. Let us gather some basic supplies in a tent and find a secluded spot to set up camp. We shall observe for a few days. After all, the calamity has yet to occur, and we remain unaware of the specific circumstances, Lin Xiao replied. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu nodded, seemingly resigned to this course of action. At present, there was no sense of urgency. The calamity had not yet transpired. The church remained silent, and everything appeared deceptively harmonious. However, this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. Upon returning to the base, Xiaoyu began issuing commands. 30 to 40 individuals promptly sprang into action, packing the tents and loading them onto trucks, heading towards the outskirts of the city. After consulting the map, Lin Xiao chose a hilly area located 30 kilometers from Alonia City, a site elevated enough to utilize the long-range drone for reconnaissance of Alonia's precise condition. Once the convoy arrived, everyone busied themselves, while Lin Xiao stood atop the high hill, hands in pockets, gazing calmly into the distance. At this moment, Xiaoyu approached slowly, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Xiao, and remarked, "This place is quite splendid, offering a panoramic view of the mountains." "It is indeed impressive," Lin Xiao replied, casting a glance at Xiaoyu. "By the way, which city do you reside in?" Xiaoyu seemed quite curious about Lin Xiao. "Millennium City," Lin Xiao answered. "Millennium City? Only the affluent can reside there, as it is the headquarters of the Alliance of Nations. What does your family do?" Xiaoyu's face displayed a hint of astonishment. For her own city, Haknos was a distant outpost, neglected and overlooked. She had often dreamt of living in Millennium City, but now, having arrived in Cassilia City, she felt closer to her aspirations. My family works within the Alliance," Lin Xiao responded. "Oh, that explains it," Xiaoyu nodded. "Working within the Alliance, even as a mere official, afford a rather comfortable lifestyle." This only deepened her curiosity about Lin Xiao, a privileged offspring who chose to venture into the perilous Cassilia City instead of enjoying a life of ease in Millennium City, a rather unexpected choice. "Report to the captain and deputy captain. All 40 tents have been erected," Lu Yong announced, approaching Lin Xiao and Xiaoyu. "Excellent. Deploy 2 long-range drones immediately, one toward Alonia City and the other towards Cassilia City. Keep a close watch on the movements in both cities. I have a premonition that the calamity may soon erupt," Xiaoyu stated. "Understood," Lu Yong replied respectfully. "Deputy Captain, shall we take a stroll? I'm not yet familiar with the terrain in this vicinity," Xiaoyu suggested, looking towards Lin Xiao. "Very well, let us walk," Lin Xiao replied, turning to descend the hill. As Xiaoyu watched Lin Xiao's retreating figure, a sense of curiosity washed over her. He appeared to carry a heavy burden. What would be troubling him? A sense of bewilderment lingered in her heart, yet Xiaoyu hastened to follow. However, not far from the hills, a pitch-black armored vehicle cruised leisurely towards the direction of Alonia City. Within the vehicle, 2 men occupied the rear seats, both adorned with white masks. One was designated as number 9, while the other was referred to as number 10. The man wearing the number 9 mask possessed a modest stature, appearing somewhat frail. In contrast, the man with the number 10 mask exhibited a robust physique, his muscles sharply defined, and a fierce dragon tattoo coiled around his arm, exuding a formidable presence. "How far are we from Alonia City?" The man with the number 10 mask inquired abruptly. Replying to Master Wumian, "There are still 30 kilometers to reach our destination," responded the driver, cloaked in a black mask. "Too slow. The calamity will erupt in 30 minutes. We must accelerate," the man commanded vehemently. "Understood," the driver nodded, pressing the accelerator as they sped towards Alonia City. "It's been 10 days since I last tasted blood. My hands itch with anticipation. Once we arrive in Alonia City, I shall revel in a fierce battle." The man with the number 10 mask suddenly grinned malevolently. "Brute," number 9 remarked calmly. Chapter 85. The Unexpected Encounter with the Faceless 10th Su-Hai. "Do you think we will encounter those generals executing their missions in the vast desert when we arrive in Aronia City?" Quishin, robust and imposing, sat in the back seat. Arms crossed, inquired. "It is quite possible. The United Nations of Qian has dispatched 4 generals, along with Yin Chuan. That makes 5 in total," Su-Hai replied, referring to the man wearing the number 9 mask. "Haha, that is splendid. I look forward to engaging with these 5 formidable individuals." The glint of battle igniting in his eyes beneath the mask. "Quishin, our task is to guide the strange beasts to attack Aronia City, not to initiate an assault ourselves. Moreover, the generals are on par with us, especially that Yin Chuan, known as the Emperor of the Clouds, whose strength is unfathomable. Do not underestimate them," Su-Hai cautioned. "Stop being so tedious. I detest working alongside you on missions. My mountain-shaking ape has longed to crush Yin Chuan's skull. I warn you, do not try to restrain me this time," Quishin barked. Su-Hai, uninterested in further argument, closed his eyes and fell silent. "What is that? Why are there so many graves on the hills ahead?" Quishin peered out the window, noticing the 40 tents atop the hill. "Those are the low-ranking beast tamers who withdrew from Cassilia City. Ignore them and keep driving," Su-Hai instructed. "Ha, I feel like killing someone. I don't care who they are. Stop the vehicle," Quishin commanded. The driver hesitated momentarily, but did not ease off the accelerator. "Damn it, stop the car. Are you deaf?" Quishin roared, raising his massive fist to strike the driver's head. With a dull thud, the driver had no time to react, his skull shattered. The vehicle veered uncontrollably for over 100 meters before Su-Hai seized the steering wheel, stabilizing the vehicle and bringing it to a gentle halt. "Damn it, Quishin, you lunatic, you've killed one of our own." Su-Hai hurled the corpse out of the armored vehicle, taking the driver's seat with a furious shout. "Damn it, how could he be so fragile? I barely used any force," Quishin remarked, clenching his fist. "Do you think everyone can withstand your punch? Now that the driver is dead, who will operate the vehicle?" Su-Hai exclaimed angrily. "Haha, you could drive yourself. I will take care of the scum on the hill and catch up with you shortly." Quishin kicked open the car door and leapt out. "You have half an hour. Hurry up." Su-Hai Uget, "Rest assured, it won't take me 3 minutes." Quishin cracked his neck and charged towards the hill. Su-Hai, uninterested in this reckless fool, pressed the accelerator and drove towards Aronia City. Meanwhile, at this moment, Lin Xiao and Xia Yu had descended the hillside. Just then, Lin Xiao's gaze suddenly fixed upon a black armored vehicle not far away. "What is a vehicle doing here?" Lin Xiao pondered, watching as it kicked up a cloud of dust before vanishing from sight. "That is a vehicle from the Holy See." Xia Yu gasped in astonishment. "The Holy See? Is the descent of heaven about to commence?" Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, taken aback by the Holy See's rapid arrival. "Ahaha, unexpectedly, my fortune remains favorable. I have encountered a beast king-level beast tamer. Hulking mountain ape, charge forth." Just as Lin Xiao and Xia Yu had yet to react, a massive, earthy yellow giant ape lunged towards their direction at an astonishing velocity of 100 kilometers per second. "Move aside," Xia Yu exclaimed in alarm, shoving Lin Xiao away. With a resounding thud, Xia Yu attempted to utilize assimilation, but was still forcefully struck on her left shoulder by the hulking mountain ape. In an instant, her entire left arm was shattered, and her body flew back like a kite severed from its string. It was evident that Kuei Shan had targeted Xia Yu due to the Beast King insignia emblazoned on her chest. Cough. The blow left Xiaoyu severely injured, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her left arm utterly destroyed. Even if she had not pushed Lin Xiao away, he would have instinctively activated his metal-based assimilation defense. However, Xiaoyu was unaware of his ability. Alas, what a waste. Kuei Shan reflected with a sigh upon witnessing Xiaoyu's grievous state. Wu Mian. Number 10. A chill coursed through Xiaoyu's veins at that moment. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, standing to the side with furrowed brows, contemplated his misfortune at crossing paths with such a formidable foe as Wu Mian. Lin Xiao quickly returned and informed them to retreat. Xiaoyu, momentarily dazed, swiftly regained her composure. Retreat? Huh. That fool is already paralyzed with fear. Where can he retreat to? I thought we could engage in a playful duel for a few minutes, but now I have incapacitated him. My apologies. It has been too long since I last took a life. I should have held back. Kuei Shan remarked with a chilling grin, observing the struggling Xiaoyu. Lin Xiao, have you lost your wits? Why are you still standing there? Hurry and leave. Xiaoyu's voice was laced with desperation as she beheld Lin Xiao frozen in place before Wu Mian. This guy had been fierce during their spar, yet now he stood motionless in the face of Wu Mian. Perhaps he was overwhelmed by the terror instilled by the hulking mountain ape, a savage beast indeed. Yet, as a captain-level beast tamer, Xiaoyu was quick to react. Realizing she could not rely on Lin Xiao, she suddenly raised her right hand, intending to summon a divine beast to hold off Kuei Shan. However, just as she lifted her hand, she felt a warm, reassuring grip upon her wrist. Focus on your injuries. I shall confront him, Lin Xiao stated, casting a glance at Kuei Shan. What jest is this? He is Wu Mian, one of the top 10. I cannot even guarantee survival against him for 10 exchanges. Xiaoyu was utterly bewildered. What on earth did this fellow intend to do? Oh, young man, are you attempting to play the hero? You don't even possess a proper beast tamer insignia. Step aside, and I shall deal with you later, Kuei Shan bellowed. Lin Xiao offered no response, but instead stepped forward, positioning himself protectively before Xiaoyu. Captain, I am not a high-level beast tamer. Like you, I am merely at the Beast King level. Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xiao's declaration. Indeed. Yet, that cannot alter anything. Lin Xiao remained silent, instead directing his gaze towards Kuei Shan, inquiring, how does your strength compare to that of Yu Pei'er? Kuei Shan, taken aback by the question, responded with surprise. You are acquainted with that woman? Indeed. However, you have yet to answer my question, Lin Xiao reiterated. With a hearty laugh, Kuei Shan proclaimed, I shall undoubtedly surpass her one day. Lin Xiao remarked, Oh, by your words, it seems you fall short of her prowess. Yet, that may suffice, albeit barely. As Lin Xiao's words resonated, he abruptly raised his hand. Boom! A resounding thud echoed as Xiao Hong made his immediate entrance. Chapter 86. The glorious moment of Xiao lay upon suddenly witnessing the colossal creature unleashed by Lin Xiao. Kuei Shan found himself momentarily stunned by the words spoken by his opponent. The rugged expression concealed beneath his mask contorted into a grimace before erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha, how intriguing. At that moment, Xiaoyu, standing not far away, noticed the divine beast released by Lin Xiao and became momentarily dazed. Wait, aren't you of the lightning attribute? How has it transformed into a gold attribute? Previously, during their sparring session, Lin Xiao had employed lightning-based techniques. Now, he had summoned a golden divine beast. What on earth was happening? Lin Xiao paid no heed to Xiaoyu's astonishment and instead focused his gaze on Kuei Shan, proceeding to analyze the situation. Mountain-shaking ape, quality, catastrophic skills, rock charge, stone giant, earth explosion attribute. Earth status, healthy as the information was processed. A faint smile graced Lin Xiao's lips, indicating that he had devised a comprehensive strategy to confront Kuei Shan. Are you done analyzing, boy? Kuei Shan bellowed. Done. Let us go. Lin Xiao stepped forward, maneuvering Xiao Hong with eager anticipation. Huizhan grinet videli. Rock charge. In the instant Kuei Shan activated his skill, the mountain-shaking ape was enveloped in a thick, earthy armor, charging toward Xiao Hong with thunderous steps. Lin Xiao, observing the rapidly approaching behemoth, simultaneously initiated his own skill. Fearless charge. Boom! The two colossal creatures collided with a resounding crash on the plains, unleashing a shockwave that sent debris and earth flying in all directions. In a single blow, Xiaohong was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Xiao was no stranger to battling simian divine beasts, having previously encountered the infernal fire ape during his skirmish with Marlos. He possessed a modicum of experience and thus did not overly concern himself with Xiaohang's plight. Indeed, it still isn't enough, Xiaoyu grimaced, clutching her severed arm as she observed Lin Xiao's initial setback, her expression darkening. Quite resilient. It seems you cannot be defeated within 3 minutes, Kuei Shan remarked, amusement flickering in his eyes as he regarded the giant beast that had managed to rise after sustaining his blow. Hearing this, Lin Xiao chuckled. Defeat me within 3 minutes? You must be dreaming and eating dog feces. It is I who will undoubtedly vanquish you within that time. Taken aback by Lin Xiao's declaration, Kuei Shan paused, as if he had heard the most absurd statement imaginable. He then burst into raucous laughter. While I will not deny that gold attributes possess high defense, without offensive capabilities, how do you intend to slay me? Xiao, come forth. Lin Xiao suddenly raised his hand. Boom! In an instant, a massive creature descended at Lin Xiao's summons. Huizhan, Xiaoyu. Goodness, 2 of them? Just a moment ago, Xiaoyu's face had been pale with despair, but now it transformed into one of astonishment. Kuei Shan too was taken aback by Lin Xiao's unexpected maneuver. I initially intended to engage in a bit of mindless slaughter for sheer thrill, but unexpectedly encountered a formidable opponent in Quishan, particularly when I laid eyes upon the massive sharky dragon, whose size surpassed even that of the mountain-shaking ape. For a moment, I was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of my adversary. In truth, Lin Xiao had yet to summon Little Lei. It cannot be denied that Little Lei's size is indeed excessive. Upon landing, its towering form exudes an immense sense of pressure. Although it possesses a wood attribute, Little Lei's combat and defensive capabilities are equally formidable. A single hoof strike sends tremors through the ground. Regrettably, its speed is rather sluggish, unless the opponent remains stationary for Little Lei to trample. Eliminating a beast or divine creature proves to be quite the challenge. With the odds stacked 2 to 1, do you believe you stand a chance? Lin Xiao remarked with a faint smile. Damn it, you are exceedingly arrogant, stone giant. Quishan was clearly incensed by Lin Xiao's sudden unleashing of 2 colossal beasts. Without hesitation, he activated the second skill of the mountain-shaking ape. Undeniably, as one of the top 10 in the faceless rankings, Quishan's strength is formidable. Upon invoking this second skill, the mountain-shaking ape's form swelled dramatically, its body gradually becoming encased in rock. It appeared nearly twice its previous size, instilling a heavy sense of oppression. The earth attribute is inherently slow, and with the release of such a raw power skill, its speed would diminish even further. I speak the truth, do I not? Lin Xiao said calmly, hands tucked into his pockets. And what of it? In the face of absolute power, Quishan's words were abruptly cut off by Lin Xiao. Indeed, in the presence of absolute power, all fanciful attacks become mere trifles. However, that hinges upon whether one can truly crush the opponent. Should we possess an equal measure of absolute strength, then your absolute power becomes a laughable fade, Lin Xiao taunted with a smile. Is that so? You're quite audacious, brat. Mountain-shaking ape, crush their skulls. Quishan commanded immediately. In an instant, the mountain-shaking ape charged towards Little Hung and Little Sha with massive strides. Observing his opponent falling into the trap, Lin Xiao grinned, thinking him a simple-minded brute with brawn over brains. With a surge of magnetism, Lin Xiao raised his hand to release Little Hang's skill. As the metallic scales on Little Hang's surface quaked violently, the metal beneath the ground was drawn forth, transforming into a storm that rapidly adhered to the mountain-shaking ape's exterior. In that fleeting moment, the ape's speed was halved, yet it continued its heavy advance unfazed. Little brat, are you truly foolish or feigning ignorance? My mountain-shaking ape's rock defense is already formidable enough. You dare to layer it with iron scab protection? How amusing! Quishan chuckled. Beside them, Xiaoyu sniffed Lin Xiao. Battles are not fought this way. Unaware of Lin Xiao's strategy, Xiaoyu was completely lost regarding his intentions. It is likely that anyone in her position would share the same perplexity. The mountain-shaking ape was already sufficiently powerful. Layering it with iron scab defense would render it even more daunting. Lin Xiao remained silent, raising his hand once more, tremor thunderstrike. Little Sha stepped forward, unleashing a sudden eruption of blue lightning that expanded in all directions. Xiaoyu was taken aback by the scene before her. However, having experienced the formidable power of the tremor thunderstrike, she disregarded her injuries and swiftly evaded. Following the release of a powerful magnetic storm, Lin Xiao unleashed the tremor thunderstrike from Xiao Sha simultaneously. The nature of the magnetic storm was quite simple. It possessed little lethality, sacrificing offensive power for an immense binding force. In contrast, Xiao Sha as Tremor Thunderstrike was aggressive, yet also capable of decelerating its opponent. The combination of these two slowing buffs applied to the mountain-shaking ape drastically reduced its speed. It was quite unfortunate. While the earth element boasted decent defensive and combat capabilities, it suffered from a significant lack of speed, being the slowest among all elemental attributes. Since his previous battle with Pei Er, Lin Xiao had come to understand that combat was not merely about brute strength, but rather about strategy. Clearly, although Kuei Shan was also faceless, he lacked the intellect of a strategist, displaying instead the traits of a brawn-over-brains brute. Lin Xiao reveled in facing such opponents, for they required minimal cunning to ensnare in preordained traps. "Are you merely tickling me?" Kuei Shan laughed as he observed the mountain-shaking ape, now slightly slower within the realm of lightning. "Soon, you shall no longer perceive it as mere tickling. Shall I crush it?" Upon Lin Xiao's command, he raised his hand with sudden force. Boom! The ground trembled violently at the moment Xiao Lei made its entrance. Xiao Lei, in agony due to its size and speed, could hardly pick up a human head. It was relegated to the role of a stationary healer. Yet in that moment, it transcended mere support. With its towering form, it ambled slowly but purposefully towards the equally slow mountain-shaking ape. "Now, can you withstand this 40-ton weight coupled with elemental force?" Lin Xiao smiled lightly. "Kuisan. Xiaoyu." Boom! In an instant, Xiao Lei lifted its massive hooves, channeling an overwhelming force, and struck down upon the body of the mountain-shaking ape with ferocious impact. Thud! A resounding crash echoed as the mountain-shaking ape was forcefully driven to the ground, creating a vast pit several meters deep in the earth. Chapter 87. Equality beneath Xiao Lei. Beneath Xiao Lei, all beings are equal. After undergoing 2 evolutions, Xiao Lei's weight has astonishingly reached 40 tons. With such immense weight, a single stomp can unleash a force surpassing 200 tons, equivalent to the concentrated might of 2 heavy tanks. Even the mountain-shaking ape, a calamity-level divine beast, would be grievously injured, if not killed, by such a ferocious strike. This assertion proved to be accurate. At this moment, the mountain-shaking ape lay in a deep crater, its chest cavity sunken in. Preliminary assessments indicated that more than 8 ribs were shattered, a testament to the protective layers of iron and rock it possessed. One can only imagine that without such defenses, the mountain-shaking ape would likely have met its demise. Xiaoyu gazed vacantly at the distant scene, and after a long pause, her throat dryly swallowed as she murmured, "I apologize. I was superficial. Damn it, Guizhang." Witnessing his cherished divine beast pinned helplessly to the ground, was instantly engulfed in fury. He shouted, "Earth explosion!" Boom! The mountain-shaking ape immediately unleashed its third and mightiest skill. The remaining rocks on its body erupted, generating a colossal shockwave that forced Xiao Lei, with its 40-ton weight, several steps back. Meanwhile, Xiao Heng and Xiao Sha, positioned slightly farther away, were tossed about by the force of the blast. One cannot deny that the combat prowess of the unfaced top 10 is indeed formidable. This strike would have been unbearable for any divine beast. Yet the opponent not only withstood it, but also retaliated with a skill. How is it still alive? It seems that the unfaced top 10 are truly beyond the reach of ordinary beast tamers. Lin Xiao frowned. Although the mountain-shaking ape had not perished, It was undeniably gravely injured. Moreover, the fact that it had expended all its rocky defenses significantly diminished its protective capabilities. This presented a prime opportunity. Fearless Charge. Thunder Breath. Lin Xiao unleashed 2 successive skills. Xiao Hung charged forward, while Xiao Sha dealt relentless damage from behind. As a pillar of lightning surged through, both Xiao Hung and Xiao Sha struck simultaneously. Bang! Boom! With Xiao Hang's furious headbutt, the mountain-shaking ape toppled like a giant tripping over its own legs, losing balance in an instant. At the same moment, Xiao Sha's Thunder Breath reached its target. Zzz. Lightning coursed across the surface of the mountain-shaking ape, charring its skin. Boom! The mountain-shaking ape, having barely risen, collapsed once more. Damn it, I was defeated by Beast King? Kuei Shan's face, obscured by his mask, turned a shade of deep blue. Clearly, as one of the unfaced top 10, he bore his pride. Since ancient times, the criteria for becoming unfaced have been exceptionally stringent. Yet, each unfaced individual possesses immense combat strength and unique qualities. Kuei Shan, like others of his kind, was abducted by the church during childhood and molded into a war machine. Decades of relentless slaughter have imbued him with a palpable air of malevolence, transforming him into an unrepentant butcher. The beast tamers who have perished at his hands likely surpass the numbers of any other. Yet, his insatiable thirst for power drives him to seek ascendance to even greater heights. Today, he anticipated merely to quell his boredom by extinguishing a few lives. Little did he expect to encounter a formidable opponent. Do you think I would grant you even a fleeting moment of respite? Do not be foolish. Such mercy is beyond my nature. As Lin Xiao's words echoed, he raised his hand. Justice descends from the heavens. In that instant, as Lin Xiao unleashed the most potent attack of Little Sand, the shark-toothed dragon reared its head, unleashing a dazzling blue bolt of lightning into the firmament. Thunder rumbled. The sky shifted its hue in that moment, as the mountain-shaking ape, having risen once more, looked up. A colossal and furious pillar of lightning plummeted to the ground. Crack! It struck the ape's forehead, delivering a powerful blow that fully manifested its intended force. A fine crack appeared upon the massive head of the mountain-shaking ape, from which blood began to flow. Observing this, Xiaoyu could not suppress a sigh. Who says the Cassilia team lacks prowess? This individual is worth a whole squad. In the face of the faceless, even an entire team of 100 or 200 would struggle to prevail. Witnessing the now thoroughly battered mountain-shaking ape, Kuei Shan's countenance darkened. Clearly, bravado was futile at this juncture. The ape was strong, yet could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the 3 colossal beasts. It was now at its breaking point. Thunder rumbled. However, just as Lin Xiao prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the mountain-shaking ape, dark clouds gathered 30 kilometers above, with bolts of lightning cleaving through the tempestuous skies, stirring a tumultuous upheaval. In an instant, a massive rift in the void materialized above Heroine City. It seemed the descent of the heavens had commenced. Young one, I no longer possess the luxury of time to play with you. The next time we meet, I shall ensure your demise. Kuei Shan raised his hand, forcibly summoning the gravely injured mountain-shaking ape, intent on fleeing. Lin Xiao gazed at the tumult above Heroine City, murmuring to himself, so this is the descent of the heavens? Clearly, this marked Lin Xiao's first encounter with such an event. Previously, he had only witnessed the descent following the fall of otherworldly beasts. Yet, this descent began with a rift in the firmament. This dark dimension is indeed formidable, possessing the ability of void transference. The thought of potentially facing such a level of existence in the future left Lin Xiao feeling a sense of helplessness. At that moment, he suddenly recalled Kuei Shan's words. You think you can flee after being reduced to this state? Do you truly believe that is possible? Huh. Then you must be able to keep me here. With that, Kuei Shan raised his hand. Assimilation. In a moment of invoking assimilation, a heavy layer of yellow earth enveloped Kuei Shan, gradually solidifying into rock as he bolted away. With a breath of lightning, Lin Xiao immediately unleashed his skill. Boom! A pillar of thunder struck Kuei Shan's body, yet it proved utterly ineffective. He momentarily forgot that the top 10, without a face, was inherently formidable, leaving Lin Xiao feeling somewhat helpless. "Allow me." At that moment, Xiaoyu volunteered, entirely disregarding her shattered left arm, as she swiftly raised her right hand. Hiss! In an instant, a divine eagle with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters was summoned forth. Wind-riding divine eagle, quality, Beast King skills, Moon Strike Windfall Kill, Crescent Sky Shatter, attribute, Wind status, healthy. As the wind-riding divine eagle emerged, Xiaoyu exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Xiao. He nodded slightly, then suddenly leaped onto the eagle's back, grasping the reins firmly. With the mighty wings of the wind-riding divine eagle flapping, they soared into the sky. Observing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but click his tongue. It seemed he must find a way to acquire a wind spirit dragon. With such a mount, who would fear being unable to catch up? Having it as a steed would certainly be quite impressive. Chapter 88. Slaying the Faceless 10th. At this moment, after the assimilation, Kuei Shan's physical defenses had significantly increased. His running speed was also commendable, indicating he had likely trained specifically for escape. No wonder the Faceless were so challenging to eliminate. Their divine beasts were formidable, and their own speed post-assimilation was equally impressive. Given Kuei Shan's physical prowess, Xiao Heng and Xiao Sha might be able to catch up, but whether they could defeat him was uncertain, as Kuei Shan remained notably more agile. His physical strength surpassed that of other Faceless, even exceeding that of Pei Er. As Kuei Shan fled desperately, he glanced back at Xiao Heng and Xiao Sha, who had not yet closed in on him, and a smile crept across his face. His speed increased further. Suddenly, a deep, hoarse eagle's cry reverberated from the heavens above. In an instant of daze, Kuei Shan looked up and was alarmed to see a colossal creature within wingspan of nearly 8 meters hovering overhead. Damn it! Kuei Shan's expression darkened, and he instinctively quickened his pace. Lin Xiao, hold on tight. Xiaoyu warned Lin Xiao through the beast-controlling device. All right, let's proceed. Assimilation, Lin Xiao declared, activating his lightning attribute assimilation. Grasping the reins of the wind spirit eagle with his left hand, he swiftly drew his black blade with his right. Zzz. Blue lightning enveloped the blade, resembling a serrated electric knife as he crouched low, eyes fixed on Kuei Shan below. Moonstrike. Xiaoyu promptly unleashed the wind spirit eagle's skill. In an instant, the eagle spiraled down, rapidly gathering the surrounding wind attributes. It descended like a hurricane, charging toward Kuei Shan. You pesky creature, you just won't relent. Kuei Shan seethed with indignation and charged directly at the descending divine eagle. Bang! In a heartbeat, the eagle's sharp talons clashed fiercely against Kuei Shan's fists. The impact forced Kuei Shan back several meters, leaving distinct claw marks etched into the ground. No matter how powerful the Beastmaster's assimilation, it could not surpass that of a divine beast. Kuei Shan, your time is up, Lin Xiao grinned, gripping the electric blade tightly. You insolent wretch! How dare you! Kuei Shan roared in fury, ready to unleash his second skill. Whoosh! Accompanied by a gust of wind, laced with blue lightning, Lin Xiao suddenly descended from the wind spirit eagle. Swoosh! The black blade, charged with electricity, traced an elegant blue arc in the air, slicing through Kuei Shan's neck with precision. The robust stone at his throat was cleaved open, and a gash several centimeters long cut through flesh and blood. A torrent of blood erupted forth. It's over. Xiaoyu immediately commanded the wind spirit eagle to ascend. The eagle's talons tightened, firmly grasping Kuei Shan's fists, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it lifted him into the air. Once they reached a sufficient height, the eagle released its grip, and Kuei Shan plummeted downward. Windfall execution. Xiaoyu unhesitatingly unleashed her second skill. With a fierce flap of the wind god sculpture's dual wings, a tempest of chaotic gales surged towards Quishan, slicing through the air with reckless abandon. Damn it! Quishan's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the oncoming winds. Suspended in midair, he had no means to evade their assault. He even contemplated raising the beast-taming device to summon the mountain-shaking ape for defense. However, at that moment, Lin Xiao below suddenly lifted his black blade, aiming it at Quishan's arm, and then made a throwing motion. Whoosh! The black blade, infused with azure lightning, shot forth like a bolt of electricity. Thud! The blade pierced directly through Quishin's wrist. Simultaneously, the windfall kill descended upon him, resembling countless sharp, invisible blades, mercilessly slicing into Quishin's flesh. Blood erupted in splatters as his body plummeted earthward. Boom! With a deafening crash, Quishin crashed to the ground like a celestial meteor, creating a massive crater upon impact, with fissures radiating outward like a spider's web. Ah! Quishin gasped, a mouthful of thick blood mixed with shattered innards spewing forth. How could I meet my demise at the hands of two beast kings? I refuse to accept this. Quishin roared in fury. At that moment, Lin Xiao slowly approached, stepping upon Quishin's chest, and withdrew the black blade from his wrist. Do you have any final words? Lin Xiao inquired, his gaze piercing like the cold stars of midnight. Fixed upon Quishin. Aye. Slick. Well, your final words have been spoken, Lin Xiao declared, as he swiftly severed Quishin's neck with a single stroke. Splatter. In that instant, blood gushed forth from the severed artery, flowing relentlessly. Quishin's eyes widened in shock, glaring as if they could devour Lin Xiao whole. Had his gaze possessed the power to annihilate, Lin Xiao would have been reduced to dust. At that moment, a tide of regret engulfed Quishin's heart. He had killed for the sake of killing. He had intended to slay a few lowly foes for sport. Yet unexpectedly, he found himself at the brink of death instead. Ultimately, amidst boundless remorse and frustration, Quishin's body struggled feebly before succumbing to the inescapable fate of death. A once great contender had thus met his silent end upon the desolate plains, dying in a state of humiliation and unwillingness. Lin Xiao, having slain Quishin, flicked the blood from the black blade and gracefully leapt back onto the wind god sculpture, returning to Xiaoyu's side. Observing Lin Xiao's safe return, Xiaoyu retracted the wind god sculpture and exhaled a sigh of relief. At last, it is resolved. Yet, with those words spoken, she collapsed to the ground, her body stiffening. In the span of those brief moments, Xiaoyu had reached her limit. Having lost copious amounts of blood and exerted herself controlling the divine beast to pursue Quishin, she was utterly spent. A beast king-level beast tamer, even in a severely weakened state, had managed to execute such a remarkable collaboration with Lin Xiao, a testament to her formidable prowess. Had she not been ambushed and gravely injured by Quishin from the outset, perhaps the battle would have unfolded with even greater spectacle. 10 minutes later, at this moment, Xiaoyu was carried back to the camp by Lin Xiao, who promptly administered emergency treatment. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao's little lei was unable to heal anyone other than his own divine beast, leaving Xiaoyu to rely solely on her own recovery. What has happened to the captain? Did you encounter, eh? Lu Yong gazed in shock at the unconscious Xie, who lay in the temporary tent. It's nothing, just a minor injury. How is the long-range drone performing? Lin Xiao inquired as he stepped out of the tent. A rift has appeared above Heroine City, and it is likely that a large number will fall within a short time. Furthermore, we have detected Minister Lin and 5 generals leading nearly 2,000 beast tamers outside the city, preparing to confront the enemy, Lu Yong replied slowly. How much longer can the long-range drone sustain itself? Lin Xiao asked. The battery can support it for another 3 hours without issue, Lu Yong responded. Very well. Take me to see, Lin Xiao said as he entered the tent with Lu Yong. Inside the tent, a projector displayed 2 images on a large screen. One depicted the current state of Cassilia City, while the other illustrated the situation in Heroine City. Chapter 89. The Eve of the Cataclysm. Lu Yong, keenly perceptive, immediately fetched a chair from outside as Lin Xiao entered, positioning it behind him. Lin Xiao seated himself, leaning against the chair, his legs crossed, his gaze fixated on the immense screen before him. What captivated his attention was the current situation in Heroine City. Shall we simply observe from here, Lin? Lu Yong inquired softly, noting Lin Xiao's intense focus. Let's first observe. Heroine City is guarded by 5 formidable generals, Lin Xiao replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Yong nodded, refraining from further comment and standing dutifully behind Lin Xiao. The desolate woods outside Heroine City served as the site of the impending cataclysm. One might ponder why, despite the rending of the sky above, the fissure did not directly tear open over Erroneous City, allowing the creatures from the void to descend into the city itself, thus facilitating a massacre. This indeed poses a question, yet the answer has been known for half a century. The technology required to tear a spatial fissure is exceedingly advanced, possessed solely by the powerful civilizations of the Dark Dimension. Clearly, while they have mastered the art of tearing through the void, their technology remains somewhat immature, necessitating a designated space free from human interference. Each city is enveloped by a colossal artificial magnetic field, which, when properly calibrated, poses no threat to human life while simultaneously distorting the very space above the city. This aerial space resembles a reverse pocket, tightly grasped by the magnetic field. To open this pocket, one must unravel it from within. Hence, the cataclysm cannot occur within the city itself, but must be initiated externally. The desolate woods of Erroneous City are the only areas unbound by this magnetic control, making them the sole point for the fissure's emergence. Above the walls of Erroneous City, nearly 10 high-ranking officials from the United Nations of Nations, led by Lin Xiao, had gathered. Among them were two familiar figures from the Elder Council. Erroneous City serves as the gateway to Millennium City, which, for a century, has never faced an attack from the beasts of the void, earning its reputation as a veritable paradise of absolute safety. However, today, Erroneous City stands on the brink of a catastrophic event. Should the defenses falter, the repercussions could extend to Millennium City. This locale is the stronghold of the United Nations of Nations, and if breached, it is likely that the entire alliance would plunge into chaos. This battle may be fiercely brutal, yet Lin Xiao is prepared to spare no effort in its defense. It is imperative that Millennium City remains untouched. In addition to Lin Xiao and several high-ranking officials, 5 generals were present, 3 men and 2 women: Yun Chuan, Fu Yong, Yi Ying, Mu Feng, and Ling Ling. While the generals do hold rankings, these do not correspond to their strength in the same manner as the Faceless. For instance, Yun Chuan, who became a general slightly later than others, is ranked 8th. Yet this 8th position is revered as the strongest beastmaster of the water element. Thus, the rankings of the generals cannot serve as a reliable gauge of their prowess. Since they have ascended to the rank of general, it is evident that they have endured countless trials of blood and fire, each possessing their own unique and formidable prowess. Yun Chuan, it has been several years since we last met. I envy how well you have fared, looking so pristine and unblemished. I have been toiling in the desert, battling those extraordinary beasts. When will I get to enjoy such comforts? Perhaps we should exchange places. A tall man standing beside Yun Chuan, with a beaming smile, spoke up. His name was Fu Yong, standing nearly 6 feet tall, towering over Yun Chuan. He possessed striking features and always wore a cheerful countenance, giving him an approachable air, and he appeared to be around 26 or 27 years old. Sure, I'll head to the desert, Yun Chuan replied coolly, remaining as aloof as ever. Haha, I was merely jesting. Don't take it to heart. Fu Yong chuckled as he noticed Yun Chuan's serious expression. Fu Yong, are you not aware that Lord Yun dislikes frivolity? He is the sovereign of the clouds, after all, and his status is quite elevated, interjected a girl in her early 20s, standing next to Fu Yong. She sported twin ponytails and a cute outfit, revealing a bright smile with her small white teeth. Ling Ling, if you don't speak, no one will consider you mute, Yun Chuan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at her. Hey, Yun Chuan, why do you always wear such a sour expression? Did someone owe you money? Can't you muster a smile? Ling Ling retorted defiantly, hands on her hips. Enough. Every time you two meet, it turns into an argument. Clearly, it was wise to separate you, Lin Xiao interjected, glancing at the bickering group with a stern gaze. Startled by Lin Xiao's authoritative tone, Ling Ling stuck out her little pink tongue, refraining from further comment. At that moment, in the vast expanse of the sky, a colossal rift had existed for nearly half an hour, and it seemed as though the heavens were also brewing something ominous. The 2,000 beast tamers stationed upon the city walls were not nearly as relaxed as the 5 generals. Each stood on high alert, their expressions grave and resolute. As the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, a black armored vehicle approached the city of Alonia at a steady pace. The vehicle eventually halted outside the city gates, and a man clad in black and donning a number 9 mask emerged. Suhai. Fu Yong furrowed his brow as he observed the figure descending from the vehicle. Once Suhai disembarked, he strode toward the armored vehicle and surveyed the numerous high-ranking officials, led by Lin Xiao, atop the city walls. He then suddenly called out, "Greetings, everyone. It appears you are all prepared to welcome the impending calamity." Upon hearing Suhai's words, Fu Yong stepped forward, placing his foot on the edge of the city wall, and laughed. "Oh, I wondered who it might be, and it turns out to be you, scum. Where are the others?" In response to Fu Yong's overtly contemptuous remarks, Suhai remained composed and replied, "The others have their own assignments. This time, it is just Quishan and me who will meet with you all." At this, Lin Xiao's brow furrowed. "Quishan? Where is he?" "He is currently dealing with a few worthless escapees from Cassilia City and will return shortly." He was indeed eager to crush Yun Chuan's skull, oblivious to which among you was the Emperor of the Clouds. Suhai evidently knew only of the Emperor of the Clouds and had never encountered Yun Chuan, prompting him to inquire. However, at this moment, Yun Chuan and Lin Xiao were not focused on Suhai's provocation, but rather on Cassilia City. Xiaoya. Lin Xiao's expression instantly darkened. His son was in Cassilia City. What on earth was happening? Had Cassilia City already fallen? Yet, they had not received any news of an attack on the city. "Minister Lin, please do not be so alarmed. We have yet to commence our assault on Cassilia City. A group of inept individuals there must have been frightened, hence their premature withdrawal from the city. However, as for now, there are likely nothing more than corpses." Suhai grinned as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's face turned an ashen gray, and the flames of fury within him surged upward. Chapter 90. Illusions of Flowers and Water. Although Lin Xiao felt a surge of anger upon hearing Suhai's words, he was not foolish. He was well aware of his son's capabilities. A simple phone call would suffice to ascertain Lin Xiao's safety. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao exchanged a glance with Yun Chuan. Yun Chuan raised his finger and deftly manipulated the beast-controlling device, establishing a connection with Lin Xiao's device. At that moment, Lin Xiao was seated in a temporary encampment, legs crossed, his gaze intently fixed on the giant screen. Ding, ding, ding. The beast-controlling device suddenly chimed, prompting Lin Xiao to activate it. "Xiao, are you okay?" Lin Xiao's voice came through, filled with concern. "I'm fine. I've already withdrawn," Lin Xiao replied, still watching the images on the screen. "That's a relief. It seems my worries were unfounded." Lin Xiao sighed with relief and continued, "If your location is secure, do not wander about." Hearing his father's words, Lin Xiao silently nodded. "I understand, but I find myself in a dilemma. It may be impossible to provide you with reinforcements in the short term." At this moment, Lin Xiao remained composed, not because he was unwilling to fight alongside his family, but because the celestial fall loomed ominously above the desolate forest. To reach Alonia City from his current position would mean diving directly into the den of monstrous beasts. Even with his strength, he could not hope to contend with the countless high-level beasts, many of which were of catastrophic caliber. This was the reason for Lin Xiao's inaction. He would not recklessly rush in unless absolutely necessary. "No need. We have 5 generals present, so it should not pose a significant issue. Just ensure your own safety," Lin Xiao advised. "Please take care as well, Father," Lin Xiao responded, reassured by his father's confidence. "Yes, the great battle is about to commence. I must end this call," Lin Xiao concluded, his gaze shifting to Suhai below. Indeed, with 5 formidable generals present, each possessing terrifying strength, and the enigmatic Yun Chuan among them, there was little cause for concern. In this conflict, Lin Xiao could only assume the role of an observer. At that moment, Suhai stood still, retrieving an object resembling a magical staff from the beast-controlling device. "Ladies and gentlemen, the celestial fall approaches. Are you prepared?" he announced with a grin. "Damn it, they've even brought a guiding device. It seems the church is truly well prepared," Lin Xiao thought, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he regarded the fairy stick in Suhai's hand. Curiously, where had Kuei Shan vanished to? Suhai glanced back occasionally, noting the absence of Kuei Shan, and decided not to wait any longer. He then pointed the fairy stick skyward. Buzz! A beam of light shot into the heavens, directly penetrating the vast spatial rift. Crack! The already immense void tore open further under the influence of the guiding device. Roar! In an instant, the rift echoed with the unending roars of beasts. Boom! Simultaneously, colossal beasts of various bizarre forms cascaded from the gaping void like a deluge. The entire earth trembles under the relentless trampling of countless bizarre beasts, resonating with thunderous roars. The first wave of the celestial descent brings forth nearly 500 advanced creatures and around 1,000 intermediate ones, among which no fewer than 6 are of the calamity grade. Observing the unfolding chaos on the grand screen, Lin Xiao suddenly straightens his posture. 6 calamity grade beasts? Clearly, if he could capture these 6, he would soar to greatness instantly. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. Lin Xiao was not reckless enough to prioritize the core at the cost of his life. Gazing at the seemingly endless tide of beasts below, Lin Zhen's expression remained largely unchanged. Judging by the scale, it indeed reached the ghost grade, yet the absence of frenzy grade beasts merely warranted a reluctant classification as ghost grade. This splendid gift is specially bestowed upon you by His Holiness, intended as retribution for your alliance's unilateral breach of agreement, which has cost our church the loss of 3 faceless. Su Hai grinned, stating this before swiftly retreating to the rear of the monstrous horde. It was evident that the followers of the church possessed a peculiar power, for the beasts did not attack them, treating them instead as comrades. Roar! In an instant, the 6 leading beasts advanced towards Heroine's city with colossal strides. 3 of them resembled hairless gorillas, but bore heads akin to that of a mammoth, their sharp tusks glinting dangerously. The other 3 were familiar figures, the venomous dragon lizards. The emergence of these 6 beasts instantly drained the color from the faces of the beast tamers atop the city walls. Advanced tamers were clearly no match for calamity-grade beasts. Steady. We have great generals among us. Do not panic. The commanding officers, standing behind the 5 generals, began to bolster the spirits of their subordinates. Allow me to confront these 6 calamity-grade beasts, Fu Yong declared, stepping forward with a smile. However, before he could take action, a fierce wind swept through as Yun Chuan leaped from the city wall and soared into the fray. This fellow, Ling Ling remarked, arching an eyebrow at the silent departure of Yun Chuan. The Emperor of Clouds has made his move. Huh. With the general in action, the 6 calamity beasts are surely doomed. Many atop the walls were unusually exhilarated. It seemed that the general's involvement always served to elevate morale, especially with the highly revered Yun Chuan among the beast tamers. Shall we join the fray? A woman beside Fu Yong suddenly inquired. Her name was Nightingale, adorned with a fox mask and a small copper bell dangling from her ear. Her figure was alluringly full, yet she radiated an aura of icy aloofness that kept others at bay. No need. Let the Emperor of Clouds handle it. I wish to see if his prowess has waned over the years, Fu Yong replied. At that moment, Lin Zhen stood quietly atop the city wall, silently observing Yun Chuan's descent into the chaos below. Suspended in midair, Yun Chuan's voice resonated with a low timbre as he uttered 2 words, assimilation. In an instant, he found himself enveloped by a torrent of water, swirling endlessly. With a thud, his feet suddenly met the ground, standing alone before 6 formidable beasts. TCH. Ling Ling scoffed disdainfully, just trying to show off. Indeed, the generals were not at odds. Their occasional discontent stemmed merely from their individual temperaments. However, when a moment of truth arrived, the generals demonstrated remarkable unity. As Yun Chuan raised his hand to summon a mermaid, he then lifted his finger, unleashing his second skill, Mirrored Illusion. Accompanied by the activation of the skill, the mermaid's fair, delicate hand pointed into the void, causing ripples to undulate through the space. Subsequently, 6 water mirrors materialized directly in front of the 6 beasts. To everyone's astonishment, within these mirrors emerged 6 ethereal replicas of the calamity-level beasts. These apparitions appeared somewhat translucent, not entirely corporeal. Nevertheless, the sight was sufficiently chilling, an astonishing feat to replicate 6 calamity-level entities. Mirrored illusion allowed for the duplication of adversaries, albeit with slightly diminished power compared to the original. and could only replicate beasts of Yun Chuan's caliber. For instance, should a berserker-level beast manifest, the skill would falter. Impressive, remarked Fu Yong, perched on the edge of the city wall with a cheerful smile. I recall he could only replicate 4 at once before. Now he has progressed to 6. Chapter 91. Conspiracy. As Yun Chuan unleashed the mirage of water and moon, 6 calamity-level beasts were momentarily halted. At this juncture, Lin Xiao raised his hand slightly and commanded advance. With his directive, 2,000 senior beast tamers, poised for action under the leadership of their respective commanders, surged forth. A multitude of divine beasts charged toward the tide of aberrant creatures. It seemed that as long as the calamity-level beasts were detained, those below that threshold would pose little threat. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, stationed at the temporary camp, was utterly astonished by the spectacle before him. He had always known of Yun Chuan's formidable strength, but he had never anticipated it would reach such staggering heights. Clearly, during the encounters in the ruined city against those ranked outside the top 10, Yun Chuan had not even unleashed 1/3 of his true power. Lin Xiao pondered whether he should have offered assistance back then, contemplating if he could handle 2 opponents alone. It appeared he had underestimated the situation. Goodness, the Cloud Emperor truly lives up to his reputation, exclaimed Lu Yong, standing nearby, utterly dumbfounded. Remarkably, this was all occurring without the involvement of the other 4 generals. The ghostly descent seemed indeed insufficient in the eyes of the generals. Boom! 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 The battle erupted instantaneously under Yun Chuan's intervention. The 6 calamity-level beasts became embroiled with their respective avatars, and the collisions among these colossal creatures reverberated across the earth. At this moment, Lin Xiao, perched atop the city wall, cast his gaze towards Su Hai in the distance, his brow furrowing. Something was amiss. This caliber of descent could be resolved by Yun Chuan alone. The Holy See could not be foolish enough to send aberrant beasts as mere offerings. Where had the plan gone awry? Hearing Lin Xiao's concerns, Zhang Li, who had been standing nearby, also frowned and remarked, indeed. Historically, the Holy See has instigated descents of ghostly level, typically involving a dozen or 20 calamity-level beasts. Yet now there are merely 6? This is peculiar. Zhang Li's observation immediately captured the attention of the other generals. Fu Yong raised an eyebrow, seemingly struck by a realization, and suggested, could it be that the Holy See's initial target was not Aronia City? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's expression transformed dramatically. Cassilia City. Zhang Li furrowed his brow, responding, surely not. Cassilia City received word this morning that its populace had begun a mass evacuation. Now, it resembles an empty shell. What purpose would they serve in attacking a deserted city? As these words left his lips, the other generals and high-ranking members of the alliance exchanged bewildered glances, collectively stunned. Lin Ling, you must head immediately to Cassilia City. Lin Xiao decisively issued the command. Yes. Lin Ling nodded promptly. At this moment, the ghostly descent upon Aronia City would not stir much turbulence, with Yun Chuan and the other generals present to safeguard the area. Lin Xiao had felt perplexed from the outset. After more than a century of conflict between the Holy See and the alliance of 1,000 nations, when had they become so foolish? To instigate a descent upon Aronia City, knowing 5 generals were present, was akin to courting disaster. Moreover, only 2 faceless individuals were dispatched, and even Quishan has gone missing. This situation is inherently suspicious and, as it turns out, aligns precisely with his expectations. However, what perplexes Lin Xiao is the Church's motive for attacking Cassilia City. Although its geographical proximity to Elronia City is evident, even if the Church were to conquer it, they would struggle to maintain control. After all, the Church's stronghold is situated far in the desert, making this endeavor seemingly futile. Upon receiving her orders, Ling Ling promptly descended from the city wall, casually commandeering an armored vehicle, accelerating towards Cassilia City. All of this was observed from a distance by Su Hai, who furrowed his brow and murmured, Lin Xiao truly lives up to his reputation as the Minister of Defense for the United Nations Alliance, displaying an extraordinary acumen for warfare. It appears that without resorting to drastic measures, detaining them will be quite challenging. Damn it! Where has that fellow Quishan disappeared to? Having uttered these words, Su Hai took a step forward, raising his guiding device and suddenly pointing towards the sky. A sudden roar erupted from the previously silent void, reminiscent of a mighty beast, leading one to momentarily believe it to be a dragon. Soon after, a massive claw gripped the edge of the rift, revealing a colossal head. After releasing a second strike from the heavens, Suhai lifted his hand and addressed the beast-controlling device. Payer, I am preparing to implement a comprehensive blockade of Elronia City. But a significant general has fled and is heading your way. Please remain vigilant. How could you let a general escape? Who is it, Yin Chuan? Came a frantic voice from the device. It's a little girl, not Yin Chuan, Suhai clarified. Oh, that must be Lingling. No worries when she arrives. I shall eliminate her. You continue to hold them, buying us some time, Payer responded. Suhai disconnected the device and cast his gaze towards the heavens. There it was, the berserker-level beast. Zhang Li, upon looking up, immediately spotted the enormous head emerging from the rift. The creature bore a long horn resembling that of a western dragon, its body of vivid crimson hue, yet devoid of wings. Its size a staggering 5 times that of a calamity-level beast. It appeared to be an immense colossus. At that moment, Lin Xiao, situated within the temporary camp, observed the footage captured by a drone, clearly seeing the massive head of the beast. He raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Is this the berserker-level beast? This is the berserker-level beast-raging beast. Lu Yong exclaimed in astonishment. You recognize the berserker-level beast? Lin Xiao asked, taken aback. The United Nations Alliance published a bestiary of beasts years ago, and I acquired a copy, Lu Yong replied. What is its combat capability? Lin Xiao inquired. It possesses formidable strength and wields a singular skill. Beast binding flame prison. Are they planning to ensnare Elronia City? Lu Yong quickly deduced the implications, understanding that the release of such a beast must serve a specific purpose. Just as Lin Xiao was questioning Lu Yong, the raging beast in the footage suddenly opened its cavernous maw. Boom! With a resounding roar, a continuous surge of crimson flames erupted instantaneously, transforming into an unending expanse of towering firewalls that ensnared the entirety of Cassilia City. Simultaneously, Yin Chuan, come back! Lin Zhen shouted urgently upon perceiving the dire situation. Yin Chuan, engaged in a fierce battle between the mirror beasts and his own corporeal beast, furrowed his brow before promptly setting off to return. However, as he took his first step, a thunderous explosion resounded. The flames surged once more, encircling the entire vicinity of Elronia City in a sea of fire, including the city gate through which Yin Chuan intended to return. Realizing his limitations, Yin Chuan understood that this formidable war-class beast possessed but a singular skill, a skill that signified immense power. Indeed, as anticipated, Suhai does not aim to capture the city, but rather intends to detain us, Fu Yong remarked, clicking his tongue in dismay. What in the world? Lingling, who had just driven the armored vehicle out of the city, turned around to witness the entire city ensnared. Lingling, do not concern yourself with Elronia City. First, ascertain the situation in Cassilia City, Fu Yong instructed. All right, be careful. Lingling replied without further ado, flooring the accelerator as she sped towards Cassilia City. Damn it. What is happening? There's no way back. Curse that Suhai for his treachery. At this moment, several beast tamers at the king level, embroiled in combat with the beast king, bore grave expressions. Other advanced beast tamers also noted the ominous firewall rising around Elronia City. Chapter 92. Watching the show without sunflower seeds, half the excitement lost at present. Although the city of Heroine is besieged, thanks to Yin Chuan's extraordinary prowess, combined with the efforts of several captains and 2,000 beast tamers. Exterminating the beasts in the vicinity is not a daunting task. While a warlord-level beast has poked its head out from the crack, it remains hesitant to emerge, as its primary ability is to ensnare rather than to engage in direct combat. Thus, it typically refrains from recklessly descending. Therefore, Heronia City is unlikely to fall, nor will there be substantial casualties. Suhai's initial objective was not to conquer the city, but rather to keep the generals ensnared within its confines. This is his principal mission. Although a certain Lingling has slipped through, Suhai remains unperturbed, as if a deeper scheme is brewing. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, observing the expansive screen, is utterly bewildered. What sort of antics is the church up to? Releasing a warlord-level beast to encircle the city? Do they wish to starve the inhabitants? This is nonsensical. The supplies within the city are ample enough to last a month. By then, reinforcement from other regions would have arrived. Clearly, the intention is not to starve the populace, but merely to temporarily trap the generals of Heroine City. However, the specifics of their plan remain unknown to Lin Xiao. As Lin Xiao contemplates the unfolding scene, Sun Qi bursts in flustered. Lin, it's not good. The captain has a high fever that won't subside, and his vital signs are weakening. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao furrows his brow and rises. Lu Yong, keep an eye on things. Understood. Lu Yong nods in response. Lin Xiao then follows Sun Qi to the resting quarters of Xiaoyu. At this moment, Xiaoyu lies in bed, drenched in cold sweat and trembling uncontrollably. Moreover, the bandaged arm continues to seep blood. What is happening? Hasn't the medicine been applied? Lin Xiao inquires, touching Xiaoyu's feverish forehead. The medication has been administered, but the captain's entire arm is shattered, and the blood vessels have ruptured again. Some fragments of the ribs are perilously close to puncturing the heart. We left in such haste that many medical supplies were not brought along. Sun Qi explains helplessly. Lin Xiao sits by the bedside. Xiaoyu, can you hear me? In a semi-conscious state, Xiaoyu suddenly grasps Lin Xiao's wrist with her right hand. I cannot die. Please save me. I truly cannot die. Hearing her desperate plea, Lin Xiao furrows his brow and glances at Sun Qi. What are her chances of survival in this condition? Having studied basic first aid, Sun Qi reflects for a moment before responding. Given her injuries, she can probably last only 2 hours. Unless we have a medical pod right now, there is little hope for recovery. Lin Xiao, at a loss for where to procure a medical pod, feels a wave of frustration. Save me. I have a younger brother. I cannot die. I beg you. Xiaoyu, perhaps in a state of delirium, mistakenly sees Lin Xiao as a doctor, clinging to him desperately. It is evident that her will to survive is strong. Yet, given her grievous injuries inflicted by the Faceless, it is already remarkable that she has endured this long. Rest assured, she will not perish. Lin Xiao grasped Xiaoyu's hand and comforted her. What should we do now? Sun Qi inquired. Does Cassilia City have a medical pod? Lin Xiao replied without